The day before I was to give birth, the mistress sent me a provocative video to intimidate me. The video featured my seemingly devoted husband, Jiang Mingchu, and his mistress engaging in various intimate acts on a grand hotel bed, their words filled with seductive banter and their poses ever-changing. This sight caused my water to break prematurely, leading to a difficult labor where my child tragically died from lack of oxygen. Jiang Mingchu, in tears and on his knees, begged for my forgiveness. Little did he know that I had long uncovered his schemes to transfer our assets, take out large insurance policies, and the true cause of our baby's death. Embracing Jiang Mingchu, we both cried bitterly as if I were a heartbroken housewife devastated by her husband's infidelity. Yet, all I could think was, Jiang Mingchu, since you refuse to divorce me, widowhood seems to be my only recourse. Amidst this darkest and most disheartened phase of my life, I encountered Wen Shuyan. People in Jiangzhou say that Wen Shuyan is like a celestial being fallen to earth, a noble moon who embodies abstinence and elegance, but foolishly set his eyes on a remarried, faded beauty. No one knew how wrong they were about me. It was Wen Shuyan who relentlessly pursued and lured me into an ever-deepening entanglement. Chapter 1, Your husband is quite something. At 10 o'clock at night, just as I lay down to rest, I received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number within the city. A melodious voice, that of a woman, inquired, "Are you Wanzhen?" Caught off guard, I replied, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Rather than answering my question, the woman chuckled and exclaimed, "Your husband is quite something in bed." I was momentarily bewildered, about to ask her how she knew about my husband's prowess, but before I could, the call abruptly ended, leaving me with a tone of disconnection. Assuming it was merely a prank, I initially dismissed it. However, as I set my phone down, a thought struck me: if it were just a prank, how could she so accurately know my name? While I pondered this perplexity, I received a video message from the same unknown number that had just called me, accompanied by a text message. Don't believe it? Well, take a good look at your husband Jiang Mingchu's true self. Even Jiang Mingchu's name was stated with precision. After a few seconds of stunned silence, curiosity compelled me to click play. Instantly, the phone erupted with the sounds of a woman moaning, the explicitness of which was jarring in my quiet bedroom, prompting me to quickly lower the volume. Once my shock subsided, I glanced at the screen, revealing a lavish hotel room where clothes lay strewn about, and two bodies were entwined in an intimate embrace. The scene was nothing short of scandalous. I was incensed, wondering who was so utterly frivolous as to send pornography to a soon-to-be mother in the dead of night. Yet, just as I was about to dismiss it, a familiar voice wafted from the video, "Little enchantress, twice already, and still not sated." As if doused with icy water, a jolt coursed through me, and I riveted my gaze upon the screen. Subsequently, the man's face materialized in the frame as he patted the woman's posterior, exclaiming with smug satisfaction, "Are you trying to drain me dry?" I was utterly dumbfounded, my entire being paralyzed. The man in the video was none other than my husband, Jiang Mingchu, supposedly away on a business trip in Beijing. Like a bolt from the blue, my mind was rendered incapable of cogitation. I compelled myself to regain composure and scrutinized the video repeatedly. Ultimately, I ascertained that the video was not a fabrication. Even the timestamp in the upper right corner indicated that it was filmed tonight, just moments prior. In other words, my husband, Jiang Mingchu, was using the guise of a business trip to engage in illicit relations with a mistress in a hotel. Gazing at Jiang Mingchu's face in the video, a face I would recognize even if reduced to ashes, my heart turned to cold embers. Just this evening, Jiang Mingchu had telephoned me, lamenting that the clients were proving to be exceedingly difficult and that he would be forced to debase himself with alcohol to secure the contract. He apologized to me with profound remorse. "Darling, I am truly sorry. I will take the earliest flight back tomorrow morning, as soon as I recover from the alcohol. Your childbirth is of paramount importance, and I must be by your side to witness the genesis of our love incarnate." In recent years, the pandemic has created a challenging environment, making it difficult for businesses to thrive. Many entrepreneurs have suffered substantial losses, yet Jiang Mingchu, while experiencing some financial setbacks, has not faced utter ruin. After my pregnancy, he expressed his commitment to providing a nurturing environment for our baby, vowing to work tirelessly to earn money. His efforts intensified, often leading him to indulge excessively in alcohol, causing him to miss flights and remain stranded in distant locations. I empathized with him, urging him to take his time and return only after he had adequately rested. At 13 weeks, still shy of my due date, I reassured him not to worry. In hindsight, my understanding nature appears to be a mere jest. Were those instances of him drinking to excess and missing flights truly for business engagements? Being intolerant of deceit, I promptly called Jiang Mingchu. However, after just 2 rings, he disconnected the call. Shortly thereafter, he sent a voice message via WeChat. I'm at a business meeting, dear. It's inconvenient to take calls. I miss you dearly. A business meeting? Was he engaging in such meetings in the company of another woman in bed? Overwhelmed with sorrow and anger, I prepared to call him again when I received another video from the same individual. This new footage incited even greater disgust and fury within me. Chapter 2. How could she ever compare to your allure? It took immense courage to tap on the second video with trembling fingers. Inside a pristine glass shower, Jiang Mingchu was bathing, with 2 used condoms discarded on the rug. The mistress deliberately zoomed in, and her voice echoed in the video, "Mingchu, you're such a scoundrel. Deceiving your wife by claiming to be out on business. If I didn't deceive her, how could I find time for you? Isn't she about to give birth? Aren't you going to stay by her side?" Jiang Mingchu nonchalantly replied, "What's so special about a woman giving birth? Would staying by her side alleviate her suffering? Naughty boy. Is it because your wife is pregnant and unavailable that you're so insatiable? You nearly shattered me tonight. How could she ever compare to your allure?" Jiang Mingchu scoffed dismissively. "Even if she weren't pregnant, I wouldn't bother touching her." "Liar, if you can't be bothered to touch her, how did she get pregnant? Could it be that the child in her womb belongs to another man?" Jiang Mingchu remained silent. The woman pressed on, "So, when exactly will you divorce?" Jiang Mingchu replied in a fawning tone, "Darling, please be patient. It's not the right time yet, but I promise I won't break my word." The woman retorted, somewhat agitated. "Then tell me, when will the time be right? When she..." The video abruptly ended there. Although I knew it was a deliberate provocation by the mistress, I still fell for it. I immediately called the woman and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" She seemed to anticipate my call, replying with unhurried composure, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that your husband and I have just finished being intimate." Through the phone, the gentle murmur of water could be heard, suggesting Jiang Mingchu was likely showering, emboldening her to disgust me so brazenly. My heart twisted with anguish, as I desperately fought back tears, retorting through gritted teeth, "Have you no shame?" "If I had any shame, I wouldn't be seducing your husband," she chuckled, her tone casually defiant. "Wan Zhen, if you had any dignity, you'd hasten your divorce and make room for me, wouldn't you? You." I was about to hurl an insult when Jiang Mingchu's voice suddenly interjected, "Darling. Who are you talking to?" "Your wife," the woman responded coquettishly. Jiang Mingchu chuckled playfully, "Baby, you're so mischievous." "Really? You don't believe me?" "I do. So let her listen closely to how I pleasure you." Subsequently, the phone conveyed a torrent of vile, lewd, and offensive endearments. I surmised that the woman must have concealed the phone, deliberately allowing me to hear the revolting, debased sounds of her and Jiang Mingchu's carnal entanglement. I was utterly disgusted and severed the call. It was only today that I realized that Jiang Mingchu, my husband of many years, who had always cultivated the image of an exemplary and devoted spouse, possessed such an unknown facet. Tears streamed down my face, and my heart was lacerated. In the early stages of my pregnancy, due to low progesterone levels and severe morning sickness, I was so unwell that even water was vomited back up. The doctor advised me to rest in bed, and Jiang Mingchu vehemently insisted that I resign from my job to focus on prenatal care. While idly surfing the internet at home, I came across numerous posts from pregnant and postpartum women whose husbands had been unfaithful during their pregnancies. At times, I would share posts with Jiang Mingchu, expressing my astonishment and lamentation. Giving birth is akin to traversing the gates of the netherworld, where one's life hangs by a thread. How could a man bear to betray and stray? Each time, Jiang Mingchu would comfort me, declaring that should he ever stray, he would be reduced to mere fragments, cast against the wall and tossed into the sewers, doomed to an ill fate in this life and the next. He would also say, "Darling, you ought to refrain from indulging in such trivial matters. My devotion to you is as evident as the sun and moon, as verifiable as heaven and earth." I, too, was confident. While men worldwide may falter, my husband Jiang Mingchu would never. How naive I was at that time. Is it not? Chapter 3, Love at First Sight, a theatrical performance? Jiang Mingchu was my senior, 2 years my elder. During the freshman registration, a fleeting glance was all it took for me to fall in love at first sight. When I first encountered him, he wore a crisp white shirt and black casual trousers, standing tall at 6 feet, with a slender yet upright figure reminiscent of a white poplar. He approached me from beneath the flourishing camphor trees lining the campus path, the dappled sunlight illuminating him, as he waved from afar. his bright eyes and radiant smile making it hard to resist. Once we were together, I discovered he was from the business school, while I belonged to the School of Foreign Languages. On that initial day, he mistakenly thought I was a freshman from his department, and he kindly assisted me with my luggage to the dormitory. He confessed that it was only upon reaching the dorm entrance that he realized I was not from his major, yet, captivated by love at first sight, he stubbornly chose to maintain the error. He remarked that from the moment he laid eyes on me, he felt an undeniable urge, should we pass each other by, he would carry the regret for a lifetime. In pursuing me, Jiang Mingchu was remarkably proactive and romantic. During the bleak midwinter, I was wont to linger in bed. Yet he, so that I might partake of the steaming, savory mushroom buns from the cafeteria, would queue early, nestling them within his garments to preserve their warmth, awaiting my languid descent from the women's dormitory. When at last I savored them, they were still imbued with warmth. On our excursions to ascend verdant peaks, he would conscientiously bear a cornucopia of victuals, encompassing both chilled and heated libations, avowing that whatever my preference, he would tender it forthwith. I was a cherished princess, and he could only bestow upon me the tender constancy and solicitous ministration of the years. Instances of this nature were copious. Subsequently, in our union, his attentiveness and acquiescence persisted unabated. Jiang Mingchu hailed from a remote agrarian hamlet, his sire had perished prematurely, and he was attended by 3 elder sisters, all ensconced in matrimony and progeny. In his tender years, his mother reared him single-handedly amidst straitened circumstances. He confided, "Xinjin, you can scarcely fathom the trepidation of fearing one's abode being felled by tempestuous gales and torrential rains, can you? Because I have subsisted in penury since infancy, I am all the more cognizant of cherishing those I hold dear and venerating my elders." I recalled the words of Mr. Nan Huijin, those who mature amidst adversity often harbor psychological shadows, resulting in aberrant deviations. This deviation manifests as a perpetual animosity towards society and its denizens, a distrust of all, and a lack of empathy. Avarice, bordering on miserliness, is merely a secondary symptom of this psychological derangement. Conversely, individuals of magnanimity and perspicacity, though nurtured in hardship, often possess heightened compassion and a benevolent, chivalrous disposition, for they comprehend life and are cognizant of the vicissitudes of human existence. At that juncture, I surmised that Jiang Mingchu epitomized the latter, and I felt a surge of pride for him. During the summer of his second year as a graduate student, Jiang Mingchu, in his earnest desire to procure a necklace for me as a birthday gift, donned a cumbersome mascot costume amidst the sweltering heat and distributed leaflets in the plaza. Upon my arrival with his luncheon, I discovered him completely drenched in perspiration, yet he insisted that he was not at all hot. He avowed, "Xinjin, although my circumstances are not ideal and I cannot afford extravagant gifts, I implore you to believe in me. I will endeavor diligently in the future to ensure that you lead a life of affluence." He then proposed marriage to me, pledging eternal devotion and unwavering commitment. On that very day, I escorted him to my familial residence for a meal, where I apprised my parents of our impending nuptials and beseeched their blessings. It was on this occasion that Jiang Mingchu first encountered my parents. During the repast, Jiang Mingchu exhibited a degree of unease, the normally self-assured, spirited, and exuberant student union president betraying a hint of trepidation. He furtively drew me onto the balcony and inquired with considerable reserve, "Xinjin, why did you neglect to inform me that your father is the dean of our business school?" I embraced his waist and playfully queried, "Would you still have pursued me had I disclosed that my father was your dean?" Jiang Mingchu responded with utmost sincerity, "Pursue. Most assuredly. It is you whom I adore, not your father's position as dean." I nestled contentedly in his embrace, retorting, "Then that settles it. In any event, our union is independent of my father's identity." Subsequently, following Jiang Mingchu's departure, my father summoned me to his study for a heart-to-heart discussion. He entreated me to contemplate the prospect of marrying Jiang Mingchu with due diligence, emphasizing that our family's disparate social standing rendered marriage a matter of grave import, demanding careful deliberation. I once believed that my father disapproved of Jiang Mingchu's background and family circumstances, lamenting that he was an old-fashioned man, clinging to the bourgeois notion of social disparity. My father shook his head and said, "Xinjing, marriage cannot be determined solely by impulsive fervor. Do you truly know the man with whom you are to spend your life?" My parents advised against a hasty marriage certificate with Jiang Mingchu, as I had just succeeded in securing a place for graduate studies. I thought it prudent to promise Jiang Mingchu that we would wait until after my graduation to wed. Jiang Mingchu, astute as he was, anticipated my parents' disapproval and embraced me, saying, "All right, Jing, I too need time to prove to your parents that I am worthy of your lifelong trust." However, the following summer, tragedy struck when my parents were involved in a car accident, passing away without a final farewell. During that harrowing time, I was engulfed in sorrow, shedding tears unceasingly. It was Jiang Mingchu who remained steadfast by my side, holding me close and offering solace, saying, "Jing, do not weep, you are not alone. I will accompany you through the trials of life." 3 months later, Jiang Mingchu and I obtained our marriage certificate. Out of respect for my mourning period, we forewent a wedding ceremony, opting instead to kneel before my parents' graves. Jiang Mingchu bowed before them, vowing to care for me for eternity. Yet, how tragically fleeting was that solemn promise, as mere time would soon unravel our vows. Barely 2 years into our marriage, he betrayed me, and shockingly, it transpired while I was pregnant. Chapter 4, Premature Rupture. I leaned against the headboard, weeping throughout the night, uncertain of how to confront the sordid reality of my marriage. A man who cheats is akin to a banknote fallen into a cesspool, too regrettable to discard, yet revolting to retrieve. If I were unencumbered by offspring, I could readily choose to dissolve my marriage with Jiang Mingchu. I, Ruanzhen, am not one to cling. I believe in parting amicably if possible. However, with a child on the verge of entering the world, what would become of it? As if sensing my emotional turmoil, the baby began to kick incessantly, tumbling within, as if to soothe my distress. The more the baby stirred, the more agitated I became, tears streaming down my face like a broken faucet. Divorce. And then terminate the pregnancy? Unthinkable. I believe that no mother in this world, having felt the flutter of life within, could ever bear to part with her child. Then, divorce and raise the child alone? In this day and age, single motherhood is commonplace. Women are capable of raising children into adulthood on their own. Yet, my mind's eye conjured a vision of the future, where my child, with wide, innocent eyes, would look at me and ask, "Mommy, why does everyone else have a father? But I don't? Where's my father?" What would I say then? I caressed my swollen belly, tears coursing down my cheeks. "Baby, what is mommy to do?" I spent a sleepless night. Shortly after 6 in the morning, my mother-in-law barged in, bristling with indignation. "Ruanzhen, it's past 6 o'clock. And you're still lazing about instead of cooking breakfast? Do you want to starve me?" Previously, every morning at 6, I would rise to prepare breakfast for my mother-in-law before waking her, even in my late pregnancy when my body felt cumbersome. Today, having been awake all night and in a state of profound distress, I had overlooked my duties. I rubbed my swollen eyes and said, "Mom, I'm not feeling well. Could you perhaps prepare something for yourself today?" With a disdainful sneer, my mother-in-law retorted, "Don't presume upon your pregnancy as a license for indolence and disrespect towards your elders. On the very day I bore Mingchu, I was toiling in the fields. Is it such an imposition to ask you to prepare a simple breakfast?" Half a year prior, precisely when I reached my 3rd month of gestation, Jiang Mingchu brought his mother from the countryside, ostensibly to care for me. My mother-in-law arrived with great alacrity, even taking the trouble to bring 2 hens from her rural home, intending to prepare nourishing broths for me. During that period, I was essentially waited upon hand and foot, living a life akin to that of a queen. If I attempted to perform any household chore, my mother-in-law would immediately intercede, eagerly taking over and expressing her concern. "Jinjin, you're with child, how can you be doing housework? If you desire anything to eat or drink, simply inform me. Even if I'm unfamiliar with it, I'll learn to prepare it for you." I felt an immense sense of happiness, blessed with such a wonderful husband and a mother-in-law who was so easy to get along with. Father, mother, you can rest assured in heaven. However, after 2 or 3 months, my mother-in-law's demeanor underwent a sudden and drastic transformation. Not only did she cease cooking and performing household chores, but she also demanded that I, with my burgeoning belly, prepare meals for her. Even her soiled garments were to be hand-washed by me, forbidden from using the washing machine, as she claimed it was wasteful of electricity and did not clean clothes effectively. I was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why my mother-in-law had suddenly become a different person. Had I inadvertently offended her? When my parents were alive, I was the apple of their eye, and from a young age, I was never required to do any housework. Even washing a dish was something they wouldn't allow me to do, which is why Jiang Mingchu referred to me as a delicate princess. During that period, I began to attempt household chores, but my severe pregnancy aversions made it intolerable to endure the smell of cooking oil, and as my belly gradually grew, sweeping and mopping became increasingly challenging. I consulted my mother-in-law about hiring a part-time worker, only to be met with her immediate mockery. "Oh, you city girls are truly delicate. Spending your days indulging and avoiding work, how will you manage when it comes time to give birth? This is for your own good." I opened my mouth to argue, but she interjected, "And do you think hiring a nanny comes without cost? While men toil to earn a living, you simply squander your time at home?" I felt a pang of discomfort in my heart and explained, "The money I spend is all earned by me. Mingchu's finances are not my concern." Indeed, since our marriage, we had managed our income separately. However, the funds for our house and the startup capital for the business were inherited from my parents. Growing up in a reasonably comfortable household, my parents had never made me struggle with financial issues, so I had little concept of money. My mother-in-law slammed her chopsticks on the table, her anger palpable as she demanded, "Now that you are married to Mingchu, why do you still draw a line between your finances? Are you not a family?" Hearing this, I sensed something was amiss. Was she not exhibiting double standards? How was it that Mingchu's money was not considered mine, yet mine was deemed his? Just as tensions escalated, Mingchu soothed me, reprimanded his mother, and assured me that once our child was born, he would send her back to the countryside and hire a nanny to tend to our daily needs. It was evident that the disparity in lifestyle habits and educational backgrounds made it challenging for such dissimilar individuals to coexist harmoniously. Indeed, ever since my mother-in-law began residing with us, she has endeavored to instruct and impose upon me her ingrained habits and modes of thought, many of which are quite unacceptable. For instance, due to the disarray in our apartment complex, delivery personnel frequently misdeliver packages to our residents. On several occasions, my mother-in-law has contemplated appropriating these misdirected items. Upon discovering this, I insisted that the items be returned to their rightful owners. My mother-in-law was displeased, scolding me, calling me a simpleton, questioning why I would refuse items delivered to our doorstep. She suggested demanding recompense from the delivery person for the misdelivery, rather than returning the items. I find this line of reasoning incomprehensible, as even kindergarten teachers instill the principle of returning found items. Jiang Mingchu also felt mortified, but he explained that his father passed away early, and his mother had to raise 4 children single-handedly, lacking financial resources, male support, or assistance from relatives, which was incredibly difficult. Her self-serving and petty bourgeois mentality did not develop overnight, and I feel both ashamed and distressed. I said, "Husband, I understand your filial piety towards your mother, but this is not the way to be filial." Jiang Mingchu sighed helplessly, his face filled with shame. "Darling, I'm sorry. I'm in a difficult position." I feel sympathy for Jiang Mingchu, caught between his mother and me, akin to a rat in a bellows, pressured from both sides. Moreover, I recall my parents' lifelong teaching that filial piety is paramount and that one should possess the wisdom to be tolerant. Since my parents' passing, I have had little reliance on relatives and friends. The only person who treated me like a daughter, my aunt, resides far away in Canada. Now that I am married to Jiang Mingchu, his mother is my family. I believe I should be tolerant, yielding, and dutiful. I was indeed feeling unwell today. Without allowing me to explain, my mother-in-law forcibly pulled me from the bed, exclaiming, "Hurry up and prepare the meal, or when Mingchu returns, I'll have him beat you to death, you lazy good-for-nothing." Unable to resist her strength, I was hauled to my feet. However, the moment my feet touched the floor, I felt a gush of warm fluid between my legs. I was terrified and cried out, my voice trembling, "Mother, my water has broken." Chapter 5, What's there to cry about when a woman gives birth? In that instant, I instinctively held my breath and squeezed my legs together. But the amniotic fluid continued to flow uncontrollably. Seeing the fluid leak down my nightgown, my mother-in-law showed no concern. Instead, she cursed. "What's there to cry about when a woman gives birth? Wailing first thing in the morning, wishing for my early demise? How ominous." I realized that I and my child could not depend on my mother-in-law, nor on Jiang Mingchu, who was likely still entangled in a tender embrace with his mistress at a hotel. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to remain calm and carefully shuffled back to the bedside, lying down and elevating my legs to slow the flow of amniotic fluid. Then, I reached for my phone on the nightstand, intending to call for an ambulance. But before I could dial, my mother-in-law snatched the phone away, ending the call. She shoved the phone into her pocket, glaring at me and saying, "You spendthrift little harlot, do you think an ambulance is free?" During my pregnancy, I often came across news stories about pregnant women whose water broke but didn't get to the hospital in time, leading to fetal hypoxia and suffocation, with unimaginable consequences. I was terrified and pleaded, "Mother, I'll pay for the ambulance myself, please give me the phone." But my mother-in-law retorted, "You'll pay? Is not all your money originally from my family's Ming dynasty fortune? Today, I, as your mother-in-law, will not allow you to squander my son's hard-earned money. You will give birth at home, a few cries, and it will be over. Why go to the hospital?" I initially thought my mother-in-law was jesting. No matter how she mistreated or disliked me, I could bear it. However, this child is the flesh and blood of the Jiang family, surely. She would not jeopardize her own grandson or granddaughter, would she? Are not those with feudalistic ideologies more concerned with the continuation of their lineage? Yet, unexpectedly, she insisted I wait, saying she would immediately go to the supermarket downstairs to purchase scissors and baijiu to deliver the baby herself. I thought she was merely uncultured and stubbornly feudalistic, but I never imagined she would actually do such a thing. I was utterly petrified. She had confiscated my phone. And there was no landline in the house, so calling 120 was out of the question. However, I could not simply sit and await my fate. I made a prompt decision, grabbed a coat, wallet, and identification, and prepared to go downstairs to hail a taxi to the hospital. However, upon reaching the first floor, I was suddenly seized by a severe abdominal pain, so intense that I could barely move. I felt a torrent of cold sweat pouring out of me, and a persistent downward pressure in my lower abdomen. I leaned heavily on the handrail along the elevator wall, moving slowly, but eventually collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the pain, and my senses began to fade. Unfortunately, it was too early for any neighbors to be passing by. Then, I lost consciousness. I have no recollection of what transpired afterward. When I groggily awoke, I was in the hospital. According to the nurse, I had been rescued by a neighbor who was out for a morning run. The neighbor, acting out of pure kindness, was unaware of where I had my prenatal checkups. So, following the principle of proximity in an emergency, the ambulance transported me to the Emergency Obstetrics and Gynecology Department of the Second Affiliated Hospital of Jiangnan University, which was near my home. The physician hastily conducted an internal examination, scrutinized the fetal heart rate and contraction data, and his countenance immediately fell. He declared the necessity of an immediate cesarean section and requested a family member's signature. At that moment, my mother-in-law burst in from an indiscernible location, seized the doctor, and exclaimed her insistence on a vaginal delivery. "Impossible," the doctor retorted, "the fetal position is abnormal, the cervix is only dilated to 2 centimeters. And the amniotic fluid is low. An immediate operation is imperative. A woman giving birth is akin to a hen laying an egg, what is so extraordinary about it?" My mother-in-law turned and glared menacingly at me. "The surgery costs 5,000 yuan. Our family cannot afford such extravagance. You will deliver naturally." I, devoid of strength from the pain, wept and pleaded, "Mother, I am in agony. Please, allow me the cesarean. What woman does not experience pain during childbirth?" My mother-in-law pinched my arm viciously. "Grind your teeth, exert some force, as if defecating, and it will be over swiftly." My tears exhausted, I disregarded her, grasped the doctor's hand, and stated, "Doctor, I am of sound mind. I will sign myself." The doctor nodded helplessly and presented the surgical form. However, my mother-in-law rushed forward, snatched the form, tore it to shreds, and blocked the path to the bed, yelling, "As long as I am here, you will not undergo surgery." Bystanders stepped forward to remonstrate with her, but she assailed the hospital and the doctors with invectives, clinging tenaciously to the bed. The medical staff watched the mother-in-law's unruly behavior in silence, powerless to intervene. I, at my wit's end, proclaimed, "Childbirth is my own affair. If I desire a cesarean, I shall have it. It is none of your concern." My mother-in-law turned to glare at me, her fetid breath accompanying her palm as she lunged towards me. "What right does a worthless hussy have to squander 5,000 yuan on a surgical procedure?" With a forceful slap, my mother-in-law struck me, causing my head to buzz momentarily. Suddenly, a revelation dawned upon me. The reason for her abrupt shift in demeanor after my 4-dimensional ultrasound was clear. She had discovered that I was carrying a girl. Chapter 6. The child has died. When I regained consciousness, I found Jiang Mingchu seated beside my hospital bed, his hand clasped around mine as he slumbered. The recollection of those abhorrent videos chilled me to the core, prompting me to swiftly withdraw my hand. His once reassuringly strong grip now felt utterly tainted. Awakened by my movement, he exclaimed joyfully, "Baby, you're awake." The term baby nauseated me to an extreme. Akin to being compelled to swallow 100 flies that flitted about in my throat. Yet, I lacked the strength to confront him. I coldly inquired, "Where is the child?" Jiang Mingchu, maintaining his ever-gentle demeanor of a devoted husband, replied, "The baby is in the incubator, darling. You've just undergone a cesarean. You cannot get out of bed yet. You can see the child in a couple of days." I refused to acquiesce, insisting, "Jiang Mingchu, I want to see my child immediately." However, just then, the doctor entered for rounds and reiterated the prohibition against getting out of bed so soon after surgery, leaving me with no choice but to relent. Yet, as 3 or 4 days passed, Jiang Mingchu continued to devise various excuses to prevent me from seeing the child. Furthermore, the infant initially received formula in the neonatal unit, but once the mother's milk came in, breast milk was to be delivered regularly. However, in the days following childbirth, no one came to initiate lactation for me. I inquired with a nurse during rounds, but she was hesitant, her eyes, visible above her mask, filled with sympathy. My suspicions grew, demanding verification. Jiang Ming, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, confessed, "Xinjin, you cannot see the child right now. I presumed the baby had a perinatal infection, a severe condition, or some other extraordinary circumstance." Yet, Jiang Ming uttered, "Xinjin, the child is deceased." I struck Jiang Ming across the face. "Jiang Ming, repeat that if you dare." The baby had expired at birth. The blow reddened Jiang Ming's cheek, and he choked back tears, entreating, "Darling, please calm down. Once you recover, the doctor said we are still young, and we can have more children." I was instantly distraught. Disregarding my pain, and threw back the covers, staggering out of bed and rushing towards the exit. Jiang Ming pursued me, seizing me, and tightly encircling my waist. "Release me!" I cried out incessantly, struggling, drawing a crowd of onlookers. My mother-in-law materialized from nowhere, delivering a sharp slap to my face, grabbing my arm, and berating, "You shameless hussy. Are you not ashamed enough already?" At that moment, I believed the amniotic fluid had drained completely, causing the child to suffocate. Consumed by resentment, I lunged at her, clawing and striking, "It is all your fault. You are the one who killed my child. All you." My mother-in-law possessed immense strength, delivering several sharp slaps to my face without hesitation, while Jiang Mingchu merely feigned concern, asking her to cease. As I lay on the ground, trampled underfoot, onlookers could no longer bear the sight and intervened to pull her away. Yet, she fiercely admonished them to mind their own business, before turning back to spit at me, cursing, "Our Jiang family is innocent, how could the child be deformed? It must be your fault, you wretched woman, for consorting with men and contracting diseases. My son is honest and does not hold it against you, yet you, a little harlot, wish to trample upon him? Bah! Wretched creature!" My mother-in-law's words ignited a flurry of whispers among the crowd. My mind was in turmoil. Deformed? When I initially underwent prenatal examinations, Jiang Mingchu had suggested a private clinic instead of the crowded public hospital, claiming it would spare me the hassle of long queues. The entire VIP prenatal package exceeded 100,000. I had attended every appointment punctually, and each time the doctors assured me of the fetus's healthy development. How could it possibly be deformed? In disbelief, I crawled to grasp Jiang Mingchu's calf, pleading through tears, "Jiang Mingchu, tell me it isn't true." He knelt down to help me up, wiping the tears from my face, saying gently, "Xingjing, it is true." I shook my head vehemently, crying out, I refused to believe it. With a sigh, Jiang Mingchu, bearing a pained expression, replied, "Xingjing, if you cannot accept it, then I shall take you to see the child. Once you do, you will find closure." Chapter 7, The Mistress Returns to Provocation. Jiang Mingchu took me to see the child. The baby's remains were temporarily stored in the hospital. Enshrouded in white linen, the tiny form was nestled within the cold confines of the freezer, resembling a kitten curled into a ball. Jiang Mingchu somberly announced it was a daughter. But due to congenital malformations, deficiencies in the development of her limbs and heart, coupled with the depletion of amniotic fluid, she was stillborn upon delivery. I gazed upon that diminutive, frigid bundle, and wept with a heart-wrenching intensity, utterly unable to reconcile myself to this cruel reality. How could fate be so unkind? Ultimately, I succumbed. collapsing into Jiang Mingchu's arms. Due to the severity of the emotional distress, my incision ruptured, confining me to bed for the subsequent fortnight. I repeatedly wept myself into unconsciousness. Dreading sleep, for the image of my child's deformed remains haunted my every waking and sleeping moment. I sequestered myself in a solitary world, a mere shadow of my former self, and did not utter a single word to Jiang Mingchu. Within half a month, I had shed over 20 pounds. On the afternoon of my discharge from the hospital, Jiang Mingchu arrived belatedly, attributing his tardiness to an unforeseen crisis at his company. He swathed me in layers, expressing concern that I might catch a chill and fall ill. However, I detected a distinctive, unfamiliar feminine fragrance clinging to him. Indeed, he was occupied elsewhere. Before our child's body had even grown cold, he was engrossed in amorous entanglements with a mistress. I recoiled from his embrace and walked home alone, braving the frigid air. He presumed my distress stemmed solely from the loss of our child, unaware that I found him repellent. In recent days, I have been immersed in the anguish of losing my child, and I have had neither the inclination nor the energy to confront Jiang Mingchu's infidelity. It is not that I am indifferent, but rather that, in my lucidity, I find the circumstances surrounding our child's deformities to be exceptionally suspicious. Given the advancements in contemporary medical technology, it seems implausible that multiple prenatal examinations failed to detect any anomalies. Indeed, each prenatal checkup mandates a signature, accompanied by a disclaimer that medical assessments cannot guarantee an infallible outcome regarding the infant's development, acknowledging the existence of exceptional instances. However, what is the infinitesimal probability of such occurrences? Cardiac anomalies may prove elusive, yet what of the extremities? Across numerous sonographic examinations, were they unable to discern any malformation in the fetal limbs? I intend to ascertain whether the etiology lies within my own physiology or constitutes medical negligence, before settling accounts with Jiang Mingchu at a later juncture. However, before I could even initiate action, that woman preemptively lost her composure. Emerging from my ablutions that evening, I received a missive from the aforementioned woman. This time, it was a photograph. Upon enlarging the image, I was utterly dumbfounded. The woman's visage was obscured. Yet she was straddling Jiang Mingchu's waist, clad in a black silk negligee adorned with lace trim, the straps languidly cascading off her shoulders, exuding an abundance of allure. Wait a moment. Why does the garment she is wearing seem so intimately familiar? Just as my ire reached its zenith, my cellular device vibrated once more. The woman dispatched a text message, inquiring, "Wanjin, does this negligee not appear far more alluring on me than it ever did on you?" I sat on the bed, dumbfounded. A similar negligee had been gifted to me by Jiang Mingchu prior to my gestation. The reason that particular garment remains so vividly etched in my memory is that it was the present he bestowed upon me on the night of our consummation. As the period of filial mourning for our parents had not yet elapsed, even though Jiang Mingchu and I were wedded, we had not yet engaged in marital relations. Our most intimate interactions limited to osculation. Furthermore, given Jiang Mingchu's intense preoccupation with his nascent entrepreneurial endeavors, I adjusted my mindset and continued my academic pursuits. Regarding the matter of cohabitation, Jiang Mingchu did not inconvenience me, on the contrary, he displayed understanding and forbearance. Consequently, upon the completion of the year of filial mourning for my parents, and coinciding with my graduation from postgraduate studies, I deemed the time opportune. Jiang Mingchu was overjoyed and promptly had a black silk slip dress delivered to me that very afternoon, adorned with delicate lace. It was an epitome of both allure and grace. As fate would have it, that evening was the Qixi festival, or the Double Seventh Festival, a Chinese Valentine's Day. Jiang Mingchu was away on a business trip in Shanghai and was not expected to return. Thinking I had nothing pressing, I decided to travel to Shanghai, making it a leisure trip as well. Jiang Mingchu had reserved a room at the Waldorf Astoria. By the time I arrived in Shanghai, it was past 9 in the evening. After a refreshing shower, I donned the slip dress, savored the red wine he had ordered for me, and awaited his return from his business engagements. It was in the wake of that night, roughly a month later, that I discovered my pregnancy. The garment itself was not excessively revealing, and within the confines of our home, with no external company, it served as suitable sleepwear. However, Jiang Mingchu suggested that, given my pregnancy, I should refrain from wearing it, lest it ignite an unmanageable fire within him. Hence, I stowed the dress away, consigning it to the depths of a trunk. I cast aside my phone and frantically began rummaging through the wardrobe, yet I could not locate it after several attempts. I distinctly recall placing it in a bag amidst the pile of clothes I was not currently wearing. To think you would give my clothes to your mistress, how utterly repulsive. Jiang Mingchu. Just how many more shameful acts have you perpetrated? At this moment, I am consumed by the desire to confront him, to throttle this faithless and ungrateful scoundrel. In the evening, I sat by the bedside, clad in the sleepwear I had worn during my pregnancy. Jiang Mingchu entered the room. And upon seeing the garment I was wearing, his countenance darkened slightly. He delicately suggested that I change into something else. I scoffed inwardly, proceeded to search the wardrobe. And then, feigning composure, turned back to him and inquired, whatever became of my black silk slip dress? Chapter 8, Domestic Violence. A flicker of anxiety crossed Jiang Mingchu's eyes. But he swiftly masked it, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he responded, that thing? I'm not certain. Perhaps it was discarded while tidying up. Mixed in with the old clothes? Discarded? I was hoping to find it to wear, I retorted. Jiang Mingchu smiled faintly, likely believing that I wished to don a seductive dress for his amusement. He took my hand gently and said, if it's lost, let it be. Tomorrow I shall take you to purchase a new one. My dear, that particular piece is indeed alluring. If you wear it, I fear I might lose control. The doctor has advised that your body has yet to fully recover. It will be at least 6 months before I can touch you. You mustn't be so wicked as to torment me with seductive nightwear. Is that so? I struggled to suppress the urge to slap him, striving to keep my expression composed. Jiang Mingchu continued, indeed. The very first time we were together, you became pregnant. The doctor warned you that with your first child, you must refrain from intimacy, and now. He sighed, my dear, for the sake of your health, I shall certainly restrain my impulses. I gazed at him with a stoic expression, continually urging myself to feign a touch of gratitude. You are truly kind. Of course. One cannot disregard their wife's well-being for mere physical desires, Jiang Mingchu stated earnestly. I smiled and fixed my gaze on his eyes, asking, my Tang says that men are creatures driven by their lower instincts, devoid of moral boundaries when overwhelmed by lust. Our conjugal life is rather lacking. Do you not harbor any other thoughts? Jiang Mingchu pursed his lips contemplatively and remarked, what Su Weitang says is merely one-sided. You should pay less heed to it. Besides, can your husband, that is, me, possibly be compared to those men outside? With the peak season upon us, I am preoccupied with 2 new projects that demand high progress. I am so busy that I barely have time to eat, let alone entertain frivolous thoughts. Suppressing my disgust, I retorted, indeed, you are the enviable model husband, the epitome of filial piety, and thus cannot be compared to those vile men. Turning away, I burrowed into the blankets, fearing that even a moment's delay might unleash my impulse to strangle him. Clutching the quilt, I secretly mused, Jiang Mingchu, continue your deceit. For once the truth about the child's deformity is unveiled, we shall part ways. Jiang Mingchu, under the impression that my irritation stemmed from his rejection of my advances, drew close to embrace me, attempting to kiss me. I recoiled, unwilling to let his lips, which had touched another, come near me. He paused momentarily before cautiously inquiring, wife, are you upset? I shook my head, adopting a nonchalant tone. I'm not upset. You are right, my body has yet to recover. So it would be best if you kept your distance. Before he could respond, I shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, you will accompany me to the hospital tomorrow. His grip on my hand tightened with concern. Baby, why are we going to the hospital? Are you unwell? Hearing him call me that made me feel nauseous. What are you so anxious about? Jiang Mingchu's lies flowed effortlessly, as he recited the sweet nothings of a devoted husband, you are my wife. If I am not anxious about you, whom should I be anxious about? I am not ill. I withdrew my hand and said, as long as both you and I are healthy, without hereditary or hidden ailments, how could our child possibly suffer from congenital deformities? We have diligently undergone every prenatal examination. How is it that the ultrasound revealed nothing? For over 100,000 in prenatal packages, they owe me an explanation. Jiang Mingchu, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat disheartened and replied, darling, let it go, our family is not lacking in funds. Let it go? I fixed my gaze upon him, Jiang Mingchu. That is your child. Are you telling me to simply dismiss this? Is this merely a financial matter? Suddenly, I was engulfed in fury. While I chose not to confront him about his infidelity at that moment, the child was his, and his nonchalance was infuriating. That is not my intention, my dear. I merely believe that if this escalates, it will only cause you more pain, and your distress pains me. Jiang Mingchu gazed at me with concern. You have only just begun to feel better, I do not wish to see you suffer. If you will not go, then I shall go alone. I must seek justice for our child, I declared vehemently. At that moment, I believed that Jiang Mingchu's thoughts were solely occupied by the woman outside our relationship. He seemed utterly unconcerned about the situation with our child. Moreover, according to my mother-in-law, it was a girl, and as such, they were indifferent to her, as she could not carry on the Jiang family lineage. Seeing my determination to visit the hospital, the tenderness on Jiang Mingchu's face began to falter, revealing a growing anxiety. Wanzhen, is it absolutely necessary for you to go? Since the beginning of our relationship, Jiang Mingchu rarely addressed me by my full name. He would usually call me Zhinzhin, darling, or wife. When he uttered my full name, it was typically a sign of his anger. I gazed at him in silence, contemplating the true, duplicitous nature of Jiang Mingchu that was bound to be unveiled. Perhaps our raised voices had attracted my mother-in-law's attention. She barged in, kicking the door open, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, Wanjing, what on earth are you wailing about with my son at this hour? Jiang Mingchu, suppressing his impatience, replied, Mom. She insists on going to the hospital to investigate the cause of the child's death. I couldn't dissuade her. Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law lunged at me, seizing my hair and striking me hard across the face. How dare you cause a scene in the hospital? Just wait until I break your legs. It's bad enough you bore a cursed child, do you also want to make sure everyone knows it? You bring misfortune, having caused the death of your own parents and now your child. Who do you blame? Her slap left my face askew, her spittle splattering across my skin, reeking of years of neglect and dental hygiene, leaving me feeling nauseated. I stared at her coldly and asked, say that again? What difference does it make? Your parents died in a car accident because of you, didn't they? Let me be frank, before you married Mingchu, I consulted a master who foretold that you possess a hard life, your destiny is steeped in misfortune, a true harbinger of calamity. Silence. You think you can command me to be quiet? You little harlot, how can you not feel ashamed of having given birth to a cursed child? Before she could finish her tirade, I stood up, gripping her hair fiercely, and retaliated. She could hurl insults at me, but to demean my deceased parents and call my child a cursed being was unforgivable. That child was mine, the fruit of 9 months of carrying. Even if she is not the grandson they fervently yearned for, she is still her beloved granddaughter. How could she dare to call her a wretched creature? In a fit of madness, I pressed her down onto the bed and struck her. Jiang Mingchu stepped forward to mediate, enduring numerous punches and kicks in the process. My fury was unbearable, and I forcefully shoved my mother-in-law, who fell against the edge of the bed, wailing in agony, Mingchu, oh, my back hurts. This little harlot is trying to kill your mother. Before I could catch my breath, Jiang Mingchu gripped my shoulder and delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, Wanjing. Have you lost your mind? How dare you lay a hand on my mother? The sharp sting from the slap left half my face numb, and a metallic taste of blood began to fill my mouth. Chapter 9, Cast out after years of love, it was rare for Jiang Mingchu and me to bicker, let alone resort to violence. Just as I found it hard to believe he would betray me, I could not fathom that he would strike me. I stared at him in disbelief. Jiang Mingchu, you've really crossed a line, you've learned to hit your wife. He wore an expression of cold indifference, devoid of any remorse. She is my mother, an elder, how could you dare to strike her? Are you not ashamed? My mother-in-law sat on the floor, clapping her hands in delight. Well done. I knew my efforts were not in vain. Mingchu, finish off this little harlot. Surely this wretched woman brought shame upon us and gave birth to such a cursed child. Hearing my mother-in-law speak so venomously about my poor baby ignited a surge of rage within me. I lunged at her, shouting, my child is not a cursed creature. Silence. But just as I grasped my mother-in-law's hair, Jiang Mingchu seized my arm and yanked me upward. In the next moment, he threw me out with a forceful shove. Before I could react, I was sent sprawling against the edge of the dresser, resulting in a laceration to my head. A fleeting darkness consumed my vision, and I collapsed onto the floor. A stream of liquid trickled from my forehead, coursing down my cheek to the floor. I touched it gingerly, and my hand came away saturated with blood. Jiang Mingchu, his countenance twisted with ferocity, fixed me with a cautionary glare. Wanzhen, have you not instigated enough turmoil? Turmoil? A knot of anguish tightened within me. I lunged forward, grasping his shoulders, and roared, "That was our child. Not some ghastly aberration. Jiang Mingchu. Do you not even harbor a modicum of curiosity as to why our child was deformed? She was your progeny. Does this charade serve any purpose?" Jiang Mingchu cast a sidelong glance at me, his gaze frigid and acerbic, as though he were a stranger. Before I could utter a word, he scoffed. My mother's words resonate with a certain logic. My health is unblemished, so why would our child be deformed? Are you not cognizant of the answer? My eyes welled with tears as I inquired, "What are you implying?" Jiang Mingchu offered a derisive smile. "Ruanzhen, why must you compel me to expose your sordid affairs?" Sordid affairs? I chuckled bitterly, tears cascading down my face. I swiped at them, inhaled deeply, and challenged him, "Jiang Mingchu, what sordid affairs have I, Ruanzhen, engaged in?" Jiang Mingchu's eyes narrowed, and a sardonic smile played on his lips. My mother is correct. Our Jiang lineage is pristine. How could we possibly produce a deformed child? Could it be that you sought the company of a paramour? I could scarcely believe that these words emanated from Jiang Mingchu's lips. Witnessing the contemptuous expression on his face, I began to tremble uncontrollably. He suspected me of infidelity. He actually lent credence to his mother's preposterous fabrications. It is he who was unfaithful. Yet he dares to accuse me of infidelity. I conceived shortly after our first intimacy, and he has the audacity to insinuate that I sought the company of other men? How utterly absurd. Incensed, I trembled, leveraging my hands to rise from the floor. I approached him and delivered a resounding slap across his face, demanding, "Jiang Mingchu, cease this blatant attempt to shift the blame." I, in turn, would inquire, "On the eve of my labor, in whose bed did you find yourself?" He hesitated, narrowing his gaze upon me. "How did you come to know?" he queried. "So you concede?" I uttered icily. "You investigated me?" Jiang Mingchu's pupils contracted, casting a malevolent glare upon me, a hitherto unseen manifestation of his malice. "Do you admit it or not?" I retorted with a scornful laugh, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. Observing Jiang Mingchu's indifferent and callous countenance, I suddenly felt profoundly foolish. Despite my repeated declarations of seeking a divorce, I subconsciously harbored a hope for his repentance. Perhaps, akin to the dramas, he might fabricate a tale of seduction by an external woman, claiming to have succumbed to a universal male failing, citing my pregnancy as an impediment to his physical desires. Excuses are readily available, are they not? After all, after so many years together, how could he so heartlessly turn against me without a trace of sentimentality? Yet, in reality, Jiang Mingchu regarded me with utter indifference, offering not a single word of explanation. A surge of inexplicable anger welled within me, and I lunged forward, seizing his collar, tears cascading as I hoarsely interrogated, "Jiang Mingchu, why would you treat me in such a manner?" Initially, Jiang Mingchu remained steadfast, observing me with unwavering eyes, until, succumbing to his exasperation, he shoved me violently to the ground. His smile was particularly eerie, a stark contrast to the sunny and handsome visage he once bore. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to glimpse a long-dormant demon suddenly bursting forth from Jiang Mingchu's form, baring its teeth and claws, revealing the most grotesque and malevolent side, humiliating me for my blindness in mistaking mere fakes for pearls. I was abruptly reminded of that night when I brought Jiang Mingchu home to meet my parents, my father. Seated at his desk in the study, inquired, "Shenzhen, do you truly understand Jiang Mingchu?" It dawned on me that I did not, in fact, understand him at all. Jiang Mingchu inhaled deeply, taunting, "You certainly have a knack for pretense, Ruanzhen. I underestimated you. You've concealed your true self for so long, what grand revelation are you holding back?" "I? Pretend?" Tears cascaded down my cheeks in heavy droplets. I loathed my current self, realizing that apart from these tears, I was left with nothing but weakness. Jiang Mingchu contemptuously curled his lip, "You're not as innocent and harmless as you appear. Are you?" At that moment, my grandmother stormed in, tugging at my hair, raining blows upon me, hurling insults that branded me as despicable. She exclaimed, "You're out there consorting with men, yet you dare to chastise my Mingchu for seeking women? My Mingchu is young, accomplished, and handsome. What is wrong with him wanting to have some fun? What man doesn't he stray? A man who doesn't he stray is simply inept. You little harlot. Ungrateful wretch, does he not know to return home?" Little did she know, I had no male friends beside Jiang Mingchu, at most interacting with colleagues from work. What crime had she unjustly assigned me? If you're dissatisfied, then just get out of my sight and find a place to die. Incensed, I retaliated and engaged in a physical altercation with my mother-in-law. However, her robust and aggressive nature quickly overwhelmed me, leaving me battered and bruised, with clumps of hair torn from my scalp. Jiang Mingchu merely sat by, impassively observing as his mother forcibly ejected me from their home, demanding that I leave and never return. The last thing I saw before the door slammed shut was Jiang Mingchu's frigid gaze. The resounding slam of the door triggered the hallway's motion sensor lights, casting a desolate glow upon me. I remained motionless on the floor, feeling as though I were trapped in a surreal and disorienting nightmare. In the past, after each quarrel, Jiang Mingchu would invariably seek me out, offering apologies and begging for forgiveness, vowing to be the lowest of creatures if he ever caused me distress again. Frankly, for a fleeting moment, a foolish notion crossed my mind, that Jiang Mingchu would come rushing out, begging my forgiveness, professing his shared grief over the loss of our child, and embrace me, leading me back home. But upon realizing the absurdity of such a degrading expectation, I forcefully struck myself. How could you still harbor fantasies about such a perfidious, callous, and deceitful man? Are you truly so pathetic? Chapter 10, Reunion with. Before I could gather my wits, my mother-in-law flung open the door and doused me with a basin of frigid foot-washing water. Instinctively, I squeezed my eyes shut, allowing the filthy water to cascade down my face. When I wiped away the grime and opened my eyes, I saw my mother-in-law standing akimbo in the doorway, spitting at me with disdain. "You little harlot," she sneered, "spend the night out here and reflect on your misdeeds." With that, she slammed the door shut once more. Having remained prostrate on the ground for an extended duration, I was gradually being dampened by trickles of water descending from above. The frigidity of the water was matched only by the coldness of the concrete beneath me, yet neither could compare to the desolation within my heart. Casting aside the solitary shoe that remained on my foot, I wiped away the tears that streamed down my face and rose from the ground. Barefoot, I exited the confines of the residential complex. My initial impulse was to seek refuge in a hotel, but the late hour, coupled with the absence of my mobile phone and any money, rendered such an endeavor impossible. What was more disconcerting was the sudden realization that, within this familiar city, I had no one to turn to. The relatives of my parents were few in number, and communication had dwindled since their passing. My only close aunt resided in Canada, a distance too great to offer immediate assistance, and I was hesitant to cause her concern. My dearest friend in Jiangzhou, Su Weitang, was away on a business trip to Shenzhen, with no fixed date of return. In this vast metropolis, I found myself without a place to call home. The love and marriage I had once held in such high esteem had vanished overnight. I wandered aimlessly through the streets, my heart heavy as I observed the bleak night and the vehicles speeding past. The admonitions of my parents echoed repeatedly in my mind. I was suddenly struck by my own foolishness and blindness. How grieved my parents must be to witness me in such a state from above. My father, in particular, must be heartbroken. He had initially disapproved of my relationship with Jiang Mingchu, and I had mistakenly attributed his disapproval to Jiang Mingchu's humble origins. Barely had their remains grown cold when I made a rebellious decision. "Father, mother, I am sorry." My mind numb and my heart shattered, I moved forward like a soulless being, without purpose or direction. It was only when the piercing sound of a horn jolted me back to reality that I realized I was standing in the middle of the road, with glaring headlights and speeding cars bearing down upon me. I was caught completely off guard, as if immobilized, rooted to the spot. Just as I resigned myself to being struck by the vehicle, a hand suddenly seized my arm, yanking me backward. The speeding sedan whizzed past, and we both tumbled onto the roadside, entwined in a firm embrace. A split second later, the piercing screech of brakes shattered the tranquil night, grating harshly on the ears. Disoriented, I gazed up at the man who held me tightly, his exquisitely handsome face marred by an incongruous anger. His chiseled features resembled a meticulously crafted masterpiece, exuding an otherworldly aloofness, yet strangely familiar, like the furrow in his brow. I faltered, hastily pushing him away, but he swiftly pulled me back, his eyes narrowing. And with a derisive snort, he uttered, "Wanzhen?" I was rendered speechless. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine my reunion with Wen Shuyan would be so utterly mortifying. However, my relationship with Wen Shuyan is not the melodramatic affair you might envision. My father, Wan Qinghui, was Wen Shuyan's doctoral advisor. He was merely one of my father's students. He and Jiang Mingchu were classmates during their postgraduate studies. When I was dating Jiang Mingchu, I often visited the business school, where I would occasionally encounter Wen Shuyan. We exchanged brief greetings, but we were not close. Later, he frequented our home to collaborate with my father on research projects, but we rarely crossed paths. Even when we did, it was merely a nod and a polite greeting. It was rumored that Wen Shuyan was the unattainable idol of the business school, not deigning to acknowledge others easily, and when he did speak, he often left people utterly humiliated with his sharp retorts. Nevertheless, his striking appearance garnered him a vast following of admirers. He and Jiang Mingchu were hailed as the Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang of the business school. It is not merely a matter of intelligence between these two individuals, but rather the age-old adage, since there is Yu, why must there be Liang? Both possess striking appearances and commendable achievements that are difficult to distinguish. However, unlike the aloof and acerbic temperament of Wen Shuyan, Jiang Mingchu radiates a sunny disposition, characterized by his enthusiasm and engaging conversations. He thrived within the student council, easily surpassing Wen Shuyan to assume the presidency. There exists a certain tension between Jiang Mingchu and Wen Shuyan, the specifics of which elude me, yet it is evident from Jiang Mingchu's disdainful expressions whenever Wen Shuyan is mentioned that their relationship is strained. This discord intensified after Wen Shuyan became my father's doctoral student, as Jiang Mingchu's disdain for him grew. On several occasions, when Jiang Mingchu came to my house to pick me up and chanced upon Wen Shuyan's presence, he would subtly suggest that I maintain my distance from him. In jest, I once inquired of Jiang Mingchu why such a talented individual harbored animosity towards Wen Shuyan. Was it a matter of jealousy, as in since there is Yu, why must there be Liang? Or perhaps he resented the fact that Wen Shuyan, being my father's student, frequently visited our home? Jiang Mingchu offered a faint smile and replied, why wouldn't I feel jealous? If he frequents your home, what if you were to be abducted? What would I do? After a brief pause, he continued, nonetheless, it is rather fortuitous that your father chose Wen Shuyan over me, otherwise I would be accused of leveraging nepotism to become Professor Ruan's student, thereby undermining my years of diligent study. I also hold a deep admiration for Professor Shui's research group. At that time, my youthful naivete rendered me oblivious to Jiang Mingchu's true feelings regarding my father's decision to select Wen Shuyan as his doctoral student. Later, when my father passed away, Wen Shuyan attended the funeral and witnessed Jiang Mingchu and me expressing our gratitude on behalf of the family. After the guests had departed, Wen Shuyan inquired of me, Ruan Zhen, do you truly comprehend Jiang Mingchu? I was particularly tempted to retort, questioning how he had managed to gain admission to Jiang University with his intellect. Before I could voice my query, Jiang Mingchu suddenly materialized, landing a blow upon Wen Shuyan's countenance, exclaiming, Wen Shuyan, my forbearance has reached its limit. Wen Shuyan, clutching his face, merely offered a sardonic chuckle, retaliating with a counterblow to Jiang Mingchu, stating, serendipitously, mine has as well. The two became embroiled in a physical altercation, ultimately requiring the intervention of security personnel to separate them. Upon his departure, Wen Shuyan proffered me a business card, remarking, Ruan Zhen, should the need arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the card. Wen Shuyan hesitated, ultimately imparting with earnestness, with the departure of your mentors, you find yourself alone. Exercise prudence in all matters, maintain vigilance, and refrain from impetuous actions. I perceived a hint of impertinence in Wen Shuyan's words at the time. Yet he afforded me no opportunity to respond, fixing me with a frigid gaze as he asserted, your parents endowed you with a mind for cogitation, not merely as an ornamental accoutrement. Subsequent to my father's funeral, Wen Shuyan and I had not encountered each other again. Today marks our first reunion in many years. He remains as he was during our university days, exuding an air of aloofness and unattainable refinement, his impeccably tailored black suit indicative of a quintessential societal luminary. I rose tremulously, brushing aside the tendrils of hair disheveled by the nocturnal breeze, uttering, Wen Shuyan? Wen Shuyan adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, his tone tinged with sardonic inflection, I am flattered that you retain me in your memory. Wen Shuyan scrutinized me, asking if I was in dire financial straits. Wen Shuyan's sharp tongue retorted, if you're not trying to scam someone, then what are you doing out at this hour looking like a ghost? Such a handsome man, yet he cannot speak kindly. At this moment, I was devoid of any humor, offering a polite smile to mask my discomfort. After this exchange, I found clarity amidst the despair that had engulfed me. The situation had been so precarious that had Wen Shuyan not swooped in to rescue me, I might have truly met my end and reunited with my parents in the afterlife. Given that my relationship with Wen Shuyan was not particularly close, I simply uttered my thanks and bid him farewell before turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, I glanced back. Wen Shuyan remained rooted in place, observing me with his gold-rimmed glasses framing his inscrutable gaze. Clad entirely in black, his suit appeared both luxurious and expensive, albeit slightly dusted. After much internal conflict, I mustered the courage to speak. Wen Shuyan, would you be so kind as to escort me to a room? Wen Shuyan, Chapter 11, A Fatal Dose. Wen Shuyan led me to a nearby hotel. The name Shangri-La gleamed resplendently. I contemplated expressing my discomfort at imposing on him, as a 5-star luxury hotel seemed unwarranted. A budget hotel across the street would suffice. Yet, he cast a disdainful glance in my direction, furrowing his brow and mockingly retorting, "What right does someone who causes trouble have to make demands?" Wen Shuyan coldly averted his gaze, maintaining his aloof persona. And with a hint of melancholy, he turned and strode into the hotel lobby. I fell silent and obediently followed him inside. Due to the absence of my identification card, registering for the electronic identification took some time before I was able to check into the hotel. After handing me the room key, Wen Shuyan retrieved his wallet and presented all the cash within it before me. Instinctively, I declined, expressing my gratitude. I did not require any money and had already troubled him enough. Wen Shuyan regarded me with an unwavering gaze, declaring, "I believe you do." His tone bore an unmistakable hint of finality that brooked no argument. For reasons I could not fathom, I obediently accepted the money, as if delaying even for a second would be a transgression. I tucked the cash into my pocket, murmuring my thanks. Then, Wen Shuyan handed me a business card. Observing his long, slender fingers, I was reminded of the card he had given me at my father's funeral, which had ultimately been discarded by Jiang Mingchu. My moment of distraction led Wen Shuyan to assume I was unwilling to accept it. His expression remained impassive as he inquired, "Do you not wish to repay me?" I quickly responded, "I intend to repay you, indeed." Withdrawing his hand, he casually slipped it into his pocket and strode away. Out of respect for my benefactor and gratitude towards my creditor, I hastened to follow him, escorting him out of the hotel lobby. Before entering his vehicle, Wen Shuyan paused, turning to look back at me. Under his intense gaze, I felt an unexpected sense of vulnerability and instinctively shrank back. Truth be told, Wen Shuyan, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and an expressionless demeanor, resembled a refined rogue. His tone remained cool as he said, "Wanjin, the card is for you to reach out if you find yourself in need. My teacher and his wife, watching from above, would not wish to see you in such a wretched state." An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over me, as if my innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Indeed, despite accepting Wen Shuyan's business card, I harbor no intention of soliciting his assistance. Naturally, the debt shall be repaid. I feigned composure. "Wen Shuyan, I am quite well." "Indeed?" Wen Shuyan retorted incisively, "Unless my eyes deceive me, you were contemplating self-harm moments ago." I swiftly countered, "I was not. God knows. I was merely experiencing an emotional breakdown and a moment of disorientation. I have reminded you that the mind is meant for cogitation, yet you." Wen Shuyan regarded me with a gaze of profound disappointment. Alas, our mentors would undoubtedly be dismayed beyond measure. My countenance darkened. "Wen Shuyan, while I acknowledge your assistance this evening, your continued remarks are becoming impolite." Wen Shuyan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, and he departed abruptly after entering his vehicle. As I watched the car vanish into the distance, I silently implored, "May my parents, in their celestial abode, bestow blessings upon Wen Shuyan, ensuring his lifelong well-being." Despite the discomfiture he had caused me earlier. Subsequently, I ascended to my room with the key card. Wen Shuyan had reserved an executive suite for me. The expansive space, with its separate living area and bedroom, amplified my solitude in the stillness of the night. As I reclined upon the plush hotel bed, I felt a sense of disorientation. Wen Shuyan's parting words reverberated in my mind. "Wanzhen, I have long hoped that you would develop some sense, lest you squander the legacy of our mentors. After all, Jiang Mingchu is truly a scoundrel, a fact evident to all but you, who remain stubbornly oblivious." I conceded that Wen Shuyan's assessment was accurate. In the past, I had indeed lacked discernment. Reflecting now, Could it be that my parents' initial objections stemmed from a prescient understanding that Jiang Mingchu was not a virtuous man? The deterioration of one's moral character is not an overnight occurrence, it is intrinsic to their nature. However, blinded by infatuation, I was ensnared by Jiang Mingchu's sweet words. And despite the disapproval of everyone around me, I held him in the highest regard. Yet, I must concede that from the beginning of our acquaintance until the revelation of his infidelity, Jiang Mingchu treated me with considerable kindness. And my affection for him was genuine. Had it not been for these transgressions, I would have believed that, save for a somewhat difficult mother-in-law, my love and marriage were virtually flawless, the envy of others. But a man who commits adultery is nothing more than refuse. I cannot bear to continue living with such a person. I want a divorce. Immediately. At that moment, the doorbell chimed. I adjusted my clothing and opened the door to find room service. The butler stood at the entrance with utmost respect and courtesy, saying in a gentle voice, "Madame Ruan, this is your bird's nest porridge." As I was about to say that I had not ordered any porridge, the butler added, "Furthermore, Madame Ruan, Mr. Wen instructed us to deliver this to you." The butler handed me a paper bag. Upon opening it, I found iodine, medical cotton swabs, and bandages for treating wounds. You see, despite his cold and acerbic demeanor, Wen Shuyan is truly a kind man. Early the next morning, I arose and checked out of the hotel, using the cash Wen Shuyan had given me to take a taxi home. Now that I had confronted Jiang Mingchu and he had a mistress eager to take my place, I thought it should be easy to discuss divorce with him. Once divorced, I would investigate the issues surrounding my child's prenatal checkup. Bereft of his presence, I am equally capable of ascertaining the verity of the matter. Upon arriving at my abode, I espied the solitary slipper I had inadvertently left by the entrance the previous eve, forlornly resting on the ground. A dull ache reverberated within my breast, as if the abandoned footwear mirrored my own forsaken state, bereft of solicitude. As I poised to announce my arrival, the voices of my mother-in-law and Jiang Mingchu emanated from within, indicating his imminent departure, with his mother in pursuit. Thus, I deferred my action, awaiting his egress. "Mingchu, I am simply unable to comprehend your reticence. The opportunity presented last night was exceedingly propitious. Why did you not seize the occasion to sever your ties with that contemptible? In any case, the illegitimate progeny within her womb has already been extinguished by our machinations. What further delay is warranted? She is a woman bereft of parental guidance, devoid of familial support. What scruples need to be observed? I am unwilling to endure her presence under our roof for another day." The auditory input from within the confines of my residence caused my mind to reel. Administered a substance? Extinguished? Chapter 12, Conspiracy and Secret's Mother. Your impetuosity last night was unwarranted. Possesses a substantial sum of money invested in financial instruments that have yet to reach maturity, amounting to over 10 million. If I precipitate a rupture at this juncture, I shall be unable to procure a single cent of those funds. Furthermore, she holds a significant portion of the company's equity and regularly scrutinizes the financial statements. Each time I transfer funds, I do so circuitously to evade her detection. Jiang Mingchu's tone conveyed reproach. Await my transformation of the company into a mere shell before confronting her with our perfidy. His mother proclaimed with an air of arrogance. What is there to fear, my son? Her parents are deceased, and she lacks any other kin. Even if we were to dispatch her, no one would come to her aid. Did you not state that the contemptible woman, at the time of her nuptials, foolishly neglected to execute any prenuptial agreement? Prenuptial agreement. Indeed, my son, these matters you speak of are beyond my comprehension and retention. Your mother-in-law mentioned that if a prenuptial agreement was not executed prior to the marriage, it would be greatly advantageous to you. Why do you now claim you will not receive any funds? Mother, that is not entirely accurate. 95% of the assets are derived from the inheritance left by Ruanjin's parents. If we were to litigate in court, it would be considered Ruanjin's premarital property, and I would not gain any advantages. The law will protect her. The mother-in-law exclaimed in disappointment and indignation, then haven't you squandered your youth on that despicable Ruanjin? Jiang Mingchu scoffed, that is precisely why I say we cannot simply divorce and let her off easily. Son, is there any chance that little harlot will reconcile with you? We assaulted her last night, the mother-in-law said somewhat remorsefully. Moreover, she has already discovered your extramarital affairs. Can she tolerate it? Mother, she has never been in a relationship before. She was a blank canvas when she met me, so she is easily deceived. Just watch. She will undoubtedly return on her own today. When she does, please restrain your temper. When I return tonight, I will coax her properly. And she will surely cease to be angry. Haven't we always deceived her in this manner before? Jiang Mingchu said earnestly, Mother, we have been planning this for so long. We cannot allow it to fall apart. My son, you are so clever. I knew you wouldn't be foolish enough to share the money with her. Jiang Mingchu hummed in agreement. Indeed, I feigned love at first sight and pursued her assiduously, flattering her like a devoted follower. Solely for her family's background and Wan Qinghui's standing in the business school. However, even as I am poised to become a son-in-law to the Wan family, Wan Qinghui feigns detachment, declining to accept me as his doctoral student. Instead, he allows that sanctimonious hypocrite, Wen Shuyan, to consistently overshadow me, filling me with disgust. Was I not justified in seizing the inheritance he intended for Wanzhen? The Wan family owed me that much. My mother-in-law complacently declared, once we acquire those 10 million, we'll purchase an apartment for each of your 3 elder sisters. Over the years, they've been of considerable assistance to you. And buy me a house in the city as well, so I can return to the village and boast to everyone about how successful my son is. None of the other sons in the village have achieved as much as my son. Jiang Mingchu readily agreed. His mother continued, Son, find some time for Cici to have a meal with me. Sooner or later, we'll be family. And you should put in the effort to ensure she gives me a healthy grandson as soon as possible. Understood, Jiang Mingchu replied, I'll see when she's available. Cici must be the mistress who came to flaunt her position to me. His mother-in-law gleefully said, You should treat Cici well. Her family's background is far superior to that little harlot's. If you can marry Cici, you'll have a head start of 20 or 30 years. At that moment, I heard the sound of the shoe cabinet closing. His mother-in-law reminded Jiang Mingchu to be careful, and I quickly withdrew, concealing myself in the corner passage near the elevator. Soon, I heard the sound of Jiang Mingchu's leather shoes. The vent window was open, and I stood shivering in my thin pajamas at the opening. In those brief 2 minutes, my entire worldview had been shattered. As if plunged into an ice cellar, I trembled with cold. For a long while, I was unable to regain my senses, unable to believe everything I had just heard. It turned out that our so-called love at first sight was nothing more than a long-conceived scheme. What fleeting impression did I make on the crowd? It was merely because I am the daughter of Wan Qinghui, the dean of the business school and a doctoral supervisor. Being with me would have guaranteed him direct access to a doctoral program. Alas, my father, being a professor of both talent and integrity, would never compromise his academic principles just because he was romantically involved with me. Is that the reason for his antipathy towards Wen Shuyan? Ha! Jiang Mingchu. You are truly something. Just moments ago, I was telling myself to return and have a proper discussion with Jiang Mingchu, to part ways amicably, given our shared history. But what is the reality? Jiang Mingchu was plotting how to seize the inheritance my parents left me. Over these years, every step he took with me was calculated. It suddenly dawned on me that after my parents passed away, he hastily proposed to me again, ostensibly to alleviate my loneliness and to become my family. To care for me for the rest of my life. I suspect from that moment onward, the only thing he intended to care for the rest of his life was my parents' inheritance. And the child was killed by their deliberate poisoning. The mere thought of it feels like a million knives are stabbing my heart, causing unspeakable pain. Jiang Mingchu, that was your child, how could you be so cruel? Was it because she was a girl? Or was it because your sole objective was the inheritance my parents left behind, making a girl utterly dispensable? Beast. I was so blind. Suddenly, I think Wen Shuyan was being too polite. It's not just that I lack brains, I am simply a cosmic, unparalleled idiot. I deserve to die. Wanzhen, are you going to passively watch as your parents' legacy is swindled away by a scumbag? No. Absolutely not. I clenched my fist, vowing silently that I would not allow that scoundrel to succeed. After composing myself, I approached the doorway of my residence, only to encounter my mother-in-law emerging to dispose of refuse. Well, if it isn't the little harlot, so you deign to return, do you? After a night of absence, I had surmised you had perished in some outside place. Perhaps recollecting Jiang Mingchu's admonition, her tone softened somewhat as she chided. If you ever dare to stay out all night again, I shall bid Mingchu to divorce you. A woman gallivanting about in such a disheveled state is quite unseemly. Did your parents not instill in you the virtues of obedience and subservience? It seems I, as your mother-in-law, must edify you properly. In truth, I harbored a fervent desire to tear Zhang Suifeng's mouth asunder. However, I cannot afford to do that now. Yet, neither can I feign weakness. Especially after our altercation last night. Should my demeanor undergo such a swift transformation, she might grow suspicious. Thus, I confronted her, tears cascading down my face with impeccable timing. And I choked out, "Divorce me then. This existence is unbearable." Zhang Suifeng scoffed, "Don't try to be tough. A second-hand item like yourself, which man would desire you after a divorce? Unlike our Mingchu, who is young and accomplished, even were he to divorce you, a plethora of beautiful women would vie for his affections." Disinclined to indulge her self-aggrandizement, I entered my chamber and bolted the door. Zhang Suifeng continued her tirade in the sitting room, her dialect rendering her words somewhat unintelligible, though assuredly nothing complimentary. Seated upon the bed, my gaze fell upon the wedding portrait adorning the headboard, and a wave of revulsion washed over me. I ascended the bed, seized the frame, and hurled it violently to the floor. The glass shattered instantaneously into countless fragments. In that fleeting moment, I admonished myself, "Wan Zhen, you must not succumb to weakness, allowing that contemptible man to revel in his triumph over you. You shall reclaim all that is rightfully yours. You must avenge the tragically lost child." Chapter 13, Striking first to seek vengeance necessitates meticulous planning and careful arrangements. The scoundrel, Jiang Mingchu, is a graduate with top-tier credentials, a doctoral student of considerable intellect. Not a simpleton easily deceived. Thus, how shall I safeguard myself and my assets while uncovering his financial misappropriation? The evidence of his foul play that led to the child's demise, and his infidelity? This matter requires deliberation over time. In the wake of such events, I found no one else to confide in but my dear friend, Su Weitang. Consequently, I swiftly retreated to the restroom, donned my headphones, and dialed her number. Su Weitang, my childhood companion, is a strikingly beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor, possessing a physique comparable to Lin Jieling and a visage reminiscent of the ethereal Zhang Ziyi. She works in the largest public relations firm in Jiangzhou, specializing in crisis management. While I was preoccupied with my romantic entanglements with Jiang Mingchu, she diligently navigated her career. And by the age of 28, had ascended to the position of director, earning a formidable reputation within Jiangzhou's elite circles. Last month, her company's CEO opened a branch in Shenzhen, necessitating pre-departure training. As the youngest director at the Jiangzhou headquarters, she was entrusted with significant responsibilities and sent on a business trip, with her return date uncertain. During our phone conversation, I succinctly recounted the recent events, to which Su Weitang responded with fervent indignation, eloquently hurling expletives at Jiang Mingchu's ancestral lineage. Once she had calmed down, Su Weitang reassured me, "Shen, I understand that you must feel utterly disgusted right now, but no matter how revolting it is, you must endure. From the words you overheard this morning at the door, it can be deduced that Jiang Mingchu has long been in the process of transferring your assets. If memory serves me right, he majored in finance during his undergraduate studies, making you no match for him in matters of finance. This scoundrel is truly cunning, managing to deceive even someone like me, an expert in detecting deceit." Su Weitang's primary profession is crisis management, while her secondary role is that of a relationship advisor. With her frequent posts as an elite white-collar worker, she has amassed hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. Her poignant phrases, emblematic of the independent woman of the new era, resonate deeply with her audience. Consequently, fans have begun to seek her counsel on matters of the heart. With her extensive experience dealing with various scoundrels in the workplace, she has evolved into a sharp-tongued and discerning emotional mentor, highly sought after on the platform. I cannot recall when it began, but I have taken to calling her teacher Su. Su Weitang remarked that Jiang Mingchu, despite his polished exterior, possesses a morally corrupt character. No matter how well he feigns virtue, there will inevitably be moments when his true nature is revealed. I suspect that Professor Wuan sensed something amiss at that time, yet could not find concrete evidence to substantiate it, which is why he urged you to familiarize yourself with Jiang Mingchu's character. Reflecting on my father brings a bittersweet ache to my heart. He has lived a life marked by integrity and a love for talent, nurturing countless students. His esteemed character prevents him from speaking ill of a student without evidence, even if that student is his own daughter. Perhaps, as Su Weitang suggested, My father discerned subtle hints indicating that Jiang Mingchu is, in fact, not of good character. My dear, heed my advice, henceforth, you must feign compliance with Jiang Mingchu. Doesn't he perceive you as artless and easily deceived? An orphan without parents, a blank slate who followed him, he surely wouldn't dare to divorce. You shall portray a woman deeply in love with her spouse, a shattered figure consumed by grief over her husband's infidelity. I nodded in agreement. That aligns with my thoughts precisely. I must first allay his suspicions, then endeavor to unearth evidence of his asset and extramarital affairs. Once I have a firm grasp on everything, I shall bring him down in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if he absconds with even a single cent that belongs to me, I shall have failed my deceased parents. Indeed, be it the house or the funds, all were bequeathed by your late aunt and uncle. He is unworthy of even a fraction. A shameless, social climbing ingrate, it was his lucky stars that he managed to marry such a virtuous woman as yourself. Only for it to be a long-plotted scheme. The scoundrel. Watch how I dismantle him. Su Weiteng exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Furthermore, didn't you mention that the baby's deformity was caused by him and his mother? That constitutes a crime. You must secure the relevant evidence and send him and his old hag of a mother to face the consequences. At the mention of the baby, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Yet, at this juncture, my weakness is a hindrance. I wiped away the tears and avowed, I shall avenge my baby, I swear it. Do not weep, my dear, Su Weiteng consoled me gently before continuing, Jiang Mingchu is no fool. Now that you have discovered his infidelity, he will certainly be on guard, keeping a few tricks up his sleeve. I will order a pinhole camera and recording equipment online shortly. You should find an opportunity to install them in that scoundrel's car and office. I will use my address for the purchase, once it arrives. You can come to my home to collect it. Additionally, I will contact a private investigator, they are quite adept at catching cheating spouses. A little expenditure will afford us convenience. Alright, please procure an extra set of recording devices for me, I wish to place them in my home. I pondered. Knowing that Jiang Mingchu is a person of profound cunning. Given the turmoil between us, he will undoubtedly take precautions, perhaps even surveilling me at home. It would be wise to act preemptively. I mused that Jiang Mingchu might not react so swiftly to my maneuvers, but after tonight, that may not hold true. After hanging up, I gazed at the shattered wedding photo on the floor, formulating a meticulous plan in my mind. The execution of this plan would require not only patience but also a considerable degree of acting skill. I reassured myself, Wanzhen, you can do this. Later that night, Jiang Mingchu returned home quite late. After exchanging a few words with his mother outside, he stepped through the door. Upon noticing the broken wedding photo on the floor, he kicked it aside in annoyance, approaching the bed with a frigid demeanor. Wanzhen, get up. We need to talk, he stated coldly. I buried my head beneath the covers, remaining silent. Jiang Mingchu yanked the covers away with fury, demanding, where were you last night? Were you with some other man? Do you think Jiang Mingchu is a fool? I sat up, tears streaming down my face as I gazed at Jiang Mingchu. Must you truly turn the tables on me? I exclaimed. I have been with you since my freshman year, there have been no other men. You have strayed, and if you no longer desire me, you could simply say so. Why must you subject me to such humiliation? As I spoke, my sobs echoed through the room, my tears cascading down in a particularly dramatic fashion. In that moment, I realized that when pushed to the brink, one's potential knows no bounds. Apart from the sorrow of losing my parents and my child, I had never wept like this before. Jiang Mingchu appeared momentarily taken aback, his keen gaze scanning my face, searching for the authenticity of my despair. His brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, as if he were on the verge of speaking. Yet, I did not grant him the opportunity to perform, I continued my lamentation. Jiang Mingchu, what have I done that warrants such treatment from you? Did you not promise to cherish and love me for a lifetime? It turns out that your vows and the oaths you swore before my parents were mere fabrications. It has been only a year since our marriage, and already you have sought solace in another woman. What have I done to deserve this? With that, I retrieved the divorce agreement from the drawer of the bedside table, the document printed and signed, and hurled it at him. You strike me and accuse me of infidelity. Is it not your intention to push me toward divorce so you may frolic with your mistress? Very well, I shall oblige. We shall divorce. I wept inconsolably, accusing him of his callousness, pouring out every ounce of my being to portray a heartbroken wife, devastated by her husband's betrayal and domestic abuse, yet clearly reluctant to relinquish the bonds of marriage. The exquisite performance honed to perfection in such a brief span of time owes much to the psychological insights shared by Su Weitang that afternoon, during negotiations. One must incessantly bombard the counterpart with topics, one after another, leaving their mind no respite to ponder, overwhelming them entirely. At first, Jiang Mingchu regarded me with indifference, as if scrutinizing whether my sorrow was genuine or merely an act. Gradually, he exhibited a semblance of helplessness and regret. He likely believed that Ruanjun, with her simplistic and naive mindset, sheltered as a flower by her parents, had never encountered the harsh realities of life. He must have thought everything was within his grasp. He picked up the divorce agreement that had fallen to the floor, glanced at it, and furrowed his brow, asking me, "Do you wish to divorce me?" Tears streamed down my face, my voice choked and hoarse. I replied, "What other choice do I have? Jiang Mingchu, we married for love. And now that love has dissipated between us, what purpose does this marriage serve?" His brows quivered slightly, and then he sat at the edge of the bed, pressing his hands against his temples, displaying a countenance of profound anguish. After a pause, he lifted his gaze to meet mine, his eyes red-rimmed, his voice imbued with a pleading tone filled with regret. "Wife, I do not wish for a divorce. I should not have struck you. You may strike me or scold me, I will accept it all, I only ask for your forgiveness. Regardless, I refuse to divorce. Who says our love has vanished? As for my infidelity, that is my fault." With palpable remorse, Jiang Mingchu delivered his plea, accompanying it with a self-inflicted strike. His eyes welled as he clasped my hand, professing a newfound understanding. "Forgive me, my love," he implored, "I succumbed to a transgression common to men. Throughout our years together, I have treated you with the utmost respect. It may be hard to believe, but I abstained from intimacy with you. I possessed the restraint to control my desires until I had known you. Once I experienced you, I could not contain my longing. Your beauty overwhelmed me. And having tasted it once, how could I not yearn for more? But at that time, you were newly pregnant, suffering from severe morning sickness. And the doctor explicitly forbade intimacy. I was left to my own devices, and it was a torment. My love, if I did not cherish and adore you, would I have resisted the temptation to touch you throughout our courtship? Did I not always yield when you demurred, even at the height of passion? Jiang Mingchu and I had been together for approximately 5 or 6 years. During that time, our private moments were relatively few, as I resided in student housing during my undergraduate and graduate studies. Only during holiday trips did we share accommodations. My upbringing instilled in me the principle of fulfilling the duties of each stage of life, to seize the moment, and to pursue freedom and love wholeheartedly, while accepting responsibility for my choices. Although my affection for Jiang Mingchu was profound, I remained clear-headed whenever our passions escalated. I remembered that I was still a student. On numerous occasions, Jiang Mingchu attempted to consummate our relationship, but I declined. On one occasion, I recall, it was after he proposed and met my parents. He took me on a trip to the surrounding area. At that time, I had already accepted his proposal, and I yielded to his persistent entreaties that evening. However, I put a stop to it midway because Jiang Mingchu had not prepared any condoms. I didn't dare to take the risk. Jiang Mingchu was a little impatient, saying that it wouldn't be so easy to get pregnant. What luck would we have? Take it easy. For some reason, Su Weitang's advice kept echoing in my mind at the time. She said that men are all the same. Although Jiang Mingchu is polite to me, which man doesn't want to enjoy intimacy? It's not that I'm telling you not to be intimate with Jiang Mingchu, after all. It's natural for men and women to have desires. But Jen, you're still in school, so you must remember to take safety measures. Otherwise, do you want to attend your graduate thesis defense with a big belly? Where would Professor Ruan's face be then? I thought that my parents hadn't agreed to our marriage yet. I had just been recommended for postgraduate studies, and my advisor hated students who weren't focused on academics. Moreover, I was approaching my safe period at the time, so it definitely wouldn't work without protection. I insisted on having a condom, but it was late at night. And Jiang Mingchu wasn't very happy about going out to buy one in the middle of the night, so it ended there. Jiang Mingchu sat here, still in tears, and hugged me tightly. As for the child, it was my fault. I shouldn't have said those hurtful words. But wife, I'm also very sad about the loss of the baby. From the moment you got pregnant, the preparations I made for you and the baby, You should be able to see how much I was looking forward to that child. Speaking of the child, my heart really aches. Overwhelmed with grief. My voice cracking from weeping, I forcefully shoved Jiang Mingchu away, my hand rising to deliver a relentless series of slaps across his face. What right do you have to speak of my child? What possible right could you possess? You were the one who extinguished our child's life with your own hands, and yet you stand here feigning sorrow, feigning anguish? A flash of anger flickered across Jiang Mingchu's eyes, but he suppressed it. He even knelt before me, seizing my hand to strike himself. My love, strike me. If it will assuage your anger, then strike me until I am dead. Regardless, I will never agree to a divorce. I swore before your parents' graves to care for you for all of eternity. We pledged an eternity together, and a single day, a single second less, would not constitute an eternity. Behold, observe this guise of a devoted husband. This masterful performance. I trembled with hatred. Consumed by the urge to seize a knife from the kitchen and dismember this scoundrel into 1,000 pieces. How could he possibly possess such unmitigated audacity? Chapter 15, The Illusion of Destiny. I feigned a pained expression, mirroring Jiang Mingchu's charade. Jiang Mingchu, I yearn to forgive you, but what of the future? Each subsequent recollection of your infidelity will be akin to plunging a blade into my own heart. According to my script, I must not swiftly forgive Jiang Mingchu, lest he become suspicious. Such an act would also be incongruous with the image of a heartbroken and disillusioned woman, devastated by her husband's betrayal. Instead, I must portray a state of agonizing conflict, torn between resentment and an inability to inflict absolute cruelty upon him. Jiang Mingchu remained kneeling, gazing up at me with earnestness, tears glistening in his eyes. My love, can you bear to forsake me? We have been together for 6 years. Such a poignant display of affection. It seems as though I am the one who has strayed, the unfeeling and unfortunate soul. With a voice laced with tears, I feigned reluctance and said, Jiang Mingchu, let us divorce. The house, the car, and the savings under my name were all bequeathed to me by my parents. They do not constitute our marital assets. Our shared property consists solely of the company, and aside from the original equity, I shall relinquish all operational income to you. Furthermore, the BMW 7 Series registered in your name was a gift I presented you on your 30th birthday. You need not return it to me. This apartment was purchased by me, and within a week, you and your mother must vacate. Jiang Mingchu. It is regrettable that our love has not led us to grow old together. Let us part amicably. Upon uttering these words, I feigned an inability to contain my sorrow, breaking into tears. Seeing my genuine intent to divorce, Jiang Mingchu suddenly rose and embraced me tightly, declaring, Wife, I do not wish for a divorce. No matter what you say, I will not agree to it. His hands grasped my shoulders as our eyes met, filled with deep emotion. And his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wife, you still love me, do you not? I implore you, grant me one more chance, I shall surely amend my ways. You have but me as your kin in this world, can you truly bear to abandon me? Did you not say that the essence of family is to never easily give up? My beloved, do you truly wish to forsake me? Had I not overheard his conversation with his mother that morning, which revealed the true nature of this scoundrel, I fear that my navette would have led me to forgive him. Jiang Mingchu has truly perfected the art of insincerity, reaching an unparalleled level. I almost find myself wanting to applaud him. Fortunately, he has not ventured into the entertainment industry, or else accolades such as the Oscars and Golden Horse Awards would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Even Leslie Chung would be left to mourn and envy at his performance. Alas, his artistry has come too late. Yet, how could I ever betray his talent? With a face full of anguish, I lamented, but Jiang Mingchu, you have already soiled yourself. I no longer desire this. It was as if I had been struck in the head by a donkey to have ever valued such a tainted being. That night, under my insistence, Jiang Mingchu relocated to the study with pillow and quilt in tow. I nestled beneath the covers, messaging teacher Su to report on the evening's developments with Jiang Mingchu. Su Weitang informed me that the necessary items had been procured, and that the private investigator she arranged would reach out at an opportune moment, advising me to maintain my composure and remain still. Shenzhen, regarding your investment, for safety's sake, you must immediately contact your financial advisor to alter the timeline. Ensure that the contract is set to automatically renew upon expiration. Furthermore, instruct your advisor to keep this matter strictly confidential. No one is to divulge a word, or else we shall pursue legal action on the grounds of breaching client privacy. Su Weitang scoffed, that scoundrel Jiang Mingchu is only after your money, isn't he? It's nearing the expiration date, let's make it clear to him that he should abandon all hope. I pondered this, realizing that in about half a month, the funds would mature and automatically transfer to my bank account. Since Jiang Mingchu is aware of my bank card password, what if he suddenly siphoned it away? Executing his plans without giving me a moment to react? Rather than simply transferring the contract, should he inquire, I shall assert that I have renewed the agreement. And it has been duly finalized, with no possibility of retraction. I eagerly anticipate the expression on his face when he realizes that his efforts have yielded naught. It promises to be quite a spectacle. By the way, Teacher Su, I must seek a lawyer to preemptively arrange matters concerning divorce. Do you know anyone reliable? I believe your connections surpass mine. Indeed, Su Weitang replied, I am acquainted with an exceptionally skilled individual named Xiao Wan. She is renowned for her prowess in divorce litigation. Do you recall the sensational case that stirred Jiangzhou? It involved the CEO of Moshang Group, Xue Fan, and his affair being exposed by his wife, who publicly admonished the mistress on Weibo not to encroach upon her husband. Our firm handled the crisis management for that situation. I remember, it was indeed quite the uproar, leading to Xue Fan's dismissal. Yes, his wife was formidable, filing for divorce and compelling Xue Fan to part with over $1 billion. Xiao Wan was the attorney representing Xue Fan's ex-wife in that case. I will reach out to her tomorrow and facilitate an introduction. It would be ideal for you both to meet and discuss matters. Having the counsel of a lawyer will undoubtedly allow us to proceed with greater prudence. I shall await further updates. Oh, by the way, is the 4S dealership that Jiang Mingchu frequently visits the BMW one on Baoqiu Road? I confirmed that it is. As the vehicle was indeed purchased there, conveniently located near the office, and Jiang Mingchu typically goes there for car washes and maintenance. How fortuitous. It seems that when one needs rest, a pillow is conveniently offered. Serendipitously, I possess an acquaintance in that locale. Tomorrow, I shall expedite the items to their residence, entrusting them with the discreet installation of the device within that reprobate's automobile. Ergo, irrespective of his peregrinations or pronouncements, we shall remain perpetually apprised. Veritably, at this juncture, I am profoundly grateful for the presence of a confidant such as Su Weitang. Aforementioned, I should never have conceived of such a comprehensive stratagem independently. Esteemed Instructor Su, gratitude transcends articulation. Dearest, dispense with the encomiums. Throughout my existence, I have harbored an utter detestation for reprehensible men. To wrong me is one thing, but to dare inflict such upon you. Jiang Mingchu, that cur, is evidently courting an untimely demise. Incidentally, esteemed Instructor Su, might I solicit a favor? Pray, elucidate. When Xuyan acquitted my lodging expenses that fateful evening and proffered an additional 2,000 in currency, it is incumbent upon me to reimburse him. However, given my current circumstances, fiscal disbursement is inadvisable, particularly when the recipient is he. I apprehend Jiang Mingchu scrutinizing my banking chronicles. Would you be so kind as to remit the funds on my behalf? Su Weitang assented without demur. Subsequently, I transmitted a photographic image of the calling card when Xuyan had furnished, bearing naught save a cursive rendition of his appellation and a telephone number, devoid of any corporate designation, befitting his persona as an aloof and unattainable paragon, serene, esteemed, and inviolable. Su Weitang dispatched a communique via WeChat, stating, curious. Wen Xuyan has been engaged as an investor in the United States for several years. What prompted his abrupt return? And that he should arrive with such fortuitous timing, coinciding with your mistreatment at the hands of Jiang Mingchu, that scoundrel. What manner of serendipity is this that binds you two? I pursed my lips, emitting a sigh, and responded, serendipity? Hardly. Professor Su, you couldn't possibly have perceived the disdain in his gaze that day. He likely felt utterly mortified, as if lamenting how such erudite parents could beget a daughter of such limited intellect. Truly, Professor Su, the look cast upon me seemed to convey that I was incorrigible beyond redemption. Every fiber of my being registered his palpable contempt. Were it not for the respect owed to my parents, I doubt he would have deigned to acknowledge me. Su Weitang consoled me, why concern yourself with his disdain? You'll likely never encounter him again. I concurred, indeed, we shall likely never cross paths again. He is of no consequence, his opinion is of no import. Chapter 16, She nearly ended my life. The following dawn, Jiang Mingchu commenced his performance. embodying a fusion of contrition and obsequiousness. He seized every opportunity to prostrate himself in repentance, acknowledging his transgressions, and showering me with solicitous concern, all while maintaining a humble demeanor and unwavering persistence. In truth, I harbor a grudging admiration for men such as Jiang Mingchu, resilient, adaptable, and unyielding. Even Jian would be humbled by his tenacity. A man who had not deigned to cook since our nuptials rose at daybreak to prepare a repast for me. A fusion of Eastern and Western culinary traditions, an elaborate spread of considerable variety. I was repulsed, unable to bear even a glance, and stated coldly, "There is no need for you to engage in such acts." Jiang Mingchu's mother, a woman of limited understanding, failed to comprehend that her son was stooping to conquer, feigning affection in a calculated attempt to secure forgiveness. She deemed it unnecessary for her son to demean himself before me, questioning my worth. Divorced. I would be nothing more than a depreciated commodity, and I would never dare to divorce her son. Witnessing her son's laborious efforts in preparing an elaborate breakfast over a couple of hours, only for it to be met with indifference. Zhang Suifeng slammed the table and berated me, "Ruanzhen, there is a limit to your tantrums. Is it not in the nature of men to be philanderers? Ought it not suffice that he returns home? Your parents indulged you, fostering this spoiled disposition. Let me tell you, such behavior would warrant a beating in our village. Do not presume to take liberties. My son." Before the old crone could complete her tirade, Jiang Mingchu silenced her with a sharp strike of his chopsticks on the table. "Mother, I implore you to refrain from interfering in matters between Jinjin and myself." "Son." Zhang Suifeng stared at Jiang Mingchu in bewilderment. "Am I not merely attempting to discipline this little harlot for your sake? Do you truly desire to witness the dissolution of my marriage with Ruanzhen?" Jiang Mingchu furrowed his brow, adopting a demeanor of contrition. The infidelity was, unequivocally, my transgression. Should you persist in addressing Jinjin with such discourtesy, I shall procure a train ticket and dispatch you homeward on the morrow. The old crone was momentarily dumbfounded. Ah. The son I painstakingly raised now disdains his own mother's meddling due to his wife. Jiang Mingchu regarded her with exasperation. "Mother, that is not my intent. Please. Do not resort to such histrionics. What other interpretation could there be? You deem my presence here an encumbrance." The old crone promptly burst into tears. A spectacle of lachrymose absurdity. "They say one raises sons for support in old age, but what manner of son have I reared? What a wretched existence I led. Father of his, might as well take me with you, lest I remain here, subject to disdain." Jiang Mingchu helplessly rubbed his temples. And his gaze and expression were simply exquisite. The scene was truly captivating. I felt an urge to applaud this shameless mother and son duo. Their remarkable synergy in performance was beyond the reach of even the most seasoned veterans of the Diyun society. I genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for the esteemed actors in the entertainment industry. Had Jiang Mingchu chosen to attend the Beijing Film Academy or the Shanghai Theatre Academy instead of Jiang University, it would have been a challenging road for those top-tier actors to find sustenance. They ought to express their gratitude for Jiang Mingchu's innate kindness, which afforded them a means of survival. Hastening to work, Jiang Mingchu chose not to linger with the old witch and departed. After completing my morning routine, Su Weitang called to inform me that the private investigator had been secured, and the business card was sent. The individual would soon add me. Upon ending the call, I accepted the friend request. The person immediately greeted me with two simple words, "Nan Yuan." Without waiting for my response, Nan Yuan inquired if I was available to meet today. As there were matters requiring detailed discussion, I affirmed my availability and asked for a location. Nan Yuan suggested a place that I deemed safe and where I had a valid reason to go. After pondering for a few seconds, I sent the address of my family's old residence. Nan Yuan responded with an approving emoji, indicating he would arrive within an hour. My family's old residence is located on Wutong Road, within the former French concession of the Republic of China. Following my parents' passing, it became a place I was reluctant to revisit, as every corner and object within it harbored memories of my parents and me. The villas here are reminiscent of French-style houses, each equipped with a small garden. When my mother was alive, she filled the garden with climbing bubble roses. And during the blooming season, the blossoms would cascade over the walls, creating a picturesque scene that was perfect for capturing in photographs. After marriage, Jiang Mingchu, fearing that I would dwell on memories and be consumed by sorrow, suggested that we move out. Thus, we purchased the expansive 300 square meter flat we currently reside in. Just as I alighted from the car, a Bentley Continental unexpectedly turned the corner. As the window descended slightly, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the man behind the wheel. His countenance was strikingly austere. How curious it was to see Wen Shuyan here. Although I am not well acquainted with him, I recall that during his visits to our home for business with my father, he would often be invited to stay for dinner, as my father would remark on the considerable distance he had to travel home, cautioning that returning on an empty stomach was detrimental to one's health. This indicated that he did not reside in this vicinity. What could possibly bring him here? As I took a few steps forward, I positioned myself at an angle to observe Wen Shuyan parking his car in front of a stately building. He honked the horn once or twice, and shortly thereafter, someone emerged to open the door. The sleek black Bentley glided inside, and the iron gate closed once more. Could it be that Wen Shuyan has purchased property in this neighborhood? Just as I was lost in contemplation, a deep, resonant voice called out my name, Miss Ruan. I turned to see a man clad in a navy blue work uniform, wearing a flat-brimmed cap, standing at the entrance of my home. He held a toolbox in his hand, and the chest of his uniform bore the words, Nanjing After Sales Service Center. Beside him stood a black electric bike, which bore the marks of age and wear, its wheels splattered with mud. It suddenly dawned on me that this man was the private detective Su Weitang had introduced to me, Nan Yuan. His equipment certainly appeared quite professional. Upon entering the living room, Nan Yuan surveyed the impressive wall of bookshelves and inquired about the number of books I possessed. I retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the locker, offering one to Nan Yuan. These were relics left behind by my parents, a cherished collection from their lifetime. Nan Yuan opened the bottle and took a sip, casually settling onto the sofa before the bookshelf. He removed his cap, revealing a slightly tanned face, strikingly handsome with prominent features that were hard to overlook. The hue of his complexion resembled that of Louis Koo, exuding a robust and masculine aura. His deep-set eyes were sharp in contour, containing an ineffable sense of worldliness and calmness, along with an acute perceptiveness when meeting one's gaze. He extracted a stack of A4 paper from his toolbox and handed it to me, the pages densely packed with phone numbers, call durations, times, and dates. Last night, I had examined Jiang Mingchu's call records over the past year and discovered a number starting with 187. Which she contacted almost daily, sometimes for durations extending to 1 or 2 hours, while at other times, merely for seconds. Consequently, my associate investigated the owner of the number, revealing that it belonged to a woman named Jiang Shi. As I perused the call records, I glanced at Nan Yuan, pondering how he could unveil the identity of Jiang Mingchu's mistress in just one night. No wonder the commission was in the 6 figures. Noticing my astonishment, Nan Yuan retrieved his phone and navigated to the photo gallery, presenting the screen to me. This is Jiang Shi. The moment I beheld the woman's face on the screen, I was rendered speechless in shock. It was indeed her. Nan Yuan, being a private detective with exceptional observational skills, noticed my astonishment and promptly inquired, Miss Ruan, do you know Jiang Shi? A surge of disbelief and fury welled within me, and I shook my head vehemently. I do not know her. But she nearly took my life. Chapter 17, Unusual Preferences. Take your life? Nan Yuan appeared puzzled. Miss Ruan, what do you mean by that? Are you certain that this Jiang Shi is Jiang Mingchu's mistress? Nan Yuan replied calmly, I cannot guarantee 100% certainty. But I can assure you there is a 95% likelihood. Su Weitang had mentioned that Nan Yuan was a highly renowned private investigator in Jiangzhou, known for his resourcefulness and unconventional methods. His team typically handled cases for affluent socialites, often requiring clients to wait for an appointment. It was common knowledge in the industry that his fees were steep, yet his expertise justified the cost. If he undertook an investigation with over 90% certainty, it was practically a foregone conclusion. A cold smile crept across my face, a wave of unease washing over me. So, she had intended to kill me from the start. I clutched the call log in my hand, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Approximately 6 months prior, I had met Jiang Shi once. At that time, I was 6 months pregnant. Following the doctor's advice, I was scheduled for a prenatal screening and glucose tolerance test. On that day, Jiang Mingchu was unable to take me to the hospital for my checkup due to a business engagement, so I drove myself. On Yunxi Road, I was rear-ended by a Porsche Panamera, and the driver was a young woman. I glanced at Nan Yuan, it was Jiang Shi. That morning, while I was on the phone with Jiang Mingchu, he had reminded me to drive slowly, promising to join me at the hospital as soon as he finished with his guests. feigning remorse on the phone, Jiang Mingchu, who consistently presented himself as an exemplary and devoted husband, expressed deep regret for being preoccupied with work during such a significant event as his wife's prenatal checkup, lamenting his negligence. I, with heartfelt sympathy, considerately reassured him, advising him not to fret over me, as pregnant women are capable of driving, and suggesting that he complete his tasks at his own pace before collecting me from the hospital. Jiang Mingchu, filled with emotion, exclaimed that I was exceptionally understanding. However, before his words could fully dissipate, my vehicle was forcefully struck from behind, causing an abrupt jolt forward. Unprepared for the impact, my abdomen collided painfully with the steering wheel, inducing a sharp, piercing sensation that instantly brought tears to my eyes, though I was rendered momentarily speechless. In a flurry of concern, Jiang Mingchu urgently inquired over the phone, asking what had happened. Clutching my abdomen and enduring the pain, I managed to utter that I had been rear-ended and that my abdomen was throbbing painfully. He promptly asked for my location, assuring me of his immediate arrival. I specified that I was on Yunxi Road, near the entrance to the elevated highway. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated against my car window, revealing a fair-complexioned, meticulously made-up young woman outside. Upon lowering the window, she nonchalantly apologized for the accidental collision, attributing it to her distraction with her mobile phone. Her insouciant demeanor and superficial expression of regret ignited my anger. Despite the pain, I retorted through gritted teeth, questioning whether I appeared unharmed. With an air of haughtiness, Jiangxi crossed her arms and suggested proceeding through insurance, accepting full liability for the incident. Either you directly state a number, and I shall compensate you a little, consider it as medical expenses. I was infuriated, yet at that moment, my stomach ached painfully, leaving me no time to argue with her. I declared, "Who cares for your money? I need to go to the hospital. Take me to the hospital. My stomach hurts." Upon saying this, I turned to Jiang Mingchu on the phone and urged, "Darling, please call the police for me. I am heading to the hospital now. My stomach is in agony, and I fear for the baby." At that time, I was drenched in sweat from the pain, completely oblivious to Jiang Mingchu's silence while I conversed with the perpetrator. Jiangxi kindly offered me a ride in her car to the hospital. I was preoccupied with worries for the baby. Despite my aversion to this person, I dared not jest with the safety of my child. In the car, Jiangxi inquired, "You are quite far along, must be 5 or 6 months, right? Why is it that your husband isn't escorting you to the hospital? Does he truly love you? What is the significance of your marriage?" At that moment, I felt utterly foolish. I genuinely believed she was merely a reckless, impolite woman. In retrospect, she was openly provoking me. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Mingchu soon followed. When I emerged from my examination, he informed me that the perpetrator had already left. But he had reported the incident to the police, who would handle the matter, attributing full responsibility to the other party. I was stunned, relieved that the child was unharmed. Jiang Mingchu suggested we consider it a merit for the baby and not stoop to her level. Reflecting on that scene, I realize how naive I was. Or perhaps Jiang Mingchu feigned sincerity so well that I failed to notice even the slightest hint. Later, it was Jiang Mingchu who addressed the aftermath of the accident. Out of superstition, I refrained from driving throughout my entire pregnancy. After listening, Nanyuan analyzed, "Miss Ruan, based on your account and my investigation, it appears that Jiang Mingchu and Jiangxi had reconciled for quite some time before your collision. Therefore, this rear-end incident was intentional on Jiangxi's part." Anger surged through me, causing my body to tremble. Jiangxi intended to harm both me and my child. Nanyuan, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "It's unlikely she meant to kill you, but rather to vent her frustrations. May I inquire, Miss Ruan, do you have any past grievances or connections with Jiangxi?" I shook my head, asserting, "No, I don't know this person at all. That rear-end collision was our first encounter." Nanyuan's eyes narrowed, "Then it is indeed puzzling. There must be something you are currently unaware of, which explains Jiangxi's animosity towards you." "Why?" I asked, perplexed. "I apologize for omitting to inform you of Jiangxi's background," Nanyuan continued, producing a document and sliding it across to me. "This is Jiangxi's personal profile." As I opened the first page, I was taken aback. I gazed at Nanyuan in disbelief. How could she? "You find this hard to comprehend, don't you? Logically speaking, how could Jiangxi, the cherished daughter of Jiang Zhongnan, the chairman of Dahua Electronics Technology, a prominent socialite in Jiangzhou, possibly be interested in Jiang Mingchu?" A married man even taking on the role of a mistress? Nan Yuan stated that Jiang, distinguished since childhood for her academic prowess, was admitted to Imperial College with exceptional grades. Her postgraduate studies were at an Ivy League institution. Such a scion of wealth is not one to be swayed merely by appearances in matters of the heart. To my understanding, Jiang's previous paramours were paragons of excellence, illustrious in lineage and striking in countenance. While Jiang Mingchu may possess a certain comeliness and respectable education, none of the men in Jiang's orbit are inferior to him. What, then, does she see in Jiang Mingchu? Chapter 18, You are her quarry, Miss Ruan. Life is not a novel. Few scions from such backgrounds are naive. Having been raised amidst the internecine squabbles and power plays of affluent families, Jiang, born into such a lineage, will find her marital choices heavily influenced. Jiang Mingchu could scarcely reach the periphery of the Jiang family's opulence, even standing on a table. Is Jiang unaware of this? Indeed. A daughter of Dahua Electronics and a man of humble origins make an improbable match. Fictional narratives may depict the idyllic romance between a wealthy heiress and an impoverished scholar. But in reality, unions are often predicated on parity and mutual advantage. While I lack concrete evidence at present, my intuition suggests that you, not Jiang Mingchu, are Jiang's true objective. Nan Yuan chuckled softly. From my perspective, Jiang is unlikely to be so imprudent. Whether she has fallen genuinely in love with Jiang Mingchu or is merely toying with him, if she desired to be with him, she could simply pressure him to divorce you. Why would she involve herself directly? I find Nan Yuan's speculation somewhat plausible, yet undeniably absurd. After all, what connection do I have with Jiang? What motive would she have to target me? However, I am now fervently eager to unravel one particular mystery. I turned to Nan Yuan and implored, please help me ascertain the timeline of their involvement. Currently, the call records only trace back to a year ago. And if we wish to delve further, there will be an additional fee. Nan Yuan candidly replied, for each preceding year, it will cost 10,000. That is acceptable. However, I cannot transfer the payment to you directly, Su Weitang will handle it on my behalf. Very well, Nan Yuan continued, Miss Ruan, from this moment forth, you must keep me informed of any developments. Additionally, as a precaution, be wary of any food, nutritional supplements, or medications that Jiang Mingchu provides you. Also, consider whether you have recently acquired any new commercial insurance. Remember, one must always maintain a sense of vigilance, particularly against a man who has already shown his true colors. I furrowed my brow and confessed, to be honest, I hadn't contemplated this deeply. Jiang Mingchu is, after all, a doctoral student, having endured nearly 20 years of rigorous study. Surely, he wouldn't dare engage in criminal acts such as murder? Nan Yuan raised an eyebrow, piercing through my thoughts. Miss Ruan, the methods of a scoundrel are often far more terrifying and ruthless than you might imagine. I once took on a case involving an elderly couple who had sacrificed everything to amass a sum of 100,000, seeking a detective to investigate their missing daughter. Do you know how their daughter met her end? I instinctively inquired, how did she die? Nan Yuan gazed at me, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he recounted the gruesome tale of a man who, after slaying his wife with an axe typically used for chopping wood, dismembered her with a chainsaw and subsequently cooked the remains in a pressure cooker. He then packaged the pieces into garbage bags, which were dispatched onto freight trains destined for various locales across the nation. 3 months prior to this heinous act, the perpetrator had taken out a high-interest loan to purchase a life insurance policy for his wife, with a death benefit amounting to 20 million. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. In another instance, a scoundrel, after straying from his marriage, harbored resentment towards his wife for seeking a clean break and ultimately strangled her. He then stored her dismembered body in a freezer for 6 months, occasionally indulging in the morbid pleasure of cooking a portion of her flesh, accompanied by aged wine. Mr. Nan, I truly cannot bear to hear more, I interjected, interrupting Nan Yuan's narrative. While the cases you mention are indeed thought-provoking, I implore you to cease. Nan Yuan shrugged apologetically. I merely wished to offer a word of caution. I pressed my lips together, replying, I shall heed your advice and exercise greater vigilance. Nan Yuan then rose, stating, I shall await your communication and reach out again. Very well, I responded. With a swift motion, Nan Yuan gathered his toolbox and departed from my home. Once he left, an eerie silence enveloped the room. I lifted my gaze toward the wall-to-wall bookshelf, which extended up to the lofty ceiling, where a glass skylight allowed the brilliant morning sun to pour in. The room remained unlit, yet rays of sunlight illuminated the air, revealing swirling motes of dust. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of confusion about my life. Just then, Su Weitang called, inquiring whether I had met with Nan Yuan and how our discussion had fared. Humans are dependable, albeit perhaps a tad imaginative. How should one articulate this? Su Weitang inquired, what does he suspect? I relayed to Su Weitang the identity of Jiang Shi, as uncovered by Nan Yuan, alongside his conjectures. Upon hearing this, Su Weitang asked me, Jing, do you truly not recognize Jiang Shi? Reflect carefully, throughout your life, have there been no traces of this person? Following Nan Yuan's logic, this third party must harbor intense resentment towards you to attempt to seize your partner, leading to the tragic demise of both you and your unborn child. I sighed, Su. I have searched every corner of my mind and found no possibility of having offended Jiang Shi. I just revisited her profile. And I cannot identify any intersection in our lives. Thus, the only explanation is that she is blind to the reality, enamored with Jiang Mingchu. A mere faade of a man. Though it may be somewhat impolite, Jing, your statement seems to reflect poorly on yourself, Su remarked. I paused, acknowledging the truth in his words. Is it conceivable that this young lady from the Jiang family possesses peculiar tastes? Despite her affluent background, perhaps she has a penchant for indulging in the trivial? Su Weitang suggested, the world of the wealthy can often be bewildering. I cannot say for certain, I replied. I shall have Nan Yuan ascertain when exactly they became involved, perhaps tracing the timeline could unveil the truth. Very well, manage the situation for now. My affairs in Deep City will conclude shortly, and I shall return to accompany you. By the way, this morning, Jiang Mingchu scheduled a car wash at the 4S shop for 4 in the afternoon. I've arranged everything on my end, download an application. And I will provide you with the verification code so you can monitor that scoundrel's actions at any time. Alright, Teacher Su, I am grateful to have you. I expressed with a sense of appreciation. Do not worry, once I have successfully banished that scoundrel from our lives, I shall thank you in due time. Su Weitang replied. Moreover, you are my sister, if I do not assist you, who will? I have vowed before Uncle and Aunt's graves that I shall protect you throughout this lifetime. We are as close as sisters born of different parents. A warm feeling enveloped my heart. After Su Weitang offered a few more words of encouragement, she severed the call. I tidied up several books before closing the door to leave. As I shut the door, I sensed someone watching me. Yet, as I glanced around, I found only the blazing sun and the chorus of cicadas. Being elevated, it was easy to observe whether anyone was lurking nearby. At that moment, I noticed that from the position of my front door, I could clearly see the small villa into which Wen Shuyan had entered. Should I go and greet him? After all, he had shown commendable integrity the other day. On second thought, perhaps it would be best to refrain. Our acquaintance is still too tenuous. To arrive unannounced and empty-handed to express my gratitude may come across as insincere. Moreover, he has always exuded an air of aloofness. He likely does not appreciate unsolicited advances in building rapport. Chapter 19, never touched her, perhaps fearing that the old witch would be a hindrance. Jiang Mingchu purchased a ticket the following day to escort his mother to the bus station. With the scoundrel absent from the household, the atmosphere felt considerably more refreshing. I prepared a cup of warm milk for myself, donned my headphones, and launched the application that Teacher Su had advised me to download, allowing me to monitor the devices concealed within Jiang Mingchu's vehicle. The conversation between mother and son during the ride proved to be particularly intriguing. The old witch anxiously inquired of Jiang Mingchu, my son, with me gone, who will keep an eye on that wretched girl? What if she concocts some scheme while you are away at work? Mother, rest assured, I've meticulously arranged everything. I've installed surveillance cameras throughout the house, ensuring her every move is under my watchful eye. Presumably, Jiang Mingchu activated the mobile phone's monitoring display for the old crone's perusal. Observe, he said. She's currently in the living room, indulging in milk and listening to music. Alas, Nan Yuan had anticipated this ploy and forewarned me of the typical placement of pinhole cameras, instructing me to evade their lenses. Consequently, even under the scoundrel's surveillance, I could stage a performance tailored to his expectations. For every trick, there is a counter-trick. Are you truly sending me away? The old crone inquired with a hint of reluctance. I've grown quite fond of this house, it's spacious and comfortable. And that wretched woman even provides living expenses. If you don't depart, how can I offer her a graceful concession? How can I demonstrate my loyalty? Although Ruanjun possesses a gentle disposition, she inherently embodies the stubborn pride of Ruan Qinghui. A direct confrontation is futile. Do you think I desire to beg her for mercy? Jiang Mingchu retorted with impatience. Damn it, if it weren't for those millions, would I even bother? You aspire to purchase a house, don't you, mother? For the sake of money, we must endure. But our old house in our hometown is gone. Where will I reside upon my return? The old crone implored in a pitiable tone, Son, I painstakingly raised you, ensuring you received an education and achieved success. Solely so I could enjoy a life of comfort in my twilight years. Now that I've finally attained a good life in the city. Everyone in the village knows you've made a fortune and brought me here to revel in it. If I return now, won't those gossiping harpies start wagging their tongues? Jiang Mingchu remained silent. The old crone persisted, Where do you expect me to save my dignity? As she spoke, the old hag began to weep, feigning pitifulness. Jiang Mingchu, finally losing patience, retorted, She has an unoccupied apartment. We usually meet there. I'll let her know, and you can stay there for the time being. That way. I can check on you when I go to see her. How large is the apartment? What is the decor like? It's not as large as what Ruanjun bought. Just over 100 square meters. That's so small. Mom, Shishi's apartment is worth over 10 million yuan, luxuriously decorated. What more could you want? Oh, 10 million yuan? I've never seen so much money in my life. Son, you are truly capable. Even through the phone, Jiang Mingchu could distinctly sense the old hag's gleeful pride. Jiang Mingchu scoffed, seemingly mocking his mother's lack of sophistication, and said, Mom, Jiangshi's family has assets of several billion yuan. When I truly marry her, that's when I'll be considered truly capable. The old hag expressed some dissatisfaction. My son is so handsome, runs his own company, and graduated from a prestigious university. Her family still looks down on you. Jiang Mingchu somewhat disdainfully dismissed his mother's narrow perspective. What do you know? Jiangshi's family is one of the top wealthy families in Jiangzhou City. Your son's meager possessions are nothing in their eyes. Oh? Therefore, I must seize the assets in Ruanjun's hands, so I will be more confident when I meet Jiangshi's parents. Huh. Using the inheritance my parents left me to bolster yourself and put on a facade, to use as a stepping stone to the mistress's home? Calculating so comfortably, Jiang Mingchu. You are truly shameless. Subsequently, their discourse waned, devoid of any substantive content. Shortly thereafter, Nan Yuan dispatched a WeChat message containing a location pin, identifying it as an Hua Mansion, a prestigious residential enclave in Jiangzhou City, with an average price of 100,000 yuan per unit. Eligibility for participation in the lottery necessitates either a minimum of 15 years of social security contributions or qualification as a highly skilled professional. Nan Yuan appended a photograph depicting Jiang Mingchu assisting her with her luggage from the underground garage elevator. Nan Yuan, they ascended to the 16th floor. This residential complex features a single residence per floor. Me, understood. Nan Yuan, I shall arrange for personnel to maintain surveillance here. However, given your recent discovery of Jiang Mingchu's infidelity, he is likely to remain circumspect for a period. Miss Ruan, please exercise patience. Me, patience is my virtue. I possess ample time to engage in protracted maneuvering with him. Nan Yuan, let us maintain communication. In the ensuing period, Jiang Mingchu refrained from in-person meetings with Jiangxi, confining their interactions to telephonic exchanges. Utilizing the vehicle's Bluetooth connectivity, I was privy to their entire dialogue via eavesdropping devices. Initially, Jiang Mingchu managed to placate Jiangxi with a few honeyed words, urging her to await his divorce with forbearance. However, on this particular day, Jiangxi demanded a rendezvous, which Jiang Mingchu declined, ostensibly to avoid exposure of his ongoing liaison with his mistress and the implausibility of his entreaties for absolution and refusal to divorce. Jiangxi remonstrated, asserting, Jiang Mingchu, are you perhaps deceiving me? Your protracted delay in divorcing Ruanjun suggests a lingering affection for her. In truth, I am not one to be easily misled. Should affection persist between you and your wife, let us consider our affair a mere dalliance. You shall return to your abode, and we shall sever ties forthwith. It's not as if I, Jiangxi, am unable to find a man, that I would have to vie for your wife's affections. Furthermore, for me to bring you home, I would have to pass the scrutiny of my parents. Originally, I thought that as long as your heart was solely devoted to me, I would find a way to persuade my parents to accept our union. However, your procrastination makes me question my worth in your eyes. What do I, Jiang Shi, seek from you, Jiang Mingchu? Are you truly unaware? Or do you intend to wait until your wife confronts my parents, revealing that I am your mistress, before making a decision? Jiang Shi's words were forceful, her main point being to urge Jiang Mingchu to divorce, stating explicitly that she only sought his undivided devotion. But if Jiang Mingchu couldn't bid farewell to the past, she would abandon him. This immediately alarmed Jiang Mingchu, who hastily coaxed Jiang Shi, saying, Shi, my heart for you is as evident as the heavens and the earth, how could I possibly deceive you? Typical of a scoundrel. His declarations of love are mere clichés. I truly have no feelings for Wanjin. I only married her out of pity. Is that so? If there were no feelings, how did you manage to conceive a child? What if I were to say that the child Wanjin is carrying isn't mine? I have never even touched her. Hearing this, I truly felt Jiang Mingchu was shameless. To appease his mistress, he would say such things? If we had never been intimate, how did my child come to be? Am I a clivia, capable of self-fertilization? Or is he implying that the man with me at the Waldorf was someone else? Ha! Jiang Mingchu, that shameless dog, to appease his mistress, spews lies without hesitation, not even needing to rehearse. Chapter 20, Relentless Endeavors in response to Jiang Mingchu's remarks. Jiang Shi appeared incredulous. She chuckled softly, Mingchu, do you take me for a fool? Truly, Shi, that night Jiang Mingchu attempted to elucidate. But Jiang Shi abruptly interrupted him, issuing an ultimatum. Let us do this, Mingchu. I will grant you a month. If by the end of this month you cannot resolve your matters with Wanjin, then it's over between us. Shi, do you no longer love me? Jiang Mingchu inquired, his tone grave. This reminded me of that fateful night when he knelt before me, asking in a similar manner, my dear, do you not love me anymore? It made me feel nauseous. I bore no ill will towards him, after all, it was I who arrived late to the encounter. I once believed that after that night, we would never meet again. Yet, who could have foreseen that upon our next meeting, he would already belong to another? Mingchu. Perhaps our destinies are simply insufficient, Jiang Shi concluded, severing the call. Jiang Mingchu repeatedly called out, hey, before cursing in frustration, damn it. Indeed. In such a grand family, seemingly within reach, to find himself in this predicament was infuriating for a man of his shameless disposition. Unyielding. Jiang Mingchu sent Jiang Shi a voice message on WeChat. Shi, I love you, I truly love you. I will fulfill my promises to you. Just give me 1 month, and I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. I scoffed at the notion of a resolution. Jiang Mingchu. I am quite curious how you intend to explain yourself to the other woman. Upon returning home around 9 in the evening, I was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before me in the living room. Jiang Mingchu extinguished all the lights and adorned the living room with numerous candles arranged in a heart shape, with a lavish bouquet of red roses at its center, most likely 999 of them, which must have cost nearly 20,000. At that moment, my emotions could only be encapsulated in 4 words, a mixture of laughter and tears. This rascal had truly spared no expense this time. I recalled how, in the early days of our relationship, he would present me with a single rose for every popular festival. Yes, you heard it right, just one. During our first flower exchange, he gazed at me with earnestness and affection, declaring that that solitary rose symbolized unwavering devotion and eternal love. At that time, I was genuinely naive. I thought his reluctance to spend more was a testament to his sincerity, and I felt profoundly touched, blissful, and content. I even believed that a single rose was just perfect, considering he worked tirelessly each semester to earn his tuition and living expenses. The idea of him spending an extra penny for me felt almost sinful. To save on living costs, our dates were predominantly funded by me. Occasionally, he would feel guilty and insist on treating me. But those outings were often to street vendors where the average meal cost around 10 yuan and included a complimentary bottle of water. When he would drop me off at my building, he would embrace me with sincere apologies, vowing to work hard to take me out for lavish meals in the future, lamenting the hardships I endured alongside him. Love can sustain us, I thought. I truly cherished Jiang Mingchu. I believed in his remarkable potential and foresaw a bright future for us both. even while savoring a plate of hastily prepared fried rice without a proper kitchen. I found joy in our shared moments. It's not as though I require Michelin-starred delicacies to feel genuinely cherished, rather, it dawned on me that I, in my former naivete, was easily manipulated by Jiang Mingchu's trite, philandering tactics. Thus, Jiang Mingchu's sudden purchase of such an extravagant bouquet of roses truly astonished me. I intend to discern his ulterior motives. I deposited my bag and entered the living room. At that moment, Jiang Mingchu, seated amidst a heart of candles, strummed Guang Liang's The First Time on his guitar, a ploy he once employed to propose beneath my dormitory window. Verily, I nearly succumbed to the impulse to retrieve a cleaver from the kitchen and relieve him of his head. He truly insults my intelligence. The recollection of how I once adored such commonplace, inexpensive gestures fills me with a profound sense of unease. My innermost feelings are a mixture of revulsion and rage. Yet I must conceal this from him. I must project an image of reluctance and inner turmoil, for I am, ostensibly, a pitiable woman beleaguered by marital and romantic woes. I impassively watched Jiang Mingchu conclude his serenade, then approached me, roses in hand. I viciously pinched my thigh, the pain instantly bringing tears to my eyes. Through a misty veil, I gazed at Jiang Mingchu, gently biting my lower lip, desperately restraining my tears. With heartfelt sincerity, Jiang Mingchu gazed upon me and asked, "Beloved, do you recall this melody?" I felt a surge of disgust, yet I feigned unbearable agony. "I do not," I uttered. Upon uttering these words, I averted my gaze, and, commendably, tears streamed down my face at that precise moment. Jiang Mingchu placed the roses aside, embraced me tightly, and rasped, "Beloved, I implore you, do not forsake me." I remained silent, feigning sobs. "I acknowledged my transgressions that had caused you pain, yet I implore you to believe that my internal anguish is no less than yours." As I spoke, Jiang Mingchu began to weep, his tear-filled eyes fixed upon my shoulder, exclaiming, "My dear, I cannot fathom a life without you. How shall I endure the days ahead? After 7 years together, would you truly abandon me so easily?" To be candid, Jiang Mingchu's remorseful declarations felt somewhat insincere. Perhaps my sensitivity to the hollow words of a scoundrel rendered me immune to their emotional weight. I feigned a demeanor of anguish and pushed Jiang Mingchu away, retreating to my room, where I isolated myself. The bedroom, too, had been infiltrated by Jiang Mingchu's invasive surveillance, as he had installed a pinhole camera. Upon entering, I maintained my guise of despair, collapsing onto the bed in tears. I could not help but ponder Jiang Mingchu's ulterior motives. Was he merely scheming to extract my wealth? After all, he had his eyes set on the fortune I had amassed. And his current pleas for mercy might merely be a prelude to seeking my forgiveness, only to swindle me out of my cash afterward. Was that all there was to it? In the days that followed, Jiang Mingchu persisted in his obsequious demeanor, disregarding my indifference and resistance, fully committing to his act of repentance. Soon, it was the day of my father's memorial. In previous years, Jiang Mingchu had always taken leave in advance, meticulously preparing the offerings for my parents, and driving me to the cemetery at dawn. This year was no different. Yet I wished to spare my parents the sight of his presence, which I found repugnant. Thus, I departed at around 5 in the morning. However, Jiang Mingchu, undeterred, followed me shortly after I arrived at the cemetery. I coldly commanded him to return. With a plaintive expression, Jiang Mingchu entreated, "My dear, in the past, I've always accompanied you in paying respects to Mom and Dad. If I'm absent this year, they'll undoubtedly be concerned. Surely, you wouldn't want them to worry about our well-being from above, would you?" I remained silent, realizing that this scoundrel was indeed exploiting my weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mingchu reached for my hand. Noticing my lack of resistance, he pressed on, guiding my hand toward our parents' gravesite. As we walked, I sensed a pair of eyes observing me. However, upon turning around, I found nothing. Arriving at the graves, I discovered that someone had preceded us in paying their respects. Placed before the tombstones were my father's favorite tea leaves and my mother's cherished lilies. Few individuals were aware of my parents' preferences. The name Wen Shuyan flashed through my mind, and a surge of gratitude welled up within me. Jiang Mingchu, however, harbored no suspicions, assuming it was one of my father's former students who had visited. Given my father's extensive network of pupils during his lifetime, kneeling before my parents' graves, Jiang Mingchu began by confessing his transgressions, shedding tears as he apologized for having let me down. He even turned toward me while remaining on his knees. "My dear, before Mom and Dad, I implore you to forgive me. I swear, I will never betray you again in this lifetime. Tears streamed down my face as I choked out. Do you truly mean it? Jiang Mingchu responded with utmost sincerity, yes, my dear, I swear. May I be struck by lightning and left without a proper burial if I ever betray you again. I was tempted to laugh, as Jiang Mingchu, that utter scoundrel, dared to utter such words. Did he not fear that my parents, witnessing this from above, might send down a thunderbolt to strike down this wretch? Yet I must persist in my performance, weeping with a sorrowful and pitiable countenance, utterly forlorn. Jiang Mingchu, I am bereft of parents. In this world, you are my only kin. Please do not cause me further grief. Jiang Mingchu's brow furrowed, feigning an aspect of heartache. My darling, he vowed, I shall not. Subsequently, Jiang Mingchu arose, taking my hand and imploring, sweetheart, shall we not proceed with this divorce? I bit my lip, stifling my tears, and under his expectant gaze, I slowly nodded. Very well. Jiang Mingchu embraced me with fervor. In Jiang Mingchu's estimation, my parents were the linchpin to his successful manipulation of me. And I merely afforded him a theatrical opportunity he deemed triumphant. I imagine his expression at that moment was one of self-satisfaction. Is not Wanjin a witless simpleton, he mused. Observe, with but a few consolations, she foolishly forgives me. Just then I espied a figure standing at a distance, gazing upon Jiang Mingchu and me in our embrace, and faintly curling his lips in a sardonic smile. It was Wen Shuyan. Instinctively, I sought to offer an explanation, but Wen Shuyan, with a scornful twist of his lips, turned and departed, swiftly vanishing from sight. I surmise he deemed my parents remiss in birthing such a doltish daughter. Upon departing the cemetery, Jiang Mingchu intended to escort me home, but I demurred. I conveyed my intention to assist Su Weitang in feeding her feline companion, and to request the housekeeper to tidy her abode. Su Weitang owns a Maine Coon cat christened Godahu. During her business sojourn in Shenzhen, she entrusted Godahu to the care of the local pet shop. But I make it a point to visit every so often. Jiang Mingchu did not harbor any suspicions. After escorting me to the entrance of the community, he observed me entering the pet store before departing to return to the office. Upon visiting the pet store and perusing the selection of dogs, I proceeded to Su Weitang's residence. Upon my arrival, I found that Nan Yuan was already there. Indeed, we had prearranged to meet at Su Weitang's home. This time, Nan Yuan was not there to repair air conditioning, rather, he assumed the role of a cleaning service worker. Once seated, Nan Yuan got straight to the point. Miss Yuan, he began. Jiang Mingchu is quite astute. Each time he attempts to transfer assets, he takes a convoluted route, exploiting contracts through various shell companies to ultimately funnel the funds into the names of his sister or brother-in-law's empty corporations. Notably, none of this money ever flows into his personal accounts, making our task of gathering evidence rather challenging. His background in finance from a prestigious business school made such maneuvers unsurprising. I conducted a brief investigation and discovered that the financial affairs of his company were managed by a distant cousin of his, making our entry point seemingly unattainable. Nan Yuan cautioned me that any attempts to probe too deeply might arouse suspicion. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, without absolute certainty, we could not pursue this avenue. However, a fox will inevitably reveal its tail, will it not? When individuals engage in nefarious deeds, they rarely leave no trace. Nan Yuan expressed his belief that he would continue to strive in this endeavor, remarking, for the sake of wealth, men meet their demise, and creatures perish for sustenance. Even the closest relationships can experience estrangement, for human nature is inherently sordid and selfish. At this juncture, Nan Yuan suddenly realized something and softly uttered an apology. I smiled in understanding, assuring him that it was perfectly fine, for he had not spoken erroneously. I once believed my bond with Jiang Mingchu was the most intimate and unbreakable in the world, yet in the end, my bedfellow proved to be a heartless betrayer. If I still fail to grasp this, then I am indeed deserving of my plight. Nan Yuan reminded me, Ms. Yuan. The next step is to procure a proficient attorney and commence preparations for divorce proceedings. Just then, my phone chimed with a WeChat message from Su Weitang. I glanced at it, then offered Nan Yuan a radiant smile. There, Ms. Su has made arrangements. The lawyer Su Weitang introduced me to was not the one she initially mentioned, named Xiao Wan. The name card she sent bore the moniker, S.Y. Immediately after, Su Weitang sent a voice message. Nan Yuan, sensing our need to converse, excused himself. I answered the call, and Ms. Su's distinct voice flooded my ears. Zhen. Let me tell you, the lawyer I found for you is incredibly formidable. Add him quickly. Added. I activated the speakerphone. Then returned to the chat and casually added the contact. Shiryan. Do you know, it's Shiryan? Su Weitang exclaimed with fervor, let me tell you. Shiryan is exceptionally talented, a pillar of a top-tier law firm. He became a senior partner in a prestigious firm before the age of 30. He specializes in criminal cases. To put it simply, no case handled by Shiryan has ever resulted in a loss. If that scoundrel Jiang Mingchu falls into Shiryan's hands, he won't even know how he met his demise. Just as Ms. Su finished speaking, Shiryan accepted my friend request and sent an electronic business card. I promptly opened Google and searched, Shiryan. Relevant information swiftly appeared. Ms. Su, while I acknowledge Mr. Shir's considerable prowess, it appears his expertise lies predominantly in economic and criminal litigation, rather than divorce cases. Although my background isn't in law, I possess a rudimentary understanding that legal practitioners often specialize, particularly those at the apex of their profession. I harbor some trepidation. Would he be amenable to representing me in my divorce proceedings? I am by no means a person of significant wealth. And a divorce case would not yield a substantial commission, which seems incongruous with Mr. Shir's caliber. He must accept it, or how would you recommend him to me? Only you, Ms. Su, could secure such a luminary in the field for me. I offered timely flattery, inquiring, given Mr. Shir's distinguished record. With cases involving sums in the hundreds of millions, one would assume that such an eminent attorney would not only command exorbitant fees but also be exceedingly difficult to schedule. How did you manage to secure him? Su Weitang paused, offering a wry chuckle. Pray tell, has my reputation as a notable figure in the industry escaped you? Without a network of contacts, how could I possibly navigate these turbulent waters? Indeed, Ms. Su, your beauty is matched only by your unconventional methods. Enough with the flattery. I am currently preoccupied. I must take my leave. Su Weitang exhorted, make haste and establish contact with Shiryan, early preparation is paramount. Upon disconnecting, I accessed my chat window with Shiryan and initiated a greeting. However, Shiryan preempted me, inquiring, is this a convenient time? Seek out a secure location. Impervious to eavesdropping, so that we may converse via telephone. Shiryan's voice resonated with the gravitas of a seasoned barrister, articulate and forceful, tinged with an air of austere authority. I surmised that teacher Su must have given them a heads-up, as the lawyer was getting straight to the point. Likely due to the preciousness of their time. After all, societal elites generally disdain wasting time, and consultations with prominent lawyers are billed by the minute. I eagerly responded that I was available immediately, Attorney Shir. Almost instantaneously, Shiryan initiated a WeChat voice call. I answered, conscientiously and politely introducing myself, hello, Attorney Shir. I am Ruanzhen, Su. Ms. Ruan, I am well versed in your case, Shiryan interjected before I could finish. What are your demands regarding the divorce? I dutifully addressed the crux of the matter, I want Jiang Mingchu to leave with nothing. Shiryan immediately dispelled my illusion. Ms. Ruan. The concept of leaving with nothing is no longer applicable. I stated resolutely, however, I cannot allow him to take a single cent of the inheritance my parents left me. Is he the erring party in the marriage? Yes. Infidelity? Yes. Aside from the inheritance your parents left you, what marital assets do you possess? Jiang Mingchu has a building materials company under his name, where he is the legal representative and general manager, but the company was established with my capital. Furthermore, the house we currently reside in was purchased after our marriage, in full, for 8 million. Aside from that, there are no other joint assets. Upon hearing this, Shiryan inquired, did you execute a prenuptial agreement? No. Shiryan hummed an acknowledgement and then asked, why not a divorce by agreement? I confessed candidly, he refuses, and I suspect he intends to deplete my assets. He has employed certain means to appropriate a portion of my assets, intending to utilize the inheritance left to me by my parents as a stepping stone for his mistress's family. Have you secured evidence of his infidelity? Yes. I engaged a private investigator and obtained some evidence of his time spent with the mistress. Shiryan, somewhat at a loss for words, patiently replied. The videos and photos of Jiang Mingchu's infidelity that you acquired from the private investigator are of little utility. If not handled carefully, they could even serve as evidence against you, allowing him to sue you for invasion of privacy. If you wish to file for divorce and ensure that your interests remain protected, you must find evidence of Jiang Mingchu's clandestine asset transfer, rather than relying on mere suspicion. The law demands concrete evidence. I can investigate. However, be cautious not to alert him. Additionally, I will arrange for someone to look into this matter, and when necessary, your cooperation will be essential. Shi Yan inquired if I had any other requests. Clenching my fists, I asked. What if there is evidence proving that my child was harmed in collusion by Jiang Mingchu and his mother? Lawyer Shi, I want him to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan paused for a few seconds before responding, harmed? Miss Yuan, please clarify. I distinctly heard him and his mother discussing how they had poisoned the child. After a moment's contemplation, I added. Based on my calcul according to the relevant legal provisions in our country's marriage law and civil code, a fetus is regarded as possessing rights of personality and the right to life, thus receiving legal protection. Miss Yuan, if what you say is true, then Jiang Mingchu and his mother will face criminal liability, provided you have evidence. I am resolute in my intention, Attorney Shi, please await my news. In a routine tone, Shi Yan asked if I had any further inquiries. I thought to myself that since he was so direct, I should not beat around the bush and waste time. I asked straightforwardly, Attorney Shi, what is your fee, and how shall I remunerate you? We need to sign a contract, correct? You may determine the fee at your discretion. I will have my assistant contact you to arrange the signing of the contract at a convenient time, he replied. At my discretion? I pondered. Miss Yuan, I am entrusted by someone, please pay me according to the market rate. With that, Shi Yan abruptly terminated the call. I held the phone, slightly bewildered. It was not my petty nature at play, I sensed that Attorney Shi was somewhat reluctant to take on my case. He certainly did not covet the modest commission I offered, it felt more like he was fulfilling a friend's difficult request. Entrusted by someone? Surely it was Professor Su's request. I sent a WeChat message to Su Weitang, Professor Su, with friends like this, what more could one desire? For a top-tier lawyer like Shi Yan, I had presumed the fee would start at no less than 100,000. Yet he allows me to pay according to market rates. Professor Su, I owe this all to your influence. After quite some time, having arrived home, Su Weitang finally responded to my message, scoundrels and shameless individuals deserve to be vanquished. I chuckled softly, selecting and deleting the relevant dialogues, leaving only snippets of casual conversation. For instance, her family dog, a grand creature, insists on flaunting 3 cans of tuna every day. While spring has long departed yet it continues to flirt with the neighbor's adorable ragdoll. Perhaps he believes I have truly forgiven him, that very evening. Jiang Mingchu intended to move from the study back to the master bedroom. I am acutely aware that such matters cannot be evaded. It is utterly revolting to share a bed with a venomous serpent. The mere thought disgusts me. And I fear I might be unable to suppress my revulsion for his duplicitous nature and might end up strangling him in the dead of night. After my shower, when Jiang Mingchu crawled into bed and attempted to touch me, his lips, once pressed against another, came too close to my neck, exhaling warmth that sent shivers down my spine. Instinctively, I kicked him off the bed with considerable force, toppling the bedside lamp in the process. Jiang Mingchu was momentarily taken aback, staring at me in astonishment. Realizing my reaction was rather intense, I suppressed my nausea and murmured an apology. Jiang Mingchu gazed at me with a profound, tranquil expression, as if contemplating something. I hastily feigned emotion, stating, every time I think of you with another woman, I simply cannot accept it. I am not ready yet. Would you grant me a little time? Understanding my unspoken sentiments, he displayed not a hint of anger but rather an expression of remarkable compassion, replying, my dear, please do not apologize, it is all my fault. Therefore, I shall not disturb your sleep, I will retire to the study. Very well. Good night, dear, he concluded, placing a gentle kiss on my forehead before quietly exiting. At the moment the door closed, a wave of nausea washed over me, compelling me to dash into the bathroom and turn on the tap, furiously splashing water on my face, nearly scrubbing my skin raw. It was revolting, truly revolting. Gazing at my reddened forehead in the mirror, I reminded myself, Yuan Zhen, you must endure. Once you obtain the evidence of his asset concealment and the proof of his role in your child's demise, you can finally rid yourself of this scoundrel. He must pay the price. Chapter 23, The Gentle Blade, Each Cut Takes a Life. The following morning, Jiang Mingchu arose early to prepare breakfast for me and came to my room to summon me. My head felt somewhat heavy. Perhaps due to the chill from sleeping with the air conditioning on the previous night. Jiang Mingchu touched my forehead and then fetched a cup of warm milk, placing it on my bedside table, urging me to drink it. A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, which I caught in an instant. Suddenly, I recalled Nan Yuan's warning that I should not consume any food prepared by Jiang Mingchu, particularly nutritional supplements and medications. As I stared at the milk in his hand, I couldn't help but think, isn't it the villains in those evening soap operas who poison the protagonist's drinks with milk or juice? Although I doubted Jiang Mingchu would go so far as to poison me, there was no telling what else he might have slipped into it. After all, high IQ criminals can be far more ruthless and insidious than mere malevolent fools. Feigning a sulky demeanor, I said, I don't have an appetite right now. I don't want to drink. With that, I pushed his hand away. Jiang Mingchu's brow furrowed ever so slightly, yet his tone remained soothing. Darling, I'll just leave it on the bedside table, all right? You must consume it soon, otherwise, you will remain famished, which is detrimental to your stomach. Moreover, you are still unwell. So it is imperative that you comply. I acquiesced and continued to bury myself under the covers while Jiang Mingchu departed for his workplace. Once he left, I feigned awakening, settled at the edge of the bed, and drank the milk. After all, there are surveillance cameras in this room. If he truly had laced the milk, he would undoubtedly monitor whether I drank it. Since he desires me to consume it, I might as well do so for his observation. Otherwise, he would certainly grow suspicious. Thinking I was wary of him. You may think I am overanalyzing, but truly, Jiang Mingchu's admission to a prestigious doctoral program speaks volumes about his intelligence and perceptiveness. Our conflict, aside from a battle of performances, can be accurately described as a contest of wits and strategy. Upon finishing the milk, I proceeded as usual to fetch my phone and head to the bathroom for my morning routine. Once in the bathroom, my first action was to turn on the faucet, lean over the sink, and induce vomiting to expel the milk I had just ingested. After discovering that Jiang Mingchu had installed cameras in our home, I followed the method taught by Nan Yuan and confirmed that the bathroom was devoid of surveillance. It was a safe haven. Given my suspicions regarding the milk, I reached out to Nan Yuan. He cautioned that one should always remain vigilant and suggested that a test would only cost a few thousand yuan. Yet it would reveal the true nature of the scoundrel. Consequently, I followed Nan Yuan's instructions, meticulously collected the remaining residue from the milk cup, and discreetly placed it in a clean plastic bag, which I then handed over to Nan Yuan for testing at a facility. He assured me that he would enlist the help of an acquaintance, and results could be expected by evening. Subsequently, I took a taxi to the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Care Center. Upon discovering my pregnancy, I consulted the internet and determined that the most reputable obstetrics and gynecology hospitals in Jiangzhou were the Municipal Women's and Children's Health Hospital and the Provincial Women's and Children's Health Hospital. However, the provincial hospital had only recently been renovated that year, and online reviews suggested a lingering odor. Furthermore, it was situated in the distant Bin district. Therefore, I opted for the Municipal Women's and Children's Health Hospital due to its proximity. Nevertheless, Jiang Mingchu harbored reservations, asserting that public hospitals provided subpar service. Moreover, given the recurrent nature of the epidemic at that time, he insisted that I undergo the four-dimensional ultrasound at a private hospital instead. I countered that I was not so delicate as to necessitate such measures, deeming private hospitals largely unnecessary. However, Jiang Mingchu staunchly maintained that my pregnancy warranted utmost care and caution, professing his reluctance to subject me to the tribulations of queuing. He avowed that private hospitals offered unparalleled service and that his wife deserved nothing less than the best. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of felicity, having found such a thoughtful and considerate husband. Subsequently, Jiang Mingchu arranged for me to establish a prenatal record at the private hospital, further stipulating that I deliver the baby there, selecting a chief physician to perform the cesarean section on an auspicious day, thereby minimizing my suffering. The entire arrangement would amount to over 10,000 yuan. It was after that four-dimensional ultrasound that the old crone's attitude underwent a complete volte-face. Could the underlying reason be that they discovered I was carrying a female child? And that Jiang Mingchu and his mother had no desire for a female child, leading them to take action and cause the death of my baby? Therefore, today, I deliberately brought my discharge summary from a tertiary hospital, the infant mortality report, and my prenatal data reports from the private hospital where I had my checkups during pregnancy. and consulted a specialist at the Municipal Women's and Children's Health Hospital where I initially intended to have my prenatal care, paying a consultation fee of 500 yuan. As expected, the expert's diagnosis aligned with my suspicions. According to the reports, my baby had been consistently healthy. The doctor inquired if I had mistakenly ingested any medication during my pregnancy. I assured him that I had not. Since becoming pregnant, I have abstained from both milk tea and coffee, let alone any other potentially harmful substances. The doctor appeared perplexed, exclaiming that it seemed implausible. However, based solely on the ultrasound and blood test results, I cannot provide you with any definitive conclusions, he stated, observing that the data from your late-term ultrasounds appears entirely normal. It is indeed curious. Such a significant deformity should be evident in both three-dimensional and four-dimensional scans. Why then did the private hospital fail to detect this anomaly despite multiple ultrasounds? Suddenly, it struck me that each ultrasound had been conducted by the same individual. She was a young female doctor who consistently reassured me with gentle words, "Your baby is very healthy." Could it be that Jiang Mingchu had influenced the obstetrician? I anxiously turned to the doctor, Director Liang, and asked, "Is it possible that the ultrasound technician discovered the fetal defect but chose not to inform me? Did she deliberately conceal the baby's developmental abnormalities?" The doctor regarded me with a grave expression and replied, "Wan Zhen, I cannot provide you with an answer to that question. But I can tell you that if a medical professional were to act in such a manner, it would constitute a criminal act rather than merely a medical mishap." A chill ran through me. Without delay, I took a taxi to the private hospital, and upon examining the wall of staff photographs, I recognized the doctor who had performed my ultrasounds. Her name was Jiang Wen. Another Jiang. Jiangxi? Jiang Wen? Was it merely a coincidence that they both bore the same surname? Or was it something more? I hurried to the ultrasound room to inquire. But the staff informed me that Jiang Wen had resigned a month prior. Resigned a month ago? As I inquired further about Jiang Wen, others regarded me with suspicion. Unwilling to divulge more information, suggesting that I could contact the hospital office should any issues arise. How fortuitous. I could almost ascertain that it was Jiang Mingchu who orchestrated this entire affair. But how did he manage it? My diet mirrored his almost perfectly. Wait, milk? It was indeed milk. Ever since I became pregnant, Jiang Mingchu has diligently warmed a cup of milk for me every night. He must have laced it with drugs. The thought sent chills coursing through my veins. No, my entire body felt as though it had turned to ice. Truly, a gentle blade. Each cut striking at the essence of humanity. Jiang Mingchu, oh Jiang Mingchu, how deeply you have deceived. That is your own flesh and blood. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read, "Husband." My eyes blazed with fury, and as I struggled to suppress the urge to confront him with lethal intent, I answered the call. Jiang Mingchu spoke first, asking if I had gone to the hospital. Chapter 24, Deepening Entanglement. At that moment, I stood at the nurse's station in the ultrasound waiting area. Upon hearing Jiang Mingchu's inquiry, a wave of foreboding washed over me. How did he know I was at the hospital? Was he following me? But I reminded myself to remain calm and composed. Thus, I feigned nonchalance and replied, "Oh, husband. How did you find out?" "I heard someone call for patient 39 to room 4 when you answered the phone," he responded. "You have quite the keen ears." "I didn't even notice," I said, relief flooding through me. In that instant, I had feared Jiang Mingchu was tracking my movements or had informants within the hospital. But it was merely my own guilt manifesting. Jiang Mingchu inquired with genuine concern, "What did the doctor say? Did they prescribe any medication?" Suppressing the fury and resentment within me, I responded with a nonchalant tone, "It's nothing serious, just a minor cold." "That's a relief," Jiang Mingchu inquired. "Which hospital are you at? Would you like me to pick you up?" "I have a meeting, but it should conclude in about an hour." Confronted with Jiang Mingchu's insincerity, I found myself unable to respond, the medical form in my hand unconsciously crumpled into a ball. I feigned gentle consideration, "No need. It's easy for me to take a taxi. It would be too much trouble for you to come all the way." Jiang Mingchu tenderly advised. "Then take a premium car service. Nowadays, many ride-sharing services use electric cars from lesser-known brands, which are not only unsafe but also unhygienic. Since you have a cold, it's better to find a clean car." "Alright, I understand." After disconnecting the call, a surge of anger welled up in my chest, and a chilling sensation washed over me. My poor child, who hadn't even had the chance to open their eyes and see the world, had already lost their life. Yet, Jiang Mingchu, that beast, remained indifferent. How could he be so heartless? If not for the constraints of the law, I would have gladly killed that animal. I must make him pay the price. But to send him to prison, I must have evidence. Shi Yan said that the law demands evidence, and without it, all my accusations are mere conjecture. It has been so long since it happened, how can I unearth any evidence? The baby's remains have long been cremated and buried, making examination impossible. After much deliberation, I realized there is only one path I can take, to make Jiang Mingchu confess himself. But what must I do to make that scumbag admit to murder? Furthermore, I wondered if any pertinent information could be gleaned from the departed physician, Jiang Wen. With this in mind, I contacted Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan, upon learning of my presence at the hospital, expressed some astonishment. Ms. Yuan, your personal involvement in the investigation strikes me as rather perilous. What if Jiang Mingchu were to tell you? Or, perhaps he has informants within the hospital? Such impetuosity risks prematurely alerting him. Nan Yuan's words prompted me to acknowledge the rashness of my solo endeavor. Yet, given the circumstances, what recourse did I have? Prior to my arrival, I had scrutinized the hospital via Tianyanka, finding no affiliation with the Jiang family. Surely, Jiang Mingchu's influence could not extend so far. Nevertheless, Nan Yuan's expertise in this field was undeniable, his experience far surpassing my own. I conceded my impetuousness, offering an apology. My apologies, in the future, I shall consult you beforehand. It's of no consequence. And do not fret. I have activated the surveillance equipment Miss Su arranged. Jiang Mingchu is indeed at the company, and has not engaged in any calls. It is merely my professional inclination to ensure absolute security, as we are contending with more than just a philanderer, but potentially a criminal. After all, the cunning and ruthlessness a man employs in infidelity and against his spouse can be unexpectedly formidable. Nan Yuan reassured me, remain calm. I will procure Jiang Wen's identification details, ascertain any connections between her, Jiang Shi, and Jiang Mingchu, and determine her current whereabouts. You have compensated us for this service. Entrust the task to us and safeguard your personal safety. I expressed my gratitude for Nan Yuan's understanding and consolation. Indeed, Jiang Mingchu, with his background in finance, chose to establish a building materials company, which seems entirely unrelated to his field of expertise. Miss Yuan, is there any connection? As I walked out of the hospital, I responded to his inquiry. A year ago, shortly after our marriage, Jiang Mingchu was employed as an investor at a venture capital firm, focusing on the new consumption sector. During a summit forum, he unexpectedly reunited with an old acquaintance, Zhou Sen, who had been his childhood friend. We had met Zhou Sen on several occasions. He was engaged in the building materials business and was responsible for a residential project in Jianglan district. Due to cash flow difficulties, he sought investors at the summit. After conversing with Zhou Sen, Jiang Mingchu realized the promising profit margins in the building materials industry. Although it was arduous work, securing a contract for raw material supply could yield substantial annual profits. After sharing several meals with Zhou Sen, Jiang Mingchu decided to resign from his investment firm. Expressing his desire to venture into business with Zhou Senator, I had refrained from commenting on Jiang Mingchu's career plans, merely suggesting that entering the building materials sector, a realm we had yet to explore, carried certain risks. However, Jiang Mingchu was resolute, arguing that while the life of an investor in the bustling financial district may appear glamorous, it ultimately meant working for others. Even reaching the position of a director before 40 would still entail toiling for someone else. In contrast, he contemplated the merits of entrepreneurship, believing that enduring hardships in youth was essential. He was unafraid of labor. I paused for a moment, reminiscing about the time when Jiang Mingchu sat on the sofa, grasping my hand, his eyes filled with earnest affection as he said, "My dear, I wish to provide you with a good life, to ensure that our parents in heaven rest easy, unregretful for entrusting you to me. Of course, embarking on a business venture carries its risks. Should I fail in my entrepreneurial endeavors, I shall return home to be your devoted house husband, and you may support me for a lifetime. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Nan Yuan inquired, "So, did you invest?" Indeed, Jiang Mingchu and his childhood friend parted ways in less than 2 months due to differing business philosophies. Yet, Jiang Mingchu had already secured a project with Greenland, and to abandon it would be a waste. Reluctantly, he sought out investors, often returning home in a drunken stupor. On one particularly dire occasion, he suffered from a gastric hemorrhage and had to be hospitalized. Observing his relentless struggle to find investment, I offered to allocate a portion of my savings for his cash flow. However, he firmly declined, stating that his entrepreneurial journey was a personal decision, aimed at creating a prosperous future for me through his own efforts. If he were to rely on my money from the outset, what significance would his endeavor hold? I inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of melancholy as I acknowledged Jiang Mingchu's unwavering resolve to continue seeking investment. But he failed? Nan Yuan remarked. Indeed. I replied with a cold smile. In the wake of the pandemic, times grew exceedingly harsh, and money became scarce for everyone. And what happened afterward? I smirked. Ultimately, I forcefully insisted on giving him the money. Chapter 25, Savior Jiang Mingchu was hospitalized for nearly half a month due to a gastric hemorrhage. My heart ached for him, and I implored him not to trifle with his health. I reminded him that the market was sluggish and investors were wary. He could ruin his stomach for naught and still fail to find a suitable benefactor. I contacted a fund manager and withdrew 5 million to give to Jiang Mingchu. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jiang Mingchu embraced me, his eyes brimming with tears. He vowed that he would work diligently and not let down his angel investor. I scoffed inwardly, realizing that he regarded me not as an angel, but as a fool. Rather than derision, Nan Yuan offered me solace, remarking that women are inherently more virtuous than men. Despite being a man himself, he acknowledged the perfidy of his gender. Women are often guided by their emotions and are capable of reckless abandon for the sake of love, a trait rarely found in men. Such men, if they exist, are as rare as an endangered species. I inquired as to why he was suddenly broaching this topic. He explained that he had been unable to find a breakthrough in the investigation of the accounts, but he now had a nascent idea. Intrigued, I prompted him to elaborate. He posited that the construction materials business offered ample opportunities for manipulation. He suspected that Jiang Mingchu was diverting funds through discrepancies in the prices of various materials. However, this was merely a conjecture, and he would contact me once he had obtained concrete evidence. I mused and agreed. He concluded by saying that he had another call coming in and promptly ended the conversation. I returned my phone to my bag and ambled aimlessly along the street, feeling a profound emptiness and a sudden chill. If it turns out that Nan Yuan has discovered that Jiang Mingchu truly utilized the price disparity of construction materials to transfer assets, it indicates that he had meticulously orchestrated his plans from the very beginning. The claims of childhood friends and angel investors were merely meticulously crafted traps designed for me. His acting skills are indeed exceptional, and he possesses a sharp intellect, having traversed such a convoluted path to deceive me out of my money. How could I have harbored affection for such a calculating individual for so many years? The mere thought of this fills me with distress. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Nan Yuan calling. I promptly answered, assuming he had forgotten to inquire about something earlier. Nan Yuan's voice bore a certain heaviness as he said, "Miss Yuan, the results of the milk component analysis have come in." Perhaps he believed that no revelation would startle me. I felt remarkably calm. "What is it?" Jiang Mingchu had drugged it. "What drug?" Nan Yuan replied, "It is a type of imported psychotropic medication from India. In simple terms, prolonged use can lead to mental numbness, memory disarray, and emotional volatility." As I smiled, tears began to stream down my face. "Nan Yuan, he does not intend to kill me, rather, he seeks to drive me to madness." Nan Yuan continued, "This drug has no sales channels in the country. It must have been brought back by Jiang Mingchu. Typically, it is used to manage the conditions of psychiatric patients, but the side effects for a normal person are incalculable. Moreover, it appears that Jiang Mingchu was eager to eliminate me, which is why the dosage he added to the milk was exceedingly high. According to the medical professionals at the testing facility, ingesting such a dosage daily would, without a doubt, transform me into an irascible, mentally deranged individual plagued by cognitive impairments within a month." Nan Yuan posited that Mr. Jiang most likely intended to exploit my postpartum depression following childbirth. He had reviewed my medical records and noted that the physicians had diagnosed me with a mild case of postpartum depression upon my discharge and had prescribed medication to address it. He urged me to exercise caution, wondering if Mr. Jiang might attempt to administer medication through alternative means. Upon terminating the call, I realized that my tears had saturated the screen of my mobile phone. I felt utterly worthless, lamenting my distress and sorrow at such a critical juncture. I deserved this outcome, did I not? It was I who defied my parents' objections and obstinately insisted on marrying Mr. Jiang. How foolish and blind I had been. Falling in love with a venomous serpent devoid of all humanity. How could one's heart be so depraved? I wiped away my tears and wandered aimlessly through the streets. In that instant, I felt profoundly isolated and desolate. A chilling sensation permeated my being, causing me to shiver uncontrollably as if enveloped by an excruciatingly cold embrace. Ms. Ruan. Ms. Ruan? Subsequently, I lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, I found myself in an unfamiliar room, resembling a guest room in someone's residence. The decor exuded a refined and austere ambience, characterized by a monochromatic palette of black, white, and gray, evoking an aura of understated elegance. Even the bedding consisted of a premium silk ensemble from a distinguished brand. I had fainted and been rescued? The individual who had come to my aid possessed a rather unconventional approach, opting not to transport me to a medical facility. At that juncture, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct, culminating in the turning of the back door handle. Upon beholding the entrant, I was utterly taken aback. Wen Shuyan? What brings you here? Heavens, is your treatment of me not a tad discourteous? Why must this impassive harbinger of doom always witness my moments of disarray and humiliation? Wen Shuyan regarded me with an inscrutable countenance, his eyelids slightly raised, casting a chilling, razor-sharp gaze that could cleave a soul. Even his tone was laced with sardonic undertones. Are you disappointed to see me? I hastily retorted, not at all, I am merely taken by surprise. To affirm otherwise would be the height of ingratitude, considering he is, after all, my benefactor. As I spoke, when Shuyan approached, his profound eyes scrutinizing me with an icy, emotionless intensity. Abruptly, he reached out to assess my forehead, causing me to recoil in trepidation. What are you doing? Wen Shuyan, noting my evasive reaction, scoffed, do you imagine I intend to devour you? With that, he placed his hand upon my brow to gauge my temperature. I mentally berated myself for the overreaction, which indeed suggested a fear of being consumed. In truth, I am uncertain as to the root of my apprehension towards Wen Shuyan. Withdrawing his hand, Wen Shuyan extracted a moist towelette from the bedside table, deliberately cleansing the hand that had touched my forehead, before casting a sidelong glance at me. Ruanjin, I am at a loss as to what you find so frightening about me. Subsequently, he discarded the moist towelette into the waste receptacle, casually lodging one hand in his pocket, and regarded me from an elevated vantage point, remarking, you exhibited no trepidation towards a scoundrel like Jiang Mingchu, yet you shun me. Your benefactor. What occupies the recesses of your mind? In truth, I experienced a sense of affront. Could his disdain for me be conveyed with any greater clarity? Despite being within his domicile, could he not exhibit a modicum of civility? If I am so objectionable, why the need to touch my brow? Suppressing my ire, I queried. How did you ascertain that Jiang Mingchu is a scoundrel? I possess discernment unlike your own. I retorted through gritted teeth, Wen Shuyan, do you consider yourself a gentleman? Were I not a gentleman, you would presently be prostrate in the thoroughfare, bereft of assistance. I surmised it best to remain silent. Why court aggravation when verbal victory is unattainable? Chapter 26, guilt-ridden. Observing my reticence, Wen Shuyan's delicate lips parted slightly, inquiring, rendered speechless. He stood before the bed, one hand casually pocketed, his stature elongated and exuding an aura of aloof refinement from every pore. This elicited a sense of inadequacy within me. I responded softly. In any event, I am no match for your eloquence. Wen Shuyan's brow furrowed gradually, seemingly displeased. Just as the atmosphere grew strained, a knock sounded at the door, heralding the arrival of attire. Wen Shuyan retrieved the garments and deposited the bag upon my bedside, uttering in his habitually frigid tone, change your attire and descend. It was then that I discerned that my garments had been exchanged for a man's white, pure cotton short-sleeved shirt and athletic shorts. I almost instinctively blurted out, Wen Shuyan. My clothes. Wen Shuyan let out a cold laugh, immediately grasping what I intended to convey. Indeed, the garments adorning your form belong to me. For there are no women's clothes in my household. However, your attire was changed with the assistance of the maid. I exhaled in relief, realizing how unlikely it was for Wen Shuyan to assist me in changing clothes, especially given that I am a married woman, and my husband is his arch-rival. Observing my relaxed demeanor, Wen Shuyan regarded me with a smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. Wanzhen, there is a mirror in the bathroom. I suggest you take a closer look. With that, Wen Shuyan opened the door and departed. Though the remark was not overtly harmful, its insult was profoundly stinging. What? Do I appear particularly safe? Surely, his eyesight must be dubious. While I do not consider myself a great beauty, during my school days, I was often nominated for the title of school belle, and though I never claimed the crown, I was certainly recognized. He actually suggested I should gaze into the mirror more often? I felt deflated and vowed that next time, even if I were to faint, I would choose a location where Wen Shuyan would undoubtedly not be present. After Wen Shuyan left, I rose from the bed to change my clothes. Uncertain of who purchased this outfit, I noted that the size and style were quite satisfactory, aligning with my preferences. However, upon glancing at the price tag, I immediately dialed Su Weitang. Upon hearing that I required her to transfer 50,000 yuan to Wen Shuyan, she let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. What kind of clothes cost 50,000? Are they gilded? Gazing at the dress in the mirror, which fit me perfectly, I mused, this dress from Celine is just a few dollars shy of 5 grand. That scoundrel, Wen Shuyan, must have become accustomed to a life of extravagance abroad. To casually purchase a dress worth 5 grand is simply outrageous. That damned capitalist. Su Weitang exclaimed indignantly. What an utter spendthrift. Indeed, it was infuriating. As I caressed the fabric, my heart bled. Perhaps it's due to my unrefined nature, but I genuinely couldn't discern where the value lay in this 5 grand dress. You uncultured wretch, can't you perceive the ecstasy of money caressing your skin? No, I confessed honestly. It just feels a bit weighty. Although my family has always been well off, and my parents raised me as their precious darling, I've never actually bought a dress worth 5 grand. I might occasionally splurge on something in the 3 to 5,000 range, but even those are rare. My mother instilled in me only 4 words regarding attire: comfort and appropriateness. And comfortable, appropriate clothing certainly doesn't warrant such exorbitant prices. Considering that Wen Shuyan and I are merely casual acquaintances with a superficial relationship, I asserted, Teacher Su, I believe I must transfer the money back to him, otherwise the debt of gratitude will be too immense. Su Weitang paused for a few seconds before affirming, You're right. I'll transfer it back to him immediately. Good. However, Zhen, how did you end up at Wen Shuyan's house? Teacher Su probed with a profound question. I confessed freely and with considerable dismay. Why is it that every time I'm in a predicament, I encounter Wen Shuyan? Couldn't I have someone else witness my misfortune? Indeed, the moment my gaze meets his cold, disdainful eyes, I find myself utterly intimidated, rummaging through my memories to determine whether my infatuation with Jiang Mingchu led me to commit any indiscretions against Wen Shuyan. Su Weitang chuckled softly and inquired whether I could recall any foolish actions from my past. I swore on the heavens that I had done nothing of the sort. Then why do you appear so skittish? She teased, observing my guilty demeanor. I, too, was perplexed, yet I sensed that Wen Shuyan regarded me with a barely concealed fury. As though I had indeed wronged him in some significant manner, a slight he harbored to this day. Nevertheless, due to my parents' influence, he felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Do not rush, there will come a day when you unravel the truth, Su Weitang assured me. After ending the call, I glanced at the discarded short sleeves and sweatpants, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. After a few moments of contemplation, I resolved to wash the clothing for Wen Shuyan. I carried the garments to the guest bathroom, filled the sink with water, and retrieved a bottle of laundry detergent from the cupboard. As I meticulously scrubbed the clothes, Wen Shuyan's icy voice suddenly pierced the air. I lifted my gaze and caught sight of his stern visage reflected in the mirror, his brow furrowed, accentuating the sharpness of his features. I am washing your clothes, I murmured, my voice lacking conviction. Who asked you to do this? Wen Shuyan's eyes darkened as he approached, firmly grasping my wrist before tossing a hand towel at me and swiftly releasing my grip. He gazed at me with a stern expression, his thin lips parting slightly. You need not concern yourself with these matters, the clothes require no washing, for I shall dispose of them. At that moment, I felt a profound sense of embarrassment, my mouth opening as I struggled to find the right words. Now that you are awake, it is time for you to leave my home, he declared, his tone both domineering and unyielding. There is no need for you to engage in meaningless tasks, you are not my hired help. I found myself at a loss for words, staring at Wen Shuyan. my heart heavy with discomfort and a hint of anger. After a moment, I exhaled deeply, turning to the sink to wash my hands, then exiting the bathroom. As I took a couple of steps away, my heart felt constricted. I turned back with a cold smile directed at Wen Shuyan. Mr. Wen. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in retrieving me from the streets when I fainted. However, should fate bring us together again, I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening in my affairs. Wen Shuyan narrowed his eyes, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, standing before me with a scrutinizing gaze. We have never shared a close bond, we were not familiar in the past, nor will we be in the future. There is no need for you to extend your assistance due to my parents' connection, only to convey your disdain with your frigid demeanor and icy tone. We are strangers. And there is truly no necessity to add to each other's burdens. I inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm tone. As for the payment for the dress, I will instruct Su Weitang to transfer the funds to you. There's no need for that, he replied. I dislike being indebted to anyone. With that, I turned to leave. When Shuyan called after me, Wanzhen, stop, I glanced back to see him frowning, his long legs striding toward me. Do you have something to discuss? I inquired with glacial detachment. Chapter 27, It was the law that spared his life when Shuyan halted in his approach, his obsidian eyes, profound and inscrutable, gazing down at me. I met his gaze with an equally frigid countenance. His brow furrowed, his deep-set eyes like frigid stars, stern and aloof. When he spoke, his tone dripped with derision. I've come to realize, he began, that you are not only visually impaired and foolish but also prone to unwarranted presumption. My brow arched in response. And I clenched my fist instinctively, mentally scrambling for a retort. Before I could utter a word, however, Wen Shuyan emitted a mirthless chuckle. However, he continued, you are correct. We are, indeed, not well acquainted. It was presumptuous of me to interfere. With that, he cast a lingering, profound look in my direction before turning on his heel and departing. As if I were an ungrateful wretch who had provoked his ire. What right had he to be angry? I was the one entitled to indignation. Especially the concluding remark. We are, indeed, not well acquainted, and it was presumptuous of me to interfere, which, whether dissected or combined, exuded palpable sarcasm. Was I mistaken? We were, in fact, not well acquainted. Despite my vexation, I retraced my steps to launder the garment, wringing it dry and suspending it from a hanger on the guest room's balcony to desiccate. As I had donned another's attire, it was incumbent upon me to cleanse it. Whether Wen Shuyan appreciated the gesture was his concern. Having attended to the garment, I descended the staircase. The edifice bore a resemblance to my own abode in its layout, comprising 3 stories. The decor, in harmony with the building's antiquated architectural style, embraced a vintage aesthetic, with furnishings and ornaments of rustic yet substantial quality adorning the space. The living room was situated downstairs, where Wen Shuyan was idly perusing his tablet on a vintage sofa. Upon noticing my descent, he momentarily lifted his gaze, casting a cursory glance in my direction before reverting his attention to the screen. Upholding rudimentary etiquette, I expressed, Wen Shuyan, I extend my gratitude for your attentiveness. Farewell. With that, I pivoted to depart. Subsequently, Wen Shuyan interjected, hold on. He arose, retrieved a bag from the coffee table, and presented it to me, stating, take this. I hesitated, my countenance reflecting bewilderment. Wen Shuyan nonchalantly elucidated, your antipyretic medication. Unnecessary, I shall procure it myself, I responded, realizing that he had likely acquired the remedy during my period of unconsciousness. Take it, Wen Shuyan reiterated with resolve, a subtle undercurrent of imperativeness permeating his tone. If it is unwanted, dispose of it in the refuse receptacle. Lingering indecisively, are you angling for an invitation to partake in the evening repast? Wen Shuyan queried. Without awaiting a response, he thrust the bag into my grasp, precluding any opportunity for declination. As if I harbored any desire to dine within your abode. I retorted, exasperated. However, mindful of his role as my benefactor, I sought to avert an unpleasant exchange. Clutching the bag, I inquired, the monetary value? Wen Shuyan narrowed his oculars. The cost of the medication, I shall remit the funds via Su Weitang. Before I could conclude my utterance, Wen Shuyan's complexion darkened precipitously, akin to the tempestuous atmosphere preceding a violent storm. His countenance, previously composed, now bore a foreboding expression. He enunciated, with palpable restraint, 80. A chilling gust swept through the atmosphere, eliciting an involuntary tremor. The singular notion occupying my thoughts was, were Wen Shuyan not blessed with such striking features? His abrasive temperament would surely invite physical altercations. Wen Shuyan curtly dismissed me, uttering a frigid leave. Before comprehension dawned, I found myself departed from Wen Shuyan's residence. Clutching a paper satchel containing medication, positioned before the quaint mansion, my thoughts yet uncollected. Indeed, this was the very edifice I had witnessed Wen Shuyan entering by automobile that day. Assumably, it was a recent acquisition. My recollection served that the family inhabiting the dwelling had emigrated to Canada during my secondary schooling, subsequent to which the abode remained uninhabited. An elderly couple, purportedly involved in artistic endeavors, had resided there, and I often observed young individuals carrying cellos entering and exiting. As I recall, the family name was not Wen. I cast a furtive glance at the portal, ruminating on the improbability of anyone successfully managing a man of Wen Shuyan's irascible disposition. During our collegiate years, he was a veritable luminary, possessing both comeliness and academic prowess, eliciting adoration in the eyes of the female students. Throughout those years, I never heard of him being romantically involved with anyone. He seemed to prefer solitude. He firmly held the position of the most unattainable person, like an immortal being far removed from the mundane world. Such an articulate and sarcastic glacial figure, his future spouse would be pitiable indeed. But alas, what concern is it of mine? I am meddling in affairs that do not pertain to me. As I activated my cellular device to summon a conveyance for my return, I discerned numerous missed calls from Jiang Mingchu. Despite my aversion to him, I returned his call. Jiang Mingchu answered promptly, his tone imbued with urgency. "My dear, why did you not answer?" I was terribly worried. I emitted a soft chuckle, feigning a playful tone, and jested, "Husband, were you concerned for my well-being? Weren't you supposedly anticipating my demise? My accidental death, wasn't that your incessant desire? If I were to die, you wouldn't need to insidiously poison my milk. You are my wife, who else would I confide in if not you?" Jiang Mingchu playfully chided, inquiring about my whereabouts and offering to fetch me. "I'm at my parents' villa." "What takes you there?" Jiang Mingchu pressed. "I dreamt of my parents last night. They appeared concerned about me, so I came to tidy up and offer incense." I jestingly suggested, "Why not join me in paying respects to them when you come to pick me up? Perhaps they miss you too." Jiang Mingchu hesitated for a moment before conceding, "Very well, but you'll have to wait. I have a meeting that will conclude in about an hour." I scoffed inwardly, discerning the scoundrel's ploy. What meeting? He has no intention of coming. He probably feels guilty kneeling before my parents' portraits, as divine retribution is inevitable. So, I played along, saying, "Never mind, the commute from your office during rush hour would take an hour. Let's postpone it. I'll take a cab home and wait for you." "Perhaps that's for the best. Then, my dear, next time I'll accompany you." After hanging up, I stood in the wind, the sneer on my face gradually dissipating. I loathe this game of cat and mouse with Jiang Mingchu. Sometimes, to counter his duplicity, I, too, become disingenuous. In truth, were homicide not prescribed by law, I would unhesitatingly choose to dismember Jiang Mingchu, to tear him asunder limb from limb. Did he not say that were he to mistreat me, I could plaster him onto a wall, flush him down a drain, cast him into a river, lake, or sea? No manner of death could ever atone for the sins he has committed. It is, in the end, the law that has spared his wretched existence. This day has been especially protracted. I am uncertain how long such days will persist. Chapter 28, a drama of suspense. The ensuing days unfolded with an eerie calm. Jiang Mingchu attended to me with meticulous care and unwavering solicitude. Every evening, without fail, he presented me with a steaming glass of milk, coaxing me to drink it. Such as tonight. Upon my mild demurral, he insisted that my body was in a crucial period of recuperation, and that I must ensure I receive adequate nutrition. He then feigned concern, asking, "My dear, once you are fully recovered, shall we try for another child?" I confess, I was seized by an overwhelming impulse to smash the glass upon his skull, to shatter it into 1,000 pieces. The audacity of this beast. To even broach the subject of children. Perhaps sensing the pallor of my countenance upon the mention of children, Jiang Mingchu hastily sat upon the edge of the bed, encircling my arm with his own. "My love," he began, "I recently read in a book that children lost by misfortune become angels, watching from the heavens for the chance to once more become the cherished offspring of their parents. I believe that our lost babe is now watching over us from above, awaiting the day of our reunion. I offered a soft scoff, fixing my gaze upon his eyes. Is that so? I inquired. Indeed, I believe it to be so. Jiang Mingchu replied, his eyes glistening with manufactured tears. My love, do you not share this belief? He asked. Behold. Could a typical philanderer orchestrate such a display of profound affection and unwavering sincerity as Jiang Mingchu? I nod in agreement. Indeed, I believe in the cyclical nature of destiny. Nay, more than mere belief, I yearn for the actuality of karmic retribution, for the spirit of the child you extinguished to seek vengeance, condemning you, you beast, to the deepest recesses of hell for an eternity of torment. Jiang Mingchu offers a gentle smile, coaxing me to drink the milk. I suppress my revulsion, feigning gratitude as I dutifully consume it, only to seek refuge in the bathroom afterward, inducing regurgitation. Of late, my bouts of vomiting have been particularly severe, with bile rising, causing discomfort in my throat and tears welling in my eyes. Yet, I dare not utter a sound, lest Jiang Mingchu overhear. At times, his lingering presence in my chamber has exacerbated my retching, causing my stomach to convulse in agony. Still, I would rather endure the pain than ingest those mind-altering psychiatric drugs. In the stillness of the night, after my ordeal, I exchange messages with Nanyuan. Nanyuan informs me that Jiang Mingchu's schedule has been remarkably consistent, confined primarily to his company and residence, with the occasional detour to the supermarket for groceries in the evening, and no contact with Jiangxi. In his estimation, it is improbable that Jiang Mingchu would sever ties with Jiangxi so readily. His elaborate machinations were all for the sake of uniting with Jiangxi, becoming the esteemed son-in-law of the Jiang family. How could he bear to relinquish such a prize? I reply, a fox, in time, will reveal its true nature. Let us remain patient, meeting every eventuality with unwavering resolve. Nanyuan, does he still insist on you drinking milk? Me, invariably, a glass every day. I just finished vomiting. Nanyuan, please take care of yourself, excessive vomiting can be detrimental to your stomach. I inquired about the investigation into Jiangwen. Nanyuan, this brings me to the second matter I wish to discuss with you tonight. Jiangwen has gone abroad to study in Canada. Staring at the message on the screen, I was taken aback. What a coincidence. Just 2 days prior, Nanyuan had discovered that Jiangwen is the daughter of Jiangxi's housekeeper. Though they share the same surname, they are not the relatives we initially speculated. Jiangwen's father passed away when she was merely 8 years old, and since then, her mother has worked as a housekeeper in the Jiang family. The fact that Jiangwen completed her medical postgraduate studies was made possible through the financial support of Jiangxi's father, Jiang Hongyan. When Nanyuan relayed this information to me, it became evident that the ultrasound data I had received was likely fabricated by Jiangwen herself. She must have acted according to Jiangxi's directives, providing me with false assurances about the well-being of the fetus instead of the truth. Nanyuan sent another message. I have investigated the institution where Jiangwen is enrolled. The tuition fees amount to an astonishing 400,000 per year. When considering additional expenses, even with frugal living, the total would be at least 600,000 annually. Jiangwen's mother is incapable of covering such costs. You might wonder, if that is the case, who is financing her studies abroad? Just as I was about to pose the question, Nanyuan revealed the answer. Interestingly enough, I was about to delve into the background of Jiangxi when I inadvertently stumbled upon a piece of news on the official website of the Dahua Group. Moments later, Nanyuan forwarded the post to me. It was an announcement regarding a charity initiative by the Dahua Group to support underprivileged students. Indeed, it is commonplace for corporations to engage in philanthropic endeavors, be it for reputational enhancement or ulterior motives. However, within this particular dispatch, the inclusion of Jiangwen's name on the list of recipients for overseas study grants has caught my attention. Nanyuan remarked, Ms. Ruan, I believe it is imperative that you reassess the notion that you and Jiangxi are complete strangers. It is not out of mere suspicion, but rather, considering the unveiled truth from your rear-end collision with her more than half a year ago to this day, Jiangxi appears to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards you. Evidently, Jiangwen is unlikely to comply with Jiang Mingchu's orchestration or bribery. It is more plausible that she is acting under Jiangxi's directives. From any vantage point, her resignation a mere month after your delivery to pursue studies in Canada seems far from coincidental, given that overseas study applications necessitate at least 6 months of prior preparation. As we have previously discussed, each of Jiangxi's past paramours has surpassed Jiang Mingchu in both merit and influential background. Having been raised in a household rife with internecine strife among affluent families, it is improbable that Jiang Shi is a naive simpleton. Based on my investigation into her romantic involvement with Jiang Mingchu, she may outwardly project the image of a delicate and helpless heiress, perplexed by love. However, in actuality, she is a master of psychological manipulation. Consider her utterances during her last telephone conversation with Jiang Mingchu, ostensibly lamenting the insufficient affinity between herself and Jiang Mingchu, and reluctantly parting ways. I posit that she was, in fact, exerting pressure on Jiang Mingchu, subtly commanding him to eliminate you as an encumbrance at the earliest opportunity. Nan Yuan inquired, do you not perceive Jiang Shi's stratagem as bearing the hallmarks of a calculated maneuver to instigate a proxy execution? I harbor a lingering suspicion that the acquaintance between Jiang Shi and Jiang Mingchu was orchestrated by her design, although I have yet to uncover evidence to substantiate this notion. Miss Yuan, my intuition is remarkably potent. Observing the continuous inquiries from Nan Yuan, I find myself grappling with a sense of emptiness. Indeed, I am a complete stranger to Jiang Shi. Our first encounter occurred merely 6 months ago, following a minor rear-end collision. When Nan Yuan initially unearthed Jiang Shi's information, I took the liberty to review it, and it became abundantly clear that our life paths have diverged entirely. From kindergarten through to my postgraduate graduation, I have never strayed beyond the confines of Jiangzhou City, whereas Jiang Shi was raised abroad, with our trajectories bearing no intersection, save for Jiang Mingchu. I am at a loss to comprehend why Jiang Shi would target me. I responded to Nan Yuan, suggesting that he investigate further, as I too am eager to unveil the truth. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the intricate and enigmatic relationship among the three of us resembles a suspenseful drama. Those familiar with such narratives understand that when a case reaches an impasse, often a twist emerges that significantly propels the plot forward. That day would soon arrive. Chapter 29, Murder for Insurance. That morning, I had arranged to meet with the financial manager to discuss the direct renewal of my investment. 15 million. While not an insignificant sum, pales in comparison to the wealth of the affluent. Nonetheless, it constitutes a noteworthy achievement, prompting the financial manager to cheerfully prepare the renewal contract. When business is concluded, it is customary to exchange pleasantries. As the financial manager gathered the documents, he remarked, Miss Yuan, your baby has just celebrated their 100th day. Hasn't it? I nodded in tacit agreement, refraining from divulging the heartbreaking loss of my child to a mere acquaintance, thereby avoiding the uncomfortable and pitying gazes of others. I am not one to openly display my wounds. However, it suddenly dawned on me that my interactions with this financial advisor had been exclusively telephonic, without any exchange of WeChat contacts. How, then, did she come to know about my pregnancy and subsequent childbirth, even possessing a rough estimate of the dates? Consequently, I inquired, pray tell, how did you ascertain that I had given birth? The financial advisor responded with a cheerful smile, earlier this year, Mr. Jiang purchased 2 insurance policies through my colleague. He mentioned your pregnancy, and considering the timeline, your child should be approximately 100 days old. Insurance? Profound shock reverberated within me as a myriad of possibilities raced through my mind, particularly the infamous case of a husband who murdered his wife for insurance money. Driven by the desire to acquire his wife's vast fortune, he procured high-value insurance policies and subsequently took her on a trip to Thailand, where he callously pushed his pregnant wife off a cliff. Good heavens, Ms. Yuan, was Mr. Jiang not forthcoming about this matter? The financial advisor expressed surprise, feigning composure. I chuckled and replied, we have a comprehensive insurance portfolio, encompassing various policies. I am uncertain to which one you are referring. Ah, your risk awareness is commendable. Many individuals lack such foresight, regarding insurance as superfluous, the financial advisor remarked. Mr. Jiang secured personal accident insurance for both of you, each with a coverage of 20 million. With you designated as the beneficiary. He stated that childbirth is an arduous ordeal for women, akin to a perilous journey through the gates of hell. He frequently travels for work, and the unpredictability of life is overwhelming, thus, he is well prepared. Miss Yuan, Mr. Jiang truly treats you exceptionally well. My colleagues are envious. Remarking on your husband's handsome appearance, his financial acumen, and, most importantly, his affection for you. When they speak of you, their eyes are filled with tenderness and adoration. The prospect of childbirth, the uncertainties of life, how can I articulate the tumult of emotions I am experiencing at this moment? Despair? Shock? Astonishment? Fear? An array of feelings intertwines, leaving my mind in disarray. 20 million, it was purchased earlier this year. At that time, I was approximately 4 to 5 months pregnant. Had Jiang Mingchu been preparing for a substantial insurance policy since then? Does he intend to emulate that despicable individual who murdered his wife for insurance? After parting ways with the financial manager, I could not resist calling Su Weitang, my voice trembling with shock and fear. Su Weitang sensed my distress and inquired about the matter. I recounted everything the financial manager had disclosed. Teacher Su. No wonder Nanyuan could not uncover any information regarding Jiang Mingchu's insurance purchase. He was investigating recent times, while Jiang Mingchu had arranged everything at the beginning of the year. My emotions surged. Does he wish to end my life? Is he hoping I will perish on the operating table during childbirth? No, Tang. Jiang Mingchu's plan was indeed for me to die on the operating table. He merely did not anticipate that I would be provoked by the mistress and hasten my visit to the hospital, thwarting his scheme. The beneficiary of the insurance is listed as my name? It appears to be a gesture of goodwill, does it not? Yet, should I perish? What significance would those possessions hold? I am without parents, kin, or friends. He is my sole relative. When the time comes for the payout of that substantial insurance policy, it will inevitably fall into his hands. The mere thought of this possibility sends a chilling wave through me, causing my entire being to tremble with dread. Tears cascade down my cheeks as I grit my teeth, forbidding myself to cry. Su Laosher, Jiang Mingchu is nothing but a beast. Not only does he wish for the child's demise, but he also desires my death. Su Weitang urges me to calm down and find a place to sit. How can I possibly find tranquility? Su Weitang insists, Jiang, you must compose yourself. Listen to me. We still do not comprehend Jiang Mingchu's motives behind purchasing such a hefty insurance policy on your behalf. Without tangible evidence, we cannot accuse him. The law demands proof. You understand, right? Furthermore, you are alone in Jiangzhou, and I fear that confronting him impulsively may lead to your detriment. After all, Jiang Mingchu is already a man driven to madness. What if you provoke him, and he resorts to violence against you? Jiang, you must maintain your composure. No matter how repulsed or enraged you feel, you must feign civility for the time being. I will swiftly book a flight back to Jiangzhou to accompany you. I recognize the truth in Su Weitang's words. At this moment, I must regain my composure. All right, send me your location. And I will find a trustworthy individual to accompany you, Su Weitang says with concern. I cannot bear the thought of you being alone like this. Okay, I reply. My voice choked with emotion. After ending the call, I send my address to Su Weitang. My legs feel weak and unsteady. So I seek refuge in a nearby CAF to sit for a while. You may perceive me as utterly useless. Unable to withstand the revelation of Jiang Mingchu's true nature as a scoundrel. I find myself engulfed in remorse for not having discerned his venomous essence sooner. Had I recognized his maliciousness earlier, perhaps my child might have been spared from his malevolence. Such a pitiable being I had envisioned her thriving within me. A delightful little girl, a tender bundle of warmth. Yet, she fell victim to Jiang Mingchu's vile machinations, resulting in deformity, and upon her birth, she drew her last breath. What sin had my child committed? Why must this be so? My mind is consumed with the image of my tiny baby, curled within her swaddling. Her purplish body resembling a forlorn kitten, with deformed limbs and a face wreathed in tears, cascading down in torrents. My hatred knows no bounds. For a creature so devoid of conscience, even a death sentence seems too lenient. Strangely, I find myself somewhat grateful to Jiang Shi, the other woman. Regardless of her initial intentions in sending that provocative video, I must concede that without her taunt, I might have remained oblivious to Jiang Mingchu's demonic visage. Perhaps it would have taken until the moment of my demise to unveil the truth? Tears streamed down my cheeks. I buried my face in my hands, unable to contain the anguish within. Do not weep. Suddenly, a cool, clear voice resonated above me. I blinked through my tear-blurred vision and beheld a slender hand, with distinct knuckles, extended towards me, offering a pale gray checkered handkerchief. Chapter 30, You are simply foolish. I had assumed Su Weitang had summoned Nanyuan to collect me. Yet unexpectedly, it was Wen Shuyan who arrived. Observing the grave expression on Wen Shuyan's striking yet austere visage, with his brows lightly furrowed, I instinctively turned away. Hastily wiping my tears, wishing fervently for a place to hide. I wished not to reveal my disheveled state to Wen Shuyan, nor to face the scorn of his mockery for my foolishness and blindness that had led to today's outcome. Yet the tears flowed abundantly, soaking my cheeks. The more I wiped, the more they came. Thankfully, I had not adorned my face with makeup today, and my hands, clumsily dabbing at my face, would not transform me into a grotesque panda. Noticing my lack of a handkerchief, Wen Shuyan remarked, "Wanzhen, do not cry anymore." I sniffled. Recalling his previous cold jests directed at me, his words now bore a hint of helplessness, tinged with impatience. Clinging to my stubbornness, I retorted, "I do not require your interference, we are not acquainted." I half expected him to launch into a few mocking remarks, yet he merely regarded me in silence, the anticipated barbs dissolving into quietude. With tear-filled eyes, I gazed up at him through a misty veil, asking, "Why do you not leave?" Wen Shuyan let out a barely audible sigh, then leaned down to place a checkered handkerchief in my grasp, his tone as consistently frigid as ever. "Su Weitang asked me to fetch you." I inhaled sharply, asserting, "I am fine, I can manage alone, I do not need you." Before I could finish, Wen Shuyan interrupted me, his demeanor decidedly assertive, declaring, "It is a matter of obligation, you shall rise, and I will escort you home." Home? I refused to return. I have no desire to confront that scoundrel, Jiang Mingchu. Then I shall take you elsewhere, it is unbecoming to weep here. Did I solicit your intervention? I retorted, bristling with indignation. What do you mean by unseemly? Am I not even entitled to seek solace in a quiet corner to weep when my heart is heavy? Wen Shuyan furrowed his brow once more, regarding me with an earnest gaze. It is not my desire to interfere. But your display of grief is disruptive to the commerce of others. Before I could retort, he inquired, or perhaps you aspire to be an object of curiosity, akin to a primate in a menagerie, subjected to the gazes of passers-by? One might surmise that I am the progenitor of your tears. It was then that I became cognizant of the numerous onlookers observing our interaction, particularly my lamentations juxtaposed against Wen Shuyan's austere countenance. Indeed, the situation was somewhat inappropriate. However, I would counsel Wen Shuyan that silence is often preferable to ill-chosen words. His taciturn demeanor typically garners a favorable impression, but his utterances invariably diminish my esteem for him. I seized my handbag, preparing to depart, only to be restrained by Wen Shuyan's grasp upon my wrist, which compelled my return. I scrutinized his grip, noting the intensity with which he held me, evidenced by the distended veins upon his hand. Devoid of any inclination to relinquish his hold, Wen Shuyan declared with unwavering conviction, "I pledged to Su Weitang that I would attend to you today, thus you shall not abscond on your own volition." With that, Wen Shuyan escorted me away, ushering me into a Bentley Continental parked nearby, seemingly a recent acquisition. However, I swiftly detected an anomaly, Wen Shuyan's unfamiliarity with the vehicle. As any seasoned driver can attest, certain actions are ingrained through habitual practice. Consequently, I inquired, "Are you inept at operating this vehicle?" Wen Shuyan regarded me with a bemused expression, replying, "I am capable. But my experience is limited. It is a new vehicle, hence my unfamiliarity." I furrowed my brow in response. "I possess an international driver's license." Wen Shuyan explained with detached composure, assuaging any apprehension you might harbor. My spirits, previously subdued, experienced an immediate upswing. I hastily fastened my seatbelt and gripped the handle. "In truth," I ventured, "you needn't force familiarity with it. I find taxis quite convenient. If all else fails, perhaps we could." Wen Shuyan regarded me with an ambiguous smile. "Wanzhen," he remarked, "you need not adopt such a fatalistic posture." I reflected. I have no desire to meet my end prematurely. Not before I've dispatched Jiang Mingchu, that scoundrel. How could I possibly expire first? I inquired, "How did you arrive earlier?" "You're not yet adept at navigating these streets, your driving was rather precarious. You possess remarkable audacity." "I had a chauffeur." "Then where is your chauffeur?" Wen Shuyan cast a sidelong glance in my direction, stating with an air of nonchalance, "I deemed it best to spare a third party the sight of your current visage, lest it cause you future discomfiture." I retorted through gritted teeth, "Am I to express gratitude for your considerate nature?" "It is unnecessary." I turned to face him, a smile playing on my lips. "Wen Shuyan, are you unattached?" Wen Shuyan initially appeared taken aback, his gaze briefly meeting mine. Subsequently, he replied with unaffected equanimity, "I am." I inquired with a cheerful countenance, "In all these years, have you never been involved with a woman?" Wen Shuyan's brow furrowed slightly, as if stirred by a recollection. A fleeting expression of wistful melancholy crossed his features. Could it be that he had been involved, only to be rejected, the pain of which lingers to this day? I thought to myself, oh dear, have I inadvertently reopened an old wound? Though I harbor a desire to tease him, it was not my intention to cause distress. However, in the subsequent moment, that trace of forlornness vanished from Wen Shuyan's face, and he responded with serene indifference, I have not. Oh, how could a young man like you, who is handsome, comes from a distinguished family, possesses an impressive education, and excels in every aspect, have never experienced love? I began to probe, wondering if the issue lay in your sharp tongue. Senior Wen, I suggest you adopt a more gentle and courteous manner when conversing with young ladies, otherwise you might consider speaking less or remaining silent altogether, lest you tarnish your image as the perfect, unattainable genius and find yourself in perpetual solitude. Upon hearing this, Wen Shuyan let out a cold laugh. I initially thought my words had struck a nerve, but to my surprise, he seemed utterly indifferent to my mockery, instead tearing down my pride even more directly. Wanzhen, not everyone is like you, unable to accept others' objective statements of fact, unwilling to acknowledge their own failures and foolishness. Just as I was about to inquire if his implication was that his sharp tongue justified his stance, Wen Shuyan continued, you find my words harsh. Yet I speak nothing but objective truths. As the saying goes, bitter medicine is good for health, and sincere advice is hard to hear. Jiang Mingchu speaks beautifully. Does he not? The lovely words and grand promises he weaves with heartfelt eloquence undoubtedly inspire naive souls like yours to harbor dreams and illusions, subconsciously attributing virtues to him, applying filters that beautify his image. Clearly, this is why you plunged in headfirst, disregarding the counsel of those around you. I believe that when you were with Jiang Mingchu, your teachers must have voiced their objections. Yet, throughout their lives, they have guided countless students with integrity and virtue, even when addressing their own flesh and blood. They cannot resort to harsh words to judge their pupils. Wen Shuyan paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly, saying, however, I believe this is not an excuse for your inability to discern the essence of the truth. If I were to speak kindly, I might say you are innocent and naive, yet can such lukewarm words truly awaken you? Wanzhen, in the beginning, you were indeed innocent and naive. Perhaps blinded and exploited for years by those around you, this foolishness is yours. When Shuyan questioned me, have you never reflected upon yourself? Over all these years, has Jiang Mingchu never revealed a hint of his true nature that might raise your suspicions? Is it that his deceitful tactics are too sophisticated? Or are you truly so naive, so easily manipulated? In all matters, one must first seek the cause within oneself. To attribute all blame to the malevolence of others while evading one's own blindness and folly is the most lamentable of circumstances. Is it that my words are harsh? Or do they merely strike at the undeniable truths you are reluctant to confront, exposing the raw wounds you must face, leaving you utterly disoriented? At this point, Wen Shuyan cast a deep, meaningful glance at me and remarked, Wanzhen, you should already have the answer within you. Chapter 31, How could you not deserve it? Listening to Wen Shuyan's words, I fell into deep contemplation. He was right, the reason his words felt so piercing was that each one struck at my vulnerabilities, pricking the very weaknesses I was unwilling to acknowledge. In recent days, I had been subconsciously avoiding my own foolishness, attributing all my troubles to the detestable and cruel Jiang Mingchu. Yet, as I arrived at this juncture, can I truly blame Jiang Mingchu alone? Do I not bear any responsibility myself? It is human nature to resist criticism and to perpetually deem oneself correct, often fabricating justifications for self-vindication. Incisive observations from others frequently puncture not verity, but rather one's own pitiable and delicate ego. My relationship with Jiang Mingchu has spanned 7 years. To be beguiled by a nefarious man for such a duration, remaining oblivious, is the epitome of foolishness. Most preposterous of all. When my father cautioned me that I did not truly know Jiang Mingchu, I instinctively assumed that my father deemed Jiang Mingchu's origins too humble, inadequate for our family's stature. I had forgotten what a man of integrity my father is, and how little he would care for social parity. I was suddenly mortified. Wen Shuyan has assisted me on several occasions, and despite his occasional impatience, his intentions were genuine. Yet, moments ago, I had contemplated verbally sparring with Wen Shuyan, indulging in a fleeting moment of spiteful triumph. I lowered my head and offered a sincere apology. When senior, I apologize. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. Wen Shuyan regarded me with a hint of surprise, then candidly stated, Wanzhen, there is no need for apologies. In truth, your words held merit. Perhaps that is the cause of my failures. Wen Shuyan offered a self-deprecating smile. I should indeed introspect. Failures? I inquired. Perplexed. In what realm could Wen Shuyan possibly fail? In matters of the heart, I have certainly been unsuccessful. Wen Shuyan's lips thinned. A gesture that conveyed both resignation and melancholy. However, he possessed an air of profound gravity and inscrutability. Even when I discerned subtle shifts in his countenance, it proved arduous to delve deeper into the fleeting expressions. A phrase spontaneously arose in my mind to depict him, a master of emotional concealment. My intuition suggested that Wen Shuyan harbored a deeply private and poignant sentiment, one that had caused him considerable anguish. It was a sentiment he had been unable to relinquish over the years, one that evoked a sense of wistful melancholy, coupled with the realization of his inability to reclaim it. This piqued my curiosity. I wondered what manner of person had been concealed within Wen Shuyan's heart for so many years. She must be an intelligent young woman. For those of keen intellect are drawn to their own kind. As we conversed, I momentarily forgot Wen Shuyan's unfamiliarity with driving, extricating myself from my indignant mood. When I regained my senses, Wen Shuyan had already driven to the riverbank. After parking the car, he inquired whether I wished to alight and take a stroll. I nodded in agreement, for a leisurely walk would be pleasant. The Qingyi River is a renowned attraction in Jiangzhou City, once a segment of the Grand Canal. This area boasts Jiangzhou's largest freight terminal and transshipment hub. A gentle breeze caressed our spirits. Numerous individuals were engaged in fishing along the riverbank. Wen Shuyan and I walked side by side along the embankment. He inquired as to the cause of my sudden emotional outburst. I cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating whether to confide in him. My hesitation stemmed from the fact that I could not claim to be intimately acquainted with Wen Shuyan. Although he was my father's prized pupil, in bygone eras, I would have addressed him as an elder brother. He was also Jiang Mingchu's nemesis. I was uncertain whether we could even be considered friends. Yet, on the other hand, I find myself inclined to converse with him. In some inexplicable way. I have lowered my defenses against Wen Shuyan and yearn to hear his counsel. Furthermore, to a certain extent, I have developed a degree of trust and recognition towards him. Sensing my hesitation, Wen Shuyan added, I have promised Su Weitang to help guide your emotions. It's a matter of obligation, a duty entrusted to me, he reiterated. I interjected, you've mentioned that twice. Wen Shuyan nodded earnestly, indeed, thus you need not be apprehensive. If you wish to confide, I am here to listen. I sighed and attempted to feign nonchalance, saying, it's really nothing of great consequence. Wen Shuyan gazed at me silently, waiting for me to speak. Consequently, I recounted the harrowing tale of Jiang Mingchu poisoning my child and his premature acquisition of an exorbitant insurance policy, detailing everything to Wen Shuyan. I believed I had maintained my composure, but as I spoke, especially when recounting the tragic demise of my child, tears involuntarily welled up. Yet, I did not wish to appear overly fragile, thus, I made an effort to widen my eyes to suppress the tears, forcing a smile tinged with sorrow as I asked. Senior Wen, I know I must seem foolish for harboring feelings for a scoundrel for so many years. But why did Jiang Mingchu choose to treat me this way? My voice grew hoarse with pain, and I furrowed my brow to stem the flow of tears, questioning. Why must it be me? I am a stranger to him. If he sought a stepping stone, why did he single me out? Do you know, Senior? There are times when I cannot help but wonder when he first began to conspire to make me his unwitting target. Wen Shuyan gazed at me, his expression devoid of any emotion or turbulence, stern and indifferent. How did he know that Ruan Qinghui had a daughter named Ruan Zhen, who was about to enroll in the School of Foreign Languages at Jiangzhou University? And what a coincidence it was to mistakenly pick up the wrong person on the day of the orientation. Senior, do you believe this is truly the will of fate? I couldn't help but chuckle through my tears. If it is indeed fate, I feel the heavens have been rather unjust to me. Wen Shuyan furrowed his brow, gently offering me words of comfort. Ruan Zhen, this is not your fault, nor should you punish yourself for the mistakes of others. However, this was not the most pressing matter at hand. The truth and answers would come when I gathered enough evidence to see him imprisoned. At that moment, I believed Jiang Mingchu would provide me with the clarity I sought. As soon as I finished speaking, tears cascaded down my cheeks, and I quickly wiped them away with Wen Shuyan's checkered handkerchief, not pondering much, simply using it to dry my face. I then continued. Did you not ask me why I cannot see through Jiang Mingchu's true nature? My foolishness is one aspect, but on another note, I must admit that his methods are truly formidable. Over the years, Jiang Mingchu has treated me with utmost kindness, always compliant, meticulous, gentle, and patient, indeed. I feel fortunate to have such a man by my side after losing the care of my parents. Thus, I cannot fathom how he could be so shameless, so cruel and deceitful. For over 7 years, how has he managed to maintain such a consistent facade in my presence? What has bestowed upon him such immense patience to scheme for 7 long years? Furthermore, throughout these past 7 years, has there not been a single moment of sincerity from Jiang Mingchu towards me, even amidst the pretense of acting? Was there never a fleeting instance where he felt moved? Or perhaps, remorseful? Have I been remiss in my treatment of him? Or is it simply that I, Wan Zhen, am undeserving? Wen Shuyan gazed at me, his dark eyes profound, and asserted with unwavering conviction, Wan Zhen, there is no need for self-deprecation. I offered a soft laugh, tinged with self-mockery and resignation. Wen Shuyan's voice, slightly ethereal, questioned, how could you ever be undeserving? Chapter 32, You know nothing of me. Frankly, upon hearing Wen Shuyan's words, I felt a surge of gratitude. Our interactions have been few, but his validation, whether out of courtesy or genuine solace, provided me with comfort in that moment. Thank you for your consolation, Senior, I said with a faint smile. It's unnecessary, he replied, his expression somewhat uneasy and his tone detached. I merely speak the truth. I smiled in silence, thinking, you really needn't force yourself to comfort me, your expression betrays your discomfort. Suddenly, Wen Shuyan frowned, his countenance serious, and said, Wan Zhen, while you may appreciate pleasantries, your countenance, whether in tears or laughter, is rather unbecoming. Forgive me, I merely speak candidly, Wen Shuyan stated. I thought to myself, he would do well to remain silent and refrain from speaking. Subsequently, Wen Shuyan and I walked in silence, side by side. After a moment, Wen Shuyan inquired, Wan Zhen, have you ever heard a particular story? What story? This tale is one I happened upon in my childhood, though I cannot recall the specific title of the book. The narrative remains vividly etched in my memory. In the tale recounted by Wen Shuyan, it is said that when the divine was in the midst of creating humanity, an unforeseen interruption compelled the deity to depart momentarily. At this juncture, the devil appeared, observing the unfinished being, and resolved to thwart the divine plan by smearing the human form with various filth. Upon returning, the deity discovered the creation in a state of utter disarray, irreparable and sullied. Consequently, the divine opted to invert the being, concealing the unclean exterior and revealing the pristine interior. Thus, this narrative offers a spiritual interpretation for the inherent corruption of the human heart and a material explanation for humanity's propensity for excretion. This was the first time I encountered such an intriguing story, evoking my thoughts towards Jiang Mingchu, who presents a facade of brilliance and charm, exuding a sunny disposition and engaging conversation, rendering him the epitome of an admirable man in the eyes of many. Yet, beneath this alluring veneer lies a duplicitous and malevolent nature, a grotesque distortion of his true self. Could it be that, during his creation, the divine was similarly undermined by the devil's interference? Wen Shuyan, with a tone almost soothing, suggests that one need not persist in questioning why Jiang Mingchu harbors such cruelty. As Xuanzi once articulated, human nature is inherently malevolent. Any goodness therein is but a fade. This posits that the innate disposition of humanity is flawed, and any transformation towards kindness is a result of our relentless will to improve. Perhaps Jiang Mingchu lacks this impetus for betterment. Upon hearing this, I was reminded of Shakespeare's profound assertion, nothing is either good or evil, but thinking makes it so. I suddenly held Wen Shuyan in high esteem. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy. Even his words of comfort possessed such philosophical depth, not only enlightening me but also offering solace and invigoration. Wen Shuyan stated that now that I was aware of his true nature and subsequent intentions, I must reconcile myself to the established reality. This is the initial stride toward overcoming any potential adversity that may ensue. By accepting the worst-case scenario, you can mentally unleash your immense capabilities. I gazed at Wen Shuyan with rapt attention, eager to hear more. The task at hand is to concentrate your energies on confronting him. When the mind wanders erratically, one loses the ability to think calmly. Hasty decisions made in a state of panic or anger often seal your defeat. Wen Shuyan fixed his gaze upon me, seemingly imparting guidance. Wan Zhen, our teacher used to tell us, in all matters, one must maintain composure, although my father was a professor at the business school. He enjoyed delving into sinology in his daily life. Many students remarked that Professor Ruan's elusive manner of speaking resembled that of a professor in the Faculty of Arts. In the past, when faced with difficulties at home, I would always inquire in a spoiled and anxious manner, "Dad, what should I do? What should be done about this?" My father would respond, Ruan, in all matters, one must maintain composure. How can you be so impetuous?" A sense of sorrow welled up within me as I recalled this, as if my father's presence were still before me. I looked up at Wen Shuyan and asked, "Senior Wen, my father had another favorite saying. Do you know what it is?" Wen Shuyan raised his eyebrows, exuding confidence. "Assuredly." We spoke almost in unison. In times of ease, do not indulge in excess; in adversity, do not succumb to despair; in tranquility, do not seek luxury; in danger, do not succumb to fear. He who possesses the thunder of the heart yet wears the countenance of a placid lake is worthy of being hailed as a general. As the words fell from my lips, I exchanged a knowing smile with Wen Shuyan. When Wen Shuyan smiled, he appeared remarkably charming. A stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor that seemed so distant from humanity. How do novels tend to describe such a demeanor? As gentle and accommodating as a spring breeze in February? As subtle and nurturing as the spring rain in March? I mused that if he were to greet others with a smile, the line of young women vying for his affection would stretch all the way to Paris. In that fleeting moment, I suddenly found Wen Shuyan not at all disagreeable. He was evidently a fine person, merely lacking a touch of ordinary warmth. One might interpret him as a celestial being, exiled from the mundane world, existing beyond reach, to be admired from afar, untouched by the trivialities of mortal life. At this juncture, I could not help but inquire of Wen Shuyan, "Senior, how did you and Jiang Mingchu come to be such sworn adversaries? The entire business school is aware of your rivalry, akin to the age-old tale of Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi." Upon hearing my question, Wen Shuyan regarded me with suspicion. "After being with Jiang Mingchu for so many years, he has never mentioned it to you?" I replied, "He never explicitly stated the reason." I did ask. "But he only remarked that your personalities were incompatible." I continued, "At the time, I did not press further, thinking that men tend to be less concerned with trivial matters. Unlike women, who might quarrel over the smallest issues. Indeed, it was a matter of incompatible personalities. Wen Shuyan bears a resemblance to my father. It is well known that the relationship between Jiang Mingchu and me is one of enmity, destined to culminate in open conflict. Yet, he refrained from uttering a single disparaging word about Jiang Mingchu, merely summarizing, each has their own aspirations, those of differing paths cannot conspire together. Indeed, as scholars debate literature and butchers discuss pork, those with divergent philosophies cannot collaborate. I cautiously remarked that I believed him, for after all, Senior, your demeanor in public is one of aloofness, exuding a serene and distant aura, making you seem somewhat unapproachable. Wen Shuyan halted his steps, his expression darkening. The depths of his obsidian eyes held a weighty chill as he regarded me. "Ruanzhen, you know nothing of me." I nodded. It was true, I hardly knew him. Although he frequently visited my home to see my father, the genuine conversations we had must number fewer than 10. I was aware of his fierce rivalry with Jiang Mingchu, naturally leading me to refrain from engaging him in further discussion. How could I dare to mention that Jiang Mingchu once remarked on Wen Shuyan's good looks, academic prowess, and respectable family background, fearing that I might be ensnared by Wen Shuyan's charm? Such words would be inappropriate to convey to him. Wen Shuyan merely chuckled lightly, his countenance remaining grave, and he chose not to elaborate further. Yet, his deep, dark eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, mysterious and profound, concealing monumental secrets that were not meant to be disclosed. Finally, he said, "I will escort you home." Chapter 33, Provocation. The black Bentley Continental halted at the entrance of the community. I unfastened my seatbelt and stepped out, expressing my gratitude to Wen Shuyan. However, I never anticipated encountering Jiang Mingchu at the entrance of our residential complex at this hour, when he should have still been at the office. He was parked there, seemingly out of nowhere, with the driver's side window partially lowered. His face was cast in a somber and severe expression, his eyes radiating an unnerving iciness. I was taken aback. My mind raced as I considered how to explain my situation. Then, I recalled Wen Shuyan's advice, in all matters, one must remain composed. Panic would only rob me of my ability to think clearly and betray my nervousness. In Jiang Mingchu's presence, I had to maintain a calm, rational, and unruffled demeanor. Therefore, I instantly put on a smile and trotted toward Jiang Mingchu, cheerfully inquiring, "Honey, what brings you home so early today?" Upon seeing that I showed no sign of being caught off guard, Jiang Mingchu initially scrutinized me. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he asked, "Where have you been?" I discerned that Jiang Mingchu was indeed angry, although he was attempting to conceal it. However, the simmering resentment in his eyes was visibly churning as Wen Shuyan alighted from the car and approached us, impossible to hide. Jiang Mingchu also exited his vehicle, seizing my hand as he faced the approaching Wen Shuyan. After so long of engaging in wits, my acting skills had improved considerably. I said without missing a beat, "Honey, I must thank Senior Wen today. My phone died on the way, and I couldn't get a ride or reach you. Fortunately, I ran into Senior Wen, who kindly gave me a ride back." As I spoke, I gazed at Jiang Mingchu with a radiant smile, adding, "It's been a while since you two have seen each other, hasn't it?" The last occasion Jiang Ming saw Wen Shuyan was presumably at my parents' funeral, where Wen Shuyan offered me his business card, encouraging me to contact him should the need arise. This gesture was met with a punch from Jiang Ming, resulting in a scuffle within the morning hall, only to be separated by security. Having recounted this, I leaned in close to Jiang Ming and whispered, "Darling, please refrain from showing any animosity in public. Let's adopt a magnanimous attitude. After all, he did bring me home today, which is a considerable favor." Jiang Ming nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Wen Shuyan, who was standing before us. With a tone laced with sarcasm, he remarked, "Mr. Wen, I extend my gratitude for escorting my wife home." As he spoke, Jiang Ming raised my hand, holding it in his, though I was uncertain of his motives for displaying this to Wen Shuyan. He added, "You must have been put to some inconvenience." Wen Shuyan fixed Jiang Ming with an icy stare, replying, "No inconvenience at all. It was my pleasure to escort her." The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward and frigid. As Wen Shuyan spoke, he even chuckled softly, a detail that was not lost on me. It was evident that his laugh was intended to provoke Jiang Ming, deliberately inciting him. I thought to myself, "Please, brother, hold your tongue. Weren't you the one who advocated for a composed approach when dealing with Jiang Ming? How is it that you're already initiating hostilities upon meeting him? Whatever past grievances you two may have, I'm unaware of them, but please don't involve me. My battle with Jiang Ming has yet to be openly declared." The two men locked eyes, their gazes clashing like swords, neither willing to yield. Jiang Ming retorted mockingly, "Is that so? I trust Mr. Wen doesn't consider his time to be squandered, given its immense value." Having concluded his statement, Jiang Mingchu turned to me, playfully grazing my nose with his finger, and said with doting affection, "You are so absent-minded. When your phone ran out of power, why didn't you borrow a phone to call me to pick you up? You've inconvenienced others." Jiang Mingchu's performance was undeniably deliberate. However, upon further reflection, I realized that he wasn't just acting this way in front of Wen Shuyan. In the presence of all outsiders, he always portrayed an image of doting affection and deep love towards me. This was precisely how everyone came to believe that I was fortunate to have found such a devoted and exemplary husband. I linked my arm with Jiang Mingchu's and said in a coquettish tone, "I was just afraid of disturbing you while you were busy with work." Jiang Mingchu pursed his lips slightly and said with indulgence, "What could possibly be more important than you? For you, I would set aside any amount of work." I used to be particularly susceptible to Jiang Mingchu's words, but now, hearing him say this, I felt nothing but revulsion. After speaking, Jiang Mingchu put his arm around my shoulders and said, "President Wen, thank you for bringing my wife back." Wen Shuyan responded calmly, "There's no need for thanks. After all, I wasn't doing it for your sake." Jiang Mingchu's eyes flashed with surprise. He chuckled softly and said, "Indeed, my father-in-law, if he were alive, would be grateful to you." His prized pupil, Wen Shuyan, with a stern expression, cast a glance at Jiang Mingchu and said, "That's right. Wanzhen is the only descendant that my teacher and his wife left in this world. It is my duty to take care of her. If anyone were to mistreat her, I would ensure that they paid a terrible price." Anyone could discern the threat in Wen Shuyan's words. Jiang Mingchu's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Observing the precarious situation, I swiftly interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. "Darling," I said, "I'm famished. Shall we head home? I'm sure one has pressing matters to attend to." Jiang Mingchu, relenting, retracted his frigid gaze and drew me away. "Very well," he conceded. I shall prepare your beloved sweet and sour ribs upon our return. Subsequently, Jiang Mingchu and I ambled homeward in close proximity. Despite not turning back, I sensed a piercing, glacial stare fixated upon us. I was in a buoyant mood throughout the journey, perhaps buoyed by the sight of Jiang Mingchu's peak. However, Jiang Mingchu was less than jovial. Upon arriving home, he cast down his keys with a sullen countenance and interrogated me. How did it happen that you encountered Wen Shuyan today? While changing into slippers. I responded, didn't I explain earlier? Why are you displeased? When did you two re-establish contact? He pressed. Re-establish contact? I merely emerged from the financial center and encountered him. It seemed he was there on business. I had concluded my meeting with the financial advisor and descended, intending to purchase coffee and a croissant to satiate my hunger. Alas, my phone was depleted, and I was unable to remit payment. Just as I found myself in an awkward predicament, he materialized from seemingly nowhere. I deliberately divulged my visit to the financial center that day. According to the counsel of teacher Su and Nan Yuan, I ought not to have informed Jiang Mingchu of the renewal of my financial products. However, having been caught in Wen Shuyan's company, Jiang Mingchu, with his inherent disposition, would undoubtedly scrutinize my interactions with Wen Shuyan. I was loath to cause any inconvenience to Wen Shuyan. The feud between Jiang Mingchu and myself should not ensnare others in its wake. He and Wen Shuyan were naturally sworn enemies, and seeing their tense demeanor today, it is evident that the discord between Jiang Mingchu and Wen Shuyan is rooted in something far more profound than mere personality clashes. Undoubtedly, something significant must have transpired between them. To divert Jiang Mingchu's attention from Wen Shuyan, I needed to introduce a matter of greater concern to him. One that would extinguish the simmering anger within him. On my way back, I contemplated broaching the subject of the financial product contract renewal. For I surmised that Jiang Mingchu would be far more invested in this issue. Indeed, upon hearing that I had consulted the financial manager, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Mingchu's eyes, and he promptly inquired, isn't your financial product still a while from maturity? Why are you seeking out the financial manager? Chapter 34, Begin your performance true to my expectations. Upon hearing that I had approached the financial manager, a look of unexpected surprise flitted across Jiang Mingchu's face. He immediately asked, isn't your financial product still a while from maturity? Why are you seeking out the financial manager? A sense of satisfaction surged within me. The scoundrel must be feeling anxious. I replied in a nonchalant tone, to renew the contract. Jiang Mingchu's brow furrowed. Renew the contract? I nodded and walked into the living room, where I activated the record player, placing a vinyl of Koji Tamaki upon it. I continued, a few days ago, I saw their advertisement stating that the annualized yield had increased by a point, with the deadline at the end of the month. I recalled that the financial product I purchased last year is nearing maturity in less than a month. And since I planned to visit my aunt in Canada for a vacation, I feared I would lack the time to handle it then. Thus, I thought it prudent to renew the contract in advance. You are going to Canada to visit your aunt? Jiang Mingchu's expression darkened slightly. I don't recall you mentioning this before. Abruptly confronted with a pair of bombshells, Jiang Mingchu was visibly taken aback, his countenance darkening with ill-concealed dismay. As I had not yet formulated a response, desiring to deliberate further before consulting with him, I retreated to the comfort of the beanbag chair, closing my eyes and allowing the melodies of Koji Tamaki to wash over me. Since the loss of our child, I have been plagued by dreams. Haunted by the spectral presence of a little girl who trails after me, her large eyes fixed upon me wherever I go. Though she remains silent, I am convinced that she is our departed baby. I have struggled to surmount this psychological hurdle, finding it difficult to confide in you. I believe a change of scenery is in order, and after much deliberation, I have resolved to visit Canada. I have not seen my aunt since my parents' funeral, and I long to reconnect with her in Ottawa. Though my eyes were closed, I could sense Jiang Mingchu's gaze upon me, scrutinizing my every move, attempting to decipher the underlying intent of my words. I surmised that this was the opportune moment for a display of emotion. Yet after my conversation with Wen Shuyan that afternoon, I found myself incapable of conjuring tears. In a moment of desperation, I resorted to inflicting a sharp pinch upon my own leg. The pain brought forth the desired effect, and my eyes welled up with tears. I opened them slowly, allowing the moisture to gather, and gazed up at Jiang Mingchu, who stood before me. Husband, I began, have you dreamt of our baby in these past months? Jiang Mingchu was clearly unprepared for such a question. His expression faltered, and I detected a fleeting look in his eyes that was not of sorrow, but rather of undisguised revulsion. Whenever the subject of our child arose, his indifference and apathy became all the more pronounced. I inwardly scoffed. Yet my tears threatened to spill over. This charade was proving to be a formidable test of my acting prowess. Certainly, Jiang Mingchu feigned a sob. How could I not have dreamt of it? Upon witnessing my tears, he approached, crouching before me, and gently wiped my cheeks. I grasped his hand tightly, laughter mingling with my tears. I thought you had long forgotten our baby, that I was the only one in sorrow. How could that be? Knowing that you too have not forgotten brings me solace. I sniffed and continued, darling, permit me a respite. I wish to travel to Canada to witness the autumn foliage and rejuvenate my spirit. You, on the other hand, shall remain here, diligently working and earning. Once I return, restored, we can conceive again. Jiang Mingchu furrowed his brow, expressing concern, but I cannot bear the thought of you going to Canada alone. My aunt will be there. Fret not. Yet. He sighed, his brows knitted in a mixture of affection and reluctance, gazing at me with earnestness. Since we have been together, you have never left my side. If you go to Canada, you will be away for at least 2 months, and during that time, how shall I cope without you? As he spoke, he took my hand and pressed a kiss upon its back, his deep-set eyes lingering on me with an almost unbearable longing. It stirred doubts within me, making me question whether the truths I had unearthed and the words I had heard were mere fabrications, a fleeting dream. Hypocrisy. In my mind, I unwittingly envisioned exposing his true nature, striking him across the face, demanding to know how he could be so heartless. Yet, it remained merely a fantasy. The truth is, gazing into his affectionate eyes, I playfully said, darling, they say that a brief separation strengthens love. Perhaps when I return from my vacation, our bond will be even deeper? Or are you worried that once I go to Canada, you might entangle yourself with someone else? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingchu vehemently assured me, how could that be? My dear wife, the mistakes I made in the past shall never be repeated in this lifetime. The one I love has always been you and only you. I responded with a teasing smile, really? Indeed, he replied. Then swear to me that every word you've uttered to me is the truth. If you dare to deceive me, even with a single word, may you be struck by lightning and fall into the depths of hell for eternity. I said with a playful grin. Jiang Mingchu's brow twitched at my words, but he soon masked his displeasure, gently pinching my cheek and saying, wife, you are quite the mischievous one. I brushed his hand away, pouting in a playful manner. Humph, are you too afraid to say it? Afraid to swear? Why would I be afraid? Jiang Mingchu replied. I merely find such oaths meaningless. Besides, would you truly believe me if I said it? I laughed with innocent exuberance, the same silly demeanor as before, saying, of course I believe you, I trust whatever you say, for you are the closest person to me in this world. You silly girl, Jiang Mingchu chuckled softly. With a tenderness that was both gentle and indulgent, you truly are my little fool. Friends, it is not that my emotional defenses are too weak, but rather that the tone with which Jiang Mingchu uttered those words was utterly nauseating. Hearing him call me little fool, a phrase I once found endearing, made me momentarily gag. A wave of nausea surged within me, compelling me to cover my mouth hastily. Jiang Mingchu's expression darkened as he inquired, my dear, what is the matter? I waved my hand dismissively, replying, it's nothing, I just suddenly feel a bit queasy. Concern etched on his face, he pressed further, what is it? Where do you feel unwell? Ah, what could it be? Undoubtedly, it is the nauseating reality of your insincerity that stirs my stomach. My stomach feels unsettled. Perhaps due to the black coffee I had this afternoon, which has provoked some discomfort. I suspect that Wen Shuyan might not be the best driver, as I felt quite car-sick throughout the journey. I uttered a few nonsensical remarks, feeling reluctant to ask him to slow down since we were not well acquainted. Without hesitation, Jiang Mingchu stood up and fetched me a cup of warm water, gently advising, take your time drinking. Thank you, dear, I said, cradling the cup and taking a sip, pondering that had I not witnessed you filling the cup from the water dispenser, I would not have dared to drink a single drop of what you offered. What is there to think? You are my wife. It is only natural for me to treat you well, Jiang Mingchu replied with a faint smile. Drinking warm water indeed proved beneficial, as the wave of nausea soon subsided. Jiang Mingchu redirected the conversation towards financial matters, asking, have you signed the new contract for your investments? I responded with a soft affirmation, lightly tapping the glass cup. Yes. I have signed it. Business has been difficult these past 2 years, but the manager was quite enthusiastic. His brows furrowed even deeper, displaying a look of disappointment. I thought to myself, ah, dear scoundrel, let the performance commence. Chapter 35, No Affection? As a wife who is so understanding, I naturally inquired, what is troubling you? Your complexion appears rather poor. Jiang Mingchu inhaled deeply and shook his head, dismissing it as a trivial matter, assuring you that there was no cause for concern. What could possibly trouble the omnipotent general manager Jiang? I inquired, eager to lend an understanding ear. Jiang Mingchu hesitated, displaying a reluctance to divulge his thoughts. He prefaced his revelation with a discourse on his independence and the inner turmoil he had been grappling with, before eventually articulating, my dear, I recently secured a significant project. You are familiar with Hailey Group, I presume? They are a local real estate development company in Jiangzhou. And they have recently acquired a parcel of land in the western part of the city, intending to construct residential buildings. Of course, I am aware of Hailey. Our family resides in one of their developments, do we not? Hailey Group is a renowned enterprise in our province, with projects scattered across the nation. Yet it is Jiangzhou that boasts their most illustrious developments. The majority of their properties are luxury residences. Speaking of which, the community where that mistress, Jiangxi, resides is one of Hailey's upscale housing projects, with an average price exceeding 100,000. A few years back, Hailey was embroiled in a nationwide scandal due to a shocking case involving a nanny setting a fire at one of their high-end developments. Nonetheless, this incident did not tarnish their esteemed reputation in Jiangzhou. I inquired, have you secured the deal? Which plot is it? The 16th plot. Located merely 3 kilometers from Jiangzhou West Station, adjacent to the European and American Financial Center. I have reliable information indicating that this area is earmarked by the government for future development. Therefore, I exerted considerable effort to negotiate our collaboration with Hailey Group, as they intend to commence construction on the project in the 4th quarter, with our company supplying a diverse range of building materials. Hailey stands as one of the preeminent real estate development companies in the nation, undertaking projects that often reach billions. Even a modest residential complex commands a significant investment. Collaborating with such an enterprise seems quite daunting for a small business like ours, I pondered, questioning whether we are even qualified to participate in the bidding process, as we barely meet the threshold. Indeed, our company's credentials are insufficient, prompting me to partner with General Manager Su from Hongsen. He has been seeking financing recently. Yet the situation remains unresolved due to his own cash flow issues. He proposed that if we could provide the materials up front and settle the accounts later, he would consider involving me in the venture. Advance funding for them? Although material costs typically involve delayed payments, the advance payments for Hailey's projects, even if partial, amount to a considerable sum. We might not manage it, I expressed my doubts. Jiang Mingchu nodded, acknowledging that relying solely on our resources for the advance payment would be inadequate. Thus, I discussed with General Manager Su, agreeing to cover a maximum of 20 million while he would need to find a solution for the remaining 30 million. General Manager Su perceived my offer as a sign of genuine commitment and accepted my proposal, provided I could gather the 2 million. 2 million? I chuckled, suggesting that you wish for me to invest in you? Frankly, I have considered it, but I am yet to determine my stance. Jiang Mingchu, suddenly infused with fervent emotion, knelt before me, grasping my hand and gazing deeply into my eyes. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I were to broach the subject, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, that inheritance was bestowed upon me by my parents, intended for my security. How could I dare to ask for it? Indeed, engaging in commerce inherently involves risk, and ventures such as this one necessitate a protracted period for recouping investments, potentially spanning 1 to 2 years. It is true that accounts pertaining to construction sites often present complexities. I contemplated procuring a loan, intending to approach several banking institutions, anticipating that securing 10 to 20 million should pose no significant impediment. At this juncture, Jiang Mingchu emitted a sigh of vexation. However, owing to the ramifications of the pandemic in recent years, our company's commissions have been neither copious nor substantial. Consequently, the banks deem a sum of 20 million to be excessive and are disinclined to sanction such a considerable allocation. Of the 2 institutions I consulted, both proffered only 5 million. What recourse remains, then? I inquired contemplatively. Even with a modest interest rate, a loan of 20 million, amortized over a 2-year term, would accrue a substantial interest burden. Moreover, can you unequivocally assure repayment within 2 years? Such assurances are beyond anyone's capacity to provide. Even if you were to remit the funds within the stipulated timeframe, I surmise that the profit derived therefrom, net of bank interest, would be negligible. What, then, is the purpose of such arduous labor? Would it not merely constitute laboring for the benefit of others? I grasped his hand and entreated. Perhaps you should refrain from such strenuous endeavors. The highly project is of such magnitude that I fear it will unduly tax you. In truth, we are not lacking in funds, and our lives are quite agreeable. That is untenable, Jiang Mingchu asserted. Upon marrying you, I swore before my parents' graves that I would ensure a life of affluence for you. You were raised in the lap of luxury by your parents, who bequeathed you a considerable inheritance. If I fail to surpass that, how can my masculine pride endure? Jiang Mingchu continued, my dear wife, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to reassure our parents in the heavens, to demonstrate to them that your decision to marry me was judicious. But such exertion is arduous for you, and I cannot bear to witness it. As the adage goes, there's no lucrative endeavor that doesn't demand diligence. I confess, I don't relish this relentless pace, but securing a partnership with a conglomerate of highly stature, even if the profit margins are modest, is an opportunity we can't afford to squander. Even the most meager gains from such an alliance surpass the earnings from a year's worth of petty ventures. The pressure is just a tad intense. Jiang Mingchu paused, inhaled deeply, and then offered me a faint smile, remarking, but enough of that. I'll find my own way to navigate these challenges. Should my entrepreneurial pursuits falter, you'll honor your pledge to provide for me, won't you? Preposterous. With a husband as accomplished as mine, you must realize your full potential in the business world. I replied, my voice laced with mirth. I'll inquire with the financial advisor about the possibility of terminating the 15 million investment. Would that be prudent? A flicker of delight danced in Jiang Mingchu's eyes, as if he were thinking, observe, the simpleton, swayed by a few sweet words, is willingly parting with her funds. I'm uncertain if it's feasible to withdraw the funds, but I'll explore the option, I said. If it proves unviable, you'll have to devise an alternative. Jiang Mingchu furrowed his brow, seemingly concerned that he might appear to be a freeloader. After all, the capital for our company originated from your coffers. With your striking visage, I'm more than willing to have you live off me. Others would clamor for such an opportunity, I responded, my tone laced with insincerity. I'm truly honored, Jiang Mingchu said as he embraced me. My dear wife, you are an angel. I must have performed virtuous deeds in my past life to have had the good fortune of marrying you. Huh. And what am I? I must have desecrated your ancestral graves in my past life to be deceived by you in this one. Then you must remain steadfastly devoted to me. Or face divine retribution, I responded to him with playful charm. Of course, Jiang Mingchu mentioned wanting to kiss my lips, and I instinctively recoiled. He paused. Looking at me, no kiss? Absolutely not, I haven't brushed my teeth, they're foul. I mused inwardly, kiss? That would be utterly revolting. Jiang Mingchu furrowed his brow, inquiring. Shall I go brush my teeth first then? But I'm famished at the moment. I coaxed, why don't you prepare a meal first? After some contemplation, Jiang Mingchu agreed, all right. I'll satiate your stomach first, and then I'll satiate your person later tonight. I pushed him away with feigned embarrassment, you're incorrigible. Utterly disgusting. As I watched Jiang Mingchu's figure disappear into the kitchen to cook, my smile gradually froze and turned frigid. Chapter 36, How to Avert Marital Intimacy. I surmised that Jiang Mingchu had long since conceived a roundabout pretext for soliciting money from me, thus having arranged the collaboration with Highly Group well in advance. He was merely waiting for a propitious moment to broach the subject with me, but to his surprise, I preemptively exposed his scheme. He had been plotting to manipulate me into willingly relinquishing 15 million to him under the guise of conducting business. Bah, what business? It was a calculated scheme to swindle my money. A contemptible wretch. Suddenly, Jiang Mingchu turned around, startling me. I hastily plastered a smile on my face as I looked at him. He leaned against the island counter, asking, by the way, my dear, there's something I feel I must reiterate to you. What is it? Refrain from meeting Wen Shuyan in the future. Jiang Mingchu stated with utmost gravity, I will become jealous. And I will become angry. Mr. Jiang, are you truly that insecure? I am married to you, after all. Are you still worried about me being abducted? I scoffed. Even if you are concerned about me being taken away, it shouldn't be about my connection with Wen Shuyan. Who is Wen Shuyan, anyway? He is renowned in the business school, a rare gem, with girls lining up to pursue him all the way to Paris. I am a married woman. I hardly attract anyone's interest. But what if? He mused. Some people simply relish the thrill of claiming what belongs to others. Jiang Mingchu's words seemed to slip out unconsciously. Immediately after, he feigned nonchalance and jested, with a wife as stunning as mine, I must guard against fire and theft, protecting her from everyone. I couldn't help but chuckle. This was not merely to placate him, I genuinely found it amusing. I was particularly curious to interview Jiang Mingchu. This cad who so brilliantly portrayed himself as a devoted man. I recalled that he studied in the business school, not the drama department. His next statement left me in awe. Zhenzhen, in this lifetime, you can only be mine. I replied with a smile, I understand. Now hurry and prepare dinner. All right, I shall do so. While Jiang Mingchu busied himself in the kitchen, I took a quick shower. The memory of his embrace and the kiss on my hand lingered. Repulsive as it was. Yet, thinking of his earlier nauseating remark, I surmised he believed I had completely forgotten his infidelity. Tonight, he would undoubtedly find a way to slip into the master bedroom. How would I reject his advances when the time came? The thought of his lips, which had touched that of his mistress, coming into contact with me made me feel utterly revolted. However, our relationship has seemingly improved considerably lately. If I were to use the initial excuse, claiming to mind his past with the other woman, Jiang Mingchu would undoubtedly become suspicious. After all, a woman who has truly forgiven her husband would not reject intimacy. If marital relations are consistently declined, Jiang Mingchu would surely realize that, deep down, I still harbor resentment towards him. Being as astute as he is, it would be difficult for him not to infer something else, such as that I have not forgiven him at all, or something even more profound. Some individuals are particularly adept at discerning significant details from subtle clues, especially those with high intelligence. No, I must devise a solution. I thought of Su Weitang and immediately opened WeChat to message her, inquiring about how to avoid conjugal relations. The response was almost instantaneous. But it was merely a large question mark. I was taken aback. What on earth? Who is this XY? This profile picture is not Su Weitang's. To prevent Jiang Mingchu from discovering my conversations with Su Weitang, I typically delete them immediately after chatting and then search for Su Weitang by the first letter of her surname. Usually, the first result that appears in the dark is Su Weitang. Who knew I would make such a mistake? I swiftly retracted the message and immediately apologized. But just then, the other party replied with a message, surprisingly advising me on what to do. Perhaps you could feign illness. I held the phone for a long time, unsure whether to thank him. It was too mortifying. Moreover, I realized I had no recollection of adding this person on WeChat. I opened his profile, discovering he was male. But his moments were just a black line, and the background was a solid color, offering no discernible information. I did not reply and deleted the chat box directly. I reassured myself that this was merely a stranger who had no knowledge of my identity or my husband's, and I had not mentioned any names. I told myself to remain composed. However, I couldn't help but contemplate XY's suggestion, feigning illness. Indeed, feigning illness would be a viable strategy. Even if Jiang Mingchu were utterly heartless, he wouldn't dare to misbehave while I was ailing, as he still needed to maintain the facade of a devoted husband. Surely, he wouldn't stoop so low as to indulge his animalistic desires while I was unwell. But how could I convincingly feign illness? There was a strong possibility that Jiang Mingchu would see through my deception. Perhaps, then, I should genuinely fall ill. Su Weitang had once remarked that I was, in some ways, a ruthless person. For instance, when I decided to sleep, I would immediately do so without using my phone, regardless of the time. I would rise instantly upon hearing my alarm. Even in the dead of winter, I could leave delivered packages untouched in a corner for days. And I could listen to a barrage of 60-second voice messages without batting an eye. If I resolved to become genuinely ill, then so be it. Shedding my garments, I stepped under the shower head and turned the faucet to its maximum cold setting, allowing the frigid water to cascade over me from head to toe. Shivering uncontrollably, I gritted my teeth. The cold was intense, but I had to endure it. I would rather suffer fever and hospitalization than be defiled by that swine, Jiang Mingchu. I gradually acclimated to the bone-chilling sensation. As I stood there, drenched in cold water, I watched my fragility be torn apart and painstakingly reconstructed, forcing myself to become resilient. It dawned on me that, apart from the illness itself, all the suffering one experiences stems from perception, namely, one's thoughts, views, and predictions regarding the situation, which lead to distress, pain, and anxiety. As I stand here, having gained a clear understanding of Jiang Mingchu's true nature, I find myself devoid of expectations or predictions, thus remaining composed and unperturbed. It is often said that without suffering in the flesh, one cannot enjoy bountiful blessings, and without turmoil in the heart, wisdom remains dormant. The experiences that empower an individual are invariably those moments when existence feels more unbearable than death itself. Having traversed this ordeal, I shall come to fully comprehend the essence of rebirth through suffering. After enduring a cold shower for about half an hour, I did not rush to dry my hair. By the time evening approached, around 7 or 8 o'clock, a sense of dizziness enveloped me, leaving me in a state of haze. When Jiang Mingchu spoke to me, I found myself slightly disoriented. He reached out to touch my forehead, his expression darkening. "Xing, you have a fever?" My head throbbed painfully, and my body burned with heat. Without delay, Jiang Mingchu took me to the hospital. Following a series of examinations, it was revealed that my fever had soared to nearly 40 degrees, prompting the doctor to recommend hospitalization for overnight observation. Overwhelmed by dizziness, I succumbed to slumber. Later that night, I awoke, parched and dry-tongued from the fever. As my eyes fluttered open, I noticed the ward was dimly lit, with only a faint light seeping in from the corridor. Just as I was about to rise to fetch some water, I heard a faint sound of breathing, an unmistakably intimate, feminine sigh. My mind raced as I focused on the direction of the noise. It emanated from the bathroom. "Mingchu, your audacity knows no bounds, considering your wife is outside." Chapter 37, The Affair in the Bathroom. That voice was all too familiar. It was none other than the mistress, Jiang Shi. To be candid, at this moment, I am overwhelmed by shock rather than anger. I truly cannot comprehend the depths of shamelessness and desperation that these two audacious individuals have sunk to, engaging in such inappropriate behavior in the bathroom of my hospital room while I am unwell. Is it conceivable that a person's moral compass can descend to such lows? It is both amusing and disheartening. As it is the dead of night, in the stillness, they appear quite brazen within. From the sounds, I surmise that Jiang Shi has just arrived, and the two have not been in there long. Had I not reached out to you tonight, would you have even thought of me? You are constantly by your wife's side, how could you possibly remember me? The mistress inquired. Jiang Mingchu lowered his voice, stating, "How could I not think of you? It is because you are so heartless and refuse to meet me." If I were not heartless, would you have the resolve to divorce? I see that you wish to enjoy the best of both worlds, with a wife at home and me on the side. Jiang Shi panted. Do not touch me indiscriminately, your wife is right outside. Do you dare engage with me here? Why would I not dare? With her in such a fevered state and having taken medication, she will not awaken, Jiang Mingchu exclaimed urgently. It has been so long since we last met. I have missed you terribly, my darling. I desire you. Brother Mingchu, you truly are a scoundrel, Jiang Shi gasped. I feel a twinge of pity for Wanjin. After all these years, she must be oblivious to your wickedness. You appear so refined, like a paragon of virtue, yet in reality, you are nothing but a thorough rogue. My dear, I am only wicked towards you, what is she to me? The tone of Jiang Mingchu's speech was one of unparalleled arrogance and vulgarity, a manner I had never encountered before. With a half-smile, he provocatively inquired if we had ever ventured to such exhilarating places, assuring me of an experience that promised utmost comfort. What could possibly be deemed exhilarating? If we were to speak of thrills, it would surely be that time spent on the bed shared with Ruanzhen, which had transformed into a battleground for our many climaxes. Jiang Shi's laughter was unabashed and triumphant. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for anger. Perhaps I had long since come to terms with the shamelessness of these two. Nevertheless, a wave of disgust washed over me. The mere thought that Jiang Mingchu had once brought someone home, to our very bed for an affair, was repulsive. Yet, they truly did not warrant my indignation. Jiang Shi's laughter grew somewhat louder, prompting Jiang Mingchu to caution her, urging her to lower her voice. Didn't you say you had given her a drug? What are you afraid of? Jiangxi scoffed, are you worried she might wake up and find us in the act? You wouldn't want to divorce her, would you? How could that be? Didn't you say you despised her? He replied. I simply wish to see her suffer a bit more after the divorce. By the way, darling. You've never told me why you loathe Wanjin so much. Don't say it's because of me. Jiang Mingchu chuckled softly, I don't believe that. I perked up my ears, eagerly anticipating Jiangxi's response, which reminded me of Nanyuan's speculation, what could I have possibly done to incite such hatred in her? However, Jiangxi did not respond to Jiang Mingchu's words at all, she merely stated, I cannot stand the fact that she has everything, the best of everything. I am envious. Why is it necessary to have so many reasons to dislike someone? Jiangxi continued, alright, let's not dwell on such trivial matters. Aren't you thinking of me? Ah, you little enchantress. Subsequently, what transpired between the two of them is best left unsaid, suffice it to say, the sounds were utterly repugnant. I quickly composed myself, sitting at the edge of the bed, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing the fiery passion unfolding within. Shi Yan had previously advised me to seize opportunities to gather evidence of Jiang Mingchu's infidelity, photographs, videos, or chat records would suffice. Hasn't Nanyuan consistently failed to capture anything useful? Ever since I uncovered the truth, Jiang Mingchu had refrained from spending the night with Jiangxi, being exceedingly cautious. Given the splendid opportunity tonight, why should I not take advantage of it? If I were to let it slip by, who knows when the next chance would arise? With this thought, I mustered my courage and resolved to approach the bathroom door, hoping to capture video or photos while ensuring my own safety. What if they sensed that I was awake? What if these shameless individuals conspired against me? I turned on my phone, silenced it, and sent a message to Su Weitang. I wrote, Teacher Su, guess what? That beast, Jiang Mingchu, is committing adultery with his mistress in the bathroom of the hospital. I initially intended merely to vent my feelings. Seeking someone to confide in. I considered recording a video to send her, hoping she could preserve it. To my surprise, Su Weitang promptly responded. Inquiring about my location, I am in Jiangzhou, which hospital are you at? Provide the address. Before I could comprehend how Su Weitang had so swiftly appeared in Jiangzhou, she pressed on, do not act impulsively or disturb him, I will come to find you immediately. What is your hospital room number? People's Hospital, 303. Received. Wait for me. It's truly fortuitous, it will only take me 10 minutes to arrive. I hope Jiang Mingchu can occupy himself for at least 15 minutes. And not wrap things up in a mere 3. My heart suddenly raced, I hastily got out of bed, opened the recording app on my phone, and positioned myself by the bathroom door to record. The proximity allowed me to hear every lascivious sound clearly through the thin wall. I realized that I was utterly different from Jiangxi. The words she uttered so effortlessly were beyond my own capabilities. Reflecting on my ignorance, I recalled that my only experience with Jiang Mingchu had been that one night at the Waldorf Hotel last year. I was unaware that interactions between men and women could unfold in such a manner. Mingchu, you are incredible, Jiangxi's voice resonated, sweet and tantalizing. Your tongue is truly exceptional, it always makes me feel like I am in heaven. Xiaoxi, you are also remarkable. And it has been a while since you've done anything for me. How about you give it a try tonight? Jiang Mingchu coaxed softly. I still remember the first time you did it for me, the sensation was absolutely exhilarating. I can't. Why not? Stop dragging this out and don't you dare divorce me, it's time for a little punishment. The impish words of Jiang Mingchu echoed in the air as he turned over, lying on his stomach, his gaze fixed with a mischievous glint, declaring that tonight would not be a night of mercy. I found myself unable to bear it any longer. My reason persistently reminded me that I was enduring this repulsion solely to gather evidence, it was utterly revolting. Endure. Endure. At that moment, Su Weitang sent me a message, come up quickly, I'm waiting for the elevator. My heart suddenly raced. Chapter 38, The Scene of Infidelity and Truth. Su Weitang burst into the hospital room within mere minutes. Dressed in a camel-colored trench coat, she wore a white knit sweater and fitted jeans. Her feet adorned with Jimmy Choo lambskin heels that seemed to propel her forward with the speed of the wind. Exuding an aura fierce enough to consume anyone in her path, she was undeniably striking. Sister, I have come to uphold justice on your behalf. She had already activated her phone's video recording function. With a swift kick, she flung open the bathroom door, directing the camera at the naked couple within. Jiang Mingchu and Jiang Shi had shed nearly all their clothing, particularly Jiang Shi, who perched upon the sink, her legs elevated, utterly unclad. As for her lingerie, it dangled precariously from her arm, her face adorned with a flushed hue of springtime allure. Upon our entry with Ms. Su, we found Jiang Mingchu still within her. Caught in a moment of panic, their reaction was delayed. Jiang Mingchu hastily withdrew, attempting to retrieve his trousers. However, with swift action, Su Weitang seized the opportunity and delivered a forceful kick to Jiang Mingchu's posterior. He tumbled headlong, landing prone on the tiled floor with an audible crack. Despite repeated attempts to rise, Jiang Mingchu was unable to regain his footing and was further incapacitated by 2 more severe kicks from Su Weitang. "Allow me to present these shameless adulterers," she exclaimed. "Behold, everyone. This scoundrel is Jiang Mingchu." While his wife lies feverish in the hospital, he, overcome by insatiable lust, summoned his mistress to engage in illicit acts within the confines of his wife's hospital bathroom. "Come, let us also reveal the countenance of this harlot who seduces another's husband." Su Weitang aimed her phone at Jiang Shi's face, who was frantically attempting to find clothing. I promptly intervened, seizing her garments and tossing them out of the room. "Jiang Mingchu is unclothed," I remarked with a sardonic smile. "It seems inappropriate for you to be clothed, wouldn't you agree? Harlot. Do you not revel in exposing yourself to others? Why bother with clothing?" As Su Weitang's phone captured her exposed state, Jiang Shi could only shield her face, exclaiming in indignant fury, "Your actions are unlawful. How dare you utter such words to me?" Su Weitang retorted with a contemptuous and seized Jiang Shi's hair, forcing her to reveal her face. "Conceal nothing. Let all witness your licentious countenance." Enraged, Jiang Shi shoved Su Weitang violently, nearly causing her to lose balance in her high heels. With swift reflexes, I rushed forward to steady her. After ensuring Su Weitang's ankle was unharmed, I advanced and delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Shi's face. "Push my sister? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Shi stared at me in disbelief, retorting, "Ruanzhen. You vile creature, how dare you strike me?" I retaliated with another slap, exclaiming, "What about hitting you? Do I need to pick a special day to hit a mistress like you?" Weakened by a cold and fever, I mustered all my strength to deliver those slaps, uncertain if the force was sufficient. However, the welts were immediately apparent. Jiang Shi clutched her face, glaring at me with venom. "Mistress? How ironic, Ruanzhen. Are you even aware that the one unloved is the true third party? So many fallacies for being a mistress? Were you born to bring shame upon your parents? Since they neglected to educate you, I shall enlighten you on the concept of not coveting what belongs to others." I fixed Jiang Shi with a frigid stare, channeling all the arguments I had never voiced into that moment. Jiang Shi scoffed, "Who are you to lecture me?" Before I could respond, Teacher Su seized a toilet brush and brought it down upon Jiang Shi's head. "You dare to talk back after stealing someone else's husband?" Jiang Shi shrieked, attempting to seize the toilet brush in retaliation, but Teacher Su was too quick. She grabbed Jiang Shi's wrist and slammed her against the wall. I immediately moved to provide assistance, immobilizing Jiang Shi's hands, while Teacher Su directly forced the toilet brush into Jiang Shi's mouth. "Vile creature, so you dare to talk back? So you dare to bully my sisters? I'll gag your mouth, let's see how you wail." Jiang Shi cried out in anguish. Alone, she was no match for the two of us. Our teamwork was impeccable, one striking, the other restraining, never allowing her a chance to break free. "Woo-woo. Mingchu. You save me." Jiang Shi sobbed, calling out to Jiang Mingchu. This only infuriated me further. The thought of how these wretches had tormented me, the thought of my child, filled me with a desire to kill them. Thus, I snatched the toilet brush from Su Weitang's hand and aimed it at Jiang Shi's mouth, scrubbing back and forth. Before long, Jiang Shi's lips were chafed raw, a vivid red with blood seeping through. "Mingchu?" I scoffed, "Jiang Shi. The way you utter my husband's name is truly delightful. Why don't you just call him husband outright?" "What if I call him husband?" Jiang Shi retorted, shamelessly, "Ruanzhen. He'll dump you and marry me sooner or later. It's only a matter of time before I call him husband." Jiang Shi, utterly devoid of shame, directly shouted at Jiang Mingchu. "Husband, aren't you going to help me beat this bitch to death? She's exposed our affair, do you think she'll let you off? Damn it, this is truly unbearable." Su Weitang rushed forward, seizing Jiang Shi's hair and delivering a series of slaps across her face. You call another woman's husband so readily. Calling you a slut is an understatement. I cannot ascertain the exact number of slaps we delivered to Jiangxi, yet no amount could possibly assuage the animosity dwelling within my heart. At that moment, Jiang Mingchu regained his composure, rising from the ground, eager to assist. I, however, would not permit it. You wretched scoundrel. I raised my hand and struck him twice across the face, sneering, Jiang Mingchu, have you absorbed your education into the depths of a dog's belly? You revel in clandestine escapades in the shower, yet you fail to consider that I am lying outside, undergoing an infusion? Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Mingchu likely realized that any pretense had become futile. Compared to me, Jiangxi's thighs were more robust, and thus, he chose to forsake me. Wanjin. Since you have seen everything, I have nothing left to conceal. Cease your charade. I interrupted Jiang Mingchu, my teeth clenched as I retorted, is it your place? A faithless scoundrel, to speak of divorce? Jiang Mingchu, listen closely, divorce is merely one aspect. I also intend to ensure you provide a thorough account to the authorities regarding how you and Jiangxi caused our child's demise. Jiang Mingchu's face drained of color as he gazed at me. Wanjin, what do you know? I am aware of everything you have done. I replied with a cold laugh, inching closer as I pressed him, transferring my assets, administering poison to terminate our child, drugging my milk. Before I could finish my words, Jiang Mingchu seized my throat, thrusting me against the wall. Chapter 39, enduring 100 insults, pain surged forth, gradually eroding my illusions. It was then that I realized, at some point, I had been fiercely gripping my own arm, my teeth nearly shattering from the strain. Indeed, the scenes I just envisioned were merely figments of my imagination. I refrained from stopping Su Wutong from bursting in to witness this grand spectacle of infidelity and to capture evidence of the shameless affair between those two wretches. I yearned to act upon such impulses, yet I knew I could not. When Xu Yan was correct, in moments of urgency, anxiety, and fury, one is prone to lose the ability to think clearly. Perhaps it was fate that at the zenith of my wrath, I suddenly recalled Wen Shuyan's words. This was indeed an opportune moment to gather incontrovertible evidence of Jiang Mingchu and Jiangxi's betrayal. However, with Jiang Wen mysteriously abroad and my ultrasound data falsified, verification seemed elusive. The notion of tampering with the milk was merely my unsubstantiated claim. Furthermore, with no harm inflicted upon my body, the police would be unlikely to convict Jiang Mingchu. The evidence regarding the baby's congenital deformity leading to its demise was insufficient. And with Jiang Mingchu's silver tongue and high intelligence, my accusations lacked substantive proof. He could easily assert that I was mentally unstable when confronted by the authorities. Additionally, no significant evidence had yet surfaced regarding his financial misappropriations. As for the substantial insurance policy, he could argue it was for my benefit, given he had procured an identical policy with me as the beneficiary. More crucially, Jiangxi's esteemed background afforded her a certain audacity, bolstered by the connections of the Jiang family. Should matters escalate, she could leverage her family's influence to extricate herself, perhaps even aiding Jiang Mingchu in his plight. All these considerations cautioned me that now was not the time to confront Jiang Mingchu openly. Following the completion of the recording, I dispatched a WeChat message to Su Weitang prior to her entrance. Miss Su, refrain from entering. To confront Jiang Mingchu now would be to undermine all our efforts. Su Weitang inquired, are you certain? Such an opportunity may not present itself again. Assuredly, I replied, the opportune moment has yet to arrive. I must exercise restraint. Su Weitang retorted, forbearance in the face of adversity may lead to mammary hyperplasia, and retreat may result in ovarian cysts, neither of which are desirable outcomes. I responded. To fail to utterly vanquish the adversary is to fail entirely. I must await the precise moment to solidify Jiang Mingchu's transgressions, leaving him no avenue of escape. This is for the sake of my child, and for the 7 years of my youth that I misspent. Impatience in minor matters can disrupt grand schemes. A single act of forbearance can quell a multitude of insults. I recalled a maxim imparted by my father, the aspirations of a noble person extend far. And thus they must bide their time, their accomplishments are great, and thus they must endure. Su Weitang respected my decision, stating, my concern lies in your ability to confront these contemptible individuals alone. Therefore, upon the conclusion of matters, I shall return to Jiangzhou. Zhen, do not be afraid. I will stand by you, and no one shall be permitted to mistreat you. To have such a friend, what more could one desire? Yet, as I lay in bed, a sense of unease washed over me. and I couldn't help but envision the manner in which I would have dispatched those despicable individuals had I stormed in earlier. The hospital room offered little in the way of soundproofing. The two of them carried on inside for an indeterminate duration, and as I lay on the bed, clenching my teeth, each second felt like an eternity. Having been subjected to such torment, I could never forgive Jiang Mingchu. How else could I atone for the 7 years of my youth and the tragic demise of my child? After an indeterminate duration, their rendezvous concluded. I discerned the rustling sounds of their departure and promptly feigned unconsciousness. Gingerly, Jiang Mingchu and Jiang Shi exited the room. Fearing their proximity, I tarried for an extended period before alighting from the bed to ascertain their absence. Nan Yuan, having been forewarned by Su Weitang, awaited below, poised to capture any incriminating evidence. That night, I remained sleepless, feigning slumber. Eventually, a state of semi-consciousness enveloped me, and I succumbed to genuine sleep. At daybreak, I awoke to find Jiang Mingchu seated by the bedside, his visage unshaven and gaunt. Upon my awakening, he promptly rose, clasping my hand with evident concern, inquiring, "My dear, you're awake? How do you feel?" Regarding Jiang Mingchu's thespian prowess, I find myself disinclined to offer further accolades. His skill is consummate, unparalleled. Given his fervent performance, I could scarcely lag behind. Thus, I feigned ignorance, questioning my presence in the hospital and lamenting a throbbing headache. "You truly cause me ceaseless worry, my dear. Your fever soared to 40 degrees. Jiang Mingchu gazed upon me with feigned solicitude, his brow furrowed. I remained vigilant throughout the night, lest any untoward event befall you. My dear, you truly frightened me. Indeed? You contemptible cur. You likely harbored hopes of my demise by fever, did you not? Forgive me, my love, for causing you such anxiety. I was unaware that a mere cold could escalate to such severity." I regarded Jiang Mingchu with feigned contrition, teetering on the brink of tears. "Do not weep, I harbor no resentment. I am merely consumed with concern for you." Scarcely had Jiang Mingchu uttered these words when Su Weitang burst into the hospital room with tempestuous energy, wielding her umbrella to strike Jiang Mingchu. "Solicitude? How dare you feign solicitude? What in God's name have you done to our Zhenbao?" Su Weitang exclaimed, her fury palpable as she confronted Jiang Mingchu. Seemingly on the verge of inflicting grievous bodily harm. Caught off guard by the unwarranted assault, Jiang Mingchu's initial displeasure was quickly subdued, replaced by a mere furrowing of his brow. "Su, please refrain from striking my husband," I interjected hastily. "It was my own carelessness that led to this cold. He tended to me throughout the night, foregoing sleep." "You incorrigible simpleton." Su Weitang feigned exasperation, tapping my forehead with her finger in a manner that betrayed her disappointment. Always rushing to Jiang Mingchu's defense. "After he's reduced you to this state, am I not even allowed to reprimand him? Is he so untouchable?" "Of course," I retorted. "My husband is far too precious for me to even consider letting you lay a hand on him." "You unrepentant traitor," Su Weitang declared, placing her hands on her hips in mock indignation. Jiang Mingchu promptly diffused the situation. "It's quite all right, my dear. Su's concern stems from affection. Indeed, I have fallen short in my care for you, and I am deserving of censure. Then why don't you seek out a suitable place to expire?" Su Weitang retorted mercilessly. "Jiang Mingchu, despite your words, I dare say you harbor resentment towards me." "How could I ever?" Jiang Mingchu's complexion betrayed a hint of unease. Su Weitang emitted a haughty humph. "It had better be so. Let me make myself clear, Wan Zhen and I share a bond forged in the crucible of shared experiences. Should you ever dare to inflict even the slightest mistreatment upon my Zhenbao, Jiang Mingchu, know that I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure your demise." Jiang Mingchu responded with a placid smile. "Su, I would never dream of it. I cherish Zhen beyond measure, how could I ever bring myself to mistreat her?" "It had better be," Su Weitang reiterated. "Su, please stay with Zhen. I'm going to get her some breakfast, she hasn't eaten all night." Jiang Mingchu was once again the epitome of a devoted husband. Su Weitang nodded. "Go ahead. We need to have a little chat." Jiang Mingchu gave me a few instructions before leaving the room. "Zhen, that scoundrel Jiang Mingchu." Su Weitang began to scold. But I, noticing someone at the door, grabbed her arm and signaled her to be quiet. Chapter 40, Honeymoon. Jiang Mingchu hadn't left immediately but was eavesdropping at the door. As luck would have it, there was a mirror by the doorway, invisible from the outside but offering a view from within. Su Weitang, quick-witted as ever, noticed my intention and immediately changed her tune. Do you think Jiang Mingchu will hold a grudge against me? I was really angry earlier. You had a fever of 40 degrees. Any higher, and you'd be cooked. How was he taking care of you? It infuriates me. Sue, don't insult my husband. I played along. You were too harsh just now. You being angry is understandable, but he's innocent. Didn't you see how weary he looked? He took care of me all night, barely getting a wink of sleep. I'm just worried about you. Out of the blue, I hear you're hospitalized. How could I not be anxious? Su Weitang feigned remorse. Maybe I should apologize to him later? But Jiang Mingchu knows my personality, he's always been magnanimous. He shouldn't hold it against me, right? He is magnanimous and won't hold it against you, but still, hitting someone with an umbrella, that must have hurt. Enough, enough. You are utterly captivated by Jiang Mingchu's face. We haven't seen each other for so long, and you don't miss me at all? Su Weitang exclaimed. I have missed you terribly. Not at all. How heartless. She playfully retorted. You are one who values beauty over friendship. Just a little bit of longing, is that acceptable? Su Weitang's smile was radiant, that's more like it. By the way, you seemed quite downcast for a while, has something happened? Or is it that Jiang Mingchu took advantage of my absence to bully you again? Also, the child was perfectly fine, so how could they be gone? No. He did not bully me. I understood Su Weitang was intentionally bringing this up, as a good friend returning from Shin City would naturally inquire about the child. If she didn't ask anything, that would be concerning, suggesting I had already confided all my sorrowful matters to her. Consequently, Jiang Mingchu would undoubtedly speculate about what I had shared with Su Weitang and what had transpired with the child. The umbilical cord was wrapped around the neck, causing suffocation in the womb, I murmured, adopting a demeanor reluctant to discuss. Su Lauscher, I wish to avoid this topic, every time it resurfaces. It feels like a knife piercing through me. Please don't mention it in front of my husband, it pains him as well. Men may not voice their feelings, but they know everything in their hearts. I understand, I am not foolish. Oh, do not be disheartened. You and Jiang Mingchu are still young. There will surely be more children. The priority is for you to take care of your health, after all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. I know. I promptly shifted the conversation elsewhere, inquiring about her recent work. Su Weitang began to recount her experiences. Jiang Mingchu, ever the cautious one, decided to leave once he realized that Su Weitang and I had ceased our discussion about children and marriage. Su Weitang winked at me, silently asking if the scoundrel had departed. I shook my head, signaling her to check beneath the hospital bed for any hidden listening devices, as that wretched man had installed several cameras within his home, making it nearly impossible to guard against. After a thorough inspection, Su Weitang assured me that all was clear. Doesn't it feel like a scene from a spy film? She remarked, placing her hands on her hips, exclaiming, indeed. It is the law that has saved Jiang Mingchu's wretched life. How true that is. As I sat at the head of the bed, memories of the scandalous affair between those two in the bathroom last night surged through my mind, igniting a fierce desire to see Jiang Mingchu suffer. Last night, Nan Yuan had only managed to capture a couple of photographs of them in a compromising embrace, damn it. If only he could have recorded their disgraceful antics in the bathroom. I would have relished in watching him squirm in humiliation. Su Weitang expressed her outrage. The patience of Confucius in enduring hunger, the fortitude of Yen in enduring poverty, the resilience of men in enduring the cold, the forbearance of Huayin in enduring humiliation, the perseverance of Zhang in enduring residence, the endurance of Lu in enduring insult. I chuckled softly at Su Weitang, saying, do you know? I kept repeating this phrase last night, pondering that if my father were alive, he would surely remind me of the ancient wisdom of the sages and the virtues of perseverance in establishing one's achievements. Speak plainly, Su Weitang retorted, rolling her eyes at me. As I have not yet procured the crucial evidence to ensure Jiang Mingchu's incarceration, I must exercise forbearance. Such is the case, Su Weitang mused. Yet at what juncture shall we attain our objective? It is inadvisable to protract the campaign, for the longer the duration, the more vulnerabilities we shall expose. I lamented. I know not, we shall proceed one step at a time. I surmise that Jiang Mingchu, that scoundrel, will not endure the wait for long. The mistress is so ardent. Even venturing to the hospital. He is undoubtedly eager to be rid of you. Su Weitang furrowed her brow, her comely visage contorting with concern. Zhen. You must exercise utmost caution of late. Should Jiang Mingchu exhibit any untoward behavior, you must apprise me thereof. Do not act rashly and confront him alone. Understood, I replied. Shi Yan has apprised me that the law demands evidence. Thus, I shall procure irrefutable evidence to substantiate Jiang Mingchu's culpability. Recalling that Shi Yan was an acquaintance of Su Weitang, I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Su. Were it not for your extensive network, I would never have been able to secure the services of a barrister of Shi Yan's caliber. It was nothing, Su Weitang responded with a smile. I have rendered scant assistance. At that juncture, I failed to perceive Su Weitang's discomposure when Shi Yan's name was mentioned. Following Su Weitang's departure that day, Jiang Mingchu returned and engaged me in casual conversation, inquiring whether I had divulged the matter of the child to Su Weitang. I pondered. You overheard the conversation. Yet you still inquire? Nevertheless, I indulged his charade with patience, replying, I have not divulged any matters pertaining to our relationship to Teacher Su. Although my bond with Teacher Su is akin to that of sisters, these matters are difficult for me to broach. I am also reluctant for her to discover your infidelity during my pregnancy, as it would undoubtedly cause you to lose face in her presence. Furthermore, I fear that upon learning the truth, Teacher Su might investigate the woman with whom you were unfaithful. As you know, Teacher Su possesses extensive connections in Jiangzhou. And for my sake, she is capable of acting without restraint, which could lead to an unseemly escalation of events. I paused, then continued, Husband. We have been together for 7 years. You are my first love and the only family I have in this world. I do not wish to dwell on the past. And from the moment I resolved to forgive you, I have turned the page on those unpleasant memories. This includes the matter of the child. I have relinquished the pursuit of legal action against the hospital, as I believe that incident serves as a painful and unspoken wound in both our hearts. I do not wish to remain mired in sorrow, nor do I wish to cause you distress. One must always look forward. As I spoke, tears streamed down my face. And I sobbed, Husband, let us strive to live well together from now on, shall we? Jiang Mingchu gazed at me with tearful eyes. His profound gaze filled with ardent affection, as if possessed by a devoted spirit. He reached out to wipe away my tears, his voice choked with emotion as he said, Wife, I must have performed countless good deeds in my past life to be blessed with such a virtuous wife in this one. I promise you, we will undoubtedly live well together from now on. Yes, I choked out, embracing Jiang Mingchu's neck. For I could scarcely contain the revulsion brewing within me, fearing he might detect it. Indeed, the emotion of loathing was fomenting within my heart, eager to erupt. Abruptly, Jiang Mingchu drew back, his countenance alight with enthusiasm, and inquired. My dear, our 7th anniversary is fast approaching. Shall we embark on a sojourn to refresh our spirits? It would serve as a belated honeymoon. A debt I have long yearned to repay. Chapter 41, Does he harbor a desire to terminate my existence? Lest you deem me unduly cynical. The instant Jiang Mingchu broached the notion of a restorative trip, a disquieting thought flickered through my mind. Could he be contemplating my demise? Infidelity within the bonds of matrimony. A substantial insurance policy, the tragic loss of our child, and the surreptitious administration of medication in my milk, it is exceedingly difficult not to entertain such suspicions. My immediate apprehension was, why the sudden urge to whisk me away on a journey? Had I inadvertently betrayed some telltale sign? Why the haste? Before I could secure the 15 million? Was he acting under duress, goaded by an ultimatum from his paramour? Suppressing my astonishment, I feigned nonchalance and queried, Indeed? What has prompted this sudden inclination for travel? Jiang Mingchu, in a state of palpable elation, embraced my shoulders and exclaimed, Firstly, our wedding anniversary is imminent, and secondly, my schedule for the ensuing 2 months is exceedingly demanding, with unrelenting pressure from the project. I foresee no respite to dedicate to your company. Thus, I propose we depart forthwith. The truth is, I have long desired to escort you on an excursion, but the exigencies of the project have hitherto rendered it impossible. But are you not on the cusp of collaborating with Hailey? I mused. Su, the esteemed director of Hongsen, has graciously extended this opportunity to you. Would your absence not jeopardize the endeavor? I observed your keen interest in securing this project. I would not wish to impede your professional pursuits on my account. That is indeed the case, he conceded, but my dearest, you are paramount to me. Your well-being and felicity are my paramount aspirations. If I were to succumb to a bout of nausea and regurgitation at this juncture, one could hardly accuse me of impropriety, could one? I am genuinely convinced that Jiang Mingchu has surreptitiously enrolled in some academy for aspiring philanderers. For how else could he so effortlessly and spontaneously fabricate such a litany of falsehoods? Does not this brazen and unscrupulous cad merit a swift dispatch? Alas! I am compelled to feign an air of profound emotion, feigning gratitude for his purported affections. Oh, my dearest husband, you are so very kind. I surmise that upon the culmination of my protracted engagement with Jiang Mingchu, my thespian prowess will have burgeoned to such an extent as to warrant my ingress into the realm of professional acting. While the role of the protagonist may elude me, I am confident in my ability to acquit myself admirably in the role of the deuteragonist. Jiang Mingchu, in a tone of gentle persuasion, inquired, "My dear, would Bali be to your liking?" "Bali is far too remote," I mused. "Such a distant locale, in a foreign land, and should I, in my naivete, accompany you there? What recourse would I have were you to orchestrate my demise? A fool and his life are soon parted. He is ceaselessly scheming to usurp the inheritance bequeathed to me by my parents. When one is driven to the brink of madness, any transgression is conceivable. As such, vigilance is of the utmost importance when dealing with a reprobate so devoid of scruples and so steeped in duplicity." Jiang Mingchu furrowed his brow in perplexity. "But have you not always harbored a desire to visit Bali?" "That was in a former time," I demurred with a coquettish air. "My affections no longer lie with Bali. Dearest husband, might we perhaps consider an alternative destination?" Jiang Mingchu pondered for a moment, then ventured, "Perhaps Southeast Asia? Thailand, perchance? You have always professed a fondness for durian and the flavors of tom yum. What say you to a sojourn to Thailand? We could explore Bangkok, Chiang Mai, and Phuket, taking in all that they have to offer." I shook my head in disdain and remarked, "Not only is Thailand unbearably hot at the moment, but dear husband, have you not been keeping up with the news lately? The rampant telecom fraud over there is quite alarming, and several tourists have gone missing. Just imagine. If we were to go there, we might end up being kidnapped or worse, have our kidneys harvested. How terrifying is that? Thailand? Huh. Jiang Mingchu certainly has the audacity to suggest it. What sort of place is that? Would I dare to vacation with a heartless scoundrel? It would be akin to courting death. The complexities of cross-border investigations are formidable, yet he seems to have his plans all figured out. So, where shall we go? My dear wife? Jiang Mingchu's expression shifted noticeably, losing the deep affection and patience he previously exhibited. Why don't you tell me where you would like to go? I pondered for a moment, resting my chin on my hand, and suggested, how about I consult teacher Sue? Let us invite her to join us. She is well-traveled and quite the expert in tourism. Perhaps not, my dear, Jiang Mingchu interjected, grasping my wrist as I reached for my phone. He pursed his lips and said somewhat begrudgingly, Su Weitang already disapproves of my inability to take good care of you, how could I dare travel with her? Surely you've noticed that I've always found her personality rather intimidating, fiery and brash, exuding an air of superiority towards everyone. Unlike you, who is gentle and charming, my absolute favorite. Why are you afraid of her? Huh. She's merely a paper tiger. I thought to myself. Am I truly gentle and charming? Perhaps I am simply naive and easily deceived by you. No, primarily, I believe this trip should be our intimate getaway. Inviting teacher Sue would likely make her uncomfortable as a third wheel. That is indeed a valid point. Feigning agreement. My inner thoughts were consumed by the suspicion that this scoundrel was apprehensive of Su Weitang disrupting his scheme to murder his wife. At this juncture, I was virtually certain that Jiang Mingchu was endeavoring to deceive me into venturing out for some purpose. Even if it did not involve directly ending my life, it would be a close approximation. Jiang Mingchu appeared slightly thwarted, yet remained persistent, inquiring, my dear, what about a location closer by? For instance, the Qingxi Mountain Resort. I have heard that its hot spring hotel is quite exquisite. As the adage goes, gratuitous flattery conceals ulterior motives. Jiang Mingchu's eagerness to ingratiate himself aroused my curiosity as to his true intentions. I was cognizant of the potential peril, but also recognized that danger can present opportunities. Had I not exhausted every avenue in seeking evidence of his infanticide? Perhaps I should explore an alternative approach? With this realization, my entire being was ignited. I nodded with a smile, responding, indeed, I have heard Professor Su speak highly of Qingxi Mountain. It has been quite some time since I have indulged in a hot spring. It would be beneficial to unwind. Jiang Mingchu then smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to caress the strands of hair atop my head, uttering with affection, "You should simply rest and recuperate, and once you are well, we shall embark on a leisurely excursion." Without exaggeration, upon receiving my affirmative response, Jiang Mingchu's entire demeanor radiated revitalization. He was elated. Observing Jiang Mingchu's countenance brimming with radiant joy, my heart was gripped by an extreme chill, as though I had descended into an age-old ice cellar, suffusing me with a profound sense of coldness from head to toe. What stratagem would my husband of 7 years employ to ensure my disappearance from this world, thereby transforming me into the stepping stone for his defection to his mistress's abode? Chapter 42, I shall seize the opportunity, not you. For the subsequent 3 days, I remained in the hospital, receiving intravenous treatment and observation. Jiang Mingchu visited the company during the day, only to return in the evening to keep me company. He regaled me with tales of the delightful attractions and culinary delights surrounding Qingxi Mountain, promising to ensure my utmost enjoyment when the time came. On the day of my discharge, Jiang Mingchu was supposed to come and fetch me. However, he was unexpectedly summoned by General Su from Hongsen. I was secretly amused and hastily called Su Weitang to pick me up instead. Su Weitang arrived from the company, her visage adorned with exquisite makeup, her hairstyle appearing casual yet meticulously arranged, with each strand perfectly in place. The elegant Australian white pearl necklace and earrings harmonized splendidly with her Audrey Hepburn-style little black dress, exuding both grace and flair. Draped over her wrist was a white blazer, while she carried an Hermes Birkin bag, presenting herself as the epitome of a social elite. In truth, Su Weitang's polished demeanor resembled that of an investment banker rather than a public relations professional, who typically wears a perpetual smile to diffuse crises with finesse. Her appearance radiated a cool and proud allure. Every gesture was imbued with an air of aloofness, yet tinged with a striking charm that words could scarcely capture. Most men would hesitate to approach her, particularly given her sharp tongue, capable of delivering scathing remarks without a hint of profanity, leaving one's mind reeling and utterly incapacitated. She was once the formidable Black Rose of the school debate team, instilling fear in the hearts of many. However, Su Weitang's true prowess lay in her background. Everyone assumed she was merely an only child from a moderately prosperous family, blessed with intelligence. They envisioned her diligently studying, leaving her small hometown for Jiangzhou, striving to remain there, and working tirelessly for a decade to afford a house in a prime location. With her attractive appearance, she would then find a well-paid, middle-class husband, thus completing her life's journey. In reality, Su Weitang's family was exceedingly influential. Her father was Jiangzhou's wealthiest man, possessing assets exceeding 10 billion. I often saw news of her father on television, accompanied by political dignitaries at events. Initially, I was unaware of her formidable status until the grand opening of Jiangzhou's newly constructed library. As I eagerly queued with her to explore the new library, we encountered my father and other college leaders taking photographs at the entrance, with Chairman Su at the center. My father instructed me to return home that weekend, and Su Weitang and I attempted to slip away unnoticed. However, Chairman Su approached us, requesting Su Weitang to visit home that weekend. I stared at Su Weitang in utter bewilderment, but she responded to Chairman Su with a curt acknowledgement before pulling me away. I inquired if she was related to Chairman Su and where she was supposed to return. Su Weitang sighed and reluctantly confessed, "Zhen, Su Xiaozhen, he is my father." At that moment, my expression could only be described as utterly astonished. It wasn't due to a lack of worldly experience, but rather, I couldn't reconcile the image of a frugal student who seized every opportunity for part-time work, undertaking any menial task, with that of the Su family's heiress. Which heiress would rush to sell Master Kong instant noodles at a supermarket after class? Wouldn't you agree? However, Su Weitang's circumstances were intricate. I only heard her mention that after her mother's passing, her father's mistress brazenly took her place. Despite being the eldest daughter of the Su family, she had endured years of hardship. Therefore, she loathed mistresses more than anything in this life, and when it came to Jiangxi, her animosity surpassed even mine. Due to the brief hospital stay, I didn't have many belongings. After a quick pack, she and I took the elevator downstairs together. As we reached the hospital entrance, Su Weitang went to retrieve the car. At the corner, I spotted a familiar vehicle, a black Bentley Continental, with the window partially lowered, revealing the profile of Wen Xuyan. A sense of bewilderment washed over me. What was Wen Xuyan doing here? Visiting someone? Or was he ill himself? Before I could ponder further, Su Weitang drove up to me. Noticing me gazing in that direction, she inquired, "What are you looking at so intently?" After getting into the car, while fastening my seatbelt, I responded, "Professor Su, I thought I just saw Wen Shuyan." "You must be mistaken. Why would Wen Shuyan come to a place like this?" Su Weitang jested. People of their elite status would go to high-end, immaculate private hospitals, or they would have personal physicians. Besides, didn't you mention he bought a villa near your old house? The company is also 20 or 30 kilometers away from here. What would he be doing here? You must have been mistaken. Professor Su's analysis made sense, and I thought, I must have been mistaken. At that moment, Su Weitang suddenly asked me, "By the way, Zhen, were you and Wen Shuyan acquainted before?" "What do you mean, before?" I replied. "As you know, he was my father's student and used to frequent our home. Indeed, aside from that, there is nothing else." "Why do you suddenly inquire?" I was reminded of an event from long ago. "What event?" "Do you recall the welcome party during our junior year? When you were managing the stage? Did you not get struck by the collapsing metal frame?" Su Weitang asked me. I nodded. Certainly I remembered. I had suffered a fractured leg and spent a month in the hospital. During that time, Jiang Mingchu visited me daily, and I was particularly touched by his unwavering care. "Zheng, have you always been unaware of who rescued you after being struck by the metal frame?" Su Weitang glanced at me. I indeed did not know. And it suddenly dawned on me that her inquiry meant she was aware of my savior. I hastily asked, "Who was it?" Su Weitang sighed. Then pursed her lips while gazing at me. "You may find it hard to believe it was Wen Shuyan." "Wen Shuyan?" I couldn't help but laugh. How could it possibly be Wen Shuyan? "Indeed," Su Weitang responded, gripping the steering wheel with her eyes fixed ahead. "On that day, you lost consciousness after being struck by the frame. When I arrived at the hospital, I witnessed Jiang Mingchu and Wen Shuyan engaged in a scuffle outside the emergency room. I listened quietly as Su Weitang recounted the situation. Jiang Mingchu had pinned Wen Shuyan against the wall, demanding to know what he meant, questioning if he preferred someone else's belongings. Wen Shuyan, bearing a wound, leaned against the wall with an expressionless face and regarded Jiang Mingchu, asking, "What are you in such a hurry for?" Taken aback by the question, Jiang Mingchu's anger flared, and he raised his fist, threatening to strike Wen Shuyan, exclaiming, "You dare to covet what belongs to me." Yet, Wen Shuyan swiftly turned the tables, pinning him against the wall, retorting, "What do you think you are to compete with me? I met her first. If anyone is to vie for her, it certainly isn't you." Consequently, the two became entangled in a scuffle, only to be separated by the nurse. At that moment, I found myself pondering why Wen Shuyan claimed to have known her first, and why Jiang Mingchu did not refute him. "Recently, haven't you mentioned encountering Wen Shuyan frequently?" This incident suddenly resurfaced in my mind. Su Weitang looked at me, puzzled, urging, "Think carefully, did you not know Wen Shuyan before? Perhaps you simply do not remember." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, as deep down, I felt certain that the she Wen Shuyan referred to could not possibly be me. How could I, an ordinary person, ever be associated with the esteemed Wen Shui, the pinnacle of excellence? Su Weitang continued, recounting how the two had grappled until the nurse intervened. I remained silent, contemplating the notion that Wen Shuyan had claimed prior acquaintance, and Jiang Mingchu had not disputed it. Su Weitang pressed on, "You mentioned recently that you often see Wen Shuyan. This incident came to mind." I shook my head with unwavering certainty. "I truly do not know him." "Perhaps you misheard back then?" "Is that so?" "Perhaps they are alluding to someone else entirely." Su Weitang posited with uncertainty. "But who else could possibly incite a rivalry between Jiang Mingchu and Wen Shuyan?" "Teacher Su. Jiang Mingchu never divulged to me that it was Wen Shuyan who rescued me. Upon regaining consciousness, I inquired, and he claimed it was a junior classmate present who pushed me aside as the shelf toppled. He couldn't conceal that detail, as I distinctly recall being propelled from behind by a pair of hands in the instant it fell. I only glimpsed the person's trousers before collapsing, never their face." "It was Wen Shuyan?" I murmured in disbelief. Su Weitang wore a look of pensive contemplation. "Over the years, I've never expressed gratitude to Wen Shuyan. I wonder if he sustained injuries while saving me," I sighed, resolving, I must find an opportunity to thank him in person. "You needn't inquire of Wen Shuyan, Zhen. I can assure you with certainty that Wen Shuyan injured his arm." When he and Jiang Mingchu engaged in a scuffle outside the emergency room, a nurse intervened, scolding him, "Are you oblivious to the state of your own arm? You're fighting here instead of tending to your wound. Do you wish to be crippled?" Su Weitang regarded me solemnly. He was likely wounded by shards of glass from the shattered window. Though his injury has long since healed, you are indeed indebted to him. I furrowed my brow, a sense of profound remorse welling up within me. It felt as though, unbeknownst to me, I had accrued a significant debt of gratitude to Wen Shuyan. Ah, Zhen. Have you ever pondered what your life would be like today if the person who fell in love with you at first sight had been Wen Shuyan? Su Weitang suddenly asked me with whimsical curiosity. I gazed at her in horror. Teacher Su, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly aspire to someone like that academic deity? A single glance from him could extinguish my very existence. Love at first sight? Do I wish to shorten my life further? Su Weitang playfully winked at me. What if? Are there not things we dare not do or even contemplate? Your words sound akin to tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio. I am timid and have never dared to watch supernatural films. Suddenly, I recalled Wen Shuyan's confession of being a failure in love. I sighed and said, Teacher Su, there must be a person in Wen Shuyan's heart. A luminous figure he has cherished for years, someone whose memory evokes deep sorrow. I am indeed somewhat curious about what kind of woman could linger in his thoughts for so long. Su Weitang replied. Could it be that this person is far yet so near? I rolled my eyes. If you wish to insult me, at least choose a different method. I do not wish to engage in further conversation, let us go eat. Su Weitang drove me to a nearby leisure district, where we found a garden restaurant for brunch. After settling in and placing our orders, I shared Jiang Mingchu's plan with Su Weitang. Upon hearing it, she set down her coffee cup, expressing her disapproval. Zhen. I believe that scoundrel has ulterior motives. If you go alone, you will surely fall into his trap. We cannot grant him that opportunity. I understood. I placated her, avowing my awareness of Jiang Mingchu's potential ill intentions, yet emphasizing, Miss Su, this may be my sole opportunity to elicit the truth from him directly. You're treading a precarious path, Su Weitang remarked, her brow arching. I cannot permit it. Miss Su, do you comprehend? For months, slumber has eluded me. Each time I close my eyes, I am haunted by the image of my baby, curled up forlornly in that frigid container. Zhen, I am cognizant of your suffering. However, your baby, now in the heavens, would not wish to witness your anguish. Su Weitang's tone softened. Every child is an angel sent to its mother. And your baby has undoubtedly returned to the heavens, watching over you, bestowing blessings and prayers. Tears welled, yet I suppressed them, stating resolutely, Miss Su. I am determined to make Jiang Mingchu repent and bear the consequences of his actions. Su Weitang, recognizing my unyielding resolve, conceded, very well. My former paramour resides at Qingxi Mountain Resort. Since we are venturing there and employing a risky strategy, let us collaborate on a scheme to ensure that the scoundrel cannot evade our meticulously crafted snare. Excellent. I refuse to believe that this world will allow such a villain to continue his reign of terror, I declared vehemently. Subsequently, Ms. Su and I deliberated on the most effective means to expose Jiang Mingchu's deceit. As we engaged in our spirited discussion, my gaze fell upon a visage etched in my memory, even reduced to ashes, as it entered, entwined with a woman, her smile radiant and youthful. It was as if her voice echoed in my ear, Mingchu, your wife is still out there. Jiangxi. Zhen? Zhen? Su Weitang tapped the table, drawing me back to reality, and inquired about my well-being and pallor. I then realized that I had unconsciously been clutching the tablecloth, crumpling it into a ball. I inhaled deeply and gestured towards Jiangxi with my chin. Miss Su, the woman in the Chanel camellia suit at the bar is Jiang Mingchu's mistress, Jiangxi. Upon hearing this, Su Weitang immediately turned to look at the bar. Jiangxi was adorned in a Chanel camellia suit, a Van Cleef Arpels Alhambra diamond necklace gracing her chest, carrying a tan Delvaux mini handbag, and stepping into red-soled high heels. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, presenting an image of a generous and refined fashionable lady. As she pointed at the pretzel bread in the glass display case, the Harry Winston diamond on her finger was particularly striking. Her attire, exceeding $1 million, was commensurate with her family background. I questioned once more what she, a lady from a remarkable family, saw in Jiang Mingchu. Was it his poverty? His shrewish and malicious mother? Or his ruthless treatment of his wife? Damn it, Isn't this an opportunity delivered right to our doorstep for some diversion? Su Weitang turned back to me and asked, Zhen, would you like to vent some anger? Chapter 44, confronting the mistress. Su Weitang, with her hand supporting her chin, gazed at me with captivating allure, blinked, and asked, that night. The adulterous couple's passion in the bathroom went unaddressed, didn't it? Since she has conveniently presented herself today, it would be impolite of us to let this opportunity pass. Wouldn't it? I instantly understood her intention. Tearing apart the third party, how could I not desire it? Even though my feelings for that despicable man, Jiang Mingchu, have perished. The hatred I harbor towards the scoundrel and the shameless woman who have humiliated me remains etched in my heart. Teacher Su was right, when fortune presents itself. Failing to seize the opportunity would be a grave disservice to the blessings of heaven. I nodded and chuckled softly, of course. Su Weitang, a clever little sprite. With her bright and glistening eyes darting about, quickly devised a plan, confidently lifting her chin in my direction, urging me to watch her. As she prepared to rise, I grasped Su Weitang's hand firmly, shaking my head slightly, and declared resolutely, Teacher Su, I shall do it. Su Weitang paused, taken aback, After all, the one who stole my husband was her, so it was only fitting that I take matters into my own hands. I replied with a cold smile. You've never seen me fight, have you? Although I lack the skill, there is always a first time for everything. I understood Su Weitang's good intentions in standing up for me. Since the day we met, whether it was arguing with others or haggling over prices, she has always been the one shielding me, allowing me to grow accustomed to being the protected one, even relishing the comfort of it. With my parents pampering at home and Su Weitang's unwavering loyalty outside, I can honestly say I have never had the chance to confront anyone or engage in a physical altercation. But this time, I yearn to take the initiative. I must grow, I must possess the ability to fight back. I cannot perpetually live under their protection, instead. When faced with bullying, I should respond with courage. Su Weitang knows me best, with just a glance, she comprehended my intentions. She nodded, all right, you go first. If you find yourself struggling, I will certainly ensure you regain your honor. Good. I rose from my seat and made my way directly to the bar. At that moment, Jiangxi had just placed her order and stepped aside to wait for her friends. As she turned her head, our gazes collided unexpectedly. She immediately recognized me. I advanced calmly, contemplating how to confront her. In dramas, women often resort to hair pulling during fights, don't they? Long hair is convenient for grasping. Pulling it hard inflicts pain and serves as an effective means to subdue an adversary. Generally, women lack significant physical strength and are not trained in martial arts, so they can only rely on hair pulling and slapping. Perhaps she assumes I lack the courage to confront her directly? Jiangxi smirked, the corners of her lips curling in a clear display of disdain, her posture exuding arrogance as she crossed her arms and tilted her chin, resembling a proud and resplendent peacock. It was as if she were taunting me, saying, what are you to me? I have slept with your husband. And you can only watch, powerless to change anything. After all this time, you haven't dared to utter a word, what can you possibly do to me today? In a sense, Jiangxi is strikingly beautiful, and I must concede this point. Yet, her shamelessness in stealing something that does not belong to her renders her allure tainted and repugnant. I have always believed that housewives who hysterically confront mistresses over their husbands' infidelities lack backbone. What do they truly gain from chasing after a mistress to fight? Aside from fleeting satisfaction, what remains? Ultimately, it is oneself who suffers, appearing disheveled and pitiful in their desperation. Why not simply wave goodbye, resolutely depart, and proudly ensure that one's dignity remains intact? After all, one's self-respect is of utmost importance. Perhaps I was simply too youthful in my understanding. Alternatively, until the blade pierced my flesh, I remained oblivious to the agony, incapable of genuine empathy. Yet, today, as the forsaken spouse, I intimately comprehend the betrayed woman's visceral urge to flay the interloper. Chuckled softly, then provocatively inquired of her companion at the bar, Xie Jiayu, who do you suppose Jiang Mingchu would ultimately choose between his wife and me? The girl addressed as Xie Jiayu sighed, casting a glance at her, and remarked, Miss Jiang, I confess I fail to grasp why you would pursue a married man. Is there any man you can't find? Any of the men who pursue you are better than Jiang Mingchu, aren't they? What's wrong with you? Smirked triumphantly, fixing her gaze upon me, and declared with profound intent. Well, I am determined to have what I want. Xie Jiayu retorted, I advise you to abandon this notion promptly. Why covet a second-hand man? His wife is the one who is wronged and deserving of pity. Indeed, he is not particularly desirable, yet the allure lies in seizing what belongs to another. As Jiangxi concluded her statement, the distance between us dwindled to less than a meter. Our eyes met, hers ablaze with belligerence, mine icily scornful, tinged with revulsion. She regarded me tauntingly, arms crossed defiantly. Xie Jiayu, noticing the confrontation between Jiangxi and myself, inquired, Xiaoxi, is this a friend of yours? Smiled haughtily. Replying to Xie Jiayu with an air of triumph, what is she? How can she be my friend? She is Jiang Mingchu's wife. Upon hearing this, Xie Jiayu's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with exaggerated surprise, evidently taken aback that the wronged and pitiable woman she had just sympathized with was standing right before her. I found it amusing, once again astonished by Jiangxi's audacity. I fixed my gaze upon her eyes, which held disdain and arrogance, and wondered. How could the Jiang family have raised such a creature? Oblivious to any sense of shame, Jiangxi retorted, Wan Qinghui's daughter was certainly well taught, yet alas, she couldn't hold on to her man. You are not worthy to utter my father's name, I declared. I strode forward, seizing Jiangxi's hair in my grasp. She was clearly unprepared for my sudden transformation from a lamb to a fury. I yanked her meticulously styled waves downward with considerable force. Jiangxi shrieked in alarm, and Xie Jiayu echoed with a cry, recoiling in fright and colliding with the glass counter of the bar, exclaiming, Can't you all just talk it out? Wan Zhen. Damn you, let go. She struggled vehemently. I was resolute, summoning all my strength, and with a spirit of grim determination, I dragged her backward by the hair. Unable to keep pace, her feet faltered, and her elegant red-soled heels twisted, causing her shoes to be shed in the process. During the struggle, Jiangxi's face turned to the side, and with my left hand still clutching her hair, I delivered a resounding slap with my right, channeling all the pent-up rage of recent days into the force of that blow. The act of slapping her and tearing at her facade was a scene I had rehearsed 100 times in my mind that night when she and Jiang Mingchu were in the bathroom. As I stood outside. Chapter 45, I make no apologies for enticing your husband Jiangxi, far from being naive, naturally resisted, attempting to shove me away. In the process, she reached out to seize my hair, but as I had it bound up due to my recent hospital stay, she found no purchase. However, in any altercation, one is seldom spared unscathed. Her lengthy, manicured nails raked across my cheek, a sharp sting indicating a likely scratch. I, in turn, summoned every ounce of strength to retaliate. Our conflict required no preamble, no artifice. Given her unveiled presence in the videos she had disseminated, any pretense of ignorance on my part would have been superfluous. It was far more gratifying to confront her directly. Your parents may have given you life and sustenance, but they neglected to instill discipline, I hissed through gritted teeth, and I am more than willing to act as a divine instrument in their stead. With that, I delivered a resounding slap to Jiangxi's face, declaring, Today, I shall enlighten you to the price one must pay for purloining what belongs to another. Having received 2 consecutive blows, Jiangxi was incensed. She struggled with renewed vigor, seizing my hand and shoving me with considerable force. Still weakened from my convalescence, I was easily displaced, but fortunately, Su Weitang intervened, steadying me before I could fall. Xie Jiayu then approached Jiangxi, intending to offer her solace. But Jiangxi rebuffed her advances, leaving Xie Jiayu visibly disconcerted. Jiangxi, after smoothing her disheveled hair, regarded me with haughty defiance, her countenance contorted with rage. With a derisive sneer, she challenged, What is it that I have stolen from you? If you cannot hold on to your own man, how dare you blame another for his enticement? It is a preposterous notion. Her audacity surpassed even my most cynical expectations. I once believed that such shameless remarks from mistresses were merely exaggerated expressions by writers. However, it appears that fiction is indeed rooted in reality. Just as I was about to speak, Su Weitang, filled with rage, exclaimed a curse and, releasing my arm, charged forward to deliver a resounding slap to Jiangxi's face, declaring that she could no longer endure it. How dare you strike me? Who do you think you are? Jiangxi covered her face, instinctively raising her hand to retaliate. But before she could do so, Su Weitang seized her wrist and forcefully pushed her away, delivering another resounding slap. Humph, I will strike you without hesitation. Do I need to choose an auspicious day for that, you shameless harlot? Su Weitang scolded, expressing her astonishment at the audacity before her. Come, everyone. Pause your meals for a moment and witness this woman, a brazen mistress, who not only steals another's husband but also dares to provoke by sending videos to the wife. You must remember what this vixen looks like and be wary, she might set her sights on your husband's next. At this hour, just past 11. This restaurant is renowned in the area, often frequented by individuals enjoying brunch or chatting with friends. Many white-collar workers from nearby corporations come here during their breaks for coffee and salads. Dressed elegantly and stylishly, it is utterly shocking that she is a mistress. Ah. You see, these shameless individuals often disguise themselves as wealthy heiresses. After all, their worth is so low that they must rely on such aids to inflate their value. Quick, share this in the group chat to warn the ladies. If you ever spot this harlot in Jiangzhou City, make sure to steer clear. Indeed. Such a shameless adulteress is a novelty to my eyes. Daring to confront the original wife, were I in her shoes, I would wring her head off and cast it into the latrine. With such a vehement denouncement from Su Weitang, the onlookers immediately comprehended the situation, igniting a flurry of hushed discussions. Even the waiter, previously approaching to mediate, remained on the sidelines, perhaps believing the mistress deserved the beating. I was wondering, I muttered, why such a foul odor suddenly permeated this otherwise pleasant restaurant. It seems this vixen, who steals another's husband, is the source. Su Weitang truly voiced my sentiments. You are the vixen, Jiangxi retorted, incandescent with rage. She cast off her remaining shoe and lunged at Su Weitang, engaging in a fierce scuffle. However, she was no match for Su Weitang, the formidable figure of our academy, who once single-handedly subdued 3 individuals, leaving them bedridden in the hospital for over a month and composing a 15,000-word apology. Xie Jiayu attempted to assist, but being delicate and fearing injury, she merely implored the bystanders for assistance. Yet, with the mistress being publicly assaulted, who would deign to help? In desperation, Xie Jiayu dialed 110 to report the incident. Fearing that Su Weitang might suffer even a scratch at the hands of Jiangxi, I immediately intervened, seizing Jiangxi's hair. The pain forced her to release Su Weitang, who, with alacrity, seized the opportunity to deliver several stinging slaps to Jiangxi's face. I envied her immensely, yearning to deliver those blows myself. Jiangxi roared in fury. Seeing that Su Weitang had exacted sufficient retribution, I released her. Turning, I noticed a water pitcher on the table. I seized it, opened the lid, and emptied its contents onto Jiangxi's face. What are you screeching about? I demanded. When you chose to engage with another's husband, you should have anticipated this moment. A few lemons hung above Jiangxi's head. With her eyes closed, she awaited the water to cascade down her face before glaring at me with furious red eyes. Your husband? Ha, Wanzhen, what a coincidence. I also call him husband in bed. What a wretched creature. You relish calling another's husband, don't you? Su Weitang delivered a swift kick to Jiangxi, who was caught off guard and toppled to the ground, scattering the tableware in a cacophony of shattered pieces. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged forward, mounting Jiangxi and striking her face with resounding slaps. Truly, I must say, this sensation was exhilarating. It was my first brawl, and the indescribable rush and release of pent-up pressure was remarkably gratifying. Her friend, Xie Jiayu, stood by, attempting to intervene multiple times, only to be threatened by Su Weitang, who warned, if you don't want to get hurt, you'd best stay out of this. What's there to fear now that the police have been called? We disdain even touching such a shameless person. Just watch from the sidelines and don't come looking for trouble. We're all headed to the station anyway, so why not make the most of it? Be careful, or I might just include you in this. Su Weitang and I were certainly on the same wavelength. After all, we were both destined for the police station, so why not indulge in this confrontation? However, fighting is truly exhausting, and having just recovered, I found myself weary after a short while. After Su Weitang helped me to my feet, she pulled out her phone to capture a photo of Jiangxi sprawled on the ground, clicking away. Zhen, I'll send this to you on WeChat. Later, I'll find a marketing account to write a couple of pieces. Isn't she the daughter of the Jiang family? Fine, I'll gratuitously gift you a trending topic. Xie Jiayu, observing our cessation, then moved to assist Jiangxi. Jiangxi, however, ungratefully shrugged her off. She clambered up with difficulty, her face swollen from our assault. Wanzhen, is this the extent of your capabilities? I regarded her quizzically, wondering if she was mentally unsound. Before I could speak, Jiang sneered at me, asserting with audacious self-righteousness. So what if I'm a homewrecker, stealing your husband? What are you going to do about it? Me? I have no interest in other people's husbands. I simply enjoy stealing yours. What's it to you? Jiang brazenly took her shamelessness to the extreme, asking, is being a mistress illegal? What can you possibly do to me? Chapter 46, I only covet what you cherish. I have no interest in other people's husbands, I simply enjoy stealing yours. What's it to you? The scene had already devolved into unpleasantness, and Jiang brazenly took her shamelessness to the extreme, asking, is being a mistress illegal? Aside from throwing a tantrum here, what can you possibly do to me? After months of cowering like a turtle, you've finally reached your breaking point, haven't you? I frowned. Nearly amused. Are you unaware of the crime of bigamy? Bigamy? Jiang scoffed. Are you attempting to invoke the law with me? Wanjin. I have neither cohabitated with your husband as husband and wife, nor have I become engaged to him, held a wedding ceremony, or obtained a marriage certificate. What connection does that have with bigamy? Su Weitang and I exchanged glances, both agreeing that Jiang possessed an exceptionally thick skin and robust mental fortitude. I retorted. Is that so? When you two are together, he's always the one paying for the hotel rooms, isn't he? Those are marital assets. And I wouldn't hesitate to meticulously investigate and reclaim them. Jiang declared smugly. That will be a disappointment for you, she continued, when we booked rooms. Jiang Mingchu never spent a dime. It was always on my tab, with my funds. I couldn't help but chuckle. So. Are you suggesting that you willingly let my husband freeload off you? Jiang inhaled deeply and replied with remarkable composure, is it so inconceivable that we were mutually enamored? Kindred spirits? She paused and added, Jiang Mingchu is both intelligent and deeply affectionate. Whenever his company needed to procure something, he would patronize my friend's store, supporting their business. I didn't intend to provoke you, but you insisted on probing, leaving me with no alternative. Oh, and by the way, I happen to have a promissory note here. Last year, he borrowed $5 million from me at a monthly interest rate of 1.5. I've kept the transaction records and bank slips. Will you be settling this debt? Or should he? I hadn't anticipated this maneuver between Jiang Mingchu and Jiang, and I couldn't ascertain the authenticity of the alleged promissory note. Moreover, I suspected that she was deliberately sharing this information to goad me. Therefore, I refused to take the bait, engage in her narrative, or become agitated. Are you implying that you take pride in being a mistress? I retorted. Haha, I chuckled. Jiang responded with a smile, who's the mistress? Isn't it the one who isn't loved? In retrospect, I didn't gain any ground in this verbal sparring match. But that's of little consequence. Jiang's pronouncements elicited astonishment from everyone present, who marveled at the reprehensible nature of mistresses in this day and age. To be shameless is one thing. But to also possess legal acumen? What recourse does one have? I found myself devoid of anger, for in truth, Jiang Mingchu was someone I had long intended to discard. Save for a few lingering matters. A mere piece of refuse, if Jiang desires him, I am more than willing to relinquish him to her. However, I cannot yet reveal my disdain for Jiang Mingchu. Instead, I must play the role of a housewife whose husband has grown weary of dalliances and returned home. I regarded Jiang with a frosty gaze, my tone composed and serene. But isn't the outcome self-evident? Jiang Mingchu has exploited you to his satisfaction, discarded you, and returned home. Su Weitang chimed in, indeed, men are often shallow, and the shameless tactics of outside temptresses are abundant. They are willing to debase themselves with vulgar acts to cater to a man's pathetic ego and chauvinism, so there will always be times when they are beguiled into error. Much like a dog's penchant for excrement. I cannot solely fault the dog's depravity, as the excrement outside is also excessively foul. Jiang scoffed. Are you so confident that once Jiang Mingchu returns home, you can rest easy? Do you truly believe he is devoted to you? I retorted. His feelings for me are of no concern to an outsider like you. However, I must express my gratitude for your generosity in funding hotel stays and tending to my husband's physical needs during my inconvenience. You are truly a kind soul. As even if my husband were to seek out prostitutes, it would incur a significant expense. Although he takes advantage of you, it's not certain that you're cleaner than the prostitutes outside. Ah, indeed, speaking of this, I must accompany Jiang Mingchu for a comprehensive physical examination tomorrow. Lest we bring home those insidious germs lurking outside. God bear witness, I have uttered every revolting phrase imaginable. In my entire life, I have never spoken such venomous words to anyone. Yet, Jiangxi, she deserves it. Jiangxi is indeed a resilient mistress, unperturbed by my few harsh words. She gazes at me, then steps forward and whispers, Wanzhen, remember this, whatever you cherish, I shall seize it without fail, even if I cannot take it. I will destroy it. That which I cannot possess, you shall not have either. Her words leave me momentarily stunned, and I coldly inquire. What is it that you despise about me? We are strangers, why do you torment me? If you are unwell, seek medical attention promptly and do not delay. Jiangxi snorts derisively, what do I despise about you? You will know soon enough. Do not rush. A sense of confusion envelopes me, yet I cannot find the answers. Because Xie Jiayu reported to the police, officers arrived swiftly and escorted us to the station. Engaging in a public brawl, the repercussions are severe. I recount the events truthfully. And Jiangxi does not refute them, her attitude remains brazen, causing even the officer taking notes to lose composure. It is Xie Jiayu who interjects, urging, you should reconcile. Xiaoxi, if this escalates, your father will. Before Xie Jiayu can finish, Jiangxi shoots her a fierce glare and retorts, shut your mouth. Where do you think you're steering this? It is a fact that I was assaulted, why should I reconcile? Xie Jiayu's expression darkened as she was confronted. Her lips pressed together in a display of youthful displeasure. The officer remarked, what you have here is mutual combat. Indeed, it was mutual combat, Su Weitang chuckled lightly. Addressing the officer, comrade, while there is a reason behind this, it is true that we initiated the altercation. We acknowledge our mistake and do not wish to burden you further. Hear us what we propose, we can summon our lawyer. Whether she wishes to seek compensation or pursue legal action, we are prepared to accommodate her. The officer acquiesced. Su Weitang nudged my arm and said, I'll call Shi Yan to come. I nodded in agreement. Subsequently, we were separated into different rooms, and we never saw Jiangxi again. According to the police, she was persuaded by Xie Jiayu to leave after providing her lawyer's contact information. Both parties opted to have their lawyers handle the matter, simplifying the situation. Ultimately, Shi Yan did not arrive. Instead, his assistant lawyer, Jiang Xi, who had previously delivered the divorce representation contract to me, came. After completing the formalities, we exchanged farewells at the entrance. Jiang Xi offered to drive Su Weitang and me back, as we felt it would be inconvenient to trouble him further. We insisted on taking a taxi. Jiang Xi reassured us, it's no trouble at all, the driver is waiting outside. Let us go, Miss Su, Miss Ruan. Upon exiting, we spotted a white Alphard parked at the entrance, with the driver seated in the front. Su Weitang jested, Jiang Lu, your firm is truly exceptional, the conditions are splendid. Jiang Xi, holding a briefcase, turned back with a slight smile and replied, not quite, Miss Su, this is Mr. Wen's car. I was taken aback. Mr. Wen? Chapter 47, Mr. Wen? Su Weitang inquired, are you referring to Wen Xuyan? Jiang Xi nodded, affirming, indeed, Miss Su, it is Mr. Wen from Jinyan capital. By this time, Jiang Xi had approached the vehicle. The door opened automatically, like a curtain slowly rising, gradually revealing Wen Xuyan's profile. As he turned his face, our eyes met, and in that instant, I was drawn into the cold, aloof pride in his gaze. Today, Wen Xuyan exuded a sense of detachment, suggesting a somber mood. He was attired in a black suit, his hair meticulously combed, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, lending him an air of restrained sophistication. Few can pull off the enigmatic and aloof color of black with both nobility and purity, but Wen Xuyan managed to do so effortlessly. His fair complexion was accentuated by the black suit, exuding an aura of refinement and detachment. He was indeed handsome. Oh, Mr. Wen, what a coincidence! Su Weitang greeted boisterously, settling into the seat next to Wen Xuyan. Although Wanzhen and I aren't from the same department, as alumni, it's alright if I call you senior, right? Wen Xuyan responded with a simple neither cold nor enthusiastic, but with a hint of politeness. Director Su, will you remember our connection when negotiating prices for our next collaboration? Su Weitang fawned, of course, senior. It was my oversight not to inform our project manager about our alumni relationship before collaborating with Jinyan Capital. Otherwise, I would have surely given you a discount, wouldn't I? Wen Xuyan merely smiled. Jiang Ci and I took our seats in the back, and upon raising my eyes, I caught sight of Wen Shuyan's meticulous nape. Su Weitang remarked. Is President Wen and Jiang Lu handling matters nearby? They certainly arrived swiftly. Jiang Ci replied with a smile, no, President Wen and I. However. Before Jiang Ci could finish her sentence, Wen Shuyan interjected nonchalantly, just passing by. Jiang Ci subsequently echoed, indeed, we are merely passing through. Su Weitang politely suggested. Then I would appreciate it if the senior could take me and Wanjin back. Wen Shuyan simply acknowledged with a sound. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. And due to Wen Shuyan's reticence, a palpable silence enveloped the car, rendering even the loquacious Su Weitang mute. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew strikingly quiet. After a while, Wen Shuyan inquired of Jiang Ci, which firm represents the opposing lawyer. Jiang Ci paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure and replied earnestly, I casually asked as I was leaving. The police mentioned that the opposing party only provided the contact number for the Jiang family's legal department, without a specific lawyer assigned. They will inform us once there is any news. Wen Shuyan remarked, they will not reach out to you. Jiang Ci asked, then, President Wen. Should I proactively seek a response from the opposing lawyer? Su Weitang and I exchanged glances, pondering why Jiang Ci directed her inquiry towards Wen Shuyan instead of addressing us. The actual parties involved. Just as I was about to speak, Wen Shuyan turned his gaze towards me, his expression earnest, and asked, do you wish to pursue accountability? I wish to seek accountability, is that permissible? After all, it was I and teacher Su who initiated the altercation. I instinctively inquired. Ah. So you are aware that you were the one to strike first? Wen Shuyan retorted bluntly. I pondered. Is it not the case that the third party is deserving of scorn? As the aggrieved party, is it not entirely reasonable for me to take action? Should I truly endure the provocations of someone who intentionally seeks to humiliate me? Yet, in the next moment, Wen Shuyan remarked, what is she that warrants your personal intervention? Is it not beneath your dignity? At that instant, my spirits lifted. After all, Wen Shuyan is indeed Wen Shuyan. Though his expression was somewhat sour, his words remained melodious. The teacher and his wife watching from above must find solace in your demeanor today. Having grown weary of enduring humiliation, knowing how to retaliate is indeed a sign of progress, Wen Shuyan mused thoughtfully. To be frank, I could not discern whether his subsequent remark was a compliment or a rebuke. Su Weitang shot me a glance, gesturing for me to refrain from speaking. We are hardly a match for the likes of the esteemed Wen. I concurred silently, best to remain silent, for my life is at stake. After dropping off Jiang Ci and Su Weitang, Wen Shuyan finally drove me home. The car fell into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. I huddled in the back seat, hesitant to speak, scrolling through my phone, merely wishing for time to pass swiftly, ever so swiftly. However, midway, Wen Shuyan instructed the driver to stop and, without uttering a word, exited the vehicle. My curiosity piqued, I glanced out to see him enter a pharmacy. Purchasing medicine? What ailment does he suffer from? Upon noticing my gaze directed towards Wen Shuyan, the chauffeur turned and our eyes met. He offered a courteous nod and smile, remarking, Miss Wan, Mr. Wen should be returning shortly. I'm in no rush, I replied with a smile, adding, thank you. Is it monotonous driving for Mr. Wen? He doesn't seem to be much of a conversationalist. The driver mused, Mr. Wen is indeed a man of few words, generally reserved and composed, especially outside of work matters. He maintains a calm demeanor, rarely betraying his emotions. However, this afternoon, upon hearing from Attorney Jiang about your altercation that led to the police station, Mr. Wen was quite concerned. He promptly abandoned his meeting and instructed me to turn back to retrieve you and Miss Su. Oh? I thought he just happened to be passing by, I responded, feeling a pang of unease, as I was loath to disrupt his work. That's just Mr. Wen's kindness. Wanting to spare you any inconvenience, the driver explained. He is a man of reserved exterior but with a warm heart. For those he holds dear, even the slightest matter is treated with utmost importance. However, for those of no consequence, he wouldn't spare a glance. The driver continued, you are all Mr. Wen's close friends. I presume you share the same sentiment? I offered an awkward smile, inwardly acknowledging that my understanding of Wen Shuyan paled in comparison to the driver's. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but wonder, why would Wen Shuyan accompany Jiang Ci to the police station? An answer immediately surfaced in my mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was implausible, utterly impossible. At that moment, Wen Shuyan returned with the medicine in hand. Upon entering the vehicle, he slightly turned and tossed a bag in my direction. Yes, tossed, not handed. I suddenly embraced the package and opened it to reveal a box containing iodine and band-aids, along with cotton swabs and other disinfectants. General Wen. Is this for me? Wen Shuyan frowned, remarking, "You have a bruise on your face, Wan Jin." It was only then that I took out my phone to use it as a mirror, discovering a cut on my face, inflicted by Jiang Shi. The cut was somewhat deep, yet not severe enough to warrant concern. A simple band-aid would suffice. Thank you, General Wen. Wen Shuyan's brow furrowed in displeasure as he cast a glance my way before turning back with an icy demeanor. I remained perplexed as to where I had gone awry. What had elicited his discontent? Chapter 48, How could I possibly deceive you, when my love for you is so profound? Upon returning home, I found Jiang Mingchu already there. Seemingly having just arrived. He had yet to change out of his shirt and was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, his countenance far from cheerful. Hearing the noise, he looked up at me. I surmised that the affair with the third party had reached him. And the altercation from the afternoon had made its way into his ears. This was to be expected. Given my willingness to confront Jiang Shi, I had prepared for the eventuality of Jiang Mingchu discovering the truth. Before taking action, I had even contemplated how to explain the situation to him. After all, he was the one inclined to play the role of the actor. I had merely set the stage for him. From the perspective of a spouse publicly provoked by a third party, leading to a brawl that resulted in a visit to the police station, I should undoubtedly be upset. I ought to suspect that Jiang Mingchu and the third party, Jiang Shi, were still in contact. Otherwise, why would the third party cling so desperately? Wife. Jiang Mingchu called out to me. I chose to ignore him, slipping into my slippers, and made my way to the bedroom, placing my bag down. Rising swiftly, Jiang Mingchu seized my arm, his tone fraught with urgency, a furrow marring his brow. My dear, please, allow me to elucidate. Elucidate what? I retorted, cutting him off before he could complete his thought. Violently wrenching my arm from his grasp, I deliberately, in a feigned fit of pique, delivered a stinging slap across his face. Are you about to explain why you continue to consort with that harlot? No doubt you've already concocted some plausible excuse to deceive me, haven't you? After all, I am so easily duped. A flicker of ire crossed Jiang Mingchu's eyes. His face contorted by the force of my blow. Yet, ever the master of self-control, he feigned contrition with remarkable finesse. His deep-set eyes, concealing a hint of malice, regarded me with a look of wounded humility. No, my love, permit me to explain. I assure you, there is nothing between us anymore. Nothing? I scoffed. If there were truly nothing between you, Jiang Mingchu, would she have dared to proclaim, before a multitude of witnesses, that you would ultimately return to her? If there were nothing between you, would she have contacted you to divulge her troubles? I am astounded, Jiang Mingchu, that you maintain contact at all. No, my dear. I severed all ties with her long ago, deleting all means of communication, Jiang Mingchu pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. She contacted me from an unfamiliar number. And I answered, believing it to be a client. I swear, my love, I would never deceive you, such is the depth of my affection. Is that so? I sneered. The frantic concern etched upon your face just now suggested you feared I might have harmed her. And she dared to complain to you, did she? She recognized me. Yet she brazenly flaunted her triumph, daring to provoke me. Should not a mistress cower in the presence of the wronged wife? Yet she dared to publicly humiliate me. Was I to allow such insolence to go unchecked? I, Wan Zhen, possess a gentle temperament, yet I am not devoid of emotions. Jiang Mingchu hastily clarified, my dear. I harbor no resentment towards you, I merely fear you might misunderstand my connection with her. What troubles me more is your visit to the police station. When I attempted to reach you by phone, you were unreachable. Truly, you cannot fathom the anxiety that gripped me as I sat in the living room. Fearing your return filled with anger. When you are upset, you threaten divorce, asserting that you no longer want me. The disconnection was intentional. From the moment I arrived at the police station, I activated airplane mode on my phone to prevent Jiang Mingchu from inundating me with his deceitful words. Is that so? I gazed at Jiang Mingchu despondently, my brow furrowing in anguish, tears glistening in my eyes, swirling and threatening to spill over. I genuinely believed you had severed ties with him, how naive I was. Seeing my distress, Jiang Mingchu grasped my wrist tightly and implored, "My love. What must I do for you to trust that I have no relationship with her? Just say the word, and I shall comply." I regarded him coldly. To be candid, Jiang Mingchu possesses considerable charm, reminiscent of a youthful Zhong Hanliang. To the devoted fans of Zhong Hanliang, I extend my apologies for the comparison. It is indeed sacrilegious to liken a brute to a deity. Nevertheless, there exists a certain resemblance between Jiang Mingchu and the younger version of Zhong Hanliang. Otherwise, I would not have been struck by an instantaneous attraction upon our first encounter. I vividly recall the moment he emerged from the dappled sunlight beneath the camphor tree in a white shirt, smiling at me with his bright eyes and radiant smile. That fleeting instant, electrifying and profound, remains etched in my memory. I confess that 95% of my infatuation stemmed from his striking looks, leading to a lengthy period during which Su Weitang would question, "What is this notion of love at first sight?" Initially, my attraction was purely superficial. Yet, gazing upon that once handsome visage today, I find myself devoid of affection, even repulsed. When one's heart harbors vileness and cruelty, even the most pleasing exterior becomes ghastly and abhorrent, naturally inspiring disgust. "Beloved," he implored, his face flushed with desperation, "you mustn't condemn me based solely on her allegations, must you? She resents my rejection and seeks to undermine our marital bond. Her machinations are deliberate. I beseech you, my dear, believe in me." "Jiang Mingchu," I retorted. "Flies are drawn to cracks in the edifice. If you were without fault, an interloper could not have ensnared you so persistently. Do you take me for a fool?" I attempted to wrest my hand from his grasp, but his grip was unyielding. In a final act, Jiang Mingchu seized my hand and struck his own face with it. "My love, strike me. If it assuages your anger, then strike me to vent your spleen. I am at fault, I have caused you pain once more." Indeed, I harbored a desire to strike him, yet to do so at that moment would appear contrived. Alas, what a missed opportunity. "Restrain yourself, restrain yourself." With considerable effort, I disentangled my hand from his and retreated, creating distance between us. In a frigid tone, I interrogated him, "Jiang, she claims you borrowed 5 million from her. Substantiated by an IOU, complete with signature and clearly stipulated monthly interest. How do you account for this matter?" Upon hearing the mention of 5 million, Jiang Mingchu visibly faltered. Seizing the moment, I pressed, "Your reaction suggests that the 5 million sum is indeed factual?" Realizing the impossibility of further concealment, Jiang Mingchu lowered his head in admission. "Yes, I borrowed 5 million from her last year. Is it any wonder I commend Jiang Mingchu's cunning? What follows is an account I am entirely certain is based on factual events, embellished with improvisation and fabrication. Last year, I encountered some business difficulties. But as you were newly pregnant at the time, I refrained from informing you, fearing it would cause you undue worry. Your pregnancy was proving to be quite challenging. And I was already overwhelmed, striving to care for you while simultaneously contending with mounting pressure at the firm. Due to insufficient capital, I was unable to meet the delivery deadline, and the client insisted that I either provide the goods punctually or reimburse the payment as per the contract, in addition to paying a penalty of 50%. This amounted to a compensation of 3 million, a sum I had no idea how to procure. One evening, inebriated, I encountered Jiangxi at a bar. In truth, it wasn't our initial meeting. I had previously met Jiangxi with my childhood friend at a summit, where she added me on WeChat, expressing interest in seeking my expertise on financial matters. Subsequently, she frequently invited me to dine with her, suggesting it would be a form of tuition. Initially, I declined, explaining that I was no longer involved in the industry. However, I noticed she possessed valuable resources that could potentially introduce clients to our business, and with the intention of exchanging resources, I accepted her invitations on several occasions. Chapter 49, Your wife is pregnant, and you are passionately involved with me. My dear wife, I swear I have always maintained fidelity to you and our marriage. Therefore, upon her explicit declaration of affection, I ceased our dinners and firmly stated my position. I am married, I deeply love my wife, and I have no intention of engaging in extramarital affairs. Jiangxi conceded, stating that she would refrain from further contact. She indeed vanished for a while, no longer sending me messages. That evening at the bar, she approached me, stating she had just returned from abroad, and it was a delightful surprise to encounter me. Noticing my somber mood, she offered to share a few drinks, suggesting we catch up as old friends. In my inebriation, I began to unburden my inner turmoil, leading to a state of oblivion. Consequently, I found myself at a hotel, utterly unaware of how I ended up there with her. Upon waking the next day, I discovered her beside me, unclothed, my head pounding, with no recollection of the previous night's events. I could not ascertain whether anything inappropriate had transpired. Yet a wave of fear engulfed me, a lone man and woman in a room, with garments discarded. I inquired if anything untoward had occurred between us. Jiang simply laughed, leaning in to tease me about my apparent long absence from intimacy, claiming I had been quite vigorous, leaving her exhausted. In that moment, I felt utterly foolish. Truly, my dear, I was overwhelmed with shame, pondering how I would face you moving forward. Sensing my distress, Jiang understood and reassured me that I need not take responsibility. We were both adults, and we could regard that night as a beautiful accident. She would not pressure me to divorce. As Jiang Mingchu recounted this, his visage was marred by regret and chagrin, his flushed face betraying a sense of urgency, as if he feared something. After that fateful morning, I believed the matter would rest, assuming that as long as Jiang faded from my life, that night would remain an unspoken secret forever. I am acutely aware of my transgressions against you, yet I find myself unable to confess, utterly incapable. His disparaging remarks have incited both anger and amusement within me. Are you suggesting that this matter shall remain forever concealed from my awareness, as though your infidelity never occurred? No, my dear wife, I wish to etch this incident into my heart, a perpetual debt of remorse for which I must atone. I promise myself that henceforth I shall treat you with greater kindness, declared Jiang Mingchu. His words evoked a memory of a sentiment I once encountered online, which posited that for one to sustain genuine affection towards another, willingly and inevitably, it is best to harbor a sense of indebtedness and guilt. Such feelings may indeed nurture one's capacity for tolerance, empathy, and care. I concede that this notion holds merit in certain contexts. Yet it is wholly inappropriate when it comes to infidelity. I scoffed, remarking, your kindness towards me seems to coincide with your entanglement with her. Jiang Mingchu promptly retorted, no. My love, I was coerced. Coerced? I chuckled derisively, are you implying that your initial encounter was merely a fortuitous mishap, and subsequent engagements were a result of Jiang wielding a knife at your throat, compelling you to disrobe and join her? His face flickered from crimson to pale as he sheepishly replied, that is not what I meant. I remained silent, awaiting his further elucidation on how Jiang had supposedly coerced him. With a sigh, Jiang Mingchu recounted, approximately a month after that fateful day, I unexpectedly received a call from Jiang inviting me to dinner. According to Jiang Mingchu's account, the night Jiang called him was, coincidentally, our dating anniversary. I recall that there was indeed such an occasion. Every year, Jiang Mingchu would put considerable effort into our anniversaries, birthdays, Valentine's Day, and other significant holidays. Even when funds were scarce, he never failed to observe these moments with a sense of ceremony. He would either buy me flowers or small gifts, or prepare a candlelit dinner. Sometimes, he would even create handmade items, such as pottery cups or crocheted yarn dolls. Especially the yarn dolls, how many men in the world would crochet for their girlfriends? Jiang Mingchu's finesse is quite remarkable, isn't it? Most scoundrels wouldn't go to such lengths. That evening, Jiang Mingchu had purchased M9 sirloin steak, intending to prepare a candlelit dinner at home. He had just patted the steak dry, ready to sear it, when his phone rang. I was in the living room, watching television and eating fruit. I only overheard him answer the phone politely, saying, hello, this is Jiang Mingchu. I couldn't make out the rest of the conversation, just a huh, oh, and the like. So, it seems that the call that night was from Jiang. Receiving her call terrified me. I had thought I would never see her again, that our lives would never be disturbed. But she emerged like a lit fuse. Jiang Mingchu said, his voice trembling, she threatened me. If I didn't go out to dinner with her, she would send you the photos and videos from our one-night stand at the hotel. I was initially frightened. But then it occurred to me, how likely is it that a woman would take photos and videos while having a fling with a man? However, I genuinely underestimated Jiang. Her gleeful laughter over the phone indicated her amusement. Mingchu, do you doubt I took photos? Hold on, I'll send you one to see. Without even ending the call, she immediately sent a photo via text message. The instant I saw the photo, my heart sank. You were in the living room at the time, and I was afraid you'd overhear something. So I turned on the faucet and asked her in a hushed voice what she meant. Didn't we agree to never contact each other again? Why are you going back on your word? Jiang Mingchu furrowed her brows, looking as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant. She chuckled at my naivete over the phone, remarking on my apparent innocence. She professed her affection for me, admitting she had attempted to let go, but the thought of having once possessed me filled her with regret. She couldn't bear the thought of me forgetting her completely. Then she inquired, "Your wife is named Wanjin, right? Just pregnant? Oh dear. Do you think she'd be so enraged she'd miscarry if I told her about us? You wouldn't want me to show up at your door and tell your wife that while she was suffering through pregnancy, you and I were passionately engaged in the hotel bed, in the shower, would you?" Jiang, she casually suggested that if my wife were to miscarry, I could simply leave her and marry her instead, as she loved me and could also bear my children. However, she cautioned that if she were to take matters into her own hands and confront my wife, the situation would undoubtedly be even more unpleasant than it already was. Therefore, she proposed, "Mingchu, why don't you come out for dinner with me and soothe my emotions? Otherwise, if I become too anxious, I might do something reckless. And even I don't know what that might be." Chapter 50, Intricate Details of Betrayal. Jiang Mingchu confessed that Jiang she held videos and photographs of their intimate encounters, along with records of their hotel stays. He feared that, in a moment of desperation, Jiang she might confront me directly, shattering the delicate truce between us. Thus, he felt compelled to acquiesce to her demands and join her for dinner. In other words, he was entirely a victim of circumstance, cornered and powerless. I vividly recall that evening after Jiang Mingchu received that fateful call. The steak remained uncooked as he informed me that there was an urgent matter with a client that required his immediate attention. In my perception, Jiang Mingchu was a meticulous individual, thoroughly dedicated to his work, and his demeanor was always positive. Thus, witnessing his evident distress, I compassionately encouraged him to go, assuring him that it was perfectly fine. Our bond was profound, and every day felt like a celebration of our love. He even planted a tender kiss on my cheek, expressing, "Darling, you are truly wonderful. To marry you is a fortune I must have earned in a past life." Recalling that moment, I playfully retorted, "Humph. Then you must treat me even better from now on." I found Jiang Mingchu's storytelling quite captivating. I believed that much of what he recounted regarding Jiang she was grounded in truth, while the remainder was likely his own creative embellishment. However, the precise ratio of fact to fiction remained a mystery to me. "And then?" I inquired. Jiang Mingchu replied, "That night when I went to see her, she revealed that everything she had said over the phone was a deceit, merely a ploy to lure me out for dinner. She confided that she was feeling quite despondent, feeling neglected and scolded by her family, and that I was the only source of warmth she could recall from these past years. She spoke of her affluent family, yet lamented the absence of care from her kin, who relentlessly bullied her. Despite her outwardly glamorous appearance, resembling a coveted heiress, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and isolation, devoid of understanding or affection. She expressed a deep envy towards you." "Envy towards me?" I couldn't help but chuckle cynically. We were strangers, what could she possibly find admirable in me? Jiang Mingchu glanced at me as Jiang she remarked on her envy, stating that I had grown up blissfully under my parents' nurturing care, a cherished gem and a little princess. In contrast, despite being the daughter of the Jiang family, she felt utterly inconsequential. Thus, she harbored jealousy for the love my parents bestowed upon me, and for me. As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she began to weep loudly, a sight I had never witnessed in any girl before. "So, you felt pity for her, did you?" I inquired of Jiang Mingchu. "My dear, I acknowledge my faults, yet that night I was genuinely taken aback. I found myself feeling a profound sympathy for Jiang Shi. She clasped my hand, pleading for my company, imploring me not to abandon her. She revealed that she did not wish for me to divorce and be with her. She merely desired that I not leave her alone on that significant day, her birthday." Observing her inebriation, her mind clouded, I felt compelled to ensure her safety, leading her to a hotel. But to my astonishment, upon arrival, she threw herself onto the bed. She was far from intoxicated. Upon hearing this, I could not suppress my amusement. Thus, Jiang Mingchu, she was feigning drunkenness, pretending to be vulnerable to entice you, wasn't she? Is it not the very narrative that scoundrels often proclaim? I had no intention of succumbing, yet her advances left me with no choice. Truly, how amusing. Like a little turtle unable to contain its laughter, I restrained myself, curious to hear the fabrication this scoundrel would concoct. I mused that once my divorce from Jiang Mingchu was finalized, this entire ordeal could be chronicled into a cautionary tale for women everywhere, emphasizing the importance of discerning judgment in choosing a partner. The stratagems of such men are endlessly inventive, limited only by imagination. It was she who seduced me. Yet I acknowledge my own lack of resolve. In that situation, I ought to have turned away. But Jiangxi. My dear. I won't deny that men are susceptible to desire. Jiangxi is exceptionally adept. Her experience with numerous boyfriends, coupled with her upbringing abroad, makes her particularly skilled at enticing men. I succumbed to the heat of the moment and transgressed moral boundaries. I concede that my inability to control my impulses is my failing, and I am deserving of condemnation. In essence, Jiang Mingchu's statement sought to convey that he had merely succumbed to a universal male failing. I scoffed inwardly, recognizing that while desire is inherent to humanity, only beasts are incapable of restraining themselves, indiscriminately seizing any opportunity. Jiang Mingchu was rendered speechless. I inhaled deeply and urged him to continue, dismissing his previous statements as inconsequential. Jiang Mingchu, what about the 5 million? Jiang Mingchu recounted that upon awakening the following day, Jiangxi had prepared a check for 5 million. She apologized, attributing her actions to a foul mood the previous night, which had led her to lure him out. She then presented the check, aware of his company's recent financial straits, a predicament he had been unable to resolve for over a month. Consider those 5 million as a loan from her, available to me without interest. However, should my conscience prick me, I could calculate a fair rate as recompense. I had no desire for that sum and promptly departed, requesting she cease all contact. Yet, she vehemently refused, retorting that I could not simply discard her. Either I accept the funds for my immediate needs, or she would seek you out directly. Jiang Mingchu recounted this with vexation, adding that he was enraged but found himself unable to resist her coercion. Listen, everything is always blamed on the mistress's seduction and compulsion. As if Jiang Mingchu bears no fault whatsoever. Even the money was forced upon him by this shameless woman. I scoffed, Jiang Mingchu, you possess quite the talent. Having women eagerly offering you money, not every man can boast of such an ability. Jiang Mingchu replied with a wry smile, wife, please don't say such things. And then what occurred? I accepted the check that day, but I did not use it, I dared not, fearing that using the money would irrevocably bind me to Jiangxi. 2 days later, Jiangxi inquired via text as to why I had not utilized the funds. I ignored her. She then threatened to appear at our residence, even disclosing our house number and the name of our neighborhood. Jiang Mingchu was astonished, questioning how Jiangxi knew our address. Jiangxi responded, Mingchu, my dear, I adore you so much that I naturally needed to investigate every detail about you. Consider it a testament to my devotion. Jiang Mingchu, incensed, telephoned Jiangxi, who answered with a giggle, remarking, you are far too concerned about your wife, aren't you? However, your apprehension is well-founded, for I am presently at the entrance of your community, the East Gate. Here lies at Sanyao Parcel Station and a quaint CAF. Beyond the entrepreneurial center, just across the street, is the bustling Longhu Tianjia shopping mall. Perhaps I should invite your wife to join me for brunch? The mall boasts a delightful establishment that serves delectable poached egg and salmon salad. Chapter 51, Methods of Concealment for Infidelity. In that fleeting moment, it dawned upon me that Jiangxi was not jesting, she was indeed parked at the entrance of our community. Her threats were not mere words. If I failed to comply with her wishes, she would promptly disclose the affair between us. My dear wife, during that time, your health was precarious, and I dared not let you in on these matters. Furthermore, I was genuinely unable to secure a loan of 5 million from the bank. My plan was to placate Jiangxi for the time being. What man could a wealthy heiress lack? I believed that once she grew weary of me, she would release me from her grasp. I fancied myself merely a diversion for her during her moments of ennui. I observed Jiang Mingchu's performance with a calm detachment. Truly, there was nothing surprising about it. Jiang Mingchu claimed he had taken the money to appease the client, yet he was reluctant to receive Jiangxi's funds without consequence, thus accruing debt and interest. Jiangxi mocked him for his unnecessary actions, yet his pride would not allow him to feel otherwise. As if he were being courted by a wealthy patroness. The matter of the goods was brushed aside, but Jiangxi would intermittently seek him out, leaving him a pitiable soul with a metaphorical knife at his throat, compelled to partake in Jiangxi's so-called dates. Upon hearing this, I could not help but inquire. How did you manage to keep your rendezvous discreet? Living in such close proximity, I remained oblivious, a testament to your masterful deception. A blush of crimson and pallor alternated on Jiang Mingchu's countenance. Frankly, each rendezvous with Jiang Shi filled me with trepidation, fearing the exposure of my secret. Unable to offer an explanation, and loath to deceive you, I meticulously purged all traces after each encounter. The car's navigation history, text messages, WeChat exchanges, and call logs were all expunged. I would then scrutinize my person for any lingering scent, ensuring no vestige remained before entering our abode. As Jiang Shi's requests for meetings grew in frequency, I found myself in a quandary, dreading the inadvertent revelation of my duplicity. The prospect of weaving a web of endless falsehoods to sustain a single lie filled me with apprehension, fearing the inconsistency that might betray me. Jiang Shi, in an act of proactive measure, proposed a change of residence, acquiring a dwelling in close proximity to my workplace. Its location allowed me to reach it on foot, eliminating the risk of vehicular evidence during daytime excursions. Furthermore, she suggested employing a messaging application distinct from WeChat, thereby negating the need to erase conversation records. On one particular evening, upon my return, you inquired about the unfamiliar scent of shampoo in my hair, a moment fraught with tension and fear. As I believed my deception was on the verge of exposure, I fabricated a tale of a midday visit to the gymnasium, claiming to have depleted my own shampoo and resorting to the communal supply. I recall the incident vividly. It occurred when he returned from work, and I, leaning against his shoulder while watching television, detected the unusual fragrance and casually inquired about it. Jiang Mingchu offered the aforementioned explanation, which I accepted without further scrutiny. Ah. So it was a clandestine rendezvous for ablutions at the paramour's abode. Recounted. Subsequently, I divulged this incident to, beseeching her to sever our connection. I implored her to enlighten me on the course of action that would appease her desire to relinquish me. Responded that absolution was not yet attainable. Her concern, as she articulated, stemmed from the apprehension of discovery by my spouse upon my return home. A facile solution, she posited, would be the substitution of hair cleansing agents. Subsequently, supplanted all the toiletries in our domicile with the identical brand you procure. Exhibited an ardent attachment to me. During my sojourns to distant locales for professional engagements, she would invariably accompany me, inquiring whether I experienced a semblance of domesticity and whether I derived exhilaration from our illicit dalliances. She queried whether I frequently prevaricated to my wife and whether I perceived a distinction between the mendacities employed for clandestine affairs and other falsehoods, suggesting that the former were imbued with a heightened sense of invigoration and excitement. She further inquired whether I harbored a latent desire for my wife to unearth traces of our liaison and whether I entertained the notion of boasting to her about our nocturnal trysts and amorous conquests within the confines of the hotel. She probed whether, during conjugal relations with my wife, the visage beneath me evoked my encounters with her. I surmised that genuinely imparted these sentiments to, given her brazen demeanor in my presence. The utterance of such impudent remarks aligns with her character. I inquired of as to his response to. Confessed, candidly, my dear wife, I am filled with trepidation. Yet, I concede that our clandestine affair is indeed exhilarating. However, it also engenders profound remorse. I am exceedingly grateful that you were enceinte at the time and that the physician cautioned against conjugal relations due to the precarious state of the pregnancy. Otherwise, how could I have faced you? How could I have engaged in intimacy with you? At this juncture, I find myself profoundly grateful to him. The mere thought of him using items previously owned by others to engage intimately with me fills me with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Fortunately, we have not crossed that threshold again. There are moments when Jiang Shi curls up in my embrace, gazing into my eyes. In those instances, I am suddenly reminded of the night I proposed to you, the tenderness reflected in your gaze. My dear wife. That was a softness reserved solely for those who hold a special place in one's heart. In that fleeting moment, I felt a pang of guilt. Yet I must confess that an overpowering sense of conquest surged within me, the exhilarating thrill of having won over both you and Jiang Shi. However, I am acutely aware that I have betrayed my marriage, my vows, and the love I hold for you. Yet, I find myself ensnared by Jiang Shi. Unable to confront the harsh reality, drifting aimlessly through each day. I am uncertain when you will uncover the truth. Frankly, I anticipate that day, ready to face your judgment. Yet I am also filled with trepidation. I cannot fathom how our relationship will unfold once you learn the truth. Thus, I have recounted the circumstances surrounding the infidelity of these two individuals. It is evident that Jiang seduced him, yet Jiang Mingchu exhibits a lack of shame. Distancing himself from the situation, adopting a posture of helplessness, attributing the root of all issues solely to Jiang. After she and I began our relationship, she never pressured me to divorce. I once thought she merely relished the thrill of our clandestine affair. There was only one occasion. On that afternoon before she sent you a video, while she was having afternoon tea in Beijing, when she asked me if I wanted to divorce you. Asserting that she wouldn't mind stepping into the role of stepmother since the child would soon be born. I was utterly petrified. Observing my ashen complexion, she exclaimed, "Why are you so tense?" I was merely jesting. Still reeling from the shock, she added, "Don't return home today. Inform Wanjin that a client is hosting a dinner. And if you fail to attend, the contract is undoubtedly doomed." I protested, stating that I had promised to accompany her, given her impending due date. However, Jiang disregarded my words, retorting coldly, "Isn't Wanjin renowned for her understanding nature? A few placating words should suffice. If you find it difficult to articulate, I can assist you in calling her." Jiang Mingchu continued, "However, I never anticipated that she would coerce me into uttering those words and then record a video. She has always harbored a peculiar fascination with those types of utterances, claiming they were stimulating and evoked a sense of forbidden pleasure. Being manipulated by her, I was compelled to acquiesce to her desires. But I genuinely never foresaw that she would ensnare me, create a video, and send it to you, causing you to experience premature rupture of membranes." Chapter 52, Foreshadowing Remarkable. The performance had reached a point where Jiang Mingchu had even elucidated the lascivious remarks he had uttered in the initial video, providing a seamless and impeccable explanation. He was unequivocally an innocent victim, utterly dominated by Jiang. I was on the verge of applauding Jiang Mingchu. At this juncture, the crux of the matter emerged. "My dear wife, ever since you became aware of my affair with her, I severed all ties with Jiang. I informed her that since you were already cognizant of everything, I was no longer afraid of her contacting you or using you to threaten me. We were at an impasse, and I was prepared to confront her father and request his intervention. Jiang is likely deeply apprehensive of her father, which is why she remained quiescent for a period. On the day we severed ties, Jiang retorted with a cold smile, "Consider me outmaneuvered, I swear to the heavens." "I have severed all ties with her," Jiang Mingchu avowed. "She has been the one incessantly pursuing me. My love, you must believe me in this moment, or we shall fall prey to Jiang's machinations. She is simply envious of our happiness and seeks to destroy our marriage." "Indeed?" I retorted icily. "If one offers no hope, if one maintains a tenuous connection, would another not shamelessly cling and refuse to relinquish their grasp?" I scoffed. "Jiang's demeanor at the restaurant today exuded a certainty that you would ultimately choose her." Jiang Mingchu embraced me fervently, refuting my assertion. "How could that be? My dear, we have been together for 7 years. How could I forsake our enduring love for such a dreadful woman?" I remained silent, unmoved. Jiang Mingchu continued with utmost sincerity. "The days I spent with Jiang were an agonizing torment. Since our acrimonious separation, I have felt liberated. I believe I finally have the opportunity to atone to you, rather than perpetually fearing the day you would discover the truth. My love, I cherish you, and I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I implore you, even if you are utterly disillusioned with me, grant me one final chance, for the sake of our 7 years of affection. Allow me to demonstrate my sincerity through my actions. Would you?" With a desolate heart, I responded, "I am at a loss as to whether I should believe you. I previously investigated Jiang, seeking to understand what you found so appealing in her, or rather, what qualities she possessed that captivated you. However, I discovered that we are entirely disparate individuals. Can you say it's because she is young? She is merely a year younger than I. Can you say it's because she is beautiful? I ask myself with complete honesty that I am not inferior. Subsequently, I could only console myself with the notion that you were momentarily misguided, captivated by the allure of external temptations. Despite the harshness of your mother's words, one particular sentiment resonated with me, that a man who knows his way home is all that matters. Thus, I convinced myself to overlook your past transgressions, to turn the page, provided you found your way back to me." As I spoke, tears streamed down my face, resembling a lost housewife tormented by the trials of marriage, grappling with anguish and conflict stemming from a profound love for her husband. With unwavering resolve, I wiped away my tears, fully embracing the role, my voice thick with emotion. It was not your pleas or admissions of guilt that led me to forgive you, but rather my own self-persuasion. I desired to grant my first love and the years I had invested a chance, even if it ultimately led to heartbreak. You expressed your reluctance to lose me, to jeopardize our marriage, but I shared that sentiment. You have consistently been regarded as the epitome of a devoted husband, and to put it plainly, you are handsome, family-oriented, and adoring. Our marriage has been the envy of many. It was a matter of vanity. Initially, I did not even disclose your infidelity to Su Weitang, unwilling to allow others to witness the decay beneath the surface of my seemingly perfect marriage, nor did I wish for my ideal husband to be criticized. Su Weitang was utterly astonished upon discovering your infidelity at the restaurant today. Jiang Mingchu gazed at me with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears, assuming an appearance of profound remorse. I expressed my feelings, stating that today, Jiangxi had truly provoked me. Jiang Mingchu, I possess my own pride. Even if I were to forgive you, it does not imply that a woman who once, and even now, seeks to undermine my marriage has the right to humiliate me publicly. Throughout my entire life, this was my first experience in a physical altercation. Jiang Mingchu, do you have any idea how disgraceful that scene was? Jiang Mingchu held my arm and said, "Wife, I understand, I truly do." It was Jiangxi who overstepped the mark. She deliberately said such things to lead you to believe that I still had ties with her. I swear. I have no connection with Jiangxi anymore. If I do, may I be struck by lightning. To be honest, at that moment, I wished for the heavens to unleash a thunderbolt upon Jiang Mingchu's head. What a despicable man. To swear such an oath without batting an eye, he truly fears nothing. I broke down in tears. Jiang Mingchu embraced me tightly, soothing me, admitting his faults, and pleading for mercy. Leaning on his shoulder, I gritted my teeth. Certain matters could no longer wait. I believed that Jiang Mingchu felt the same urgency. He recounted every detail of his past with Jiangxi to me, leaving nothing unsaid. Pleading for a chance to prove that his heart belonged solely to me, that he wished to spend the rest of his life by my side. I nodded through my tears. As the atmosphere intensified, I gently caressed his cheek and asked, "Darling, are you in pain?" I masked clasping my hand and bestowing upon it a tender kiss. Jiang Mingchu's brow furrowed with concern as he uttered with heartfelt affection, "How could I ever blame you, my dear? I understand that Jiangxi provoked you, and my heart aches for your distress. However, my love, might I entreat you to make a solemn vow with me? Henceforth, should anyone attempt to sow discord between us, I implore you to first seek my counsel and refrain from condemning me based solely on the words of others. I am genuinely terrified of losing you." Moved by his earnest plea, I nodded in acquiescence, my voice a mere murmur. Yes, I assented. Jiang Mingchu enfolded me in his embrace once more. But I demurred from further intimacy, citing my recent recovery from a cold. That very night, I procured several accounts on various live-streaming platforms, encompassing Douyin, Xiaohongshu, Kuaishou, and Douyu, ensuring comprehensive coverage. Furthermore, I invested in a modest cohort of followers, as certain platforms stipulate a minimum threshold for aspiring streamers. To circumvent this requirement, I acquired 10,000 followers for each account. Additionally, I enlisted the services of social media strategists and operators from Weibo to manage my accounts and generate preliminary buzz, all in preparation for an irrevocable rupture with Jiang Mingchu. With all arrangements meticulously executed, I eagerly awaited the commencement of Jiang Mingchu's performance. Chapter 53, Guidance from a Savvy Mentor. 3 days hence, Jiang Xi informed me that Jiangxi's legal representatives had proposed an amicable resolution, acknowledging our initial act of aggression but waiving any pursuit of legal recourse, contingent upon a mutual agreement to cease any further harassment. Jiang Xi inquired, "Ms. Ruan, shall we accede to their demands?" Upon beholding Jiang Xi's message in the WeChat group, I could not suppress a scornful laugh, replying, "Demands? How dare she make demands? She ought to beseech." Su Weitang was further incensed, venting her spleen in the WeChat group, questioning whether the Jiang family possessed any sense of propriety. She dared to act presumptuously. Su threatened to readily engage a few marketing accounts to utterly ruin her reputation with ease. The audacity of making demands was truly vexing. I conveyed that we were not amenable to her stipulations, urging her to contemplate the reasons behind my initial act of aggression, and that I would await her response in court. Following Jiang Xi's communication of our stance, I anticipated Jiang Xi's characteristic obstinacy. However, to my surprise, The opposing counsel conveyed their client's plea for our forgiveness and request for an amicable resolution. This time, the term request was employed. I relinquished further involvement in the matter, entrusting its complete handling to Jiang Ci. I presumed that Jiang Ci would pursue a conciliatory approach, given my initial act of violence, making a settlement a plausible course of action. Should the matter proceed to litigation, I would bear responsibility for my assault, though I preferred to face legal consequences rather than compromise with Jiang Ci against my will. However, unexpectedly, a week later, Jiang Ci transferred yuan to me via WeChat, accompanied by a handwritten letter of apology from Jiang Ci. In the declaration, she admitted to deliberately provoking me with her words, leading to my act of physical aggression, thereby acknowledging her culpability. She beseeched me to withdraw my accusations against her, vowing to refrain from any further conflicts with me in the future. The remainder of the declaration consisted of formal expressions of remorse. Although the document appeared to be a verbatim transcription of a text provided by her attorney, and it was uncertain whether Jiang Ci had personally penned it, I nonetheless derived a sense of gratification. Ms. Yuan, Jiang Ci declared, I've only accepted $1 in damages, consider it compensation for your aggravation. Keep this dollar, it's a memento of our triumph. I couldn't help but commend Jiang Ci. Subsequently, I immediately inquired, Jiang, what is the attorney's fee for this case? Jiang Ci responded, Ms. Yuan, there's no charge this time, consider it an act of friendship. Besides, utilizing my expertise to discipline wrongdoers is immensely gratifying. However, I had no desire for that solitary dollar. Consequently, I gathered $10,000 and donated it to a charitable organization, earmarked for free lunches for children in impoverished mountain regions. Specifically a program that exchanges agricultural products for free lunches, all under the name of attorney Jiang Ci. A month later, Jiang Ci received a gift of potatoes from the children in the mountainous area as a token of their gratitude, and excitedly shared it on social media, remarking that this agency was particularly meaningful. It was much later that I discovered that Jiang Ci's waiver of fees was not her own decision, but rather, she had a sage guiding her from behind the scenes. The day I met with Nan Yuan was 2 days prior to the scheduled trip to Qingxi Mountain Resort with Jiang Mingchu. Nan Yuan and I arranged to meet at Starbucks in Joy City, a bustling commercial area, to better conceal our rendezvous. In truth, at this juncture, I felt that concealment was inconsequential. Events had spiraled out of control, and Jiang Mingchu was no fool. How much longer could I deceive him? It was merely a charade between two individuals awaiting the final act. I ordered a steaming oat milk latte and eagerly consumed most of it. Since learning of my pregnancy last year, I had abstained from both coffee and tea for the sake of the child, despite being someone who felt incomplete without my daily coffee fix. But for my child, I resolutely endured until after childbirth. The thought of my child only deepened my resolve to send Jiang Mingchu to work at the sewing machine. I profoundly comprehended the significance of the saying, women are inherently delicate, but motherhood empowers them. Nan Yuan, donning a baseball cap and attired in military green work clothes, seated himself before me, Ms. Yuan. I offered him the coffee. I wasn't sure of your preference, so I ordered a latte. Nan Yuan nonchalantly removed his cap, I'm not particular. After a sip of coffee, he broached the matter directly. You wanted me to investigate Jiang Wen, didn't you? I have, but I advise you to abandon this lead. Why? Jiang Wen's benefactor is Jiang Ci's father. As I mentioned before, he is immensely important to Jiang Wen. Even if Jiang Wen were to bear all the responsibility and face a lawsuit from you, she would not testify against Jiang Ci. Do you understand my meaning, Ms. Yuan? Jiang Wen, raised in a single-parent family, owes her current position to her mother's work as a nanny for the Jiang family. She depends on Chairman Jiang. She will neither jeopardize her own future nor betray her benefactor. Did you attempt to contact her? I inquired. Nan Yuan nodded, I did. Jiang Wen is astute and denies everything. She merely stated that if I wished to sue, I could follow the proper channels, but she would not divulge any information. I even considered offering her a sum of money, the amount of which you would determine. However, Jiang Wen alluded to a point that made me realize our plan is unfeasible. I asked, puzzled, what point? Jiang Wen's mother remains employed as a maid in the Jiang household, bound by circumstances that she cannot easily escape. As for the reasons behind this, such matters are not something Jiang Wen would disclose to me. Nan Yuan mentioned that Jiang Wen indirectly conveyed to him that she would treat our past interactions as if I had never sought her out. It was as if we had never crossed paths. She expressed her apologies to you, stating that this was the only way she could atone. Jiang Wen's position is precarious. And with her mother still in the Jiang home, she indeed hesitates to betray Jiang Shi. Moreover, after years of diligent study, she has finally secured an opportunity to study abroad. Despite her remorse, she would not jeopardize the hard-earned prospects she has achieved. Human nature is inherently selfish. Nanyuan further noted. And this is perhaps the most crucial point, given the passage of time, how could you possibly pursue legal action against Jiang Wen? She resides overseas. And engaging in a lawsuit would be fraught with challenges. Additionally, you lack the pivotal evidence to substantiate that your child's tragic deformity and subsequent death are linked to her. Even if you firmly assert that she falsified the ultrasound data, you do not possess direct evidence, Miss Ruan. To speak candidly, everything you have is merely conjecture. The law demands concrete, irrefutable evidence. Upon hearing this, I grasped the situation and inquired of Nanyuan, does this imply that I should entirely relinquish my pursuit regarding Jiang Wen? Nanyuan shrugged, indicating that you may interpret it that way. I fell into a contemplative silence, lamenting the loss of Jiang Wen as a critical piece of evidence. Nanyuan sighed and remarked, by the way, Miss Ruan, in light of Jiang Wen, I believe your focus should now be directed towards Jiang Mingchu's whereabouts. We have not obtained any useful information regarding Jiang Mingchu for over a week. Chapter 54, Compelled Circumstances based on my assessment. It is probable that Jiang Mingchu is cognizant of your surveillance or investigation. He possesses a high intellect, and his counter-surveillance capabilities are more formidable than we initially surmised. Nanyuan regarded me with a grave expression, suggesting, he may be privy to more information than we realize. I offered a soft chuckle, stating without surprise, I anticipated this eventuality. If Jiang Mingchu were a simpleton, he could not have deceived me for so long. Nanyuan inquired, what are your intentions? Miss Ruan, you are presently in considerable peril. I responded with a smile, have I not perpetually been in a state of danger? Nanyuan remarked, you still possess the levity to jest, your disposition is commendable. I replied. Regrettably, I am left with no alternative but to adapt to the situation as it unfolds, or perhaps, to allow events to proceed according to their natural course. Nanyuan questioned. Is there any assistance I can render? I affirmed, indeed, there is. The medication Jiang Mingchu administered to me in the milk is of a psychotropic nature. Consequently, I suspect he may be contemplating committing me to a psychiatric institution. I request your assistance in ascertaining whether he has been in contact with such facilities recently, and the purported reasons for said contact. What would be the outcome if such evidence were discovered? It might serve as an element in securing his incarceration. The deliberate orchestration of committing a mentally sound spouse to a psychiatric facility, what stratagems did he employ? Nanyuan paused in contemplation before assenting, very well. I took a sip of my coffee and, upon recollecting something, set down the cup and earnestly inquired of Nanyuan, could your resources extend to procuring several bodyguards for me? Just 2 or 3 will suffice, they must be astute and capable of ensuring my personal safety at all times and in all places. As for the price, I am open to negotiation. Certainly, but are you employing them for covert protection? To serve as your bodyguards, perhaps? Haha, Detective Nan, your statement is quite intriguing, however. That is indeed their intended purpose. Additionally, I will have Su Weitang transfer 10,000 yuan to you so that you may procure a few second-hand mobile phones for me. I have some use for them. That is agreeable. But may I inquire as to your intentions? I smiled at Nanyuan, remarking, you are so clever. How could you not discern my motives? Nanyuan's gaze sharpened, and after a moment, he responded, Miss Ruan, you are remarkably bold. I inhaled deeply and slowly uttered 4 words, driven by desperation. Nanyuan frowned and said, you are wagering your very safety. No, I retorted, I am seeking justice. I gazed out at the square through the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the children frolicking joyfully, and declared resolutely, Jiang Mingchu has wronged me to this extent. I must provide an explanation for myself and for my child. You are correct, I cannot reach Jiang Shi or the Jiang family. But that does not mean I will endure this in silence. Once I have dealt with Jiang Mingchu, I will contemplate other matters. I refuse to believe that righteousness cannot triumph over wickedness in this world. It should not be so, would you not agree? Does Miss Su know of your plans? Nanyuan inquired, or have you concealed everything from everyone? Oh, you already know, I jested, I merely wish to spare everyone the trouble. Miss Su, my dearest confidante. would undoubtedly disapprove of my placing myself in harm's way. However, I make it a point to be transparent with her. Having already informed her of Jiang Mingchu's intention to take me to the Qingxi Mountain Resort. As it happens, she has a former paramour employed there as a product manager, who might prove to be of some assistance. Should we proceed to Qingxi Mountain, Jiang Mingchu will undoubtedly have a comprehensive plan in place. Even if you were to bring bodyguards, they could hardly reside under the same roof as us. I have been to the Qingxi Mountain Resort before. The accommodations consist of individual villas, not the type of establishment with multiple hotel rooms on a single floor. How would you propose to accommodate the bodyguards? I assure you, I will give it thorough consideration. Mr. Nan, this is my ultimate opportunity, and I must seize it. However, I am no reckless fool. Charging in with a blade in hand. My capabilities are limited, which is why I require your assistance. I am aware of your extensive network and influence. Nan Yuan shook his head. Ms. Yuan, please refrain from flattering me. I fear Ms. Su would strangle me if she were to find out. She is a valued client. My very sustenance. Nevertheless, I am certainly willing to assist you in this matter, without levying any additional fees. Your husband, or rather, Jiang Mingchu, is truly a reprehensible individual. That's mighty kind of you. A mobile phone and bodyguards, I shall arrange these matters for you. Is there anything else you require of me? I pondered for a moment. Then abruptly inquired of Nan Yuan, by any chance, have you ever engaged in kidnapping? Nan Yuan stared at me in utter astonishment. Ms. Yuan. We do not engage in unlawful or disorderly conduct. It is not that I truly wish to kidnap her, rather, my intent is to instill a sense of fear. I speak with utmost seriousness. Jiang Mingchu's mother is a fiery old woman. While formidable, she is merely a paper tiger, without the support of Jiang Mingchu. She is incapable of restraining her tongue. If you were to find two individuals to intimidate her, it would likely yield a wealth of valuable information for me. Nan Yuan nodded, acknowledging the plan for intimidation, assuring me that it would be taken care of. Very well, I await your arrangements. I pondered the thought that Zhang Suifeng is rather dim-witted. Aside from her fiery temperament, she possesses little else. Her confidence is solely derived from Jiang Mingchu. If he is apprehended, she will undoubtedly panic. At that moment, a mere fright might compel her to divulge critical information. She is oblivious to legalities. Believing that her support of Jiang Mingchu in administering drugs to terminate my pregnancy is an inconsequential act, and not a crime at all. This presents a remarkable opportunity. When she begins to hurl insults and boast, we shall record her every utterance. With this in mind, I inquired of Nan Yuan whether Zhang Suifeng was still residing in Jiangxi's house. Nan Yuan responded, Miss Yuan, allow me to share a jest with you. As you know, Jiangxi is the daughter of a wealthy family, it is unlikely she would dwell there. She only returns to that place when meeting Jiang Mingchu. The house was originally purchased for their clandestine rendezvous, conveniently located near his company. This aligns perfectly with what Jiang Mingchu had previously conveyed to me. After abandoning his mother, Jiang Mingchu only visited her twice, delegating the task of providing for her to food delivery services. Initially, Zhang Suifeng was likely forbidden from wandering outside. But her restless spirit could not be contained. She gradually began to sneak out, boasting to her neighbors about her son's accomplishments, his house, car, and company. As you know, Miss Yuan, Anhua Mansion is populated by Jiangzhou's elite, the wealthy and influential. Encounters with individuals like Zhang Suifeng invariably cause consternation. Nan Yuan chuckled, continuing. Would you believe she pilfered over a dozen azaleas and hydrangeas from the community flower beds, intending to replant them at home? When apprehended by the property management, she clung to them tenaciously, proclaiming that anything found by the roadside was free for the taking, and there were no rules prohibiting digging. Her audacity was unmatched by the property management. Exasperated, she plopped down on the ground, clutching the muddy hydrangeas and azaleas, threatening a heart attack if anyone dared to confiscate her flowers. Naturally, the property management relented, and the surrounding neighbors shook their heads in dismay. Chapter 55, a boisterous rustic woman like Nan Yuan, I couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Suifeng was indeed audacious, domineering, self-serving, and vicious. Jiang Mingchu used to lament to me about the hardships his mother endured raising him, but now, reflecting upon it, alas, the homeowner in question was Jiangxi. And the property management would undoubtedly seek her intervention. Could she possibly tolerate Zhang Suifeng's embarrassing behavior? What I wish to convey is that after Jiang Mingchu moved in, He visited her merely twice. One such instance was the flower digging incident. The property management indeed contacted Jiang Shi, yet who is Jiang Shi? She would never confront Zhang Xuefeng. According to our surveillance, Jiang Shi has not yet met with Zhang Xuefeng. On the day of the flower incident, it was Jiang Mingchu who went to handle the situation. When he arrived, his mother was sitting on the ground, clutching the flowers and throwing a tantrum, getting mud all over Jiang Mingchu, who had to apologize and make amends, resulting in quite an embarrassing scene. Nan Yuan remarked, "Do you really think Jiang Shi has any affection for Zhang Xuefeng? She must find her utterly repugnant." During our inquiries with the neighbors, they recounted how Jiang Mingchu tried to help her up, but she refused, insisting that Jiang Mingchu show the property management a lesson, claiming they all bullied her. Being educated, Jiang Mingchu naturally refused to stoop to such behavior, instead stating that it was her fault. This provoked Zhang Xuefeng to wail dramatically, accusing Jiang Mingchu of being unfilial, of turning against her, lamenting that she lived in isolation while her daughter-in-law never came to visit, suggesting that Jiang Mingchu had altogether forgotten his mother, and pitying herself as a widow who had to toil to raise him. At that moment, Jiang Mingchu questioned her whether she intended to continue this ruckus, risking his reputation and causing a breakup with Jiang Shi. Upon hearing the mention of a breakup, Zhang Xuefeng, realizing her antics had likely upset Jiang Shi, was subsequently dragged back home by Jiang Mingchu. Listening to Nan Yuan's account, I could not help but envision the lively scene from that day. I inquired further, "And what about the other instance?" Nan Yuan replied, "The other occasion was even more amusing. Wasn't Zhang Xuefeng just idly causing trouble? Wandering idly around the residential complex. Particularly during the early mornings and evenings, one would encounter gatherings of grandparents and other caregivers strolling with their children, engaged in lively conversation. Typically, such interactions involve compliments on the children's intelligence and charm, along with shared anecdotes of joyful moments in their development or discussions of challenges encountered. However, Zhang Xuefeng would intrude upon these gatherings, particularly targeting families with daughters, and make disparaging remarks such as, 'What's so special about a mere girl? She can't even carry on the family line. Once she grows up, she'll just marry into another family and work to bear their children. Girls should simply be raised haphazardly.' She would even inquire why they hadn't undergone prenatal testing to abort the pregnancy, lamenting the wasted money on raising a daughter. In essence, her words were so offensive that the neighbor I interviewed hesitated to repeat them verbatim. Her behavior was truly astonishing. And the astonishment doesn't end there. According to Nan Yuan, when the child's maternal grandparents, who are highly educated, gently countered her remarks, emphasizing that both genders are equally cherished and that society now values gender equality, Zhang Xuefeng's response was predictable. She insinuated that they only spoke such words because they were incapable of producing a son themselves. She insisted that every family desires a son to carry on the family name. She urged the daughter to prioritize her health and conceive a second child, advising that if prenatal testing revealed another daughter, she should consider taking medication to terminate the pregnancy and try again. In her view, a woman who cannot produce a son has no purpose in life and will be left to fend for herself in old age, with no one to provide care. She even suggested that if a woman cannot bear a son, her husband is justified in seeking a woman outside the marriage who can. Nan Yuan recounted how the elderly couple was incensed, prompting the old lady to exclaim, "You lunatic! Who cares how many children my daughter has? Just get lost. And stay far away." Zhang Xuefeng, in retaliation, pointed an accusatory finger and retorted, "You think I will leave just because you tell me to? Huh. My son has purchased a home here for me to reside in. Who do you think you are to command me to leave?" In her fury, Zhang Xuefeng spat on the elderly woman's face, inciting a physical altercation that drew the attention of neighbors who promptly called the police. The old gentleman shielded his granddaughter, while the elderly lady endured 2 slaps from Zhang Xuefeng. Eventually, the police intervened, and Jiang Mingchu was tasked with resolving the situation. It was rumored that he intended to settle the matter with a monetary compensation. Yet the couple showed no interest in such a paltry sum and insisted on pursuing legal action. Faced with this predicament, Jiang Mingchu had no choice but to kneel and apologize, admitting fault and explaining that his mother, having spent too long in the countryside, lacked reason. He expressed his own distress, acknowledging his inability to reprimand his mother, and could only assist in damage control. I can envision Jiang Mingchu, while seeking forgiveness, echoing the sentiments he once shared with me regarding his mother's immutable character. Being burdened with such a mother, he surely feels immense discomfort. Yet finds himself unable to sever ties. After all, she is his mother. This contemplation leads me to feel a tinge of pity for both Jiang Mingchu and Zhang Suifeng. What ideologies were instilled in him from a young age? Beyond selfishness, opportunism, and a propensity to perceive others as malevolent, what virtues could possibly have been imparted? The influence of one's family of origin is indeed profound. Thus, I cannot help but wonder whether Jiang Mingchu's distorted persona is intrinsically linked to the upbringing he received from his mother. Driven by relentless ambition, devoid of scruples, shame, or moral compass, he epitomized selfishness, his envy as potent as his pride. Yet, I muse that while the influence of his upbringing cannot be discounted, ultimately, the choices within his heart bear the greatest weight. Plainly, he elected to embody a parsimonious and self-serving character. Predictably, succumbed to the relentless pressure exerted by the Homeowners Association and was compelled to vacate the premises upon the revelation that and himself were not legitimate residents of the community. Unwilling to antagonize, promptly relocated, accompanied by. I inquired with urgency, where did they move to? Our operatives trailed them to a resettlement house, where they have leased a modest single room, responded. On the day of their relocation, our team maintained surveillance, noting incessant complaints about his lack of filial piety. Initially, exercised forbearance. But eventually, his temper flared, and he retorted, suggesting they return to the countryside. Upon witnessing his genuine anger, desisted. I reflected pensively, remarking, the resettlement house presents a more amenable environment for our purposes compared to an Hua mansion. The latter is saturated with surveillance cameras, whereas the resettlement area is characterized by a dense population and heightened activity. Exercise caution when approaching, her vociferous nature could easily attract unwanted attention. Reassured me, rest assured, miss. Our team comprises seasoned professionals. Moreover, coercion will be unnecessary. I shall arrange for a distinguished automobile to escort her under the pretense of being his assistant. After due consideration, I concurred, an astute approach indeed. An overt abduction would undoubtedly elicit a public outcry, potentially arousing suspicion. However, an invitation extended via a luxurious vehicle would undoubtedly appeal to his vanity, inducing her willing compliance. Everything is in readiness. Soon, the day arranged by Jiang Mingchu for a retreat to Qingxi Mountain will arrive. Chapter 56, Why should you underrate yourself? On the day of our journey to Qingxi Mountain, I sent a message to Shi Yan, urging him to spare some time to prepare for my legal case, which might not even be a single case. However, Shi Yan seemed rather occupied, for he did not reply to my WeChat message. Shi Yan is notoriously aloof and taciturn. Our communication scarcely surpasses that which I share with Jiang Ci. Nevertheless, I understand, for he is a highly sought-after lawyer in the prestigious Red Circle, and he likely delegates mundane tasks to others. In any case, Jiang Ci serves as his assistant lawyer, so conversing with him is essentially the same. Qingxi Mountain is situated over 150 kilometers from the urban center of Jiangzhou. Jiang Mingchu personally drove the imported BMW 7 Series that I had gifted him. As we journeyed, his spirits were buoyant, with Koji Tamaki's Don't Leave Me playing throughout our ride. Approaching the entrance of Qingxi Mountain, Jiang Mingchu inquired, Xing. Do you still remember this song? I chuckled softly and replied, of course, I remember. It was our first Christmas together, and you learned to sing it just for me. Jiang Mingchu smiled faintly, his tone tinged with a sense of wistfulness as he said, Xing. Don't you think it would be wonderful if we could return to the past? I smiled in return. Return to the past? Jiang Mingchu. If we could turn back time, I would have chosen to overlook your overtures during our New Year encounter, extinguishing any chance you had to deceive me from the very beginning. Yet, as we have yet to sever our ties, I must continue to play my part in this charade. Despite the recent turbulence, I find that our current situation is quite satisfactory. What makes you long for the past? Jiang Mingchu raised his eyebrows and remarked that he found me to be quite innocent in the past. During our courtship, everything felt effortless, unlike now when, perhaps due to age, I increasingly yearn for the beautiful moments of yesteryears. I internally scoffed at his words. Is that so? Perhaps you believe that I have become more astute and no longer gullibly accept everything you say. It seems that my current self is less manageable, causing you discomfort. Naturally, you long for the days when I was easier to deceive. Jiang Mingchu then inquired, Xinzhen, I have yet to comprehend why your father initially opposed our union. Was it because I hailed from a rural background, unworthy of your scholarly family? Unworthy of Professor Ruan's cherished daughter? I met his gaze with an indifferent expression and countered. What do you think is the reason? Jiang Mingchu responded. At that time, I felt that Professor Ruan looked down upon my humble origins, deeming me inferior to his esteemed students. I sensed that Jiang Mingchu was almost naming Wen Shuyan directly, yet I maintained my feigned ignorance and asked, his esteemed students? Are you referring to Wen Shuyan? Jiang Mingchu chuckled lightly, isn't that so? I pressed further, I have always been puzzled by your strong aversion to Wen Shuyan. It seems I have never inquired about the conflict you two had. Perhaps today is the perfect opportunity to discuss it. Jiang Mingchu glanced at me with a knowing smile. You are quite eager to know, aren't you? I pursed my lips and replied nonchalantly, it's merely curiosity. Over the years, whenever you mention Wen Shuyan, your expression darkens, which makes me particularly keen to uncover the truth of what transpired between you. You two are indeed from entirely different worlds. I cannot fathom the reasons behind your discord. It is true that I and he inhabit distinct realms. Jiang Mingchu's expression grew solemn. He is a lofty scion of wealth, while I am what? By the standards of you city folk, I would be deemed a quintessential phoenix man, marrying the daughter of a professor and remaining in Jiangzhou, thus rewriting my destiny and ascending the ranks of success. I mused to myself that he possesses a clear understanding of his own identity, which displays a commendable self-awareness. However, I could not afford to be so direct. Maintaining a semblance of decorum was essential. I replied, why must you belittle yourself so? Jiang Mingchu curled his lips with a scoff. I pressed further, you have yet to reveal what transpired between you and Wen Shuyan. With a cold laugh, Jiang Mingchu retorted. In truth, it is nothing substantial, I simply detest him. You are correct, why must there be both Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi? A single mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The desires I hold are not to be coveted by anyone. Yet, perhaps what he cherishes, I too may find appealing, and I might seize it for myself. As I contemplated Jiang Mingchu's underlying sentiments, a realization dawned upon me. This scoundrel is indeed intent on engaging in a battle of wills with me. He is no longer concealing his true nature. At that moment, I believed Jiang Mingchu was referring to the fact that Wen Shuyan had become my father's doctoral student. I remarked, so, you still haven't moved on from the fact that my father did not choose you as his doctoral student? Professor Shui is quite esteemed, is she not? After my father passed, she was promptly promoted to dean. Moreover, did you not mention that Professor Shui treated you rather well? She frequently invited you to her residence, prepared repasts for you, and engendered a sense of belonging in Jiangzhou, did she not? My dear wife, your naivete is quite disarming. The reality of many situations is far more intricate than your perception allows. As Jiang Mingchu spoke of Professor Shui, a frigid, almost savage glint flickered in his eyes, indicative of the animosity one harbors towards those they resent, reminiscent of a quintessential antagonist in a drama, enduring protracted, inhumane degradation, lying dormant, all in anticipation of the day of retribution. It merely entailed you performing some tasks. Do we not, as graduate students, also assist our mentors? Professor Shui, being a woman, was perhaps more amiable than other professors, was she not? I jested, remarking that Wen Shuyan's life under my father's supervision was far from idyllic. I often witnessed my father castigating him mercilessly. Jiang Mingchu chuckled nonchalantly, stating that dwelling on such matters seemed rather inconsequential now, as I had ultimately married him and become his wife. It is regrettable, however, that I never had the opportunity to address Professor Ruan as father during his lifetime. I often lament this. I clutched the hem of my garment tightly and retorted icily that my father must also share in that sentiment, regretting that he had not raised me to be more astute, so as not to be so easily deceived by a scoundrel such as yourself. Upon checking into the Qingxi Mountain Resort, we were escorted by the concierge to a secluded villa. The villas within the resort were generously spaced, affording a high degree of privacy. The villa also boasted an open-air private swimming pool and thermal spring, creating a truly exceptional ambience. However, given that it was the off-season and not a holiday, the occupancy rate was rather low. By the time we had deposited our luggage in the master suite, evening had already descended. Standing before the grand windows of the drawing room, I gazed upon the cerulean depths of the swimming pool. The water, a mesmerizing azure, had been freshly filled, as the butler had meticulously informed us upon our arrival, assuring us of its pristine condition, rigorously sanitized for each new guest. Abruptly, I felt the embrace of Jiang Mingchu's arms encircling my shoulders from behind. A tremor coursed through me, an involuntary reaction. Yet, I gripped the hem of my garment, feigning composure. I jested, musing aloud about the pool's depth and whether it had ever claimed a life. Chapter 57, A Fatal Excursion, Part 1. Upon hearing my words, Jiang Mingchu responded that it was merely 2 meters at its deepest, hardly enough to drown someone under normal circumstances, with both deep and shallow ends. However, he added. However, what? I inquired. Jiang Mingchu's voice, laced with an eerie resonance, stated somberly, however, one cannot dismiss the possibility of unforeseen incidents. Indeed. As I contemplated the swimming pool, a vision took shape in my mind. Should I fail to extract a confession regarding my daughter's demise and the transfer of assets from Jiang Mingchu this very night, I considered administering a sedative, dragging him poolside under the cloak of darkness, and consigning him to a watery grave. After all, Jiang Mingchu was a man of considerable stature, and engaging him in a struggle while he was conscious would undoubtedly place me at a disadvantage. Subduing him, then, would be my only recourse. However, the prospect of employing blades or axes was far too gruesome, beyond my tolerance, and the dismemberment and disposal of the remains would present a logistical nightmare. Alternatively, I could simply terminate his existence and conceal his body in a woven sack or a suitcase, transporting him to the nearby mountains for clandestine disposal. The question remained, though, would he prefer the confines of a woven sack or the embrace of a suitcase? However, I have always been a law-abiding citizen, even too timid to kill fish, let alone take a life. Such thoughts are merely fleeting fantasies in my mind. I am acutely aware that Jiang Mingchu is nothing but scum, unworthy of my time or energy for revenge. My intention is to ensure he ends up toiling away at a sewing machine, not to seek opportunities for myself. I am not foolish. The repulsive visage of Jiang Mingchu looms close, his voice whispering in my ear, "Darling, why not take a rest? I'll go speak with the steward and arrange dinner." I am utterly revolted, that insidiousness weighs heavily upon me. "Very well, go ahead," I reply. Jiang Mingchu plants a kiss on my cheek and adds, "Make sure to wait for me in the room, don't wander off." I turn away, casting him a meaningful glance. Where could I possibly run to? I am firmly within the grasp of his control. Jiang Mingchu gazes at me, his eyes deepening with satisfaction and mischief. "You should hurry," he urges. "All right," I respond, and he exits, clearly in high spirits. My smile gradually fades, replaced by indifference and loathing as I repeatedly wipe the spot where he had kissed me, feeling utterly disgusted. My face burns with shame. At that moment, my phone buzzes. I glance at the screen, it is Nanyuan. "Hello. Nanyuan, Jiang Mingchu has consulted a private mental health facility called Anhuaking Care Center. This establishment is renowned for its discretion, catering exclusively to the wealthy. Without the explicit consent of a designated guardian, no one is permitted to visit, their regulations are stringent and the environment highly secluded. In essence, once you're admitted, egress is impossible without Jiang Mingchu's consent." I remarked on his grand gesture, questioning the exorbitant costs of such a sanatorium. Indeed, at Nanyuan, even the most modest accommodations command a monthly fee of 50,000. The salesperson mentioned that Jiang Mingchu initially intended to remit an advance payment, but inexplicably rescinded it. Inquiring if there were any more economical rooms available, even those devoid of sunlight and with substandard facilities. Given that the clientele here are typically affluent and unconcerned with pricing, Jiang Mingchu's selection of the most inexpensive option, coupled with his attempts to negotiate a discount, left a particularly vivid impression. Upon presenting Jiang Mingchu's photograph, he was immediately recognized. I scoffed, surmising that Jiang Mingchu deemed the expenditure of 50,000 per month on my behalf as unwarranted. Indifference to the conditions? His objective, undoubtedly, is to abandon me to my fate. In truth, I suspect he's averse to paying anything at all, preferring to cast me off to some rural backwater, akin to those news stories where individuals are confined to pigsties or cellars for years, ultimately losing their faculties. However, with Jiang Mingchu's ancestral home gone, he lacks the means to guard me, and he must also maintain appearances. No, the complications are too numerous. Should I escape, his idyllic existence would be jeopardized. Nanyuan cautioned me to exercise heightened vigilance, as Jiang Mingchu's failure to finalize the room reservation suggests he has alternative arrangements in mind. She assured me that the bodyguard and the tasks I entrusted to her had been coordinated with teacher Sue's former paramour. I acknowledged her efforts with a murmur of gratitude. Nanyuan sighed, there's no need for gratitude, I'm genuinely concerned about your situation. Please, be astute, and if things become dire, immediately contact the authorities, Miss Ruan. Heed my advice, self-preservation is paramount. Your personal safety is of utmost importance. I felt a deep sense of solace. Alright, I will, after ending the call. I gazed pensively at the swimming pool and wandered around the premises. I sent my location and the villa's address to Su Weitang. Upon further consideration, I also forwarded the information to attorney Shi Yan. Should any misfortune befall me here, it would serve as evidence for a police investigation. Jiang Mingchu returned shortly thereafter, mentioning that the meal delivery would be slightly delayed and inquiring if I was hungry. I responded that I was fine waiting. Jiang Mingchu retrieved my favorite vinyl record from a case. Coincidentally, there was a record player on site. Could he have been planning this in advance? Otherwise, how would he have known the villa had a record player? The rich, soulful voice of Koji Tamaki filled the air, and I began to hum along. Jiang Mingchu, observing my contentment as I nestled into the sofa, offered a gentle smile before heading to the shower. Upon emerging, he donned a set of smart casual attire. How should I describe it? He exuded an aura of buoyant elation. Every fiber of Jiang Mingchu's being seemed to radiate joy and exhilaration. I couldn't help but inquire, husband, you appear to be in exceptionally high spirits. Is there a reason for your joy? Jiang Mingchu embraced my arm, joining me on the sofa. His gaze, as he looked at me, seemed to be filled with affection. Of course, I'm delighted to be on vacation with my wife, President Jiang, I said with a genial smile. The feeling is entirely mutual. It was well past 9 in the evening when the resort staff finally delivered our supper, thoughtfully adding a pair of candles upon learning it was our anniversary. Jiang Mingchu, in high spirits, even uncorked a bottle of Romani Conti, a libation costing upwards of $10,000. I surmised that a bit of wine might loosen our tongues for a candid conversation, so I raised my glass in a toast. This might very well be the last fine wine he savored before facing the consequences of his actions. Once the waiter had opened the wine, Jiang Mingchu dismissed him. He poured the wine himself and toasted me. The butler had arranged an outdoor candlelit dinner for us in the small garden by the pool. The ambience was delightful, the sky was clear and bright, and the pool water shimmered under the lights. With the stage thus set, it was time for the drama to unfold. After taking a sip of the wine, Jiang Mingchu set down his glass and gazed at me. Xinjun, he said with a smile, I must express my gratitude for your choice to be with a penniless, rural fellow like myself. Someone as privileged as you, a veritable heiress, would typically be expected to pair with a refined gentleman like Wen Shuyan. Yet you chose me over him, a fact for which I am eternally grateful. Jiang Mingchu had mentioned Wen Shuyan multiple times today, which gave me the distinct impression that he was deeply concerned about him, as if his life had been a perpetual contest against Wen Shuyan. Why do you say that? I inquired. What does this have to do with Wen Shuyan? I barely know him. Darling, you've mentioned Wen Shuyan far too frequently today, leading me to suspect you harbor some peculiar affection for him. Granted, my involvement with Jiang Mingchu back then was indeed a case of succumbing to the allure of love at first sight. However, Wen Shuyan and I are worlds apart. What's the point of his invidious comparisons? I detest his insinuations that if I weren't with him, I'd be with Wen Shuyan. Jiang Mingchu chuckled softly, abstaining from a direct response to my inquiry, instead remarking, you allow me to triumph over Wen Shuyan in this regard. I furrowed my brow, directly questioning him, so your initial infatuation with me, your elaborate pursuit, and our subsequent union were all motivated by a desire to outdo Wen Shuyan? Jiang Mingchu offered a smile, laden with profound implications and an air of mystique, leaving me utterly perplexed. Just as I sought to press further, Jiang Mingchu abruptly curtailed the conversation, clinking glasses with me, the crystal emitting a crisp chime. Perplexed, I regarded him as I drained the wine in my glass. As the libations flowed, Jiang Mingchu gradually succumbed to their influence. He arose, positioned himself behind my chair, placed his hands upon my shoulders, and leaned down, his voice a mere whisper in my ear. The warmth of his breath caressed the exposed skin of my ear, eliciting a startling sensation, a veritable cascade of gooseflesh. My dear, he inquired. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Suppressing the chilling tremors that coursed through me, I calmly responded, what is it? Jiang Mingchu chuckled softly, his tone inquisitive. Have you truly forgiven me? I paused, then offered a gentle smile. If I hadn't forgiven you, we would already be divorced. With a profound smile, Jiang Mingchu inquired, indeed? I entertained the notion that your actions were merely a charade to deceive me. I responded with a soft chuckle, retorting with candor, I, too, harbored suspicions that your sudden repentance was a performance intended to mislead me. Jiang Mingchu then posed, my dear, in the event of our divorce, what sum do you intend to allocate to me? Holding a wine glass delicately in one hand, I gently swirled the crimson liquid within, observing its undulations. My love, I began, surely you jest. As the culpable party in this marital discord, precipitated by your infidelity, you dare seek a financial settlement? A sardonic smile played on Jiang Mingchu's lips as he maintained a gentle tone. So merciless? He queried. Placing the wine glass upon the table, I turned to face him, a radiant smile adorning my countenance. Yet, I find your actions to be far more callous, I countered. Surely, you possess a keener understanding of our shared marital assets than I. After all, you are a doctoral graduate of the esteemed business school, numbers dance in your mind, yielding answers in mere seconds. What portion do you believe you are entitled to upon our separation? Or rather, what portion do you deem yourself worthy of receiving? Jiang Mingchu's countenance darkened as he chuckled softly, proceeding to replenish his glass at the table. As he poured, he remarked, my dear, are you insinuating that all I possess today is a gift bestowed upon me by you? I offered no direct response, instead posing a question of my own. My love, there is also a matter I wish to inquire about, I stated. Casting a sidelong glance in my direction, Jiang Mingchu chuckled softly, continuing to pour his drink as he replied, pray, enlighten me. It has eluded my investigation thus far, I began, as to what substance you introduced into my milk, resulting in our child's deformity and subsequent demise at birth. With my chin resting pensively on my hand, which was propped against the tablecloth, I met his gaze and offered a faint smile. In truth, I began, I doubt I could ever match your ruthlessness, Jiang Mingchu. As the child's progenitor, you possessed the malevolence to extinguish its life with your own hands. Even the most savage beast spares its young. Jiang Mingchu's countenance faltered momentarily, but he swiftly recovered, raising an eyebrow in amusement. I, however, felt devoid of mirth. My expression gradually hardened as I regarded him impassively. He placed his hands on his hips, staring at me in bemusement before erupting in a sudden, ferocious laugh. Abruptly ceasing, he placed a hand beneath his nose, his face turning frigid, a savage and sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Wanzhen, he uttered, it dawns on me today that you are quite astute. I fixed my gaze upon Jiang Mingchu's eyes, my heart filled with tranquility. Where does that come from? I retorted. If I were truly clever, would I have allowed myself to be deceived by you for 6 or 7 years? I smiled derisively, tilting my chin in his direction. Isn't that head of yours supposed to be quite sharp? Can't you fathom where you went wrong? Unbelievable, Jiang Mingchu. It's quite simple, I continued. From the moment you first refused my advances, I knew you had never truly forgiven me. Jiang Mingchu looked at me triumphantly. That night I kissed you. What did you do in the bathroom? Wash your face, wasn't it? You scrubbed it raw, nearly to the point of disintegration. In the surveillance footage of the guest room, I caught a glimpse of you emerging with one side of your face flushed. Even a fool could surmise what you had been up to in the bathroom. I was somewhat taken aback, having novelly believed that there were no cameras installed within that sanctuary, unaware of the specifics of my actions inside. Yet, I failed to consider that in my loathing for your repulsive touch, I had reddened the half of my face you had once kissed. Tell me, is it not terrifying to encounter a criminal intellect like Jiang Mingchu? To this day, I remain alive, and for that, I must extend my gratitude for his mercy in sparing my life. Given this, I cannot help but commend his exceptional cleverness. No wonder he completed his doctorate at Jiang University, his mind is indeed sharp and resourceful. Allow me to speculate, when did you realize that the unfortunate life within you was a consequence of my administering poison? Jiang Mingchu pondered, pacing thoughtfully. And after a few moments, he inquired with utmost seriousness, was it that morning? The morning following your abrupt departure from home? When you returned and overheard my conversation with my mother? I refrained from confirming or denying. Yet, Jiang Mingchu asserted with certainty, I would never speak indiscriminately with my mother. Even in solitude, except for that morning when I exchanged a few words with her before heading to work. So, upon your return, You decided to put on a performance for me? Is that so, Wanjin? I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was so. Jiang Mingchu laughed heartily, remarking, "Your acting skills are quite commendable." I pursed my lips and replied, "It was all your doing." Chapter 59, A Candid Encounter. Jiang Mingchu applauded me, and in truth, that evening, as your face flushed crimson, I was merely left with a lingering suspicion. However, your subsequent performance was commendable, leading me to ponder whether I had overthought the matter. After all, you have always presented yourself to me as remarkably innocent, with a shallow mind and a kind-hearted naivety. I uttered a soft acknowledgement and inquired, "And then? How did you discern my pretense?" Jiang Mingchu replied, "Your visit to the hospital to investigate the causes of the child's deformities and demise naturally led to the doctor who conducted your ultrasound. This is not difficult to fathom." I regarded Jiang Mingchu as he gracefully resumed his seat, sensing that he wished to engage in a meaningful conversation, an opportunity one welcomed. For there were numerous uncertainties between us that demanded resolution. His willingness to share stories was something I had long desired. Jiang Mingchu delicately sliced a piece of steak and inquired, "Aren't you going to have some?" This sirloin of Wagyu, cooked to medium, was specially requested from the kitchen. "Do sample it and see if it pleases your palate." "No rush, I find your storytelling far more captivating," I replied leisurely. With knife and fork in hand. Jiang Mingchu's movements were both elegant and refined. At that moment, as I gazed upon his visage, I noted that he remained as striking as ever, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, maintaining a physique that was nothing short of remarkable, weighing only 70 kilograms. He resembled a living mannequin, even in the simplest of TB sportswear, exuding an air of sophistication. Years spent in Jiangzhou had rendered him unrecognizable from his humble origins, not that I intended any disparagement. I merely wished to convey that he had cultivated an aura of elegance. Once a destitute student with a white shirt, now worn and frayed at the collar, he stands out like a crane among chickens in a crowd. Alas, he possesses a heart steeped in filth and a visage that is utterly detestable. After swallowing a morsel of steak, Jiang Mingchu began to recount, "It must be my keen sense of intuition. That day, when I inquired if you were in the hospital, you were utterly startled, weren't you? Quite anxious at that moment, I presume? Haha. Then you fabricated a story about visiting a doctor for a cold. Yet, the instant the phone rang, I distinctly heard the nurse at the reception desk mention Jianda card on the second floor." Jiang Mingchu chuckled smugly. "Having accompanied you to the hospital on numerous occasions, I am well acquainted with what Jianda card signifies. You lied again over the phone. And given your relentless pursuit to uncover the causes of the child's deformity and demise, it is not difficult to surmise that you visited the particular hospital." I nodded in acknowledgement, reiterating my earlier assertion that he was indeed astute. "Since you were at the hospital, I can easily deduce that you sought out the doctor who performed your ultrasound. If I recall correctly, her name is Jiang Wen, is it not?" Jiang Mingchu continued, relishing his steak. "You may search for answers, but you will undoubtedly uncover nothing beyond a name. Since I orchestrated this, I am unafraid of your future inquiries." Suppressing the tumultuous anger within, I questioned him, "Jiang Mingchu, how can you be so cruel? How do you maintain such a facade of nonchalance? Is the child not yours? Does your conscience not ache? Do not rush. Let us first discuss how I discovered your pretentiousness. I assure you, I shall divulge everything you wish to know later." Jiang Mingchu took a sip of red wine and continued, "You ought to inform Su Weitang about the sort of individuals she associates with. They are utterly unreliable. Installing such devices in my car, couldn't she have at least chosen some equipment with better battery life? The gadget she purchased ran out of power within a week." His demeanor exuded a sense of triumph, reminiscent of a petty individual reveling in his small victories. I inquired coldly, "How did you uncover the listening devices in the car?" "Naturally, I had someone conduct a thorough inspection. If I can install cameras in my own home, surely you could monitor me as well?" "So, I had someone search my car and office. That is merely standard procedure, is it not? No need to commend my cleverness." This scoundrel seemed rather proud of himself. Didn't he? I could feel my palms digging into my skin in frustration. Jiang Mingchu added, "As for the information you've uncovered, I shan't waste time discussing it. It lacks significance. I always prefer to operate with utmost discretion. What do you think you can uncover? When it comes to finances, you shall never surpass me in this lifetime. So, how much wealth have you clandestinely transferred behind my back, Jiang Mingchu?" Now that we are at this juncture, let us be candid. After 7 years together, you must provide me with some clarity. I gazed at him calmly. With an air of disdain, Jiang Mingchu replied, not much. Merely a profit of 5 to 6 million. Such a sum is hardly sufficient. I have spent 7 years as your devoted follower, earning less than 1 million a year. Is that not excessively lenient on your part? Reflect on this, over the past 7 years, do my contributions not warrant a greater value? How much do you reckon it's worth? I scoffed, that 15 million in investments? And the marital home under my name? Oh, right. And the villa my parents bequeathed to me. I have no desire for your parents' villa, it only brings ill luck to mind. At this, a darkness fell over Jiang Mingchu's countenance, his deep-set eyes filled with rage and resentment. He turned to me and said, do you know why I consistently refused to live there after the marriage, insisting that you move out? You said then that you were afraid I would be overcome with grief, seeing the things in the house, reminded of my deceased parents. Now that I think about it, it was all a facade. The reason I gave was that I feared you would be saddened by the memories, but in reality, I was disgusted by that place. Every time I went there, I would recall that night 4 years ago, when it was pouring rain, and I escorted you home. You went upstairs. And your father came out to hand me an umbrella. I initially thought he was coming to show concern, but do you know what he said to me? Involuntarily, I inquired, what did my father say to you? Jiang Mingchu sneered, his expression twisted and frightening. He told me not to be delusional. Whether it was regarding his position as a doctoral student or you, and he told me to put away those filthy little thoughts. Before I could respond, Jiang Mingchu suddenly leaned over the table, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at me. What? It's delusional for me to want to be his doctoral student. But it's not for Wen Shuyan? Where am I inferior to Wen Shuyan? How am I less than that hypocrite Wen Shuyan? Where? The last word from Jiang Mingchu was a roar of fury from the depths of his chest. It was too ghastly. I have never encountered such a figure as Jiang Mingchu. He truly ought to pursue a career in the performing arts. For he possesses the remarkable ability to seamlessly transition between the persona of a handsome, radiant gentleman and that of a deranged, maniacal lunatic. This level of skill and foundation is something that many trained actors cannot achieve. Chapter 60, The Murderer. As for you, ha! I have been by your side, playing the role of a devoted admirer for so long. Have I not treated you well? Have I not been attentive to your needs? Why does he still hesitate to entrust you to me? Why does he refuse to consent to our union? Is it merely because I hail from the countryside? Is it because my ambition for success leads him to deem me, a person so eager for quick achievements, unworthy of you? What is Ruan Qinghui, after all? Jiang Mingchu's laughter was grotesque and exaggerated. It was then that I realized, beneath his sunny and gentlemanly facade, lay a man with an exceedingly fragile ego, unable to accept criticism. Deep within Jiang Mingchu, his tragic beginnings were the crux of his insecurities. Although he projected the image of a self-reliant and resilient scholar from humble origins, in truth, he harbored disdain for his background and subconsciously believed that everyone looked down upon him. This sentiment was only exacerbated when he contrasted himself with someone like Wen Shuyan, who emerged from a prestigious lineage, making his own background seem even more insignificant. His cheerful disposition and measured humility were mere facades. Reflecting on it now, how could Jiang Mingchu maintain such a well-crafted disguise for years? Is he not, in essence, quite deranged? It is truly frightening. In the end, Jiang Mingchu continued, asking why he favored Wen Shuyan. Do you know what he said? I remained steadfast, waiting for him to elaborate. He audaciously claimed that Wen Shuyan would never exploit others for personal gain to achieve his objectives, especially you. Jiang Mingchu scoffed. So he was cognizant of my ulterior motives for approaching you from the outset, and he had already predetermined Wen Shuyan as his doctoral candidate. Why, then, did he feign impartiality, leading me to believe I had a chance? Wasn't he purportedly the epitome of fairness and a champion of talent? Jiang Mingchu exclaimed bitterly. Do you have any idea how devastated I was that night? What right did he have to disregard my dedication and dismiss my efforts? Jiang Mingchu slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Who does he think he is? All these years, his resentment towards my father finally erupted. I can only imagine how much he loathed my father, yet he had to humble himself and feign obedience in his presence. The crux of the matter is that my father saw through his charade, which only exacerbated his pain and anger. At this point, I felt compelled to defend my father. Jiang Mingchu, your personal vendetta with Wen Shuyan has nothing to do with my father. My father would never favor Wen Shuyan simply because his family is wealthy. Nor would he disdain you because you come from a rural background. Don't presume to judge my father's character based on your own petty prejudices. Jiang Mingchu, you are unworthy. Yes, I am unworthy. Jiang Mingchu chuckled derisively, his facial muscles twitching with an air of arrogant contempt. Yet, he still met his demise at my hands. Jiang Mingchu. What are you implying? I stammered, staring at Jiang Mingchu in disbelief. The literal meaning. Are you hard of hearing? Well, let me reiterate. Jiang Mingchu chuckled with a hint of triumphant glee, fixing his gaze upon me. Ruan Zhen, you would never have conceived it, would you? The demise of Ruan Qinghui and Song Jinsi was orchestrated by yours truly. Upon hearing this, I trembled uncontrollably, my mind reeling and momentarily blank. Impossible, Jiang Mingchu. You're spouting falsehoods. My parents perished in a vehicular accident. A chilling dread enveloped me, as if I had plunged into an icy abyss. I glared at Jiang Mingchu, demanding. What have you done to my parents? At that juncture, I had already foreseen the impending revelation. I was consumed by an urge to slay Jiang Mingchu. Even if it meant forfeiting my own life. However, a voice of reason echoed within me, urging, Ruan Zhen, maintain your composure. The time is not yet ripe. Impatience will jeopardize your grand scheme. Jiang Mingchu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his trousers pocket, extracted one, and ignited it. The flickering flame of the lighter momentarily illuminated his face, rendering it sinister and ghastly. He placed the cigarette between his lips, exhaling plumes of smoke with practiced ease. Ironically, in the past 7 years, this was the first instance I had witnessed Jiang Mingchu indulging in tobacco. In truth, I did little more than administer a certain medication to Ruan Qinghui. This particular concoction induces palpitations, tremors, cardiac numbness, and neurological dysfunction. On that fateful rainy day, he ingested the drug and drove Song Jinsi back from the summit, resulting in the unfortunate collision. Jiang Mingchu chuckled softly, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Ruan Zhen. In all fairness, it's hardly my fault. Ruan Qinghui's constitution was simply too frail, wouldn't you agree? He had only been ingesting the medication for a fortnight, perhaps? The old relic was utterly useless, barely enduring 2 weeks before hastening towards its demise. Initially, I had been quite generous, allowing it a full month. Yet who could have foreseen that it would prove so disappointing? Surely, this cannot be attributed to me, can it? In a fit of rage, I abruptly rose, seizing the salad bowl before me and hurling it at Jiang Mingchu's head. He did not flinch, the bowl of salmon and avocado salad splattered all over him, leaving a slice of salmon clinging to his hair. You wretched creature! Is it because my father did not choose you as a doctoral student that you harbor such resentment? Though he disapproves of our union, he has never uttered a disparaging word about you in my presence, allowing me to make my own choice regarding you, the brute. My fury rendered me trembling, my teeth clenched in indignation. Jiang Mingchu, unfazed, calmly removed the salmon from his head and tossed it onto the plate. With a napkin in hand, he wiped his hands while sneering, Indeed, I am a beast, but what does that make you? Do you even comprehend your own nature? My palms tightened into fists, my nails nearly breaking under the pressure. Although I had procured the medication for Ruan Qinghui, it was you who administered it. Jiang Mingchu erupted into laughter, his face contorting grotesquely as he pointed at me, exclaiming, You were the one who personally brought it home for Ruan Qinghui. Ha 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 ha. I stood there, stunned, gazing at Jiang Mingchu in disbelief. This could not be true. Shall I assist you in recalling the details? He taunted, his expression triumphant. But I needed no prompting from Jiang Mingchu, the entire sequence of events flooded back to me. 2 years prior, the school had conducted health examinations, revealing several concerning data points in my father's report, among which hypertension and hyperlipidemia were the most pressing issues to address. After the doctor reviewed his report, he strictly prohibited him from staying up late, advising a light diet with minimal oil and salt, and necessitating the regular intake of antihypertensive medication. My parents, having studied at Sichuan University in their youth, developed a profound fondness for Sichuan cuisine. Once a palate is cultivated, it is exceedingly challenging to alter. Hence our family consistently sought a housekeeper proficient in preparing Sichuan dishes. Despite the doctor's prohibition on high oil and high salt foods, my mother managed to comply, while my father, a venerable professor renowned for his academic rigor, succumbed to temptation, often indulging in Sichuan delicacies. During that period, I took on the role of my father's dietary supervisor, requiring him to check in with photos of his meals, including the antihypertensive medication he needed to take in the morning and evening. One day, our housekeeper called to ask me to bring some antihypertensive medication for my father on my way home. She said, "Xing, when you return, could you please buy some antihypertensive medication for Teacher Wan? He hasn't taken any for 3 days. After finishing the last batch, he hasn't restocked." I offered to buy it for him, but he refused, claiming the medication was ineffective. The housekeeper was aware of my father's stubbornness, even my mother could not sway him. However, he was quite fond of his daughter, and I was the only one in the family capable of managing him. Which is why the housekeeper discreetly reached out to me. That day, my schedule was quite demanding, precluding me from stepping out. Serendipitously, Jiang Mingchu was returning to campus after his part-time job. So I requested him to procure antihypertensive medication from a pharmacy near the school and bring it to me after my class. Jiang Mingchu readily agreed, purchasing the medicine and awaiting my arrival at Gate 4. Coincidentally, my ride-hailing service arrived, and without much ado, I simply took the medicine and hastily departed. I then took the medication back for my father to consume. So, did I inadvertently cause my father's death? I am at a loss for words to articulate my current emotions: remorse? Anguish? Devastation? Bewilderment? Observing my state, Jiang Mingchu, in high spirits, took a drag from his cigarette and inquired, "It seems you've recollected everything." "Beast! Jiang Mingchu, you fiend!" I exclaimed, nearly roaring. Tears streamed down my face, unable to contain the bitterness and sorrow within. I had presumed that Jiang Mingchu had only targeted me and my child, never imagining that my parents had also been victimized by him. Jiang Mingchu rose, approached me, cigarette in mouth, and seized my chin, casting a malevolent gaze upon me. "My dear," he sneered, "your vocabulary is quite limited, all you can muster is beast. I've grown weary of it." I wrenched his hand away, my eyes bloodshot, tears cascading. Did they not deserve to die? Jiang Mingchu retorted through clenched teeth, why did they have to look down on my origins? It wasn't enough that he didn't select me as a doctoral student. He even said that Wen Shuyan, that mongrel, was superior to me. Who does Ruan Qinghui think he is? What gives him the right to scorn me? Wen Shuyan's grades were better than mine? It was his family background that surpassed mine. If they hadn't died, how could I have married you? I had intended to beseech their blessing for our union, yet they scorned me, declaring me unworthy of you. Only in their demise will you realize that I am your sole dependence in this world. In that moment, you will be mine to mold as I please, won't you? Visions of the past flashed through my mind, each frame a stinging slap to my face. I am truly damned. How could I have married and borne children with the very man who murdered my parents? To have once considered him my only solace. Father, mother. I have failed you. I am the cause of your deaths. Jiang Mingchu pressed his tongue against his back teeth, his laughter wild and deranged. He inquired, "Ruan Zhen, with the stage set as it is, and you being so astute, surely you comprehend why I brought you here tonight?" Jiang Mingchu, now in his early 30s, possessed a composure that belied his university days, yet the sinister malevolence concealed within him now surfaced in his gaze. I calmly responded, "Isn't it simply that you desire my death? First, you orchestrated the demise of my parents, then our child, and now, is it not my turn? For without my death, how shall the insurance company disburse the 20 million from the exorbitant policy you purchased?" So you discovered the insurance policy I took out on you," Jiang Mingchu said with malice. "Of course, your death is imperative. Jiang Mingchu, for all your academic prowess, do you not realize that the insurance company will investigate my accidental death? Are you unaware that murder is a crime?" I regarded his face with unwavering composure, only now realizing the depth of my folly, having deluded myself into believing I was in love with a venomous serpent for years. Jiang Mingchu nonchalantly shrugged, stating that while homicide is indeed a transgression, he bears no culpability if it is a self-inflicted demise. Further adding that his insurance policy even covers suicide. He addressed his wife endearingly, questioning if she believed him to be so foolish as to ensnare himself. Before proceeding to elaborate that her emotional collapse, mental derangement, severe postpartum depression, and suicidal tendencies, stemming from the birth of their congenitally deformed child, were well documented. He noted her non-compliance with the prescribed medication and multiple prior suicide attempts. He assured her that he had meticulously prepared all necessary evidence, including her psychiatric diagnosis, to substantiate her mental illness, alleviating her concerns in that regard. He recounted her desire for a Balinese vacation, which he deemed unsuitable for her current physical state, leading to her request for a restorative retreat at Jiang Mountain, unaware of her suicidal intentions. He described how, after their dinner, she surreptitiously administered a sedative into his wine. And upon his awakening, she had already ended her life in the swimming pool. Jiang Mingchu, with a perverse grin, approached her, firmly grasping her shoulders, and inquired about her opinion of his arrangement, seeking feedback for any potential improvements. She retorted, through gritted teeth, that she had underestimated his audacity, questioning if he was not fearful of her having a contingency plan to expose his nefarious deeds. He responded by asking on what grounds she would do so. With a triumphant smirk, Jiang Mingchu raised his eyebrows. Abruptly, he snatched the brooch from my collar, extracting the pinhole camera concealed within. Evidence to present to your haughty confidant, Su Weitang, who always looks down upon others? How did you discover it? I asked, panic-stricken. Jiang Mingchu scoffed, tossing the brooch into the pool. He turned back, his gaze icy. Wanzhen, I scarcely commended your intelligence, and you presumed yourself genuinely clever? You are far too naive to contend with me. Jiang Mingchu, you beast. I'll kill you. Enraged, I bit down hard on Jiang Mingchu's hand and seized a wine decanter from the table, swinging it at his head. He dodged swiftly, and I only managed to graze his forehead. Blood trickled down. Gripping the decanter, I tried to strike him again. Jiang Mingchu surged forward, seizing my arm and delivering a brutal slap across my face. Vixen, you're courting death. Jiang Mingchu, still clutching my arm, yanked the tablecloth, sending dishes and cutlery crashing to the floor. He then forced my head down, slamming it against the table. A searing pain, as if my skull had been fractured, rendered me speechless. Finally, exhausted from the assault, Jiang Mingchu released my hair. I collapsed to the floor, unable to support myself. A warm stream trickled from my forehead, tracing a path down my cheek. It was blood. Chapter 62, that night, not Jiang Mingchu. A gentle night breeze stirred. The temperature on Jiang Mountain was significantly cooler than in Jiangzhou's urban center. The crisp night air brushed against my face, intensifying the burning sensation. I wiped the blood from my face, my entire palm stained crimson. As the wind gusted, a throbbing pain intensified in my head, as if it were about to split open, waves of agony assaulting my nerves. I admonished myself to conserve my strength and maintain lucidity, refusing to succumb to helplessness, with my grand ambition yet to be realized, only to be slain by Jiang Mingchu. Jiang Mingchu, panting, his countenance dark and sinister, incessantly prodded his molars with his tongue, his features contorting, reminding me of the infamous Korean cinematic murderer, appearing refined and cultured, yet his expression icy and twisted during acts of dismemberment. He rolled up his sleeves, crouched down, and seized my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. He said with measured cadence, Wanzhen, why couldn't you simply accept my arrangement to drown in the pool? Why must you cause me such inconvenience? Weren't you once so understanding, obedient? Why insist on provoking my ire? I truly detest this self-assured demeanor you now possess. Pah! I couldn't help but spit at him, the expectoration consisting entirely of blood. Cornered animal, are we? To acquire the 15 million in wealth management under my control, you've been plotting my demise for this long? If I'm not mistaken, Bali, Thailand, were all destinations you had selected for my final repose, correct? Had I agreed to accompany you, I would have surely met my end there. So you take pride in your self-proclaimed cleverness? Jiang Mingchu, incensed by my act, retaliated with a backhanded slap, confessing, at this juncture, I have no qualms in revealing that I originally intended for you to perish in Bali. I had even contracted a hitman, but you, damn it, refused to go? Did you know that I've already paid the assassin a deposit? Look at you, so inconsiderate, making me waste 50,000 yuan. You beast. May you suffer a wretched demise. I ground out through gritted teeth. Originally, I had intended to arrange for you to go to Thailand, to be sold to Myanmar. Given your robust health, the people there would have taken a keen interest in you. After all, your organs would have fetched a considerable sum upon dissection. But you, damn it. Fine. Jiang Mountain it is, then? Close to home. Jiang Mingchu pinched my chin with considerable force, and I felt as though my jaw would shatter. "You've truly displeased me," he said. "Damn it, with you beaten to such a state, how am I supposed to make your death appear as a suicide? The police will undoubtedly suspect me upon seeing the injuries on your face." Overwhelmed by pain, I gazed at Jiang Mingchu's face, which seemed to blur and overlap. "It seems you won't be dying just yet." Jiang Mingchu pursed his lips, let out a sardonic laugh, and then reached out to stroke my head, gently, as though to placate me. "My dear wife, you've made such a mess of things. Alas, I'm left with no choice but to send you to the mental asylum on Qingxi Mountain for a while. Once I've devised a suitable plan for your demise, I'll bring you back." Jiang Mingchu chuckled maniacally, his tone gentle and unhurried. "I advise you to be obedient once you're there, and not to be so inconsiderate. The electroshock therapy there is quite stimulating. Oh, and I've inquired, the male mental patients there are housed together, about 5 or 6 to a room. They often throw disobedient women in there for re-education. I have heard that one enters vertically and exits horizontally, bearing wounds inflicted by teeth and traces of torn fingernails. These men are not only deranged but also have not encountered a woman in quite some time. I ponder. Would they not relish the sight of such a beautiful young lady as you?" I have envisioned countless confrontations with Jiang Mingchu in my mind, imagining the most abominable scenarios. Yet I still underestimated him. This man, with whom I shared 7 years of my life, harbors a heart more venomous than that of a serpent. I mockingly laughed, saying, "Jiang Mingchu, even if you despise my parents, I have been your wife for 7 years, and my feelings for you have been genuine. Is this how you repay me? You truly possess a heart as cold as stone. To call you a beast would be an insult to beasts. Wife. Ha ha ha, Wanzhen, even when facing death. Do you still wish for my compassion?" Jiang Mingchu gripped my chin tightly, his teeth clenched as he spat. "Let me enlighten you, I have never liked you," he scoffed, saying, "Had I not known your father was Ruan Qinghui, do you think I would have pursued you? Would I have acted as your devoted admirer? To be honest, that might be a tad excessive. Seeing you like a fool, entranced by my words, I felt a twinge of pity. I thought, as long as you entrusted me with your finances, I wouldn't mind spending my life with you. Yet, you wretched creature, you had the audacity to be taken to bed in a hotel." At this point, Jiang Mingchu's face was twisted with rage. And he ground his teeth as he continued, "All these years, whenever I sought you, you always resisted, talking of studies and safety measures. Were you not merely playing hard to get? Originally, I had intended to swiftly impregnate you, forcing that old codger Ruan Qinghui to either compel you to marry me or coerce you into an abortion. However, you are fraught with complications, having disrobed. You then insisted on using a condom? I had presumed you possessed some semblance of decency, yet you were defiled by another in whose city?" "Whose city?" I recalled my first night with Jiang Mingchu, which transpired in whose city. Could it be that on that occasion it was not Jiang Mingchu? No. That is untenable. Jiang Mingchu, you are prevaricating. Impossible. That night, it was manifestly you. It was not me. Jiang Mingchu retorted furiously. When I returned, you had already been ravished. I regarded Jiang Mingchu with incredulity. Impossible, surely? Jiang Mingchu scoffed. That night, I was in the company of Jiangxi throughout the entire evening. How could I have had the opportunity to attend to you? The wine I provided was merely intended to induce intoxication and slumber, so as to preclude any disruptive calls to myself and Jiangxi. My recollections of that evening are fragmentary. I opened the bottle of red wine that Jiang Mingchu had procured for me at the hotel, and as I imbibed, I became inebriated, despite having consumed a mere small glass. Subsequently, I became increasingly disoriented, my eyes refusing to open, yet I was aware of someone pressing upon me, kissing me, and removing my garments piece by piece. Though hazy, I distinctly recall that person addressing me as Ruan, with tenderness and affection. Even during the throes of intimacy, he was gentle, solicitous of my comfort, caressing my head as he penetrated me, murmuring, "Does it hurt? I am sorry," and proceeding with greater delicacy. The voice was soft, yet imbued with warmth and ardor. I am uncertain of the number of times we engaged in intimacy, but I was left utterly drained, existing in a perpetual haze. The night was devoid of light, the room plunged into an inky blackness. I could only discern his labored breathing. An instinctive certainty arose within me, it was Jiang Mingchu. This was our chamber, the sanctuary I shared with Jiang Mingchu. Who else would possess the privilege to enter our private space? Even upon awakening the subsequent morning, Jiang Mingchu lay beside me, his back turned towards me. Recalling the previous night's passionate entanglement, I believed I had finally become his, and with a blush of bashfulness, I embraced his waist, uttering a sweet good morning, darling. Jiang Mingchu embraced me in return, planting a tender kiss upon my forehead, and inquired, sweetheart, won't you indulge in a little more sleep? At that moment, Jiang Mingchu betrayed not the slightest hint of abnormality. Yet now, Jiang Mingchu dares to assert that he was not the one that night. If not him, who else would address me as Ruan? Who else would bestow such tenderness upon me? Chapter 63, Livestreaming a Wife's Murder. Jiang Mingchu sneered, initially. You played hard to get, repeatedly eluding my grasp, and I gradually lost interest. After I orchestrated Ruan Qinghui's demise, I harbored little desire for you. Especially after becoming involved with Jiang Shi, who is so much better. Generous, uninhibited, possessing a repertoire of positions far exceeding your knowledge. When I look at you, I feel no inclination whatsoever. Jiang Mingchu scoffed. In truth, that morning when you embraced me, I was nauseated to the point of retching. But then I considered. Perhaps this is for the best. Aren't you, Ruan Zhen, the pampered little princess? Don't people believe that I, a mere phoenix man, am fortunate to have you? Well, now you're nothing more than a defiled, used-up piece of trash. According to Jiang Mingchu, she had already been involved with Jiang Shi at that time. Which indicates that everything he previously disclosed to me about Jiang Shi was a fabrication on the timeline. They had clandestinely engaged in their affair long before my pregnancy. If it were not Jiang Mingchu that night, could it have been someone Jiang Shi intentionally arranged? She was fully aware that Jiang Mingchu had poured me a glass of red wine, perhaps, in an act of revenge. She orchestrated the presence of another man in the room? How else can one explain the disappearance of the man who spent the night with me by the time Jiang Mingchu returned? I grasped Jiang Mingchu's hand, demanding to know if Jiang Shi had set me up. Jiang Mingchu, is it her? Does it even matter? Who you were involved with is of little consequence now. To be frank, I never inquired about Jiang Shi because you are not worthy of being the reason for any conflict between us, do you understand? Jiang Mingchu replied harshly, claiming that it was unfortunate for me, being a mere plaything, to have become pregnant after one encounter. Truly, what ill fortune. Yet, I must express my gratitude for your misfortune, as it has spared me the need to fabricate excuses to avoid intimacy with you in the future. So, you knew the child was not yours and resorted to poison to terminate it? Indeed, what other choice did I have? I cannot even ascertain the identity of that wild man's offspring. Why should I raise it and provide for its future? Are you jesting with me, Ruan Zhen? I questioned him through my tears. Why did you not allow me to terminate it from the outset? Why wait until the child was full term to act? Jiang Mingchu. Why? Why must you treat me this way? For Jiang Mingchu, the father of the child is merely an outsider, a wild man from the streets. And he harbors no qualms about extinguishing his life. However, for me, that child is a life gradually blossoming within my womb, a fragment of my own bloodline. I still vividly recall the sensation of its movements within me. I once anticipated its birth with immense eagerness, yearning to provide it with the finest that this world has to offer. My heart is wrenched with anguish. Indeed, initially, I contemplated terminating the pregnancy with medication. Considering the early stage, a simple dose would suffice. Yet, you would vomit whatever you ingested, rendering my efforts futile. I could only watch helplessly as that cursed offspring grew within you day by day. Fine, let it grow, once it is fully developed. I could simply dispose of it then, right? Jiang Mingchu remarked that by the time I reached 6 months into my pregnancy, his murderous intent resurfaced, prompting him to switch hospitals after the fourth-dimensional scan. This was because if medication were to result in fetal deformities, a tertiary hospital would readily detect it, leading to expert consultations and the provision of the most professional advice to ensure the mother's safety while expediting the induction of labor. However, should the child be terminated in this manner, I would still be alive and unharmed. He intended to take my life along with the child's. Later, how did I devise a plan? I owe my gratitude to you, for during my pregnancy, I spent my days perusing online posts about the various causes of maternal mortality during childbirth. Suddenly, inspiration struck me. Why not let you perish alongside that wretched child at the moment of its birth? This way, I could extricate myself from the situation. How splendid! It was simply flawless. Therefore, Jiang Mingchu deliberately allowed his mother, Zhang Suifeng, to torment me at home, forcing me to do housework and cook, forbidding me from hiring a helper, and even going on a business trip when I was about to give birth, intentionally avoiding being home. His intent was to ensure that he wouldn't be present during childbirth, so that he could absolve himself of any responsibility should complications arise. Is that malevolent? Even novels wouldn't dare to depict such cruelty. The shock I felt was beyond words. Jiang Mingchu frowned, and said angrily, "But you're incredibly resilient. You didn't die on the way. Some busybody actually sent you to the hospital, which infuriates me. I planned for so long, and you didn't die on the birthing bed? Now I have to find another way to kill you. That must have been the genesis of all the subsequent schemes, right?" Jiang Mingchu cast me aside. Overwhelmed by a throbbing headache and physical exhaustion, I collapsed onto the floor. He looked down at me, pressing his foot onto my head and grinding it back and forth. "All right, Wan Zhen, you just wait here obediently for me. I'm going to make a call to have the mental asylum come and pick you up, okay? Rest assured. I'll take good care of the wealth your parents left you. Don't worry. I've been your devoted admirer for so many years, I deserve all of this, don't you think? Thank you, my dear wife." My head felt like it was splitting from the blows Jiang Mingchu had inflicted. The pain was excruciating. But I had to summon the strength to get up. Seeing my wretched state, Jiang Mingchu seemed to find amusement in watching me crawl before him like a dying dog. He didn't rush to make the call, but instead sat down in a chair, lit a cigarette, and savored the sight of my arduous struggle. As I rose and retrieved the live-streaming mobile phone from the flower bed facing the dining table, a ghastly pallor spread across Jiang Mingchu's countenance. I adjusted the camera, focusing it on Jiang Mingchu. I implore everyone to take screenshots and disseminate this information. This man, Jiang Mingchu, my husband, has confessed to plotting the demise of my parents 2 years ago and to poisoning the 9-month-old child in my womb. Now, he intends to eliminate me to usurp the inheritance my parents bequeathed to me. Should I meet with an unfortunate demise, I beseech you all to seek retribution and ensure this beast languishes in prison for the rest of his days. Before I could complete my statement, Jiang Mingchu lunged forward and seized my phone. Upon realizing that I was live-streaming on a wildly popular short video application, his eyes blazed with fury, and he smashed the device to pieces. "Wan Zhen, are you deliberately trying to ruin me?" Jiang Mingchu grabbed my hair, delivering a forceful slap that left me reeling. "Jiang Mingchu, did you think I only prepared one phone? Huh. Why don't you search around? There are several more." His eyes bloodshot with rage. Jiang Mingchu abandoned me and began frantically searching the surroundings, resembling a madman as he scurried about. He swiftly located 3 additional phones, each streaming live on different platforms. Observing Jiang Mingchu's apoplectic rage as he smashed the phones, I couldn't suppress a smile. "Jiang Mingchu, there is no escape for you. My parents, my child. Prepare to spend the rest of your life behind bars." Jiang Mingchu finally realized the gravity of the situation. Acknowledging that the wife he had always regarded as a fool had cunningly ensnared him, using her own life as bait to lead him deeper into my trap. The 4 most popular short video platforms across the internet simultaneously broadcasted the live stream, where millions watched him abuse his wife and confess to murder, an exhilarating spectacle indeed. This was my retribution against Jiang Mingchu. Chapter 64, A Life Hanging by a Thread. When did I conceive the idea of the live broadcast? One sleepless night. As I tossed and turned, I reflected on what Nanyuan had said, that there had been no further leads on Jiang Mingchu's whereabouts or useful information. It became abundantly clear to me that the current methods were insufficient to deal with him. Jiang Mingchu's high intelligence endowed him with a certain level of counter-surveillance capability. Thus, after much contemplation, I decided to turn the tables, allowing him to believe he was privy to all my plans, the hospital's inquiry into Jiang Wen, the private investigator's search concerning Jiang Shi and himself, even the deliberate postponement of the investment funds he had proposed, and my intentional avoidance of destinations during our planned travels. In essence, I wanted Jiang Mingchu to perceive that I was wary of him, while he arrogantly thought I was trapped within his grasp. In truth, this was a perilous gamble. I was confident in Jiang Mingchu's hubris, believing that after my parents' demise, I was merely a helpless orphan, reliant solely on my confidant, Su Weitang, and incapable of making any significant waves. Had Jiang Mingchu not been so arrogant, my scheme would not have unfolded so seamlessly. Moreover, I was willing to risk everything, using myself as bait. daring to face danger head-on. I have confided my plans to no one. As for Nan Yuan, he has merely inferred a fraction of my intentions from my recent mobile phone purchase, remaining oblivious to the entirety of my strategy, such as my prior investment in acquiring followers and nurturing accounts. I believe it is imperative to swiftly conclude the protracted struggle with Jiang Mingchu, otherwise he may very well bring about my demise before any evidence can be unearthed. For the sake of my parents, my child, and the 7 years of youth I have squandered, I must take bold risks. At this moment, watching Jiang Mingchu frantically search for the mobile phone I used for live streaming, I feel an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. I am unaware of how many are watching this broadcast, but I have prepaid and engaged an operational company along with several marketing accounts, compensating them to collectively promote and relay my stream this evening. He naively assumes that I merely carried a pinhole camera disguised as a brooch, foolishly believing that I could only conceive of such a method, which is why he hastily tore off my brooch and cast it into the swimming pool. Jiang Mingchu, your demise is imminent. The barrage of comments in the live stream is scrolling rapidly, rendering me unable to discern what is being said. Jiang Mingchu, in a fit of rage, hurled my phone, shattering it into countless pieces, yet the crucial evidence had already been broadcasted. His actions are futile. In his fury, Jiang Mingchu stomped on the shards of the phone, engulfed in profound astonishment, his expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. Perhaps he realizes his impending doom, and in his final moments, seeks to drag me down with him. Wan Zhen, you wretched creature. Do you have any notion of the struggles I endured to emerge from the mountains and attain this life? You vile wretch, must you ensure my demise? Approaching with menacing strides, Jiang Mingchu seized my collar, a tempest of fury unleashed in the form of violent slaps across my face. The force of his blows disoriented me, my thoughts swirling like a maelstrom within my skull. Yet, amidst the haze, a chilling smile crept upon my lips. Jiang Mingchu, you are finished, I rasped, my voice a harbinger of doom. I vowed that even in death, you would pay the ultimate price. My parents, my child. They are watching from above as I dismantle you, you vile beast. You intend to ruin me, do you? To destroy me even in death? Jiang Mingchu roared, his voice a thunderclap of disbelief. He was aghast at my audacity, my willingness to sacrifice everything, my defiance of death itself. His eyes widened, his countenance a grotesque mask of rage, as fury erupted from the depths of his being. Wan Zhen, if you court death so fervently, then I shall not deny you your desire. The sheer intensity of his rage sent tremors through my very being, further clouding my senses. With a savage grip on my hair, Jiang Mingchu dragged me towards the pool's edge. A searing agony tore through my scalp, threatening to rip it asunder. Yet, I bit back the scream that threatened to escape my lips. Even in the face of annihilation, I would offer no plea for mercy. Reaching the pool's brink, Jiang Mingchu cast me aside, my head colliding with the unyielding tile. A dull, throbbing pain enveloped my skull as I struggled to focus on Jiang Mingchu's distorted features. His face, once so familiar, was now a grotesque caricature of rage, the overlapping shadows dancing before my eyes. He crouched down, his fingers tightening in my hair like the talons of a predator. You seek my demise? Then I shall ensure you accompany me to the abyss. In the ensuing moment, Jiang Mingchu seized my hair, forcibly submerging my head into the swimming pool. Utterly bereft of any strength to resist, I could only hear the gurgling sounds around me. Father. Mother, I beg your forgiveness. My darling, I am coming to join you. Contrary to all expectations, upon awakening in the hospital, the first person I beheld was none other than Wen Shuyan. Initially, I questioned my perception, shutting my eyes only to reopen them and find his stoic countenance still present, assuring me of my continued existence. Overwhelmed by a sense of post-traumatic elation, I managed a feeble smile and uttered, Wen Shuyan, how is it you? Wen Shuyan clasped my hand tightly, a fleeting expression of complex emotion crossing his face. Where is Su Weitang? I inquired with some difficulty. Wen Shuyan, maintaining his frigid demeanor, offered no response, instead turning to summon Su Weitang from the doorway. Su Weitang virtually stormed into the room, her eyes swollen from weeping, her once stunning eyes now bereft of their beauty. She initially intended to strike me, but thought better of it, remembering that Jiang Mingchu had struck my head, and it was now swathed in bandages. Her hand hovered in the air, and she spoke with a sob, Wan Zhen, you truly frightened me to death. Has your brain been turned to mush? To resort to such recklessness? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? In her anger, Su Weitang was wont to use one's full name. I offered a gentle smile, reaching up to touch Su Weitang's face, and couldn't help but express, Miss Su. To hear you scold me again is truly wonderful. Truly wonderful. Su Weitang, upon hearing my words, burst into tears, clinging to my waist and collapsing against my chest in a fit of sobs. Frankly, her demeanor could easily lead others to misconstrue our relationship as one shrouded in secrecy. Yet, it felt rather delightful. I gently caressed Su Weitang's head and remarked, "What a pity, you've missed the chance to inherit my multimillion fortune." Sniffling, she rose to wipe away her tears, disdainfully retorting, "I possess a fortune of billions, why would I covet your meager inheritance? My father is the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou. Your assets are hardly sufficient to purchase a single villa in my family's estate. Spare me your repulsiveness. I have no interest whatsoever." Indeed, Su Weitang, as a teacher, clearly held me in low regard. At that moment, the police knocked and entered, requesting to discuss the case with me. I nodded in agreement. This was the procedural development I had long awaited. Chapter 65, What help does he offer me? Due to the significant uproar caused by the live stream, nearly the entire nation became aware of Jiang Mingchu's crimes. Consequently, the police arrested both Jiang Mingchu and his mother, Zhang Suifeng, in accordance with the law. Prior to this, Nan Yuan had already assisted me in executing our initial plan. After Jiang Mingchu's transgressions were exposed, he deceived Zhang Suifeng into getting into a vehicle. Initially, she paraded around with arrogance. But it was only when Nan Yuan presented her with the video circulating on the live streaming platform that she realized her son's fate was sealed. Terrified, she nearly fainted. But fortunately, Nan Yuan had prepared ice water and doused Zhang Suifeng with it. He told her that if she honestly explained what crimes Jiang Mingchu had committed and how much she had been involved, he would release her. Zhang Suifeng didn't have time to think much. She was so frightened and disoriented that she revealed a great deal. Fearing that she might become lucid and uncooperative at the police station, Nan Yuan had recorded Zhang Suifeng's confession beforehand. In the end, he sent Zhang Suifeng directly to the police station. When she arrived at the police station, Zhang Suifeng was dumbfounded and asked Nan Yuan, "Didn't you say you were going to let me go?" According to my arrangement, the bodyguard Nan Yuan had found for me contacted the Qingxi Mountain Resort staff after the live broadcast ended, informing them that a deliberate murder was taking place in the villa booked by Jiang Mingchu. I was held underwater by Jiang Mingchu and lost consciousness. So I don't know what happened afterward. The police said that when the bodyguard and resort staff rushed in, Jiang Mingchu thought I was dead and had just thrown me into the swimming pool. But to my surprise, the person who jumped into the swimming pool and pulled me out was Wen Xuyan. I looked at the police in astonishment, wondering how it could be Wen Xuyan. The police said that, according to Wen Xuyan's statement, he had rushed back from Shenzhen and driven all the way to Qingxi Mountain Resort, likely having guessed my plan and come to save me. I couldn't help but wonder how Wen Xuyan knew about my plan. I hadn't told anyone. So how did he figure it out? The only potential giveaway was the message I dispatched to Shi Yan at dusk, tasking him with preparing for a lawsuit. My instructions might have carried a slightly fatalistic tone, akin to settling my affairs. I informed Shi Yan that I had composed a will, setting it to be dispatched from my email at a specific time. Should any misfortune befall me on Qingxi Mountain, my assets would be managed entirely by my confidant, Su Weitang. I bequeathed my entire estate to Su Weitang. But how could Shi Yan have divulged this to Wen Xuyan? Su Weitang was the one who introduced him to me as my attorney. If anyone were to be informed, it should have been Su Weitang. Although Shi Yan serves as Wen Xuyan's company's legal counsel, a barrister of his caliber would not readily disclose client confidentiality. I was utterly perplexed. The police informed me that they had reviewed the livestream content, extracted crucial information, and secured evidence such as the milk composition analysis report I had kept at home. They would reopen the investigation into my parents' car accident and investigate the truth behind Jiang Mingchu's drugging me to kill our child, hoping for my full cooperation. I thought of Jiang Wen and inquired with the police whether investigating Jiang Wen, the doctor who performed my ultrasound and is now studying in Canada, would be challenging due to the international scope. The police acknowledged that it would present some difficulties, but to restore the truth, clarify the facts, and give me justice, they would overcome all obstacles to provide me with the truth. Furthermore, I requested to prosecute Jiang Mingchu for domestic violence, intentional injury, and attempted murder. The police accepted my request. After the statement, Shi Yan informed me that Jiang Mingchu would not escape justice this time. Although he could argue that the matters discussed during the livestream were fabricated, his resistance would be essentially futile. The constabulary also unearthed my father's unfinished antihypertensive medication. A miscalculation on Jiang Mingchu's part. My father was not one to adhere to the will's prescription regimen, he required prompting. Jiang Mingchu presumed the medication he procured had been entirely consumed, yet it remained largely untouched. My father possessed a peculiar habit of concealing his medication within the confines of his study drawer. A sudden realization struck me, besides myself. Who else was privy to this habit? Was it Wen Shuyan? My reverie was interrupted by Shi Yan's admonition. Miss Ruan. Such perilous endeavors for evidence procurement are imprudent and inadvisable. You were cognizant of Jiang Mingchu's depraved nature as a murderer, yet you acted with such recklessness. I demurred. Mr. Sure, it is precisely through this realization that I have come to recognize the urgency of my actions. Jiang Mingchu's intellect and malevolence afford me scant time for evidence gathering or retaliation. Only through audacious maneuvers can I achieve an unexpected triumph. I concede that I harbored a suicidal intent when I accompanied him to Qingxi Mountain. Shi Yan regarded me with an impassive countenance, as if scrutinizing a simpleton. I deliberately allowed him to discover my evidence quest at the hospital, inducing him to ensnare me, only to turn the tables on him. Were it not for He Zuwaitang's former paramour, I could not have so deftly installed the live-streaming device within the flower bed, right under Jiang Mingchu's nose. Given his role as the product manager at Qingxi Mountain Resort, I refrained from elaborating on his assistance to avoid implicating him. To compensate, I enlisted Su Weitang to provide him with complimentary crisis management services. Ms. Ruan, a frown furrowed Shi Yan's brow. You considered employing a live broadcast to ensure his inescapable demise? Indeed, I replied. For the past fortnight, I've been procuring followers and online commentators. All in anticipation of this evening's broadcast. Shi Yan inquired, and what if he had actually killed you? I offered a faint smile. Wouldn't you be there to represent me? Su Weitang mentioned your exceptional prowess. You possess the uncanny ability to triumph in any case you deem worthy. Shi Yan's gaze deepened. Who is Su Weitang? I paused. Taken aback. Why, Su Weitang, of course. She was the one who recommended you to me as a divorce attorney. Shi Yan regarded me with a blank expression. I am not acquainted with any Su Weitang. I am a childhood friend of Wen Shuyan. He was the one who enlisted my assistance. This revelation rendered me speechless. Wen Shuyan? A myriad of incredulous thoughts raced through my mind. Shi Yan was supposed to be the lawyer Su Weitang had secured for me. How could Wen Shuyan be involved? Yet, in retrospect, it elucidated Wen Shuyan's uncanny prescience regarding my intentions. Shi Yan had evidently divulged my plans. Shi Yan affirmed, indeed. It was also Wen Shuyan who arrived in the nick of time to rescue you from drowning at the hands of Jiang Mingchu, pulling you from the water. Ms. Ruan, while your courage is admirable, your perspicacity seems somewhat lacking. Shi Yan expressed his disapproval with utmost seriousness. You appear to be in a state of bewildered confusion, oblivious to the identity of your benefactor. I must inquire, Mr. Shi. Is it considered proper etiquette for an attorney to address their client in such a manner? However, Shi Yan clearly did not wish to engage in further conversation. He took his belongings and departed. Jiang Xi, standing to the side, awkwardly interjected, Miss Ruan, please do not take my master's demeanor to heart. He is simply that way, somewhat reclusive by nature. A genius, you see, often possesses a unique temperament. I felt somewhat bewildered. Unable to comprehend why Wen Shuyan would repeatedly extend his assistance to me, despite his evident busyness. Was it merely because he was my father's esteemed protégé? Chapter 66, that is all. Noticing my perplexity, Jiang Xi approached and handed me a cup of water with a straw, gently inquiring, Miss Ruan. Have you been unaware that it was President Wen who sought my master's help to represent you in your divorce proceedings? I nodded. Sipping the entire cup through the straw, realizing I was quite parched after my earlier conversation with the police and Shi Yan. I had not anticipated that someone who appeared so aloof as President Wen could also exhibit such thoughtfulness. Jiang Xi expressed her confusion as well. Pondering why President Wen would assist you yet choose to remain silent about it. How strange. I, too, was at a loss as to why Wen Shuyan had not confided in me. Upon reflection, I realized that during this period, we had encountered each other on numerous occasions. Each time, Wen Shuyan seemed to descend from the heavens, acting as a savior in my times of need. Yet his disdainful demeanor led me to believe he was quite reluctant to become entangled with someone as troublesome as myself. And that his assistance was merely a matter of circumstance, compelled by my father's influence. However, it now appeared that Wen Shuyan had been quietly supporting me all along. However, Mr. Wen is indeed quite thoughtful. My master is a highly esteemed lawyer, renowned across the nation, and he has never lost a case he has undertaken. Once he decides to represent someone, it is with absolute confidence in a victorious outcome. Moreover, my master is known for his irascible temperament. He would not deign to take on a divorce case unless there was significant pressure, which I suspect Mr. Wen has exerted in this instance. Indeed, it is a rarity for someone of Shuyan's caliber to be engaged. I was astonished when Teacher Su shared his WeChat contact. Thinking it was a testament to Teacher Su's vast network, Su Weitang. He must be privy to the details. Jiang Ci pondered. Noting that the complexities of your case have escalated considerably. It now encompasses not only divorce but also charges of premeditated murder, domestic violence, and intentional injury among other serious allegations. Fortunately, the chain of evidence is robust, and the established facts are clear, so the proceedings should not be unduly prolonged. Miss Ruan, please take care of yourself. My master will manage the subsequent developments of the case. Should there be any need for coordination or information sharing, I will contact you immediately. I nodded, expressing my gratitude. Thank you, Lawyer Jiang. I will cooperate fully. After Jiang Ci departed the ward, Wen Shuyan entered. Initially, I assumed it was Su Weitang. As I opened my mouth to call out, I was met with Wen Shuyan's impassive visage. I paused momentarily before altering my greeting, Senior Wen. I had intended to address him as Mr. Wen, but that felt somewhat distant. After all, we are alumni of the same school, and referring to him as senior seemed most fitting. Wen Shuyan donned a casually stylish knitted pullover, paired with black leisure trousers. He must stand over 1.85 meters tall, with legs that seemed to stretch endlessly below his neck, especially accentuated by the black pants, which render his legs both straight and elongated. The visual impact is strikingly direct. As previously mentioned, Wen Shuyan possesses a striking handsomeness, reminiscent of the aloof Hyun Bin from Crash Landing on You. Even in a simple white knitted sweatshirt, he exudes an air of elegance and charm. However, his face appears somewhat haggard. Wen Shuyan settled himself in front of the hospital bed, pulling up a chair. As he lifted his eyelids, they parted like a blade, his cold, penetrating gaze sweeping across my face, as if it could pierce through to my very soul. I instinctively held my breath. I couldn't help but wonder if Wen Shuyan treated others in the workplace with such an intensity. If I were his subordinate, I would likely find myself rendered speechless, trembling in confusion. His gaze possesses a lethal quality, capable of shattering a person's rationality in an instant. Hearing from Shirel that you sought his assistance in my legal matters, I am grateful, yet I find myself at a loss for words. Even though I yearn to inquire, Wen Shuyan, why do you go to such lengths to assist me? But the words die on my lips. There is no need. In his characteristically indifferent tone, Wen Shuyan replied, I am not helping you. I merely promised your teacher and his wife that I would take care of you. With the conversation now opened, I could not resist probing further. Is that all? The moment the words left my mouth, Wen Shuyan furrowed his brow, looking at me with a hint of perplexity. What else do you think there could be? Taken aback, I abruptly realized the impropriety of my statement. As if I were anticipating a response tinged with ambiguity, reminiscent of his sardonic remark about self-reflection at his residence. I hastily clarified that my intentions were misconstrued, emphasizing that I harbored no misconceptions. Rather, I expressed profound gratitude for his extensive assistance, which I found unexpectedly generous, attributing it solely to his familial connection with my parents. His brow gradually unfurrowed as he nonchalantly affirmed that he had not misinterpreted my words. He assured me that Shuyan would meticulously handle the subsequent matters, allowing me to recuperate peacefully in the hospital. He added that a swift trial could be anticipated if Jiang Mingchu cooperated favorably. I concurred, expressing my desire for a prompt resolution to the affair. So, you impetuously used yourself as bait to ensnare Jiang Mingchu? He scoffed, regarding me with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. At times, I genuinely question the contents of your mind. Had Jiang Mingchu refrained from superfluous chatter, you would not have departed Qingxi Mountain unscathed. Considering the substantial aid he had rendered, I endured his derision. Furthermore, I recognized that his reprimand stemmed from genuine concern for my well-being. His assessment was accurate. Had Jiang Mingchu not arrogantly underestimated my resources and believed me incapable of escaping his grasp, I would have perished on Qingxi Mountain that night. Reflecting upon the moment, I recall how he seized my head and repeatedly slammed it against the dining table, yanked my long hair, and dragged me to the edge of the swimming pool, forcing me beneath the water surface. In that fleeting moment of near demise, a myriad of past scenes flickered through my mind with an unsettling tranquility. Wen Shuyan remarked, "Wan Zhen, you are the cherished darling of both your teachers, their beloved treasure. At no time should you stake your life, let alone for someone as vile as Jiang Mingchu. Such actions only serve to distress those who care for you." I, like a dutiful and understanding student, listened intently to my teacher's earnest counsel and assured, "Senior, I shall remember this." Wen Shuyan chose not to elaborate further and gracefully turned to leave. It was then that Su Weitang dashed in. She promptly seated herself at the edge of the bed, grasping my hand with sincerity, exclaiming, "Zhen, I was wrong. I admit my mistake." Observing Su Weitang's eyes swollen to the size of walnuts, I feigned anger and said, "Confess freely and honestly." I confess." Su Weitang replied indignantly, "It's all Wen Shuyan's fault. He wouldn't let me speak." I inquired, "Didn't you ask me to transfer money to him?" I initiated contact via telephone, elucidating the purpose of my call. Initially, I surmised that a luminary of Wen Shuyan's stature would hold personal privacy in high regard, disinclined to the unsolicited exchange of private contact information such as WeChat. Therefore, I proposed that his assistant liaise with me, furnishing the account details. And guess what? Su Weitang exclaimed. He said it wouldn't be necessary, that he would personally add me on WeChat. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Considering my limited perception of Wen Shuyan painted him as rather aloof, unlikely to proactively add acquaintances on WeChat. Or perhaps his seemingly detached demeanor belied a profound understanding of social graces. Su Weitang recounted the circumstances with meticulous detail. Subsequent to the phone call, Wen Shuyan promptly added me on WeChat. I was utterly astonished. Good heavens, Wen, the academic deity. Countless billets due from adoring females overflowed his desk, and gifts inundated his dormitory. Yet none could procure his QQ number. And here I was, having successfully connected with him. Subsequently, Su Weitang promptly remitted the funds, encompassing the accommodation expenses and the incidental sums he had disbursed. Wen Shuyan readily accepted the payment, refraining from superfluous commentary. However, having somehow gleaned knowledge of my impending divorce litigation, he proactively contacted Su Weitang, recommending Shi Yan. At that juncture, Su Weitang was endeavoring to secure the services of the eminent divorce attorney, Qiao Wan. However, Qiao Wan, being unavailable, also deemed my case too inconsequential, proffering a pretext for declining representation. Su Weitang was beset with consternation when, as if on cue, Wen Shuyan extended his assistance. I am acquainted with Shi Yan, a celebrated barrister from a prestigious firm, specializing in economic and criminal cases. A divorce case as straightforward as this would typically be beneath his interest. Moreover, the intricacies of the interpersonal dynamics involved are rather commonplace and present no significant challenge. I directly contacted him, and you wouldn't believe Wen Shuyan's nonchalant tone when he mentioned, "It has already been arranged with him." Su Weitang imitated Wen Shuyan's manner of speaking, replicating his tone with considerable accuracy. I chuckled and inquired, "And what transpired subsequently?" Su Weitang responded, "Naturally, I was elated. Securing Shi Yan's services felt akin to an assured victory." I mentioned that I was about to convey the favorable news to you when Wen Shuyan interjected, requesting that I refrain from disclosing that he had facilitated the arrangement with Shi Yan. Su Weitang, perplexed at the time, questioned Wen Shuyan's rationale. Wen Shuyan merely stated that he preferred not to become overly involved and that it was a mere act of assistance. Su Weitang surmised that the aloof Wen Shuyan simply preferred to minimize interactions with unfamiliar individuals, so she didn't give it much thought. Subsequently, she refrained from mentioning it, attributing it to Wen Shuyan's inclination for anonymous acts of kindness, which aligned with his persona as an unattainable figure. However, I harbored a subtle sense of unease, though I couldn't quite pinpoint the source. At that juncture, Su Weitang posed, "Zhen, do you think Wen Shuyan might harbor affections for you?" This immediately piqued my interest. I promptly dismissed Su Weitang's suggestion, exclaiming, "Su, Do you genuinely believe such preposterous notions? Su Weitang pondered for a moment, then shook her head, conceding, no, I don't. But considering his assistance, is it solely attributable to your parents? To suggest that he harbors feelings for you is, at this moment, beyond my discernment. How shall I articulate this? Even the most aloof and proud of men, when confronted with someone they hold dear, occasionally reveal a rare tenderness. They cannot help but unveil their gentle and affectionate side. Yet, from your accounts of your encounters with Wen Shuyan, his demeanor has remained consistently inscrutable. This man is truly a puzzle. Reclining against the headboard, I resolutely stated, Teacher Su, one must possess self-awareness. Some individuals are simply beyond our reach. Do not indulge in futile daydreams. I am still entangled in my own myriad troubles. How can I possibly concern myself with whether a particular man harbors affection for me? Having endured the experience with Jiang Mingchu, I have become wary, and it seems I have developed an immunity to men from this point forward. To be honest, I consider myself fortunate to have escaped this ordeal. My illusions regarding marriage and love have evaporated. I am too fearful to entertain such notions. What has marriage ever brought to a woman? Su Weitang refrained from providing an opinion. At that moment, a thought struck me, and I gazed intently at Su Weitang. Teacher Su, there is something I wish to request your assistance in investigating. What is it? She inquired. Jiang Mingchu claimed he never touched me. Su Weitang, having watched the livestream, recalled this detail and asked, are you looking to review the surveillance footage? I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that night was Qixi Festival. It should be relatively easy to identify those who booked the executive suites, as there are only a few in the hotel. Is there any way you can ascertain who was present on the executive suite floor that evening? Su Weitang's expression revealed her hesitation. While it was indeed possible to investigate, particularly through Nanyuan, one must consider that high-end hotels take great pains to protect their guests' information. After all, the legal ramifications of disclosing customer details are significant. However, do not fret, for Nanyuan possesses connections that might yield results. I nodded, fully aware of the challenges ahead, yet I felt compelled to make an effort. In truth, I was uncertain why I sought this individual in the first place. Perhaps I should simply begin the search. Why not directly inquire with Jiang Mingchu? Or perhaps that wretched mistress, Jiang Shi? Jiang Mingchu himself was oblivious to the identity of that person. He asserted that he only intended for me to become intoxicated and fall asleep, never considering that someone might invade my room and it was possible that Jiang Shi orchestrated it all. Yet, I suspected that even if she were aware, she would never divulge the truth to me. I scoffed. Rather than relying on others, I might as well conduct my own investigation. Su Weitang understood my resolve and stated that she would inform Nanyuan. Very well, I replied. You know, perhaps you should approach this with a lighter heart. If we consider it from another perspective, the fact that it wasn't Jiang Mingchu that night could potentially be a blessing in disguise for you. At least you were spared the indignity of his touch. Su Weitang sighed, her thoughts drifting to the child, lamenting the loss of an innocent life, cruelly extinguished by that beast, Jiang Mingchu. I couldn't help but smile wryly. It was indeed a perspective worth considering. What are your thoughts regarding Jiang Mingchu? I asked. I have none, I affirmed, gazing firmly at Su Weitang. I only desire that he be made to bear the consequences of his actions. Indeed, he will face his reckoning. In the time that followed, I remained hospitalized, recuperating. Still somewhat incapacitated by the concussion, I had been largely confined to bed, as even brief ambulations can induce dizziness and nausea. Throughout this period, Su Weitang has been a constant companion, with Nanyuan visiting occasionally. Jiang Xi has stepped in for Shuryan to update me on the case's progress. Each time she visits, she brings a bouquet of sunflowers, which the nurse arranges in a glass vase by my bedside. Awakening each morning, I find the sunlight illuminating the golden hues of the sunflowers, a sight that invariably lifts my spirits. Today, Jiang Xi arrived with another floral offering, but also conveyed less favorable tidings. Chapter 68, Encounter with Jiang Xi. On the very day Jiang Xi visited, the sutures from my head wound were removed, and the doctor declared me fit for discharge, contingent upon regular follow-up appointments. Su Weitang assisted me in gathering my belongings, and as we prepared to depart, Jiang Xi entered, bearing a bouquet of sunflowers and a briefcase in hand. Ms. Yuan, you are being discharged? She inquired. Indeed, I replied. I was starting to feel like I was withering away. Jiang Ci presented me with the sunflowers, saying with a smile, "Perfect timing, then. Wishing you a joyous departure." I accepted the flowers, remarking, "I'll take them home and place them in a vase, a propitious start." Subsequently, Su Weitang and Jiang Ci accompanied me home in a chauffeured van arranged by Su Weitang. En route, Jiang Ci handed me a document, which I opened to find Jiang Wen's deposition. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Wen had taken responsibility for all charges, but she did not admit to being directed by anyone. She merely attributed the events to professional negligence and expressed a willingness to compensate for the harm caused to me, as well as to accept the appropriate penalties. It aligns precisely with the outcome that Nan Yuan foresaw when she initially advised me. Even if Jiang Wen were one day apprehended, she would never confess to being instructed by another. Therefore, her deposition held no surprises for me. Jiang Ci stated, "Miss Yuan." Jiang Wen was meticulously arranged even as she undertook this endeavor. My mentor surmises that this individual had complete control over Jiang Wen and anticipated the potential ramifications of exposure. Consequently, they preemptively eliminated any possible vulnerabilities, ensuring Jiang Wen's flawless exploitation. Furthermore, upon locating Jiang Wen, we discovered she had already immigrated and is now a Canadian citizen. Pursuing the case will involve intricate procedures, protracted delays, and a slim chance of uncovering anything of value. It became clear to me that the trail ended with Jiang Wen. Even with the knowledge that Jiang Shi and the Jiang family were behind it all, I was powerless. Su Weitang exclaimed, "Just how enamored is Jiang Shi with Jiang Mingchu? To orchestrate such an elaborate scheme to target you, including Jiang Wen's immigration and educational funding, represents a considerable expense. What is it about that scoundrel Jiang Mingchu that warrants such extravagance?" Jiang Ci inquired, "Miss Yuan. The primary reason for my visit is that my mentor requested I ask you whether you have any prior conflicts with Jiang Shi." Even Shi Yan had considered this. I shook my head, "No, not that I'm aware of. My only two encounters with Jiang Shi were when she deliberately rear-ended me during my pregnancy and when we coincidentally met at a restaurant with Professor Su. Apart from these instances, Jiang Shi and I have had virtually no interaction." Jiang Ci furrowed her brow, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation. Jiang Mingchu has been remanded to a detention center, where he has requested to see Jiang Shi. However, Jiang Shi has declined, stating that their connection has run its course and a meeting is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Since Jiang Mingchu's incarceration, he hasn't expressed a single concern about my well-being, whether I was near death from his assault, or the extent of my injuries. Jiang Ci confirmed that he hadn't inquired about me at all. Instead, he has repeatedly requested to see Jiang Shi, perhaps in the hope that she might exonerate him. "Ms. Yuan, would you consider speaking with Jiang Shi?" Jiang Ci asked. "However, she may very well refuse to meet with you. After all, with Jiang Mingchu imprisoned and Jiang Wen bearing the brunt of the consequences, she is likely eager to distance herself from the situation. The police have already approached Jiang Shi, but she arrived with legal representation. She admitted to having had a romantic involvement with Jiang Mingchu but claimed that they had ended their relationship 2 days before Jiang Mingchu departed with you for Qingxi Mountain." "Is that what she said?" I scoffed. "Yes," Jiang Ci replied. "She stated that she was aware from the start that Jiang Mingchu was married. But by then it was too late. Jiang Mingchu assured her that he would divorce as soon as possible, but after more than a year, he had not fulfilled his promise. As her family would never permit her to be a mistress, she broke up with Jiang Mingchu." Jiang Ci continued, "However, Jiang Shi said that Jiang Mingchu was very agitated at the time, insisting that he would give her an explanation soon. Jiang Shi claimed that she had no idea Jiang Mingchu would attack you." Upon hearing this, Su Weitang was incensed and exclaimed, "That harlot is trying to absolve herself of all responsibility." Jiang Ci stated that due to the absence of direct evidence implicating Jiang Shi in orchestrating Jiang Mingchu's acts of violence, coupled with Jiang Shi's cooperative demeanor in the presence of her attorney and the submission of a comprehensive financial record detailing her expenditures during her relationship with Jiang Mingchu, she asserted her status as an unwitting participant in a romantic entanglement, thus positioning herself as a victim of Jiang Mingchu's deception. Consequently, the authorities were constrained to operate within the confines of factual evidence. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired of Jiang Ci, "Counselor Jiang, as I intend to arrange a meeting with Jiang Shi at the earliest opportunity, are there any specific considerations I should bear in mind?" Jiang Ci posed the query. "What if she declines to meet with you?" I responded with a subtle smile, asserting with conviction, no, if her objective has consistently been me, she will undoubtedly consent to a meeting. Jiang Ci, visibly perplexed, proceeded to apprise me of the appropriate conversational strategies and points of entry for my discourse with Jiang Shi. Upon the conclusion of our discussion, I arrived home. Upon my return, the domestic help had already attended to the household cleaning. Having been absent for nearly a month, I was seized by a transient sense of disorientation as I stood at the threshold. The last occasion I was within these walls, Jiang Mingchu and I were preparing for our sojourn to Qingxi Mountain. Jiang Mingchu, standing at the entrance, assisted me in donning my windbreaker. Gazing at me with profound affection as he expressed, "My dear, I eagerly anticipate our forthcoming vacation." Observing my countenance, Su Weitang steadied my arm, suggesting, "Shen, perhaps you should consider staying at my place? This abode is replete with items that have been sullied by that scoundrel. Their mere presence is inauspicious." I demurred, questioning. "At this juncture, is there anything that remains unclear to me? You do not harbor the misconception that I still harbor leniency toward Jiang Mingchu, do you?" Su Weitang elucidated. "I feared that you might be susceptible to emotional distress induced by the surroundings." I chuckled softly, grasping her hand gently, and remarked that one must walk their own path. Su Weitang, upon seeing my resolve, ceased her attempts to persuade me further. After bidding farewell to Jiang Ci and Su Weitang, I found myself seated in the living room, gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings, as if a lifetime had passed. Indeed, this home bore witness to the shared past between Jiang Mingchu and myself, chronicling my folly, as well as Jiang Mingchu's betrayal and the pain he inflicted upon me. I spent the night in restless contemplation. The following morning, I requested Jiang Shi's phone number from Nanyuan. Before dialing, I hesitated for a fleeting moment. To be frank, I was reluctant to confront Jiang Shi's visage. Yet, at this juncture, what was inevitable must come to pass. The questions that lingered in my heart could only find resolution through a meeting with Jiang Shi. I dialed the number. It rang thrice before Jiang Shi answered. Without waiting for me to speak, she initiated the conversation. "Wan Zhen, have you finally reached your breaking point?" I retorted with a cold smile, "You have been anticipating my call, haven't you?" Jiang Shi replied with a hint of pride, "Of course. I assume you have numerous inquiries for me?" I suggested, "Shall we meet in person?" Jiang Shi responded, "That sounds agreeable, you may choose the venue." I proposed, "Let us return to that restaurant from last time, you should be able to find it." Jiang Shi paused for a moment before responding with a cold laugh, "Very well. However, I do not wish to see anyone but you, as it would dampen my mood. I will not disclose a single word of what you wish to know." Chapter 69, Past Events. The call connected, and before I could utter a word, Jiang Shi spoke first. "Wan Zhen, have you finally reached your breaking point?" I coldly asked. "You have been anticipating my call, haven't you?" Jiang Shi chuckled, her tone tinged with smugness. "Of course, I've been anticipating your call for a month now. Had you delayed any longer, I would have begun to question whether you were genuinely obtuse or simply lacked the fortitude to unearth the truth. If my conjecture is accurate, you must have a multitude of inquiries for me, am I right?" I broached the subject directly. "Then perhaps we should meet?" Jiang Shi responded with nonchalant ease, "Indeed. You may select the venue." I suggested, "Let's convene at the same restaurant as before, I trust you can find it." Jiang Shi paused momentarily, then retorted with a sardonic laugh. "Very well." She added, "However, Wan Zhen, I have no desire to encounter anyone other than yourself. If my mood is adversely affected, I shall not divulge a single word of what you seek to know." I acquiesced. "Understood, I shall come alone." Subsequently, I changed into a white dress, donned a cardigan, and departed in comfortable flats. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I selected a seat by the window and ordered an iced Americano, requesting the addition of 2 lemon slices, as well as a black sesame pretzel roll for brunch, as recommended by the server. I mused that I would need to consume a considerable amount of black sesame to replenish the hair that Jiang Mingchu had torn out. Midway through my pretzel roll, I observed Jiang Shi alighting from a Ferrari through the floor-to-ceiling windows. She was clad in white, floor-sweeping track pants, paired with a striped Celine tank top, the form-fitting design accentuating her lithe figure. She nonchalantly removed her sunglasses, locked the car, and proceeded towards the restaurant. Frankly, her youthful and radiant appearance made it difficult to associate her with someone who would intentionally sabotage another's marriage. Upon entering the restaurant, Jiang Shi swiftly located me and took a seat across from me. Just then, the waiter arrived to refill our water, and Jiang Shi raised her chin, ordering an Australian white. After the waiter departed, she regarded me with a bemused smile, remarking, with Jiang Mingchu's madness, "It's a wonder you're still alive. You truly possess a remarkable fate." I took a sip of my coffee, offering her a faint smile in return. "I ought to thank you for clarifying our relationship, otherwise I might have perished at Jiang Mingchu's hands, blissfully unaware." Jiang Shi replied, "Isn't it simply your own foolishness?" I could hardly contain myself. "I've been with Jiang Mingchu for nearly 2 years, and you, in your obliviousness, failed to notice even the slightest hint. How refreshingly naive." A frown creased my brow. 2 years? According to Jiang Mingchu, he had only been with Jiang Shi for a little over a year, having met after my parents' passing. "Jiang Mingchu must have told you that we met at a summit, right?" Jiang Shi's smile was particularly triumphant. "He deceived you." My hand trembled slightly around my coffee cup. I had suspected that Jiang Mingchu's words were not entirely credible, but I had not anticipated the revelation that he and Jiang Shi had been involved prior to our marriage. If he had already become entangled with a wealthy heiress like Jiang Shi, why then did he choose to marry me? Was I merely a stepping stone to ease his ascent? Surely, Jiang Shi would have been a more suitable match. Perceiving my confusion, Jiang Shi propped her chin on her hand, watching me with keen interest. "Puzzled, are we? Struggling to comprehend? Do not fret. Since I have taken the time to meet with you today, I have prepared to unveil the truth. Listen closely." At that moment, the waiter placed our coffees before Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi politely expressed his gratitude with a soft thank you, then took a sip of his coffee before gradually beginning to speak. In truth, I had known Jiang Mingchu for 3 years. Although at that time he was unaware of my existence. During a summer 3 years ago, Wan Qinghui held an academic seminar in the auditorium at Jiang University, attended by many of his former students. I was present at that seminar as well. Initially, I noticed Jiang Mingchu simply because I found him handsome. Over the years, I have had numerous boyfriends, while not all of them were as handsome as Jiang Mingchu. "Do you know why he caught my attention at first glance?" I inquired. "Why?" Jiang Shi pointed at me and replied, "Because of you." I frowned. "Because of me?" Jiang Shi nodded. At that time, I thought Jiang Mingchu was decent looking, but I had no particular interest in him. Especially when I saw him as a struggling student, his shirt collar worn and frayed. However, when the seminar concluded, I saw you bounding toward him from a distance, leaping into his embrace. He willingly wrapped his arms around you and even spun you around. The sight of you both, laughing and frolicking beneath the lush camphor trees along the shaded path, was simply enchanting. In that moment, I thought to myself, what a pity it would be to ruin such a beautiful couple. I nearly accused Jiang Shi of being a pervert, a madman. Was he so psychologically twisted that he couldn't bear to see others happy? Yet, before I could voice my thoughts, Jiang Shi's demeanor turned cold. In a tone almost laced with bitterness, he said, "You possess a perfect family, adoring parents, and a splendid academic career. Is that not enough? Why should the heavens grant you a perfect boyfriend as well? Why? I refuse to accept such unfairness from fate." Yet, it soon became apparent that your boyfriend harbored ulterior motives. Wan Qinghui, in truth, held him in disdain. Initially, I believed him to be merely an ordinary, underappreciated impoverished student. However, after discreetly following him one evening as he escorted you home, I witnessed the transformation in his gaze, from one of tender affection to one of icy contempt. Do you comprehend the thrill of that moment? I found it particularly intriguing. Jiang Shi chuckled, recounting how, in that fleeting instant, I suddenly developed a profound interest in Jiang Mingchu. I perceived that this seemingly sunny, dashing gentleman of humble origins could assist me in embarking on many delightful escapades. Thus, that evening, I deliberately rear-ended his bicycle, damaging it, and seized the opportunity to exchange WeChat information and phone numbers, personally accompanying him to purchase a new one. In Jiang Mingchu's eyes, I appeared to be merely infatuated, enamored by his handsome visage. You remain oblivious to this, do you not? Jiang Mingchu frequently accompanies me to the small grove behind the library at Jiangda, where we engage in reading and conversation. Naturally, we also share kisses, embraces, and partake in the joyous intimacies of romance, albeit exclusively at night. By day, the passers-by might recognize his face. He is no fool, balancing one foot in your world while grasping my hand with the other. Jiangxi remarked that the distinction between us lies in your innocence and kindness as a sweet, obedient girl, while I embody the passionate, open, and understanding red rose. I have never pressured Jiang Mingchu to sever ties with you. I simply convey that my heart is content having experienced him. At that juncture, Jiang Mingchu was utterly unaware of my identity, save for the vague notion that my family possessed considerable wealth, evidenced by my million-yuan automobile. However, he was no fool, as Ruan Qinghui's daughter. Marrying you would have ensured his meteoric rise. Having played the devoted admirer for so many years, he was not about to let his efforts come to naught. In our dalliances, we invariably frequented five-star hotels, luxuriating in suites costing 10,000 yuan per night. Gradually, his interest in me burgeoned, and I casually alluded to my family's affluence. On one occasion, as we passed by my family's corporate headquarters, I feigned a phone call to my father, inquiring whether he desired a purchase of monk fruit tea. Jiang Mingchu then questioned my father's role within Dahua. At that opportune moment, I nonchalantly revealed that my father was the proprietor of Dahua. Wanzhen, can you envision Jiang Mingchu's countenance at that instant? His eyes gleamed with unforeseen astonishment, an amalgamation of elation, triumph, and excitement. It was then that I discerned his capitulation. I listened with quietude to Jiangxi's narration, refraining from interrupting her, neither pressing her as to why she targeted Jiang Mingchu nor demanding her motive for focusing on me. Today, the truth would undoubtedly surface. By that time, my interest in Jiang Mingchu had waned considerably. I had not anticipated his facile conquest, his utter lack of fortitude. Moreover, I found such shallow, avaricious men repulsive and desired no further interaction. I surmised that such a man was better suited for you, given your evident fondness for him. The spectacle of your eventual realization of his true nature should prove quite captivating. With an air of nonchalant ease, Jiangxi crossed her legs, her gaze fixed upon the exquisite swan the barista had crafted in her latte. That morning, she began, after partaking in the hotel's complimentary breakfast, I dismissed him. Subsequently, I severed all digital ties, blocking him across all platforms, and boarded an afternoon flight back to England. She paused, then declared. This marked the inaugural dissolution between Jiangxi and Jiang Mingchu. I regarded her with rapt attention, inquiring, and what transpired thereafter? If you held Jiang Mingchu in such disdain, what precipitated your subsequent longing for him? What prompted you to seek a renewed entanglement? A smug expression of triumph graced Jiangxi's visage as she folded her arms. You labor under a misapprehension, Wanzhen, she corrected. It was never I who pursued Jiang Mingchu. On the contrary, he relentlessly besieged me. Despite my attempts to sever communication, he unearthed my email address via Renren and even surmounted digital barriers to locate my Instagram and Twitter accounts. At this juncture, an expression of utter revulsion contorted Jiangxi's features. With a disdainful snort, she continued, his incessant and unwelcome advances filled me with disgust. Do you comprehend the sensation of utter revulsion? It was akin to a wad of chewing gum ensnared in one's hair, sticky, inescapable, and utterly nauseating. The words utterly nauseating were delivered with palpable contempt, leaving no doubt as to her profound aversion to Jiang Mingchu's relentless pursuit. However nauseating, I retorted, my lips curling into a sardonic smile, you engaged in countless intimacies. Who, then, is truly more repellent, Jiang Mingchu or yourself? Jiangxi possesses an exceptionally resilient psychological disposition. She remains unperturbed by my sentiments in this regard. She pursed her lips, deeming it inconsequential. Before me, Jiang Mingchu resembles nothing more than a tail-wagging, sycophantic dog, striving earnestly to win my affection, pleading with me not to sever our ties. You would scarcely believe the lengths to which he has gone for my sake. On one occasion, when I fell ill with a fever, he stripped himself bare and immersed himself in icy water, enduring the chill solely to cool my temperature, ultimately succumbing to a high fever that developed into pneumonia. Upon hearing this, I recalled an incident when Jiang Mingchu indeed contracted pneumonia. Unable to shake off a high fever and spending nearly half a month in the hospital, he claimed it was due to a lack of hot water in the apartment, compelling him to take a cold shower, which led to his subsequent illness. I was heartbroken at the time, dedicating myself to caring for him in the hospital for the better part of 2 weeks. All this while, it turns out this insufferable creature caught a cold merely to curry favor with another. Yet now, I find no anger within me, only amusement at my own folly and at Jiang Mingchu's. The most laughable of all is Jiangxi, who, with an air of triumph, inquired, Wanzhen, Isn't this more sincere than those dumplings you hide in your clothing? I chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it was quite sincere. However, it did not elicit any sentiment from you. Miss Jiang Mingchu's efforts were in vain, unbeknownst to him. What else could it be? Do you think I am akin to you? That Jiang Mingchu's meager, pathetic romantic gestures would leave you utterly enraptured, filled with joy and contentment? I am well aware that he treats you to 10 yuan bowls of fried rice from roadside stalls, where you can request extra rice at no additional cost, and the proprietor even gifts you a bottle of mineral water. Does Jiang Mingchu offer you the mineral water each time? Then, did he swear to the heavens with heartfelt emotion, promising to strive to provide you with a life of luxury, making you the most blissful woman in the world? Followed by working an entire summer to purchase a necklace for you? You are likely still unaware that the necklace, already inexpensive, was merely a counterfeit he acquired online. It must be said that Jiang Mingchu was indeed miserly towards you, unwilling to part with even a 5,000 or 6,000 yuan necklace, resorting instead to procuring a 200 yuan imitation from Taobao, supplemented by a 50 yuan authentic box from the seafood market, totaling a mere 250 yuan, a sum that sounds like an insult. Jiangxi gloated, stating that he would spend an entire month's living expenses to treat her to afternoon tea at a 5-star hotel. He declared that, although he was not wealthy, she deserved the finest things in the world and that he was willing to lavish her with all he possessed. In the past, upon learning of Jiang Mingchu's infidelity, hearing Jiangxi's boastful words would have caused me immense pain and distress. However, at this juncture, I felt no emotional disturbance in the face of Jiangxi's ostentation. Or rather, I did experience a sensation, the realization of how excessively naive I had been. I never questioned Jiang Mingchu's attentiveness during our relationship. Nor did I ever scorn him for taking me to roadside stalls or offering me complimentary mineral water, unable to afford even a 10 yuan cup of milk tea. Jiangxi is correct, I was indeed completely deceived by Jiang Mingchu's impoverished yet romantic tactics. However, was I wrong? Even now, I do not believe I was mistaken. The fault lies with the scoundrel and his methods, not with the sincerity and genuine affection I bestowed. However, Jiang Mingchu was mistaken, his tactics may work on others. But I, Jiangxi, am not susceptible to such ploys. His cheap, self-indulgent methods hold no value in my presence. Jiangxi raised her chin with pride, enunciating each word, even finding it laughable. I responded with an affirmative hum, agreeing wholeheartedly. Indeed, in this regard, I admire you. Jiangxi inquired if I understood where my defeat lay. I candidly admitted it was in my excessive empathy. Jiangxi remarked that men are inherently ungrateful, and a woman's kindness only leads them to overstep, believing themselves significant and capable of easily manipulating you. Once they grow accustomed to your understanding, any slight dissent or resistance on your part will be deemed your fault, resulting in a complete loss of agency. Wanzhen, do you comprehend this? Sophisticated hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Your willing sacrifices and selfless contributions will only lead Jiang Mingchu to perceive you as inferior. As for me, I have never yielded to him, from the very beginning. I made it clear the disparity between us. If he wishes to be with me, he must satisfy me, utter words that bring me joy, and engage in actions that delight me. It is always Jiang Mingchu who grapples with uncertainty. Although Jiangxi is a detestable mistress, playing a decisive role in the affair between Jiang Mingchu and me, I must concede that her previous remarks were profoundly insightful. In many respects, she was correct. My excessive understanding and concessions towards Jiang Mingchu have provided him with the leverage to act as he pleases. Unbeknownst to me, I have wallowed in this dynamic. I chuckled softly, turning my gaze upon Jiangxi. And what transpired subsequently? What prompted you to reconsider and embrace a repugnant individual such as Jiang Mingchu? In what manner did he manage to elicit your pleasure and contentment? Jiangxi did not hasten to address my inquiry. Instead, she regarded me with an impassive countenance. Our eyes met, and within Jiangxi's gaze, I discerned a fierce and intense conflict. With deliberate enunciation, Jiangxi posed the question. Rather than dwelling on the circumstances of my involvement with Jiang Mingchu, are you not more intrigued to ascertain the motives behind my exploitation of him? Chapter 71, Why would he abandon me for you and your daughter? Jiangxi did not hasten to address my inquiry. Instead, she regarded me with an impassive countenance. Our eyes met, and within Jiangxi's gaze, I discerned a fierce and intense conflict. With deliberate enunciation, Jiangxi posed the question. Rather than dwelling on the circumstances of my involvement with Jiang Mingchu, are you not more intrigued to ascertain the motives behind my exploitation of him? I met Jiangxi's gaze, responding with measured composure. Indeed, I am curious. However, should I not first indulge you in the recitation of your triumphs before you commence elucidating your motives? A flicker of indignation crossed Jiangxi's eyes. However, she swiftly suppressed her ire, inhaled deeply, and fixed me with a piercing gaze, declaring, because I was consumed by resentment. After an absence of over a year, that incompetent Jiang Mingchu had yet to ensnare you, and was even scorned by Ruan Qinghui as a parvenu from the countryside. He persisted in his obsequious devotion to you, while you continued to revel in your role as a cherished princess. The sight of this filled me with profound displeasure. I furrowed my brow in bewilderment, poised to inquire of Jiangxi what heinous transgression I had committed to warrant such animosity. Jiangxi retorted through gritted teeth, particularly when I was enduring such torment. The sight of your happiness was unbearable. At this point, I could no longer contain my curiosity and inquired of Jiangxi, is there something amiss with your mind? We are complete strangers, what have I done to provoke you? You chose to recklessly rear-end me while I was pregnant. And you endured the revulsion of consorting with someone as vile as Jiang Mingchu. Miss Jiang, I am genuinely intrigued, what unforgivable act have I committed against you? Jiangxi possessed a pair of enchanting eyes, not particularly large, yet imbued with a certain spirit that complemented her delicate and exquisite features. Especially the small black mole at the tip of her nose, which added a touch of charm. At this moment, she glared at me with fiery eyes. Her gaze filled with a hatred that is difficult to articulate. She scrutinized me for a considerable time, and I noticed her grip on the cup tightened with intensity. Just when I thought she was about to confess, she instead smiled and retorted, Ruan Zhen, spare yourself the effort, the collision was merely an accident. Do you have any evidence that I acted with intent? Even if I did, you suffered no significant harm in that accident, did you? I willingly offered to cover your medical expenses, but it was your husband, Jiang Mingchu, who insisted that it was unnecessary, fearing that my presence might expose our connection. And he insisted on sending me away. That was deliberate harm. Premeditated murder. Oh, Ruan Zhen, one can indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak recklessly. Jiangxi smiled at me, her eyes gleaming with triumph. However, I will not hesitate to inform you that my actions were merely a warning to Jiang Mingchu. After all, he has been treating me with indifference, continuously delaying matters regarding you, claiming that the time is not yet ripe and urging me to wait. Merely coveting your pecuniary resources. That contemptible social climber labored under the delusion that his modest wealth was sufficient to secure my affections. What is he, after all? It seems that prolonged proximity to you has engendered an unwarranted sense of self-importance. He is unworthy even to carry the shoes of my family's gatekeeper. Her demeanor was patently ostentatious, as if to proclaim, indeed, I deliberately sought to run you over, but what recourse do you have? Fully cognizant of the futility of prolonging this altercation and understanding that Jiangxi's intent was to provoke my ire, I resolved to deny her that satisfaction. With composure, I regarded her and stated, you cannot provoke me. Jiangxi retorted, is that so? I scoffed, pray, proceed to the crux of the matter. I hold no interest in your dalliances with Jiang Mingchu, the clandestine union of adulterers is an auditory affront. Jiangxi curled her lips in disdain and inquired. Are you certain? Do you not wish to know why Jiang Mingchu abruptly procured medication for Ruan Qinghui? Do you not wish to know why Jiang Mingchu repeatedly escorted you on trips with the intention of engaging in sexual relations? Seizing upon the key phrase concerning my father, I promptly questioned her, what do you imply? Did you orchestrate Jiang Mingchu's actions? Jiangxi examined the adornments upon her fingers and nonchalantly responded, do not be impetuous. I shall elucidate all in due course. However, I must remind you that during this time, due to the upheaval surrounding Jiang Mingchu, my mental state has not been particularly sound. I consulted a psychologist who diagnosed me with a mild case of paranoia. Therefore, Ruan Zhen, please do not take anything I say today too seriously. If you do, I shall find myself in a most awkward position, as I cannot ascertain whether my words stem from my delusions or from an overindulgence in novels and television dramas. A sudden unease washed over me. It seems that Shi Yan and Jiangxi were right, the discussions with Jiangxi hold little merit. Her willingness to meet indicates she is thoroughly prepared. I instinctively clenched my fists, reminding myself to remain calm, composed. Jiangxi appeared quite pleased with the effect of her provocations on me, and she began to speak leisurely. stating that I need not harbor excessive expectations. She merely conducted some psychological work on Jiang Mingchu, analyzing why Ruan Qinghui held him in such low regard. If he wishes to become the son-in-law of the Ruan family, he must possess a compelling reason. As for Jiang Mingchu's desire for marriage, it is undoubtedly due to the undeniable evidence of my condition. Ruan Qinghui, being so concerned for me, would never wish for the child within me to grow up without a father. Yet, who would have guessed that he would fail to secure her affections? The subsequent purchase of medicine for Ruan Qinghui was merely a fleeting thought of his, triggered by the keywords I had searched on my computer. Indeed, Jiang Mingchu is quick-witted, taking action without needing my prompting. You might assume that I am in collusion with Jiang Mingchu, but that is far from the truth. I have never engaged in such matters. Regardless of the choices he makes, I remain uninvolved, disapproving, and indifferent. It is only through this detachment that he will inevitably find himself increasingly reliant upon me. I explicitly told him that, given his current circumstances, he was unqualified to step through the threshold of my home. Yet, I found myself drawn to him, willing to forego titles and social standings to be with him. His marriage to you does not concern me in the slightest. In fact, it brings me a sense of joy, for I am aware of what he seeks from you. Jiangxi rested her hands beneath her chin, gazing intently at me as she declared, I wish to witness you ensnared in despair, tasting the depths of suffering. What lengths will Ruan Qinghui go to for you? Is he not your most devoted father? Would he not sacrifice his life for you? Upon hearing this, it was not difficult for me to envision the role Jiangxi played in Jiang Mingchu's meticulously crafted scheme. Clearly, Jiang Mingchu was but a pawn, manipulated by Jiangxi as a means to an end. But why? Why does Jiangxi harbor such animosity towards our family? I fixated on Jiangxi's eyes. Icy determination in my voice as I demanded, will you not reveal your motives? Why do you wish to harm us? Jiangxi let out a cold scoff, her expression devoid of emotion as she retorted, what gives him the right to abandon me for you too? With that, she seized the cup before her and smashed it down violently, exclaiming, what gives him that right? Chapter 72, Paternity Test. Jiangxi scoffed again, her demeanor unyielding as she reiterated, what gives him the right to abandon me for you too? Her words left me in a fog of confusion. Instinctively, I wondered if my father and Jiangxi shared some past connection. Yet, I quickly dismissed the notion. Jiangxi had grown up abroad, scarcely returning home, while my father had remained in the country. It was implausible that any melodramatic affair could exist between them. How could that possibly be? At that moment, Jiangxi seized the cup before her and smashed it violently onto the ground, shattering it into countless pieces, startling the other patrons nearby and shocking the waiter standing at a distance. The waiter contemplated approaching to clean up the mess, but hesitated, sensing the escalating tension. Jiangxi's fury erupted from her chest as she furiously demanded, how dare he? Her demeanor resembled that of a woman scorned. Yet, how could my father ever be entangled in such a sordid affair with her? I would not allow her to tarnish my father's reputation. I slammed my hand on the table, exclaiming with indignation, are you trying to cast aspersions on my father? Jiangxi retorted, if he has nothing to hide, why fear what others say? With a cold tone, I shot back, you? My father would never regard you. Jiangxi sneered, yes, he looked down on me, which is why he abandoned me. Consumed by rage, I grabbed the coffee before me and splashed it directly onto Jiangxi's face, warning, silence. If you dare to insult my father again, I shall not be merciful. Jiangxi instinctively closed her eyes as the coffee drenched her visage, and the lemon slice tainted by the beverage tumbled away. Through gritted teeth, I seethed, what are you to insult my father? Jiangxi picked up the fallen lemon slice from her person and, lifting her eyelids to glance at me, said, Ruan Jin, do you truly believe Ruan Qinghui is a good man? Before I could respond, she continued, an esteemed husband praised by all? A renowned economics professor with countless accolades? A man of great literary and scholarly prowess? A paragon of virtue? A person of noble character? Ha ha ha, what a farce! What connection do you and my father truly share? I halted the approaching attendant, my countenance hardening as I addressed Jiangxi, threatening that she had best elucidate matters today, lest I be compelled to seek redress at the Jiang residence. Given the Jiang family's vaunted emphasis on decorum and propriety, I had long entertained the notion of inquiring how they had managed to raise such a disgrace. Jiangxi's visage cycled through a kaleidoscope of emotions before she retorted, A mirthless laugh escaping her lips, questioning my ignorance and asserting that I was the least qualified to impugn her upbringing. With a flourish, Jiang produced a photograph from her handbag, casting it onto the table before me, proclaiming that it depicted my father, outwardly esteemed for his virtue and lauded by all. Yet in reality, a sanctimonious hypocrite. My gaze was inexorably drawn to the image on the table. The photograph portrayed my father, Wan Qinghui. In the company of a youthful woman, their figures intertwined in an intimate embrace. The palpable affection between them evoked the image of kindred spirits, their profound tenderness radiating from the depths of their eyes. I lifted the photograph, scrutinizing it closely. To my relief, the woman in the photograph was not Jiang. The photograph bore the marks of age, its edges peeling despite the laminate, allowing air to infiltrate and mar the surface with blemishes and faded hues. I recognized the man as my father in his youth. Indeed, my father possessed a captivating countenance and physique in his younger years, handsome and dashing. However, the woman nestled in his embrace was not my mother. I possessed an intimate familiarity with my mother's visage in her youth. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a striking resemblance between the woman's features and those of Jiang. Indeed, Jiang bore a remarkable likeness to her in her younger years. The sole distinction lay in the minute mole adorning Jiang's nasal tip, while the woman's countenance was immaculate. Her eyes, though not large, possessed an uncanny vivacity, their dark depths seemingly capable of articulation. Her mere presence, smiling radiantly at the camera, exuded an aura of vernal allure. Clad in denim trousers and a knitted sweater, with a ribbon adorning her neck, the woman's delicate, arched eyebrows conveyed a gentle charm. She nestled affectionately against my father's chest, her laughter radiating pure bliss. Behind them, the resplendent sunrise over the sea of clouds at Mount Amay unfolded, a panorama of golden, undulating billows. Who was she? An answer immediately dawned upon me, Jiang's mother. I promptly examined the reverse side of the photograph, where a line of elegant, cursive calligraphy revealed the inscription, with Qinghui on a journey to Mount Amay. February 1997. Jiang Yishan. My memory serves me well, often delivering crucial information at serendipitous moments. Upon beholding this date, I was suddenly reminded of the details Nan Yuan had furnished me regarding Jiang. The records indicated her birth in November 1997. Extrapolating from this date, it became apparent that in February 1997, around that precise juncture, Jiang's mother, Jiang Yishan, conceived her. Could it be that Jiang was the offspring of my father and Jiang Yishan? Jiang and I are separated by a mere year. So, while my mother was in confinement after giving birth to me, my father was with Jiang Yishan? And Jiang was conceived around that time? A sudden, deafening buzz erupted in my mind. I couldn't fathom that my father, a man who seemed so deeply in love with my mother, would engage in an extramarital affair and father a child with another woman while my mother was pregnant. Yet, my thoughts remained clear. I returned the photograph to Jiang, striving to maintain a calm tone. What's the point of showing me this photo? What is it supposed to demonstrate? Jiang scoffed. The woman in the picture is my mother, Jiang Yishan. I responded calmly, so what? Jiang grew impatient, are you blind? Can't you see that and my mother were having an affair? I offered a faint smile, I'm sorry, but I genuinely didn't notice. Are you feigning ignorance? You must be aware of my birth date, right? Do I need to reiterate it for you? Jiang taunted. Didn't you hire a private investigator to look into me long ago? I candidly replied, how does that relate to my father? Are you implying that you are my father's child, based on this photograph? Is that what you're suggesting? Jiang sneered, what else could it be? Isn't the nature of their relationship in this photo abundantly clear? I fail to perceive any connection between them. However, if you insist on defining their relationship, I can only conclude that the woman in the photograph was a mistress. In February 1997, my mother was still breastfeeding, and I was not even a year old. I inhaled deeply, regarding Jiang with an impassive countenance, just like you, a shameless interloper. Chapter 73, Nobody's Perfect Evidently. The appellation interloper caused a visible spasm across Jiang's face, a reality she seemed unwilling to accept. Yet, such was the case. Jiang clenched her fists, watching me with gritted teeth, suppressing her rising fury, her eyes reddened as she spoke, Wan Zhen, you know that's beside the point. What you deem paramount holds no significance to me. I have no interest in the nature of Jiang Yishan's relationship with my father. Nor should you attempt to provoke me with it. However, I caution you, my father's impeccable reputation is not yours to tarnish. Should I hear even a whisper of you denigrating my father henceforth, you will not escape my retribution. I emphasized, do you comprehend? Jiangxi's tears cascaded instantly. Her voice becoming somewhat hoarse, Wanzhen, are you threatening me? You may interpret it as such. I retorted with a frigid smile. The events of over 2 decades ago are now beyond definitive clarification. I harbor no interest in the sordid details of how your mother undermined my parents' relationship. The matters that preoccupy you will find no resolution here, nor should you trouble me with them from this day forward. Otherwise, what? Otherwise, I would be more than willing to visit the Jiang household and inquire into the motives of those who raised you. Having spoken, I rose, leaving 500 yuan on the table, casting a glacial glance at Jiangxi, and departed with my purse. However, I had scarcely taken a few steps when Jiangxi suddenly called out, halting me. Wanzhen. I paused in my tracks and turned to look at Jiangxi. Dare you to undergo a paternity test with me? The hatred in her eyes shot towards me like an arrow. I could vividly imagine how much she longed to use the test results to undermine my trust and respect for my father. I would not grant her that opportunity. I scoffed, who do you think you are? With that, I strode away. Upon exiting the restaurant, an overwhelming emptiness enveloped my heart, accompanied by an indescribable emotion that lingered. A dull ache that compelled me to clutch my chest. The pain intensified, its rhythm quickening. I hastened to the side, leaning against an advertisement board for support. Just as beads of sweat formed on my forehead from the discomfort, a hand unexpectedly steadied me. A familiar, deep, yet commanding voice cascaded from above, are you unwell? When I looked up, I beheld Wen Shuyan's expressionless face, his deep, dark eyes revealing no hint of emotion. Only when I failed to respond did his brow furrow slightly. Wanzhen, I ask you again, where do you feel discomfort? My chest hurts, I replied, pushing him away and straightening myself with effort. A moment's rest will suffice. Wen Shuyan stood beside me, his face cold, hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance. I will take you home. It was evident that his statement was one of declaration rather than inquiry. He was informing me, not seeking my consent. For reasons unknown. I felt a peculiar strangeness in my interactions with Wen Shuyan, prompting an instinctive desire to avoid private encounters with him, particularly when it was just the two of us. Being acutely aware of my limitations, some might say I lack courage. Noticing my hesitation, Wen Shuyan paused, his distinguished brows furrowed in a gesture of impatience. Are you expecting me to carry you? He inquired. No, not at all. How could Professor Su surmise that Wen Shuyan harbored feelings for me? Given his brusque demeanor? Surely, anyone with discernment would find his frigid disposition unappealing, lest they risk succumbing to hypothermia. Alas! I am far too delicate to endure such an experience. As I racked my brain for a polite refusal, Wen Shuyan glanced at his watch and urged, Wanzhen. I have a meeting this afternoon. I cannot afford to tarry. I have something to discuss with you during the drive home. What is it? Can't you tell me now? Are you certain you wish for me to divulge a professor's private affairs in such a public setting? Very well, Wen Shuyan. Wen Shuyan's vehicle remained his Bentley Continental, this time without a chauffeur. However, his driving skills appeared to have improved considerably, exhibiting a newfound smoothness. As soon as we merged into traffic, I eagerly inquired, what did you want to discuss? Wen Shuyan, maintaining his gaze forward, responded, you met Jiangxi. What did she say to you? How did you know I met Jiangxi? I saw you. I was tempted to ask Wen Shuyan if he had an abundance of leisure time, given his apparent omniscience regarding my social interactions. However, I had not yet dared to inquire. Wen Shuyan cast a sidelong glance at me, remarking that he harbored no predilection for stalking me, but merely happened to be passing by and observed me with Jiangxi at the CAF. I breathed a sigh of relief, thoroughly relieved. Wen Shuyan's brow furrowed slightly as he questioned what manner of thoughts occupied my mind. He then refocused, inquiring as to the substance of the conversation between Jiangxi and myself. I responded with a touch of defiance, questioning why I should disclose such information to him. Wen Shuyan regarded me as if I were simple, admonishing me not to be unappreciative, as he was currently endeavoring to assist me. I, in turn, expressed my bewilderment. Frankly, I found it challenging to navigate my interactions with Wen Shuyan. Perhaps realizing his words were somewhat harsh, Wen Shuyan added that he had pledged to my mentors to look after me. I questioned the implication of this statement. He clarified that he could not disregard my affairs. I harbored some resistance, yet, being a rational individual, I considered that Wen Shuyan's intellect might offer insights I had not conceived. Thus, I dutifully disclosed the content of my conversation with Jiang Shi. Upon hearing this, Wen Shuyan remained silent for an extended period. I presumed he was contemplating the matter. But instead, he abruptly drove the vehicle to the riverside, specifically the Qingyi riverbank where we had previously strolled together. However, this time we remained in the car, engine off. And Wen Shuyan, with his hands resting on the steering wheel, earnestly posed the question, "Wanzhen, should Jiangshi's claims prove veracious, what would be your disposition?" I inquired as to the veracity of what, specifically, whether she was my father's daughter, or... He interjected, affirming the latter. I gazed into Wen Shuyan's eyes and asked, "Do you also believe she is?" Wen Shuyan replied, "What if?" My countenance immediately turned cold. There was no what if. She could not possibly be my father's daughter. Wen Shuyan looked at me, hesitating to speak. For a long while, we remained in silence, neither of us uttering a word. I watched the bustling world outside the car window, my inner turmoil akin to a tangled mass, rolling about and causing me discontent. After some time, Wen Shuyan's voice emerged. Deep and somber, reminiscent of a cello's rich timbre. He advised me, "Wanzhen, no one is perfect." Upon hearing this, I turned to face Wen Shuyan, glaring at him. And articulated each word with emphasis, "My father is not." Chapter 74, Heritage. I imagined I must have appeared fierce, like an agitated little beast with bared fangs. Red-eyed and glaring at Wen Shuyan, inexplicably shifting my pent-up resentment onto him. Given Wen Shuyan's usual demeanor, he should have ordered me out of the car, scowled at me, and retorted in that icy tone that rendered me speechless. Yet, surprisingly, he did not. He retrieved a checkered handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to me. Indeed, a large man carrying a clean handkerchief at all times struck me as rather endearing. However, my anger prevented me from accepting it. Additionally, I felt reluctant to use his handkerchief again, having borrowed it previously to wipe my nose, with the promise of returning it washed, yet I had misplaced it. How could I dare to use a second one? When Wen Shuyan noticed my lack of response, he let out a sigh of mild impatience. Then leaned over and placed a handkerchief into my hand. "Don't let your tears soil my car, I have a penchant for cleanliness." I let out a small whimper, using his handkerchief to wipe my tears and sniffles, and replied in a muffled voice, "Oh, fine, I shall remember to wash it and return it to you this time." His expression darkened instantly. However, being the well-mannered gentleman he was, having studied abroad, he refrained from saying much more upon seeing my tear-stained visage, and shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. It was indeed possible that Jiang Shi was the teacher's daughter, whether I wished to acknowledge it or not. Evading the truth would change nothing. I remained silent. In truth, upon seeing the photograph, I had already come to a realization. Not only did Jiang Yishan's eyes brim with tenderness and happiness, but the smile on my father's face was also one of unrestrained joy and contentment. Jiang Yishan was the mistress who had disrupted my parents' relationship, but what of my father? Was he merely a scoundrel who strayed before and after my mother's childbirth? My indignation at Jiang Shi's insults towards him stemmed from my awareness that her words rang true, yet I could not accept it. Hence, I felt anger, rage, and gritted my teeth in hasty retreat. I could not bear the thought that the father I had always admired and respected was indeed such a man who betrayed his marriage and family. At the moment I laid eyes on that photograph, his image in my heart began to crumble. Yet, I could not allow my distress to surface in front of Jiang Shi. I could not let her witness my pain. Wouldn't that be precisely what she desired? I shuddered at the thought of how my mother would feel if she were aware of this from beyond the grave. While at the restaurant, I observed Ishan nestled in my father's embrace, and memories of my parents' affectionate moments flooded my mind, causing an uncontrollable surge of tears. My mother was so pitiably deceived until her death. Their marriage, envied by all, was revealed to be sordid and far from flawless. Wen Shuyan remarked, "I've investigated Jiang Shi's background, perhaps you should listen, and it might elucidate why she harbors such animosity towards teachers." I remained silent. Wen Shuyan began his narration. Ishan was the most cherished youngest daughter of the Jiang family, raised in the lap of luxury from childhood, the only girl in her generation, and the apple of the family's eye. Her elder brother, Jiang Zhong'an, the current head of Dahua Electronics Technology and Jiang Shi's father, was her full sibling. Zhong'an doted on his younger sister, Ishan, and, in modern parlance, was a siscon. Thus, after Yishan's incident, he directly adopted Jiang Shi into his name, raising her as his own daughter. The Jiang family, having established roots in Jiangzhou since the late Qing dynasty, is considered one of the city's leading wealthy families. Such families uphold strict discipline, with elders determining their children's marriages. For instance, Zhong'an's wife was handpicked by the Jiang family's matriarch as a suitable daughter-in-law. After returning from her studies in England, Yishan spent some time traveling around the country, writing travelogues in English for a London newspaper. It was likely during that time that she encountered the teacher while both were in Sichuan for an exchange. The details of their interactions remain unknown. I once came across a short story penned by Jiang Yishan for foreign media, in which the protagonists bore a striking resemblance to herself and her teacher. The male lead, encumbered by a family of his own, including a wife and daughter, found himself entangled in a fervent yet morally questionable romance. As I pondered this, Wen Shuyan furrowed her brow with evident difficulty before continuing. The narrative depicted the couple ensnared in a passionate love affair, leading the female protagonist to weep inconsolably through the night upon discovering her beloved's existing family. Despite their mutual resolve to suppress their feelings, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to each other, transcending the boundaries of morality in a tumultuous whirlwind of emotion. Ultimately, they resolved to end their lives together, seeking to preserve their love in its most exquisite moment, untouched by the constraints of society. They deliberated various methods of their tragic pact, ultimately deciding to leap from a great height, allowing them to clasp hands mid-fall, embracing tightly in those fleeting moments while reminiscing about the fragments of their lives together. Such a method of suicide, plummeting through the clouds to an uninhabited forest, seemed sufficiently fervent and exhilarating. Suddenly, a memory of a photograph from a trip to Amay Mountain surfaced in my mind. Amay Mountain, a renowned tourist destination in Sichuan province, is famed for its breathtaking sunrises, sea of clouds, and the radiant light of the Buddha. The most celebrated site, the Golden Summit, rests atop the mountain. The location where Jiang Yishan and my father captured their photograph was graced by a swirling, golden sea of clouds behind them. This led me to ponder, were they, at that moment, preparing to commit a tragic act of love? A shiver ran through me at the thought. If so, why did they ultimately refrain from ending their lives? In the denouement of the novel, the protagonists commit mutual suicide, a final act of devotion. In the limpid morn after witnessing the sunrise, hand in hand, they leapt into the churning sea of clouds, plunging into the desolate forest, thereby attaining eternity. Their love, too, was immortalized. Wen Shuyan mused. I am uncertain as to how much veracity is embedded in Jiang Yishan's novel, yet I believe it may serve as a reference. She and her teacher genuinely contemplated a suicide pact. In April 1997, Jiang Yishan was betrothed by her family to the eldest son of a locally renowned real estate magnate in Jiangzhou, an individual you may recognize as Su Weitong's paternal uncle. However, this union never came to fruition. The Jiang and Su families parted on acrimonious terms, remaining estranged for many years. The precise cause remained obscure to outsiders, but my investigation revealed that it may have stemmed from the revelation of Jiang Yishan's pregnancy during the engagement banquet. The Su family felt affronted at the prospect of expending millions in betrothal gifts to wed a bride bearing another man's child. Given the Su family's prominence in Jiangzhou at the time, such a public humiliation, particularly in the presence of relatives, was catastrophic. Jiang Yishan obstinately refused to divulge the identity of the child's father and resisted the coerced abortion, threatening self-harm to compel her family to accept the child. Subsequently, Jiang Yishan was dispatched to England to await childbirth. That child, in time, became Jiang Shi. Chapter 75, Miss Zhang's plight no matter the circumstances. Jiang Yishan steadfastly refused to divulge the identity of her child's father. Pressured by her family to terminate the pregnancy, she resisted vehemently, threatening to take her own life if they did not accept the child or allow her to leave. Whether she lived or died, she declared, was of no consequence to the Jiang family. At that time, the matriarch of the Jiang family, an elderly figure steeped in tradition, could not abide by Jiang Yishan's rebellious stance. She commanded Jiang Zhongnan to take her to the hospital for an abortion. However, prior to the procedure, the doctor informed Jiang Zhongnan that Jiang Yishan's health was precarious, and that should she proceed with the abortion, she might never conceive again. Jiang Zhongnan had always cherished his sister deeply, his concern for her well-being grew as he witnessed her desperate pleas. Jiang Yishan implored him to allow her to bear the child, assuring him that she would never marry and would devote her life to nurturing the baby. Eventually, Jiang Zhongnan acquiesced, sending her to England to give birth. The matriarch, feeling humiliated, refused to forgive Jiang Yishan and forbade her return to their homeland. Throughout her time in England, Jiang Yishan was alone, attended only by a caretaker. The child born from this tumultuous saga was Jiang Shi. It may appear that Jiang Yishan was deeply enamored with the child's father, a love that seemed both passionate and tragic. Yet, I find it discordant and difficult to assess. Can one truly call a relationship founded on the suffering of others' love? Such audacity is astounding. I patiently listened as Wen Shuyan continued to speak. Jiang Yishan tragically succumbed to amniotic fluid embolism during the birth of Jiang Shi, and despite desperate attempts at resuscitation, she passed away. Jiang Zhongnan traveled to England to arrange her funeral, where she was laid to rest. The matriarch of the Jiang family steadfastly refused to forgive her until her dying breath, denying her ashes a place in the ancestral tomb and barring entry to the Jiang ancestral hall. The infant Jiang Shi was brought back to Jiangzhou by Jiang Zhongnan. Yet the matriarch refused to acknowledge her. After much pleading from Jiang Zhongnan, she finally consented to record Jiang Shi under the names of Jiang Zhongnan and his wife, allowing the couple to raise her. This secret remained largely unknown, with everyone believing Jiang Shi to be Jiang Zhongnan's biological daughter. I inquired of Wen Shuyan, considering this narrative arc, that Jiang Zhongnan would surely treat his sister's child with kindness, concealing her true lineage, allowing her to remain the happy little princess of the Jiang family. Yet, why was Jiang Shi aware of everything? Why did she even contemplate revenge? Wen Shuyan nodded in agreement with my reasoning, affirming that indeed, under normal circumstances, this was how the plot would unfold. However, Jiang Shi's fortunes were not particularly favorable. What do you mean? I asked, perplexed. Born into such a wealthy family, her starting point was a destination many spend their lives striving to reach. How could she possibly be unfortunate? Wen Shuyan replied, "Let me show you something." He then handed me his phone, revealing a page from his photo album. I opened it to find a picture of a man. He was strikingly handsome, with a radiant smile and deep, dark eyes that sparkled with vitality. When he smiled, his eyes took on a gentle curve, exuding humility, a rare beauty to behold. Yet, alas, he was confined to a wheelchair, having suffered from a disability in both legs. From the photograph, it is evident that below his knees there is nothing but emptiness. He has undergone amputation of both legs. The narrative unfolds as Wen Shuyan reveals that he is Jiang Shi's elder brother, named Jiang Renzhou, the youngest son of Jiang Zhongnan. A prodigious talent with an IQ of 189, he entered the gifted program at the University of Science and Technology of China at the tender age of 15. Later being sent to a prestigious American institution by Jiang Zhongnan himself. It can be said that he is the most exceptional child of the Jiang family's generation, a source of immense pride for the entire clan. However, this individual has been irreparably damaged, as his mother believes that Jiang Shi is the one who has ruined her son. What does that mean? I inquired. Wen Shuyan recounted that 6 years prior, while Jiang Renzhou was still in America, Jiang Shi visited him during the summer. The siblings, during a drive to Yellowstone National Park, met with a tragic accident. Jiang Shi suffered 2 fractured ribs and sustained some superficial injuries. However, Jiang Renzhou was trapped within the wreckage. By the time the rescue team arrived, it was too late. Though Jiang Renzhou was saved, he had lost both legs below the knee and was consigned to a wheelchair from that moment on. I was taken aback. According to the impeccable image of Jiang Renzhou, he was a favored son of destiny, with a life seemingly smooth and untroubled. Yet, it is indeed a lamentable fate. One can only imagine the profound sorrow felt by Jiang Renzhou's parents. The matriarch of the Jiang family has never held Jiang Shi in high regard. For over 20 years, even when Jiang Shi returned to Jiangzhou, she scarcely had the opportunity to visit the ancestral home, lacking the privilege to pay her respects to the matriarch during festive occasions, unlike the other children of the Jiang family. Jiang Renzhou was the grandchild upon whom the matriarch had placed her hopes. Following this calamity, she fell ill from anger, suffering a cerebral hemorrhage that led to over a month of hospitalization, and to this day, he requires special care. Wen Shuyan recounted that Jiang Renzhou's mother had been in the hospital, delivering dozens of slaps to Jiang Shi, collapsing in tears multiple times, questioning why Jiang Shi did not choose to die. She lamented the absurdity of Jiang Shi traveling to the United States to visit Jiang Renzhou. Moreover, she proclaimed that Jiang Shi was indeed a harbinger of misfortune, having caused the demise of Jiang Yishan, and now threatening her son. Jiang Mingchu stated that when the news of Jiang Yishan's pregnancy emerged, the elderly matriarch felt that the Jiang family was burdened by unresolved karmic debts. Consequently, She summoned Jiang Mingchu to Mount Putua in Zhejiang, where a venerable monk had foretold that the arrival of Jiang Yishan's child portended ill fortune, a hard life, and misfortunes for kin. One can only imagine the weight of this revelation on the Jiang family. Although I harbor no particular fondness for Jiang Shi, I personally find it difficult to subscribe to notions of fate and familial maledictions. Nevertheless, Jiang Shi's birth led to Jiang Yishan's tragic death during childbirth, followed by Jiang Ruizhou's disability. The matriarch, a devout believer in Buddhism and karma, could hardly avoid correlating the monk's prophecy with these events. And what transpired afterward? Jiang Ruizhou remained in Switzerland for convalescence, never returning to his homeland. The information I uncovered revealed that a prodigy had spiraled into madness. Jiang Shi had once cared for Jiang Ruizhou in Zurich for a period, despite Jiang Ruizhou's mother, Jiang Mingchu, initially opposing the arrangement, perceiving Jiang Shi as the malevolent force behind her son's disability. Yet, Jiang Ruizhou insisted on having Jiang Shi by his side in Zurich, a situation that lasted approximately 2 years. Wen Shuyan turned to me and remarked that, however, the events that unfolded during those 2 years elude my knowledge. All I know is that in Zurich, they resided in Jiang Ruizhou's private villa, attended by caretakers meticulously arranged by the Jiang family, with strict confidentiality surrounding their affairs. Despite considerable effort, the only information I could glean was an ambiguous statement. What was it? I inquired. His expression placid, replied. May have endured some unfortunate circumstances in Zurich. Unfortunate circumstances? However, the source declined to elaborate, only remarking that while the young master of the family was pitiable, they felt immense sympathy for Mississippi. A myriad of possibilities flashed through my mind. Could it be that had abused in Zurich? Nodded, adding, it may be even more severe than that. I was taken aback, wondering what else could have done besides venting his anger through beatings and mistreatment. After all, she was his aunt's biological daughter. Regarded me, hesitant to speak. Suddenly, another crucial point occurred to me. I asked, Senior, what prompted you to investigate's background? Moreover, these are closely guarded secrets of the family, inaccessible to most. Even a sought-after private investigator in elite circles only scratched the surface. The information you've uncovered is explosive, indicating the significant effort and dedication you've invested. Nonchalantly stated, you previously mentioned that might be targeting you, but you were unsure why. Later, also found it suspicious. After analyzing the relationship between Ant's actions, we concluded that's target was indeed you. Suggested that I start by examining background. Thus, I decided to delve into his affairs. During my research, I discovered that Jiang Shi's mother, Jiang Yishan, had a fleeting interaction with our professor. At this juncture, Wen Shuyan pursed his lips and, with earnestness, said to me, my apologies, Wan Zhen, for acting without your consent. In that instant, I perceived genuine contrition in Wen Shuyan's eyes, along with heartfelt surprise. It became clear to me that Wen Shuyan himself was taken aback by the extramarital affair between my father and Jiang Yishan. In my father's estimation, Wen Shuyan was his most accomplished student, a prodigy, the apple of his eye. He had countless students over the course of his career. Yet only Wen Shuyan was granted access to our home, even in our absence. He was free to peruse the rare and treasured volumes on our bookshelves and even stay overnight. Among all his students, only Wen Shuyan enjoyed such privileges. For a time, due to an important academic paper, Wen Shuyan would often work late into the night at our home. My father, concerned about the arduous journey back, instructed my mother to prepare a room for Wen Shuyan, adjacent to his study. During that period, I was living at school and only returned home on weekends. My mother would jest that Wen Shuyan was more like a son to the family, while I, the biological daughter, was treated like a guest, only appearing for a weekend meal. My father would jokingly remark, a son-in-law is like half a son, so it's not entirely out of the question. However, at that time, I was not well acquainted with Wen Shuyan and was deeply in love with Jiang Mingchu, who was Wen Shuyan's arch-rival. I retorted playfully, Professor Wan, you're talking nonsense. I have a boyfriend, and we are very much in love. It's evident that my father holds a deep affection for Wen Shuyan, to the point of suggesting he become his godson. But for Wen Shuyan, my father's role transcends that of a mere mentor, doesn't it? Otherwise, why would such an ineffable anguish be reflected in his eyes at this moment? I can discern it clearly, a blend of heartache, regret, and resignation. He likely never imagined that his revered teacher would be someone who defies morality, fails his family, and is deficient in personal virtue. Jiangxi is right. He presents a facade of high moral standing in public, but what about in private? I can't bear to utter those malicious words about my father. But that doesn't diminish my pain. When Xuyan mentioned that he should have consulted me before deciding whether to continue investigating the matter between our teacher and Jiang Yishan. And he apologized. No, there's no need to apologize, senior. You've done me a great service. What do you mean? I chuckled, based on the information you've gathered. I can finally understand why Jiangxi harbors such animosity towards me. Wen Xuyan furrowed his brow. She believes that my father's abandonment is the cause of her bleak life and suffering. That's why she repeatedly told Jiang Mingchu how envious she was of everything I possess. And she intends to personally destroy everything I have. Now, it finally dawns on me that she never truly loved Jiang Mingchu. Her so-called love at first sight was merely the inception of a premeditated revenge. And Jiang Mingchu, from beginning to end, was just a tool for Jiangxi to use for her own purposes, a tool to be discarded once it had served its purpose. I can't help but sneer, senior. Do you know what? I suddenly feel sorry for Jiang Mingchu. He must still be unaware that, to Jiangxi, he is merely a disposable weapon, employed to fulfill her ulterior motive of vengeance. Jiang Mingchu mistakenly believes that he is the object of affection for this wealthy heiress, who loves him with an intensity that borders on obsession, willingly succumbing to her manipulations. He envisions that by eliminating me, this troublesome obstacle, he could ascend to great heights and become the favored son-in-law of the Jiang family. How naive he is. Little does he realize that Jiangxi is merely using him to exact revenge on my father for his abandonment. At this thought, a spark of realization ignited within me, and I instinctively grasped Wen Xuyan's hand. Senior, I just had a sudden thought. Could it be possible that Jiang Mingchu replaced my father's blood pressure medication with poison at Jiangxi's behest? Wen Xuyan stared at me, taken aback by my grip on his wrist, his expression revealing discomfort. My awareness returned as I noticed his unease, and I quickly withdrew my hand. I'm sorry. I just became a bit too excited. My apologies. It's quite all right, Wen Xuyan replied, retracting his hand stiffly, his voice retaining its characteristic chill. There is a possibility, but for now, it's merely speculation. To substantiate our theory, we need to confront Jiang Mingchu in person. I will go myself. I can accompany you. Wen Xuyan paused before adding, and bring Yan along. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, my rendezvous with Jiangxi yielded considerable insights. However, attempts to connect these insights with my parents' demise proved largely unfruitful. Jiangxi had meticulously absolved herself of any direct involvement when she manipulated Jiang Mingchu. The sole individual unable to evade culpability was Jiang Wen. Despite Jiangxi's unpopularity, she had the unwavering support of the Jiang family, who would undoubtedly shield her from legal repercussions, hence Jiang Wen's expedient confession. I was suddenly seized by the realization that even with Jiang Mingchu incarcerated, numerous concealed truths surrounding my parents' and child's deaths remained elusive to me. I felt an urgent need to uncover the precise role Jiangxi played in these events. Frankly, I felt revulsion for Jiang Mingchu and wished never to see him again, but to unearth the truth, I must confront him once more. Without delay, Wen Xuyan contacted Yan to facilitate my application to the authorities for a meeting. Once arrangements were finalized, Wen Xuyan escorted me home. Throughout the journey, I remained taciturn, occupying the passenger seat and gazing at the fleeting cityscape of Jiangzhou, my heart heavy with emptiness. My existence felt utterly devoid of direction. I once led an enviable life, characterized by ease and contentment. Yet, at the mere age of 26 or 27, I felt as though I had weathered the trials of a century, overwhelmed by a sense of bewilderment and sorrow that left me breathless. Regardless, I was determined to penetrate the obscurity that enveloped me, irrespective of the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 77, The Confrontation. As Wen Xuyan dropped me off at the entrance to my residential complex, a sudden downpour commenced. I unfastened my seatbelt, alighted from the vehicle, and expressed my gratitude with polite words. Wen Xuyan simply responded with a curt, "You're welcome." His handsome face was devoid of any discernible emotion as he gazed out at the torrential rain. He produced an umbrella for me, and instinctively, I declined, saying I could dash inside in just a few steps, and suggested he keep the umbrella for himself. I thought to myself, what if he needed it? If I took it, what would he use? However, Wen Xuyan insisted on pressing the umbrella into my hands, insisting I take it. But aren't you on your way to meet Jiang Mingchu? Sure, Yan has already arranged the timing. What if you catch a cold and delay matters? The visiting hours at the detention center are not something we can dictate at will. Wen Shuyan spoke with a tone that brooked no argument, saying, "Take it." I realized that further refusal would be impolite, so I accepted the umbrella, thanking him. Wen Shuyan furrowed his brow. I hesitantly inquired, "What is it?" He called my name. Wanjing? I nodded, responding, "Yes?" Wen Shuyan sighed and said, "You might as well just call me by my name. Senior sounds a bit strange." Wen Shuyan stated firmly, "Just call me Wen Shuyan." I nodded, "All right, Wen Shuyan." He acknowledged with a sound and urged me to exit the vehicle. I opened the umbrella only after stepping out, just as Wen Shuyan's car swiftly disappeared into the misty rain, gliding away with remarkable smoothness. Without much contemplation, I ventured to the supermarket at the entrance, umbrella in hand, to purchase some beer and other items. However, when I reached for my phone to make the payment, I found myself unable to locate it. Suddenly, it dawned on me that I had left it in Wen Shuyan's car. In a fit of agitation, I had sent a WeChat message to Su Weitang, inviting her over to keep me company for a drink. How embarrassing it was to be unable to settle the bill. Fortunately, the supermarket owner was familiar with me and kindly offered to allow me to pay tomorrow. I reasoned that my phone was still in Wen Shuyan's car, which was not too far away, so I borrowed the owner's phone to call my own. After several rings, Wen Shuyan finally answered, cutting me off before I could speak. He stated plainly, "You go home first, I'll bring your phone upstairs." "No need, Wen Shuyan. Should I wait for you at the supermarket entrance?" I thought to myself, realizing that if I returned home, he would have to make the extra trip upstairs. Yet, his tone was authoritative, "Wanjin, go home. It was rather chilly outside." "All right." For some inexplicable reason, I felt a surge of timidity in the face of his commanding tone. After thanking the shopkeeper, I made my way home under the umbrella. Indeed, it was quite cold. Since October had arrived, the temperatures in Jiangzhou had been akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating dramatically. And with the rain came a notable drop in temperature. It is often said that Jiangzhou lacks an autumn season. In our apartment complex, most units are spacious, with a single unit per floor, and the elevator opens directly into the apartment. As I stepped out of the elevator, I was taken aback to see a few people gathered at my doorstep. 3 women and 3 men sat amidst a disordered heap of woven bags filled with luggage at the entrance, the ground littered with cigarette butts and remnants of consumed food, creating a squalid atmosphere. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke, mingled with the scent of instant noodles, rendering the entire entrance a noxious haze. I recognized them as the 3 sisters and brother-in-law of Jiang Mingchu. We did not hold a wedding ceremony, being mindful of the mourning period of our parents. Moreover, I had no relatives nearby, and Jiang Mingchu's hometown was quite distant. Thus, he suggested postponing the wedding, promising to host a grand celebration once the mourning period had elapsed. I found this agreeable, and we merely shared a meal with his family, hosting them for a few days in Jiangzhou. During that visit, his mother, Zhang Suifeng, along with his 3 sisters, brother-in-law, and their 5 children, were in attendance. Prior to their arrival, Zhang Suifeng called Jiang Mingchu, mentioning that since it was our first meeting, we should prepare red envelopes for the children. Consequently, I decided to prepare 10,000 yuan on my own. Upon learning this, Zhang Suifeng chastised Jiang Mingchu, inquiring about the red envelopes for his 3 sisters. In their household, there were no men to shoulder responsibilities. His sisters had to leave for work early to support Jiang Mingchu's education, marrying and contributing significantly to his upbringing. Zhang Suifeng admonished him, insisting that he must not forget their sacrifices now that he was leading a comfortable life. She berated him thoroughly over the phone, leaving Jiang Mingchu no choice but to consult me about preparing 10,000 yuan for each of his sisters. At the time, I thought little of it. 10,000 each was not excessive. Despite Zhang Suifeng's harsh words, I recognized that without the contributions of his sisters, Jiang Mingchu would have endured far greater hardships. At that time, I believed that one should never forget their roots and always express gratitude, which led me to support Jiang Mingchu in giving red envelopes. Little did I know that later on, they would feel the amount was insufficient. At the dining table, they unexpectedly opened the red envelopes, extracted the cash, and, with a bit of saliva on their hands, the 3 of them proceeded to count the money in unison, creating quite an amusing spectacle. I had brought Su Weitang along to serve as my maternal ally in receiving them. At the table, Su and I exchanged glances, both of us wearing expressions of shock. In a typical household, when one receives a red envelope or a gift, it is uncommon to open it immediately, let alone to lose face in front of others. What was even more astonishing was that after counting, the three of them adopted a stern demeanor, staring at Jiang Mingchu and demanding, "Mingchu, is this all you and your wife have for us?" I was taken aback and felt quite embarrassed. While I could endure it, Su Weitang could not. She stepped in on my behalf, fully aware that, as the new bride, I felt uncomfortable confronting his family. Yet, she still wished to save face for Jiang Mingchu and refrained from causing a scene, instead smilingly remarked, "Oh dear sisters. Perhaps this is a sign that we lack worldly experience? It's my first time hearing that a bride should give her husband's sisters red envelopes." Upon hearing Su Weitang's words, Jiang Mingchu's family responded with a tone tinged with sarcasm, stating, "We three sisters put Mingchu through college, now that he is living comfortably. Shouldn't he show us some filial piety? Is a mere 10,000 yuan sufficient for our contributions? Ruanzhen is not without money. Is this meanness a reflection of disdain for our rural background? Moreover, without our sacrifices, could Mingchu have achieved such success? Would Ruanzhen have been able to marry such a fine man like our Mingchu?" Su Weitang chuckled softly, stating that Jiang Mingchu's affairs were of no concern to Ruanzhen, implying that Ruanzhen was not desperate enough to marry Jiang Mingchu out of necessity. Zhang Suifang's countenance darkened, and she retorted that it was a family matter in which Su Weitang, as an outsider, had no right to interfere. Su Weitang's expression turned icy, and she slammed her chopsticks down, crossing her arms as she declared that Ruanzhen was marrying a husband, not seeking an encumbrance. As her sister and surrogate family, Su Weitang asserted her right to speak, which was not subject to Zhang's judgment. She cautioned Zhang against pushing her, as she was known for her bluntness and indiscriminate scolding when displeased, a fact of which Zhang's son was aware. Su Weitang suggested that Zhang would not want her to cause a scene on such a joyous occasion. Chapter 78, Peculiar Family Members. Jiang Mingchu's three elder sisters chimed in, their faces contorted with a fierce, common demeanor, questioning Su Weitang's standing and asserting that she, as an outsider, had no right to meddle in their family matters. They demanded that she remain silent. I defended Su Weitang, my dearest friend and representative of my family, asserting that Zhang's family was being unreasonable. I addressed Zhang Suifang, affirming that Su Weitang was my closest friend, akin to family, and not an outsider. I corroborated Su's point, noting that in Jiangzhou weddings, it was unheard of for the bride to give red envelopes to her husband's sisters. Jiang Mingchu elucidated, "My dear, no, this monetary gift wasn't from you. It was from me." I apologize for not being clear. I felt compassion for Jiang Mingchu's plight and didn't become angry with him. But I found his three elder sisters' behavior excessive. Regardless, their actions at our wedding reception humiliated both Jiang Mingchu and me, displaying a lack of empathy. His eldest sister immediately expressed her displeasure, sarcastically questioning Jiang Mingchu whether marrying a woman from the city had caused him to forget his sister's sacrifices. She asked if he thought he could have achieved his current success without them. She insinuated that now that he was affluent and successful, he was ashamed of his impoverished rural relatives, forgetting who had labored to provide him with the funds for his education. At that moment, I felt genuine sympathy for Jiang Mingchu, wondering how such a kind person could have such relatives, questioning whether they were truly his sisters. Would a loving sister speak that way in front of her brother's new wife? It was no wonder that Jiang Mingchu was so independent, resilient, and ambitious, yet occasionally displayed insecurity in my presence. At that time, I truly appreciated the difficulties Jiang Mingchu had faced. Carried away by my emotions, I addressed his sisters, stating that since they had been so supportive of Mingchu and he would have endured greater hardship without their contributions, he should indeed express his gratitude. I then inquired if they felt that 10,000 was insufficient and what amount they deemed appropriate. His eldest sister, presuming that I was offering to supplement the monetary gift, extended both hands, suggesting that at least 100,000 would be necessary. 100,000? I was taken aback. For the three of them, that would amount to 300,000. Indeed, 100,000 yuan is hardly a substantial sum for you, Ruanzhen. Your elder sister is well aware that your parents left you a considerable inheritance. You have already married into our family, and we are now one. Why, then, do you exhibit such frugality towards us? A mere trickle from your fingers could sustain us for an entire year. her second sister chimed in, remarking that city girls spend tens of thousands on handbags without a second thought. Yet, when it comes to honoring us, a mere 10,000 is all we receive. How miserly. The third sister, however, remained silent, only nodding in agreement, acknowledging the validity of their words. After downing a glass of white liquor, the brother-in-law's face flushed with indignation, exclaiming, "Today, without at least 100,000 yuan, we shall not acquiesce to anything." The other two brothers-in-law had differing opinions. One believed that 100,000 was woefully insufficient, while the other suggested they should accept it for now, considering future obligations during festivals and other occasions. Furthermore, when their children begin school, Jiang Mingchu would certainly need to contribute, as he is, after all, the esteemed uncle. Both Su Weitang and I were utterly astonished. In that fleeting moment, I genuinely questioned whether they were indeed Jiang Mingchu's family. Such relatives could be suffocating, like vampires. Yet, more than that, I felt a deep sense of pity. Su Weitang, with a smile, inquired of Jiang Mingchu, "What is the situation with your family? Are they genuinely wishing to bless you and Zhen? Do they not discuss matters before making an appearance? Why does each speaker seem more ludicrous than the last?" Jiang Mingchu, are you certain they are not here to sabotage your wedding? Jiang Mingchu's face fluctuated between shades of red and white, clearly embarrassed. Zhang Zuifeng also reproached Jiang Mingchu for his ingratitude and regarded me with displeasure, saying, "Wan Zhen, we are a united family." Mingchu promised that when he earns money and becomes successful, he would certainly provide for his three elder sisters. 30,000 is merely a year's salary for Mingchu. Please be considerate, otherwise. However, Zhang Zuifeng was interrupted by Su Weitang, who stated, "Auntie, Wan Zhen in our family is marrying a husband, not seeking a burden. We truly cannot accommodate this matter." "Who are you calling a burden?" Jiang Mingchu's second elder sister glared at Su Weitang. Su Weitang's face immediately turned cold, completely ignoring his second elder sister, and looked directly at Zhang Zuifeng, with her arms crossed over her chest. "As her sister, I am her maternal family. Whether or not I have the right to speak is not for you to judge. I respect you and call you auntie, so please do not make things difficult for me. I have a sharp tongue and scold anyone when I am unhappy. Your son knows this. I believe you would not want me to cause you to lose face on this auspicious day, would you?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Zuifeng angrily questioned. "Our Zhenzhen hasn't even spoken, and you've been chattering away. What right do you have?" Su Weitang showed no timidity and retorted with a sneer, "Auntie, I advise you to refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, this marriage will not proceed. Get this straight, your family is marrying such a wonderful daughter-in-law as our Wan Zhen without spending a single penny, yet you dare to make such an outrageous request. Do you think Wan Zhen is easy to bully because she has no parents? If that is what you think, then let me tell you. You are mistaken. I am a member of Wan Zhen's family, and as long as I, Su Weitang, draw breath, you shall not dare to bully her." Zhang Zuifeng sensed the situation was turning unfavorable and was about to scold Su Weitang, but was swiftly halted by Jiang Mingchu. He was well aware of Su Weitang's temperament. Should a confrontation arise, she could create quite the uproar. Jiang Mingchu repeatedly assured Su Weitang, "Dear teacher Su, I implore you, please speak less. Today, the fault lies with my family, and I take full responsibility for the issue regarding the red envelope. It was poorly discussed. However, in my life with Wan Zhen, she is the one who calls the shots, and I heed her every word. Rest assured, I will treat Wan Zhen well, should I fail in this regard. May the heavens strike me down." Yet Su Weitang was unyielding, directly confronting Jiang Mingchu. "Your connection with Wan Zhen is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. You are you. And your family is your family. Jiang Mingchu, you would do well to prevent your chaotic relatives from causing trouble for Wan Zhen, lest she become a scapegoat. You know the consequences." Jiang Mingchu turned pale and replied, "I understand, I certainly do." Su Weitang retorted, "I doubt you truly comprehend. The wedding house was purchased entirely in Wan Zhen's name, for 8 million, and you contributed not a single cent. Thus, you ought to feel embarrassed to have your name on the property deed. Furthermore, your family has not provided a single penny as a betrothal gift. Nevertheless, Wan Zhen does not hold this against you, she values you as a person. Do not disappoint her." In Chapter 79, during the Jiang family's gathering for a meal, the house had merely been secured with a deposit, with the full payment yet to be made. At that time, my heart and eyes were entirely filled with Jiang Mingchu. which led me to believe that inscribing both our names on the house was permissible, as it would soon be our little home. However, during dinner, the demeanor of the Jiang family caused me to feel somewhat intimidated. Su Weitang discreetly squeezed my hand beneath the table, signaling me to remain silent. She clarified to Jiang Mingchu that the wedding house we purchased would thus be regarded as my premarital asset, unconnected to the Jiang family or Jiang Mingchu himself. Upon hearing Su Weitang assert that the house should not bear Jiang Mingchu's name, Zhang Suifeng's expression soured immediately, and she darkly inquired, "Now that Mingchu and Xingjing are married, we are one family. Isn't Xingjing a part of Mingchu? What kind of friend are you, intentionally trying to sow discord between the young couple? Your heart must be truly wicked, unable to bear witness to others' happiness." Su Weitang retorted with a cold smile, "Auntie, your son is exceptionally bright. He surely comprehends the validity of my words, does he not? Right, Jiang Mingchu?" He appeared somewhat awkward but nodded in affirmation, stating, "Yes. The house was purchased entirely by Xingjing. It is her premarital property, and I contributed not a penny, so it should not bear my name." "At least you have some sense," the Jiang family remarked, finding Jiang Mingchu's response pitiful. They could not help but chastise him. "Look at the wife you've chosen. Silent while others bully your husband. Now that you are married, shouldn't we be united as one? You are not truly committed to building a life together." At that moment, I couldn't help but feel pity for Jiang Mingchu, whose mother was mired in outdated traditions and lacked social grace. While it was difficult for us, as younger individuals, to criticize our elders, his sister and brother-in-law were clearly there to take advantage, believing that Jiang Mingchu had established himself in Jiangzhou and possessed great abilities. So they vigorously exploited him. However, it was undeniable that he had completed his university education and left the mountains thanks to the kindness of his three sisters. A debt of gratitude that he could not disregard. Nevertheless, I would not allow them to humiliate Su Weitang, nor would I permit them to bully Jiang Mingchu. I stood up, raised my glass, and, for the first time, addressed his family with a cold expression. I stated that if his sisters were there to offer their blessings to Jiang Mingchu and me, we appreciated their presence, and the monetary gift would be 10,000 yuan, which they were free to decline. However, if they were there to make things difficult for Jiang Mingchu, then I regretted to inform them that we would not continue with the meal, and they were welcome to leave. The decision to stay for dinner or return home was theirs to make. That was the first time I had a falling out with someone, especially at such a significant moment in my life. His family, realizing that I was not as docile and easily manipulated as they had initially perceived, weighed their options and ultimately decided to stay for the meal. They accepted the 10,000 yuan that they had looked down upon with remarkable alacrity. Afterward, Su Weitang advised me to warn Jiang Mingchu not to bring his peculiar relatives to Jiangzhou and to handle them himself. She declared that since I had no family, she was my family, and therefore, she had to ensure that Jiang's family knew at the dinner table that even though I was without parents, they would not be allowed to mistreat me. She insisted on playing the role of the antagonist to spare me any grievances. How could I not appreciate Su Laoshir's good intentions? But I digress. As a matter of fact, that singular encounter marked my sole interaction with the three sisters of the Jiang family. I had presumed that our paths would never cross again in this lifetime. Yet, to my surprise, they sought me out. It was hardly unexpected, given the incarceration of Jiang Mingchu and Zhang Suifeng. The authorities and legal representatives had unearthed considerable evidence implicating Jiang Mingchu in illicitly transferring assets through them. With a substantial portion of their wealth seized, their desperation was palpable. Upon my disembarkation from the elevator, the Jiang sisters and their spouses promptly encircled me. The eldest sister's husband, who had been seated on the ground consuming a bowl of instant noodles, was jolted to his feet by a tap on the shoulder from the eldest sister. In his haste, he overturned the noodles, splattering them across the floor. With a brusque kick, he sent the noodles aside and haphazardly wiped his mouth, still smeared with chili. He lunged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at me, and bellowed, "You vile woman, did you orchestrate the imprisonment of my mother-in-law and brother-in-law?" The eldest Jiang sister interjected with a scornful glare, "Who else could it be? This harlot, engaging in live streams and exposing Mingchu's intentions to seize her assets, nearly beating her to death, and even poisoning her parents. I always maintained that this harbinger of misfortune was not to be trusted," she continued. "Despite her wealth, she refuses to share it with our family, displaying utter contempt for us country folk. Now the police have seized our house, leaving us homeless. Are you trying to drive our entire family to their demise, you wretched woman? You little strumpet. Go to the police station and demand the release of my mother and brother. Furthermore, you shall provide compensation. The security team has terminated my employment. All thanks to your machinations, you little harlot. Indeed. You contemptible, orphaned wretch. My brother favored you, yet you squandered such fortune, even causing his incarceration. Do you not comprehend that my brother is the keystone of the Jiang family? The village's sole university graduate. The 6 individuals, with Lu leading the charge, assailed me with a torrent of accusations, leaving me utterly disoriented. I was well acquainted with their talent for specious arguments, reasoning with them was futile. I needed to summon the property management to evict this riffraff. However, as I turned, Jiang Mingchu's second sister seized my arm and, before I could react, delivered a stinging slap that left my ears ringing. My instinctive response was to seize her in turn and retaliate with a slap of my own. I had reached the limit of my tolerance for the Jiang family's abuse. Seeing me retaliate, the group surged forward, grabbing and tearing at me, pulling my hair, ripping my clothes, and raining blows upon me. Harlot, daring to fight back? We'll beat you to death, you cursed cur. Slap her senseless. Husband, seize her arms, kill her. I struggled and resisted with all my might, my fury reaching its zenith. Though outnumbered, I seized one of them and bit down with savage intensity. I sank my teeth into an arm, tasting a repulsive, salty tang. I clamped down relentlessly, yearning to tear away the flesh. Jiang Mingchu's eldest sister shrieked, no, held. Repulsed by the taste, I released her, seized her hair, and slammed her head against the wall, eliciting agonized cries. Certainly, I do not seek to please anyone. Especially as I was besieged by 6 individuals when the elevator suddenly opened. Wen Shuyan emerged with the property security, swiftly subduing them. I had sustained several blows. My hair was disheveled, and there were traces of blood at the corner of my mouth. Wen Shuyan hurried to my side, his expression cold and grim. Why did you engage with them alone? He inquired. I attempted to leave, but they prevented me. Are you a fool? He exclaimed. No. I intended to seek the security personnel, I replied. However, I was dragged back and slapped. I explained, who wishes to be struck? Wen Shuyan furrowed his brow. Who hit you? I pointed to Jiang Mingchu's second sister and said, she did. Wen Shuyan's icy glare swept over her, causing Jiang Mingchu's second sister to tremble in fear. Wen Shuyan approached, casting a cold, penetrating gaze at Jiang's second sister, whose voice quivered in response. Dare to strike me? My man is right here. Wen Shuyan retorted coldly. To hit you would be beneath me. I witnessed a rare ferocity on Wen Shuyan's face, a chilling and fierce intensity. Jiang Mingchu's second sister was restrained by the security guards, begrudgingly silencing herself. However, her husband, a brutish man accustomed to labor, forcefully broke free from the guards. Eager to confront Wen Shuyan. Being from the countryside and accustomed to physical toil, he was robust enough that the security personnel struggled to contain him. As Wen Shuyan smirked, call the police? Allow me. With that, he promptly dialed 110 to report the incident. The group exchanged glances, astonished that Wen Shuyan had actually gone through with alerting the authorities. Their plan, presumably to extort a sum of money or to impose themselves upon my household under false pretenses, seemed to be unraveling, especially with their excessive luggage in tow. However, they had not anticipated that I would have someone to assist me. When Wen Shuyan reported the situation, his words were succinct and to the point. After hanging up, he showed no inclination to engage in further dialogue with them, addressing the security personnel in a cold yet courteous tone, instructing, please detain them, the police will arrive shortly. The head of the security team responded affirmatively, very well, we will escort them to the reception area to await the police. Wen Shuyan nodded and gestured towards the surveillance cameras, stating, hand over the footage to the police. They trespassed, intentionally inflicted harm, and they ought to face the consequences. The group stood frozen in shock. Those devoid of education, relying solely on bullying tactics, were suddenly gripped by fear. Jiang Mingchu's brother-in-law glared, spitting in Wen Shuyan's direction, which elicited my disgust. I could only imagine the revulsion felt by someone as fastidious as Wen Shuyan, whose face darkened visibly. I hastily urged him to discard the soiled garment. It was utterly repugnant. Wen Shuyan tossed the clothing to the ground with unhurried grace, rolling up his sleeves as he addressed Jiang Mingchu's brother-in-law, this garment is worth 100,000 yuan, I expect you to compensate me in full. The implication of his threat hung in the air, although the man seemed oblivious, erupting in rage. 100,000? Are you robbing me? Is your clothing adorned with gold? 100,000? You must be dreaming. Suddenly, the brother-in-law realized something, and with a sneer, he remarked, You are Wang Zhen's lover, aren't you? How wonderful. Wang Zhen, my brother has just been imprisoned, and you've already found yourself a man on the side. A man on the side is even in our home. His words stirred the others, who began to echo his accusations. Wang Zhen, are you and this man colluding to bully my brother? You've been having an affair with him for quite some time, haven't you? You wretched woman, you clearly have the appearance of a restless harlot. Indeed, a harlot. How could you have a man on the side while still involving my brother? Before the second brother-in-law from the Jiang family could finish his tirade, Wen Shuyan delivered a punch that sent him reeling, blood streaming from his nose and teeth knocked out, collapsing to the ground. I swear. This was the first time I witnessed Wen Shuyan in such a violent manner. He was fierce, audacious, and undeniably striking. With that powerful jab, the second brother-in-law's head nearly exploded. Was he a trained boxer? The second brother-in-law lay there, looking like a beaten pig, utterly defeated. Wen Shuyan grasped his chin and coldly threatened, if you dare utter another filthy word about Wang Zhen, I won't hesitate to show you the true meaning of regret. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed this was the Wen Shuyan I knew. The icy malevolence radiating from him was in stark contrast to the refined gentleman he usually portrayed. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would have thought such a powerful declaration belonged in a romance novel where the domineering CEO swoops in to save the heroine from danger, crushing the villains with a threat, bully her, and you're courting death. You strike someone? Assault is a crime. The second daughter of the Jiang family wailed. You struck my husband. We shall summon the constabulary to apprehend you and demand restitution. Her lamentations were abruptly interrupted by the elevator doors parting once more, revealing Su Weitang. Upon witnessing my disheveled state, Su Weitang flew into a fit of indignation, interrogating, Zhen, did these miscreants assault you? Are these reprobates responsible? I nodded in affirmation. Su Weitang promptly divested herself of her handbag and, with sleeves rolled up, prepared to engage in fisticuffs, exclaiming, what manner of scoundrels dare to intrude upon one's domicile? By God, I shall tear each and every one of you limb from limb. Have you not heard of Su Weitang? As I restrained her, albeit feebly, Su Weitang managed to land a kick squarely upon the porcine countenance of Jiang Mingchu's brother-in-law. Indeed, dispatch this imbecile. How dare he insinuate that Wen Shuyan is my paramour? Fie. Such vulgarities emanating from a canine maw. Su, let it be, do not sully your hands, I implored. Wen Shuyan has already alerted the authorities. Su Weitang, comprehending the implications, retorted, if we were to find ourselves at the police precinct, we might be liable for damages should our actions be deemed excessive. It is simply not worth being extorted. Regaining her composure, Su Weitang summoned the building's security personnel to escort the interlopers away. The scene was now occupied solely by myself, Wen Shuyan, and Su Weitang, an atmosphere of unease pervading the air. At that juncture, Wen Shuyan declared, Wang Zhen, we must needs visit the police station. Su Weitang, with a gesture of approbation, exclaimed, Zhen, bravo. It appears we are embarking on another sojourn to the constabulary. I merely shrugged, lamenting, such is the misfortune that befalls me. Wen Shuyan, offering no further comment, accompanied me to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, matters were resolved rather effortlessly. Wen Shuyan submitted the surveillance footage prepared by the security team, and the 6 individuals involved uttered not a single word. When the police inquired about the course of action, I simply stated that we should proceed accordingly. The officer informed me that following the investigation into Jiang Mingchu's case, all 3 properties under their name had been seized, leaving them effectively homeless and filled with resentment, prompting them to confront you. 3 properties? Indeed, all purchased with funds from Jiang Mingchu, and they were only seized yesterday evening. I could not help but chuckle. After leaving the police station, Su Weitang and I re-entered Wen Shuyan's vehicle, where I recounted the events. What shall we do? I sighed, expressing to Mr. Su my belief that Jiang Mingchu was the more pitiable one. Both he and Zhang Suifeng had been incarcerated for over a month without causing any disturbances. Yet the moment their property was seized, they came rushing over. For them, the lives of Jiang Mingchu and Zhang Suifeng were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the loss of their homes. Is that not pitiable? Before Su Weitang could respond, Wen Shuyan interjected with a tone laced with disdain and coldness, declaring, "He is not pitiable." Anyone with ears could discern the indifference and contempt in Wen Shuyan's voice. Indeed, he is far from pitiable. Su Weitang remarked that countless individuals endure the hardships of life, and Jiang Mingchu is merely one among the multitude of misfortunes. Many are born into despair yet radiate positivity and vigor. Why then should he resort to iniquity while deluding himself into believing that fate has dealt him an unfair hand? Any justification for crime is rooted in selfishness. I concur with this sentiment. The influence of Jiang Mingchu's family background is indeed profound. Yet the choice between good and evil remains his own. A certain indescribable feeling welled up within me. And I was reminded of the saying, those who evoke pity must also possess qualities deserving of disdain. This contemptible figure, Jiang Mingchu, indeed has his pitiable aspects. However, his misfortunes do not absolve him of the transgressions he has committed. As human beings, taking responsibility for our actions is fundamental. I reflect upon this. Yet I shall not yield to sentimentality. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew suddenly quiet. At that moment, Su Weitang inquired, "Hey, it's getting late. Shall we find a place to eat? I was already famished when I came looking for you, and now I feel as though I'm about to collapse from hunger. What do you say, Mr. Wen? Would you care to join us? I haven't had the pleasure of dining with you yet." The academic deity of our student days. The boys who were admired by many, had girls queuing from the first dining hall to the fourth. I wonder if Wan Zhen and I have the honor of such an experience today. Before I could intervene, the next moment, Wen Shuyan nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure." This response took me by surprise. My impression of Wen Shuyan was that of someone who rarely spoke and wore a stoic demeanor, a distant and ethereal figure. Best admired from afar, often solitary, seemingly devoid of friends during our university days. I recall an instance when his thesis was featured in a preeminent national journal. A truly momentous occasion. The university's press corps sought him out for an interview. The reporter inquired, "Mr. Wen, you often keep to yourself. Is this due to a disinclination to socialize?" I, responsible for photography at the time, captured his impassive countenance as he responded to the reporter, "I have no need of companionship." The reporter persisted, "Do you not find it lonesome?" Mr. Wen furrowed his brow, as if finding the question vapid and inane, and retorted with a tone of divine disdain, "Solitude does not equate to loneliness. I simply have no desire to squander my time on frivolous endeavors, nor do I enjoy congregating in mindless gatherings." During the interview, several young women were present. Drawn by his legendary reputation as ardent admirers, they naturally found everything Mr. Wen said to be exceptionally dashing and sophisticated, a veritable epitome of the unattainable ideal. However, as I observed his expressionless face through the camera lens, I mused that such an icy demeanor, were it not for his striking looks, would undoubtedly be off-putting. As we were concluding, the reporter suddenly recalled something and posed a final question, "Mr. Wen, may I ask why you have consistently declined interviews with the university press until now? Is there a particular reason for your change of heart?" Hearing this, my curiosity was piqued as well. Prior to the photo shoot, I had overheard the senior students gossiping about how Mr. Wen even disregarded Professor X's requests. He had previously been asked to give a public lecture to the underclassmen, recommending extracurricular reading for the finance department, only to be rebuffed with a curt "no time." The school newspaper team had repeatedly attempted to interview this elusive figure, but to no avail. However, following the journal's recent accolade, the president, undeterred, prepared a proposal and presented it to him, employing a persuasive and earnest approach. It was anticipated that Wen Shuyan would respond with a few polite remarks, perhaps acknowledging the president's fervent enthusiasm, which had moved him, yet, the academic prodigy remained as aloof as ever. Coldly, Wen Shuyan stated a personal reason for his reluctance to disclose further information and then departed. Even Su Weitang was taken aback when she heard Wen Shuyan readily agreed to dine together, casting a sideways glance at me and silently inquiring if he had truly accepted the invitation. I bit my lip, pondering, "Su Laosher, aren't you concerned about potential indigestion from dining with the esteemed scholar?" Little did I expect that one day I would share a meal with Wen Shuyan as friends. How peculiar. What do they call this? The whims of fate? As Wen Shuyan drove, he inquired, "Wan Zhen, what would you like to eat?" I replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps we should defer to Su Lauscher, for she is a connoisseur of cuisine, well-versed in the culinary delights scattered throughout Jiangzhou. After a moment of contemplation, Su Weitang suggested. Shall we indulge in some wine? It is rather chilly today, a drink might warm us up. How about some lamb? Let us go to that restaurant on Dongxin Road. The one with your favorite iron pot lamb stew. I had no objections, but tentatively asked Wen Shuyan, are you all right with lamb? Do you have any dietary restrictions? His expression remained inscrutable as he replied, yes, I can. Su Weitang decisively declared, then it's settled. Come, I shall guide you. In less than half an hour. We arrived at the restaurant on Dongxin Road. The establishment specialized in lamb, procuring succulent and fresh meat via daily air shipments from Inner Mongolia. Was a favorite haunt for both Su Weitang and myself. After placing our orders, Su Weitang requested a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao, directing the server to provide 3 glasses. She filled each to the brim before ceremoniously presenting one to Wen Shuyan, stating with utmost sincerity, President Wen. I offer this toast to you in gratitude for your assistance to Wanzhen during this period. Profound gratitude needs no utterance, Wanzhen's alcohol tolerance is limited. So I shall drink on her behalf. Indeed, my capacity for alcohol was meager, a single small glass being my limit before succumbing. However, Su Weitang, versed in crisis management, had, through numerous banquets and drinking engagements, cultivated both courage and a considerable tolerance for alcohol. Her valiant and spirited demeanor was reminiscent of a chivalrous hero. Wen Shuyan, eschewing pretense, raised his glass, simply responding, there's no need. He then proceeded to drain the entire glass in one go. Su Weitang followed suit, emptying her glass as well. I can't be the only one left, I exclaimed, my emotions reaching a crescendo. I'll finish mine too. Thank you both. Wanzhen, you. Wen Shuyan frowned. Zhen. Don't be so hasty. Both attempts to halt me came too late. In truth, I yearned to drink. Ever since my falling out with Jiang Mingchu. My pent-up emotions had sought an outlet, and today presented an opportune moment. I desired to become intoxicated, to indulge. At that moment, the lamb was ready. Su Weitang thoughtfully served the dishes, first placing a spoonful of lamb into Wen Shuyan's bowl. However, Wen Shuyan promptly transferred the lamb to his bone dish. Su Weitang, still holding the spoon, inquired, is it not cooked thoroughly, President Wen? Wen Shuyan demurred with a shake of his head, my apologies, but I abstain from consuming lamb. Please. Do not concern yourself with accommodating my preferences. Su Weitang and I exchanged bewildered glances, exclaiming in unison, but we distinctly inquired whether it was permissible with you. Wen Shuyan maintained his composure, his tone as placid as ever, I am amenable to partaking in other dishes, such as this. Thereupon, Su Weitang and I beheld him drawing the plate of smashed cucumber salad towards himself. I regarded Wen Shuyan and offered a commendation from the bottom of my heart. Wen Shuyan, you are indeed a gentleman of the highest order. Chapter 82, Single-minded devotion. Wen Shuyan chuckled softly, a fleeting moment of amusement. Observing the paucity of dishes on the table, I scanned the QR code with my mobile device and proceeded to order additional fare for Wen Shuyan. For reasons unknown, my thoughts drifted back to the times when Wen Shuyan would frequently dine at my family's residence. Our housekeeper's stir-fried pork with chili and dry pot cauliflower were culinary masterpieces. And whenever Wen Shuyan was present, my father would invariably request that she prepare these 2 dishes for him. Consequently, I ordered both delicacies. Upon their arrival, Wen Shuyan cast a surprised glance in my direction before partaking. My rationale was that Wen Shuyan had assisted me on numerous occasions. And today he had even suffered the loss of a suit valued at 10,000 yuan. Surely, the dinner should not consist solely of a plate of starkly vegetarian smashed cucumber salad? Would you not concur that this constitutes an act of gratitude? Suffused with a rosy blush from the wine, everyone's countenance bore a gentle flush. Observing Wen Shuyan through the hazy vapors rising from the pot, he appeared remarkably approachable this evening, clad simply in a white shirt with the sleeves unbuttoned and rolled up, revealing a sinewy and robust wrist. Adorning his left wrist was a Patek Philippe vintage watch with a brown leather strap, exuding both refinement and understated elegance. As he wielded his chopsticks, the exertion of his arm accentuated the sinewy grace of his hands, rendering them particularly captivating. He engaged in a discussion of professional matters with Su Weitang, which, eluding my comprehension, prompted me to remain silent. When Wen Shuyan spoke of his work, an ineffable dynamism emanated from him. His cadence was measured, his tone confident and spirited. His reasoning lucid, and his diction profound, eliciting effusive praise from Su Weitang. In the course of their conversation, Su Weitang turned to me, inquiring, "Jin, now that you've concluded your legal affairs, have you considered rejoining the workforce? You're still so young. You wouldn't be contemplating retirement and abandoning me to embark on a solo world tour, would you?" I demurred, "I haven't given it much thought as of yet. I'll consider it after settling the legal matters." Su Weitang nodded in acknowledgement and placed a lamb chop on my plate, remarking, "With your education and capabilities, securing employment will be a cinch. The technology sector is quite promising at the moment, perhaps you could explore it. The investment industry is also a viable option, as Wen Shuyan is well versed in it. Their Jingyan Capital is a luminary among investment banks. Having majored in a less commonly taught language, German, during my university years, I also undertook the self-directed study of French, complementing my existing proficiency in English. Thus, I command 3 principal foreign languages. Subsequently, under the persuasive influence of my father, I minored in finance, effectively granting me dual degrees in German and finance. Later, I was admitted to Jiangzhou University for postgraduate studies, which is a respectable academic achievement. However, following the demise of my parents and my subsequent marriage to Jiang Mingchu, I have been unemployed, resulting in a degree of disengagement from the professional sphere. Fortunately, my youth allows for a relatively seamless reintegration into the workforce. Wen Shuyan regarded me with earnestness, his gaze serene and his tone leisurely yet composed. "Wan Jin, should you require any assistance, you are welcome to consult me." I responded with a radiant smile, "Thank you. However," I added, "I am somewhat out of practice. I will consider pursuing business translation. Beyond my linguistic capabilities, I possess no exceptional skills. In the current market, translation is challenging, and my knowledge of finance is rudimentary at best." Wen Shuyan remarked, "With your linguistic aptitude and financial acumen, the spectrum of industries available to you is broad. There is no need for self-deprecation. Indeed, it is a rare occurrence for the esteemed Wen to offer praise." Su Weitang jested as she poured beverages for us. "Wen, are you still unattached?" Wen Shuyan affirmed, "Yes. Is it possible that your standards for a partner are excessively high? With your exceptional attributes, it is surprising that you remain single. During our academic years, you were a legend at the university, your reputation for attractiveness widespread. The number of girls vying for your attention could have formed a queue stretching to Paris, no doubt." Su Weitang inquired with avid curiosity, "I must ask, have you been consistently single, or is your current status a recent development?" I cast a respectful glance at Su Weitang, truly a remarkable figure. She dares to broach such personal inquiries. It is evident that Wen Shuyan, with her reserved nature, is not fond of others prying into her privacy. Previously, when we touched upon this topic, I hesitated to delve further, swiftly diverting the conversation. Am I not the timid one, while Su Weitang embodies unparalleled courage? Perhaps my admiration for Wen Shuyan has been unconsciously influenced by Jiang Mingchu. Wen Shuyan lifted her glass and clinked it with Su Weitang's, candidly admitting to being perpetually single. Both Su Weitang and I were taken aback, sharing a knowing glance. Seizing the moment, Su Weitang pressed on. "You cannot possibly tell me that you have never had a girlfriend, let alone a first love that you keep under wraps." The latter part of her inquiry, however, remained unspoken. Yet, given the closeness between Su Weitang and me, I understood her intentions clearly. She was itching to ask, "Wen Shuyan, you cannot mean to say you are still a virgin?" But she refrained, rephrasing it instead as, "You are simply inexperienced in romance." Wen Shuyan inquired, "Is that a problem?" Su Weitang gasped, "You are indeed a remarkable individual." To which Wen Shuyan replied nonchalantly, "You flatter me. Do you suffer from some hidden affliction, Wen Shuyan?" Su Weitang posited. "With someone as exceptional as you, I truly cannot fathom why you remain single. It must be either due to a hidden ailment or a past profound heartbreak that renders you reticent about relationships." Upon hearing this, I swiftly grasped Su Weitang's arm, whispering, "Su, this is rather impolite." "It's nothing," Wen Shuyan clarified, "I simply prefer quality over quantity." Such words ring with sincerity. Why settle for mediocrity when the right person remains undiscovered? Su Weitang regarded Wen Shuyan with earnestness, "I must commend you. Despite the plethora of beautiful women who pursue you, you remain unmoved, as abstemious as a monk. But tell me, have you never harbored affection for a girl?" Or could it be that you, Wen Shuyan, are inclined differently? If your affections lie with men, you can confide in me. Wan Zhen and I are seasoned aficionados of such pairings and staunch supporters of the tenet that male-male relationships embody true love. As she uttered the latter half of the sentence, Su Weitang playfully arched her fingers. Wen Shuyan avowed. The absence of a relationship does not equate to a lack of affection. There has always been someone I cherish. Anticipating Su Weitang's burgeoning curiosity, Wen Shuyan preemptively disclosed, however. The object of my affection does not reciprocate my feelings. I blurted out my thoughts. That's rather unfortunate. How could someone not be enamored with someone as exceptional as you? She must be lacking in discernment. Realizing the bluntness of my words, I swiftly amended, fear not. Wen Shuyan, for your destined soulmate is still en route. Endure a little longer, and your path shall inevitably converge. You deserve someone superior. Upon hearing my consolation, Wen Shuyan chuckled and inquired, is that so? I nodded emphatically, assuredly. Wen Shuyan chuckled softly, his dark eyes filled with unwavering resolve, alas. My heart is set on a singular pursuit. Chapter 83, a gentle chuckle escaped Wen Shuyan, his dark eyes filled with unwavering devotion. But alas. I am one who prefers to remain steadfastly devoted to a single pursuit. I mused inwardly, serves you right for enduring such torment and perpetual solitude. Yet, upon further reflection, I considered that men of Wen Shuyan's profound ardor were indeed a rarity. I wonder which benighted maiden failed to recognize the gem that is Wen Shuyan. Indeed, such a person must be utterly blind. But fear not, for the whims of fate are often unpredictable. Perhaps one day, fortunes will shift, paths will diverge and converge. And a new dawn will break. Su Weitang nudged my shoulder. Come, let us raise our glasses in unison, in honor of Wen Shuyan, the devoted romantic. The three of us clinked glasses, our voices filled with jovial laughter. As the wine flowed freely, I unwittingly imbibed a bit too much, and my consciousness began to wane. By the following morning, upon awakening, I discovered a void in my memory. It appeared I had experienced the infamous blackout. Gazing upon Su Weitang slumbering beside me, I felt a sense of bewilderment. I rose from the bed and proceeded to the washroom, attempting to recall how Su Weitang had managed to carry me home the previous night. Alas, my efforts were futile. As I emerged from my ablutions, Su Weitang had already stirred, seated upon the bed, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Zhen, she exclaimed, I shall never dare to drink with you again. How is it that your tolerance for alcohol is so limited? I felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Had I engaged in some scandalous behavior? Not at all, Su Weitang waved her hand dismissively. When inebriated, you were quite well behaved, neither weeping nor causing a commotion, merely succumbing to slumber. However, I was simply unable to carry you. My petite frame, you see? In the end, it was Wen Shuyan who bore you home. What did you say? Su Weitang affirmed with a nod, sister, you heard correctly. It was Wen Shuyan who carried you back. As she got out of bed to fetch some water. Su Weitang vividly described the scene, when Shuyan swept you up into his arms, yes, in a manner befitting a princess. With Wen Shuyan's devastatingly handsome countenance. He carried you all the way out of the shop, captivating the gazes of countless onlookers, Su Weitang continued after gulping down most of a bottle of mineral water. If this had occurred during our university days, I dare say his admirers would have been driven to strangle you. Su Weitang shook her head, no. They would have buried you alive. A wave of mortification washed over me at the revelation that Wen Shuyan had been the one to carry me home. Fortunately, I hadn't uttered any nonsensical words that might have caused trouble. 3 days later, Shi Yan informed me that I was to visit Jiang Mingchu at the detention center. As Shi Yan had a court hearing that day, Jiang Xi accompanied me instead. Wen Shuyan was also there to pick me up with Jiang Xi. It then dawned on me that I had confided in Wen Shuyan about my suspicion that Jiang Xi had instructed or incited Jiang Mingchu to tamper with my father's blood pressure medication, replacing it with drugs that induced mental confusion. Wen Shuyan had offered to accompany me to see Jiang Mingchu at the time. Wen Shuyan adorned himself in a sleek black suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a simple black tie. I realized that nearly every time I encountered Wen Shuyan, he donned a black suit, accentuating his pale complexion with an air of aloof elegance and an almost ascetic charm. He merely nodded at me before closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Xi handed me a document, whispering that we had an early meeting. President Wen had not slept well due to staying up late the previous night, so we should keep our voices down. I nodded, contemplating whether to suggest that when Xuyan returned to rest, yet the words lingered on my lips, unspoken, as I feared his dark eyes would meet mine upon awakening. Jiang Xi meticulously outlined the details of my previous conversation with Jiang Mingchu, urging me to pay attention. However, she sighed, mentioning that Jiang Mingchu might not cooperate. Elle analyzed the situation, suggesting that I could approach it by focusing on what Jiang Mingchu valued, as a potential breakthrough. Miss Ruan. Ponder this, what is Jiang Mingchu's Achilles heel? I concentrated deeply. In truth, over the years, Jiang Mingchu had not revealed any apparent vulnerabilities to me. Yet, analyzing his character, the impact of his upbringing was evidently profound. Jiang Mingchu once confided in me about his father's early demise and the hardships his family endured in the village, facing scorn and bullying. This instilled in him a fierce independence and a resolute determination to rise above his circumstances and achieve success. His mother, Zhang Xuefeng, had suffered greatly while supporting her 4 children, leading Jiang Mingchu to often indulge her flaws despite recognizing her shortcomings. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, deep down, he held a profound love and affection for Zhang Xuefeng. Might this be one of his vulnerabilities? At present, Zhang Xuefeng finds herself in a detention center. And perhaps I might mention this to Jiang Mingchu. Jiang Xi inquired if there was anything else. After years of companionship with Jiang Mingchu, were there any other matters or individuals he held in particular regard? Suddenly, a figure came to mind, Wen Xuyan, who was in close proximity. Throughout the past 7 years, whenever Jiang Mingchu uttered Wen Xuyan's name, it was with a venomous intensity. Although I remain oblivious to the nature of their grievances or the reasons behind their unresolved enmity, it is evident that Jiang Mingchu is deeply affected by this individual. However, I dared not voice this to Jiang Xi. After submitting the necessary paperwork at the detention center, Jiang Xi and I were escorted to the visitation room to await our meeting. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Jiang Mingchu was brought in by the guards. Upon seeing me, a smirk of arrogance and disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He was clad in the standard-issue attire of the detention center, complemented by an orange vest emblazoned with his identification number. Perhaps due to a lack of skin care, Jiang Mingchu's complexion had become rather coarse, glistening with oil. After reporting his number to the guards, he requested to see only me, dismissing the presence of any others. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi had to depart, leaving me alone in the presence of Jiang Mingchu, who sat across from me, separated by a barrier resembling iron bars. Throughout this encounter, a guard stood vigilant nearby. Jiang Mingchu's hair had been cropped short, and though his handsome features remained, they were now marred by an aura of malice and menace, rendering his visage distorted and repugnant. He raked his fingers through his hair and mockingly asked, "Wan Zhen, do you know what I regret the most now?" I chuckled softly. "You regret not having killed me outright." Jiang Mingchu wore a sly grin, his face glistening with an oily sheen. "You are correct," he remarked. Suddenly, his smile turned cold and menacing as he gazed at me. "I should simply thrust a knife into you." I remained unperturbed, my composure unwavering as I regarded Jiang Mingchu, pondering how one visage could exhibit such a myriad of expressions. What had I ever found appealing about him? It was no wonder others claimed I was blind to his flaws. Once his laughter subsided, he adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Speak. What do you wish to ask of me?" Chapter 84, The Secrets of Infidelity. From the very first day of my arrival here, I have been anticipating your visit. Wan Zhen, wondering when you would come to see me. Jiang Mingchu observed me with keen interest, a flicker of pride in his eyes. That night, our emotions were so heightened that we barely had the chance to converse. Since you are aware that I wish to discuss matters with you, I kindly urge you to refrain from being evasive. After all, there is no need for us to meet repeatedly, which would only breed disdain. I maintained my calm demeanor as I looked at him. Wouldn't you agree, Jiang Mingchu? With a smirk, Jiang Mingchu licked his lips and cast a sideways glance at me. Wan Zhen, do you realize? Your haughty demeanor bears a striking resemblance to Ruan Qinghui. It is a posture I find most detestable. I have encountered Jiang Xi, I stated, unwilling to engage in any circumlocution, opting instead for directness. And then? Jiang Mingchu's expression conveyed his disdain. There is a significant discrepancy between Jiang Xi's account and yours. I recounted the words exchanged between Jiang Xi and myself, delving into her meticulously crafted motives for approaching Jiang Mingchu and the timeline of their acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingchu contemptuously interrupted me, admitting, "Yes, I deceived you. The timeline of my acquaintance with Jiang Shi is not as I previously relayed, it dates back even further. To a time when I had yet to graduate with my doctorate, and I was already involved with Jiang Shi. However, her family opposed our union, and she was sent to Switzerland, resulting in a prolonged separation. Nevertheless, everything I shared about my relationship with Jiang Shi is true, only the timeline was erroneous, while the content and details remain accurate. Initially, I intended to break up with you, especially since that old cur, Wan Qinghui, disdained me and was unwilling for you to be with me, persistently attempting to match you with Wen Shuyan. With a wealthy heiress like Jiang Shi showing interest in me, my status was undoubtedly far superior to yours. Thus, I contemplated tarnishing your reputation before discarding you. Yet, you, it seems, have indeed mastered Wan Qinghui's pretentious demeanor. Despite our years together, aside from a few kisses, you would not allow even the slightest touch, maintaining an impenetrable facade. I suppressed the urge to berate Jiang Mingchu, fully aware that provoking him would yield little benefit. Rather, I chose to observe his arrogance with a detached demeanor as he continued. Eventually, Jiang Shi's family opposed our relationship, and she vanished for quite some time. I believed I had lost her, and thus, I had no intention of ending things with you. Although your family may not possess the wealth of the Jiang family, they are reasonably well off. Later, Jiang Shi returned, confessing that she could not forget me. Yet the obstacles posed by her family remained insurmountable, stating that being with me without any formal recognition was acceptable. At that juncture, my sentiment was that if Jiang Shi were amenable, I would, of course, acquiesce. Wan Zhen, spare me your disdainful gaze. I couldn't help but betray a contemptuous expression, as Jiang Mingchu's self-important demeanor struck me as utterly ludicrous and ironic. In his estimation, both Jiang Shi and I were at his disposal. In contrast, I, whom he had meticulously courted and won over, paled in comparison to the heiress of the Jiang family. Jiang Mingchu scoffed, asserting that his duplicity might contravene moral principles. But it was, nonetheless, a testament to his prowess. I chuckled softly, urging him to continue his narrative, as my opinion of him had become inconsequential. Jiang Mingchu continued, confessing that with Jiang Shi in the picture, I, Wan Zhen, had become undesirable to him, and he had long contemplated severing our ties. However, each time Wan Qinghui disdainfully cautioned him against pursuing me, he felt a surge of resentment and vexation. On several occasions, his low spirits were detected by Jiang Shi, who pressed him for answers. He reluctantly divulged the truth, and Jiang Shi concurred that the situation was unjust. She questioned why a man of his caliber was not appreciated by the Wan family and why Wan Qinghui treated him with such condescension. In particular, when the old codger discovered his clandestine affair with Shuiyu in the office, he berated him as a beast, devoid of shame, and declared that such a wretch was unworthy of his precious daughter. Upon hearing this, I was utterly aghast. What? Jiang Mingchu and Shuiyu were having a secret liaison in the office? My eyes widened in astonishment at Jiang Mingchu. Such a morally reprehensible act was truly unheard of. Who was Shuiyu? She was Jiang Mingchu's doctoral supervisor, a renowned professor in the Department of Finance at Jiangzhou University. From my understanding, Shuiyu has been a widow for many years, exceeding Jiang Mingchu's age by more than 2 decades. During the time he and Jiang Mingchu were together, I frequented the finance department and encountered Shuiyu on several occasions. Moreover, my father occasionally attended meetings with her, so she was acquainted with me. In my recollection, Shuiyu was a woman of few words, dressed unpretentiously, never wore makeup, sported black-rimmed glasses, and kept her cropped hair neatly trimmed. When I minored in finance, I even attended her public lectures once or twice. She gave the impression of being a traditional and conservative intellectual, engrossed in her educational career and single-minded in her pursuits. I find it utterly incomprehensible to reconcile her with the affair with Jiang Mingchu. How could these two possibly? There's no need for such astonishment, Wan Zhen. At this juncture, you shouldn't be surprised by the kind of person I am. Aren't the countless unscrupulous things I've done all within expectations? Jiang Mingchu proclaimed shamelessly. You find me disgusting, don't you? But all of this is attributable to your sanctimonious, hypocritical, and detestable father. I couldn't help but retort. What does this have to do with my father? Surely, my father didn't force you to have an affair with Professor Shui. The words have an affair felt shameful to even utter. If he had been willing to choose me as his doctoral student, would I have needed to seek out that old woman surnamed Shui? Jiang Mingchu said. Shuiyu, that old woman, appears proper and upright, doesn't she? traditional and conservative? But in reality, she's nothing but a harlot. Her husband died when she was 40, how could she not yearn for such things? She pretends to be an old nun all day long, but in reality, her eyes light up at the sight of young flesh. And she cries out with unimaginable delight in bed. Oh, no, what about the bed? Generally, I am in Suyu's office. I cannot help but express my disdain. Jiang Mingchu, I truly underestimated your shamelessness. Shameless? Do you think the price I pay is insufficient? Every time I see Suyu's aging face, I feel nauseous. Yet for the sake of her assistance in ensuring my smooth graduation and completing my doctoral thesis, I must endure this humiliation. I repeatedly reassure myself that it will all be fine after graduation, but unfortunately, Wan Qinghui discovered us just after we had finished in her office. With my trousers still unfastened. Jiang Mingchu recounted how that old wretch was furious, slapping me on the spot and demanding that I break up with you. Claiming that I was unworthy of you. Suyu pleaded with him not to expose our affair, while he looked down upon us with disdain, as if we were refuse. Who does he think he is? Wanjing, it is not that I wish to harm him, he is merely courting his own demise. This was the pivotal reason behind Jiang Mingchu's murderous intent towards my father. Once my father unveils his scandalous affair with Suyu, not only will he be unable to graduate with his doctorate, but his prospects for further academic pursuits will also be scrutinized anew. Even if he initially secured his place based on merit, whispers will abound. Furthermore, Suyu would face expulsion from the university for her abuse of power. A disgrace for the prestigious Jiangzhou University. No wonder, shortly after Jiang Mingchu's doctoral graduation, Suyu resigned, where she went remains a mystery. I am left with a deep sense of incredulity, unable to reconcile the depths of Jiang Mingchu's depravity with the bright, hopeful youth I once knew. The transformation is stark. As if two different individuals are at play. Indifferent, I scoffed, have you confessed these words to the police? And even if you have, what difference does it make? Is not my guilt already predetermined? There is no point in further discussion. Jiang Mingchu gazed at me with audacity, declaring, I orchestrated the demise of your parents. What can you do to me? My concern is not to act against you, the law will duly assess your crimes and ensure your rightful punishment. My task is already accomplished, I replied, tightening my fists in an effort to maintain composure. How much advice did Jiang provide you in this matter? I presumed that. At this juncture, Jiang Mingchu would no longer conceal the truth from me. Yet, upon my inquiry, he responded nonchalantly. Jiang has nothing to do with my actions against your parents. Jiang Mingchu, are you attempting to shoulder the blame alone, leaving Jiang unscathed? I probed. Jiang Mingchu frowned, regarding me with confusion. What do you mean? I chuckled softly, what do you suppose I mean? Jiang Mingchu. Do you think I have come to listen to your nonsensical ramblings? The reason I have forced myself to endure the revulsion of this meeting is to ask you what connection Jiang has with your scheme to murder my parents. How much counsel did she provide you? Jiang Mingchu's expression turned serious as he asserted, I said there is no connection. Jiang had no knowledge of my plan to kill your parents. Are you trying to protect Jiang? I scoffed. Jiang Mingchu. I did not realize you were so infatuated. I take full responsibility for my actions, I owe no allegiance to anyone, Jiang Mingchu replied. Do you think? Given my current predicament, I could still protect anyone? I gazed into Jiang Mingchu's eyes, seeking some glimmer of insight, yet his expression remained unyielding. Devoid of any sign of evasion. Suddenly, I became certain that Jiang had not offered any hints or directives. Just as we had speculated. She was a masterful practitioner of psychological manipulation, exploiting Jiang Mingchu without leaving a trace, merely fanning the flames discreetly, awakening the dark demons within him. All the while reaping the benefits. Reflecting on this, I looked at Jiang Mingchu with pity. Do you know why Jiang chose you? His expression faltered, chose me? Indeed. She chose you. Do you truly believe that Jiang is infatuated with you, willing to forsake her status as a wealthy heiress to play the role of a mistress? Jiang Mingchu. Are you under a misapprehension regarding your own allure? I smiled gently, haven't you heard the saying? There is no love without reason in this world. Just as you once selected me, Jiang has chosen you with intent. Jiang Mingchu's face paled, what do you mean? I inhaled deeply and said slowly. A few days ago, I met with Jiang and we spoke at length. But the crux of our conversation was that she revealed to me she is the daughter of my father, making her my half-sister. She harbors resentment towards him for abandoning her and her mother. Is there anything more I need to elaborate on? Jiang Mingchu, being an astute individual, understood the implications, leaving the rest to his imagination. As anticipated, his countenance turned pale, swiftly followed by disbelief, realization, and shock, emotions intertwining in his gaze. The transformation in his expression was truly remarkable. In that fleeting moment, I experienced an ineffable exhilaration, a sense of profound satisfaction. Jiang Mingchu suddenly grasped the railing with fervor. His eyes ablaze with fury as he exclaimed, "Wanzhen, you deceived me. You damned liar. Jiangshi could not possibly have merely used me." The prison guard, witnessing this outburst, promptly intervened to restrain Jiang Mingchu, commanding him to settle down, warning that further disobedience would result in the cessation of our meeting. "Jiang Mingchu, calm yourself. I am here today to convey something important. Apart from the trial, it is unlikely we will meet again, so, for the sake of the bond we shared over the past 7 years, despite your lack of loyalty towards me, I wish to have a proper conversation this final time. We have fought tooth and nail, and you deserve to understand the truth of your demise." I chuckled softly. "This is my last gesture of goodwill towards you." Gradually, Jiang Mingchu regained his composure, the arrogance that once adorned his face dissipating. He regarded me with an almost pitiable gaze. "It is true that my father had an extramarital affair with Jiang Yishan, the mother of Jiangxi, akin to your relationship with Jiangxi. During my mother's pregnancy and childbirth, he betrayed her for Jiang Yishan, resulting in the birth of Jiangxi. Although Jiangxi was born into the affluent Jiang family, her life was not without hardship, leading her to resent my father's abandonment, believing it to be the cause of her unfortunate circumstances. Did you not mention before that Jiangxi expressed envy towards my upbringing, with loving parents and a complete, nurturing family? This is the very reason Jiangxi fell for you. Her choice was not predicated upon your own looks, academic achievements, or charm, but solely because you are my boyfriend." I relayed to Jiang Mingchu the exact words that Jiangxi had shared with me that day. "She confessed that initially. She approached you with the intention of shattering my perfect love, but soon realized that you were merely a master of disguise, an inconsequential phoenix man. This revelation led her to believe that leaving someone like you to torment our family was, in fact, rather beneficial, prompting her to disappear for a while and end her relationship with you. When she re-emerged, it was because she perceived that utilizing you as a means to achieve her own ambitions was far more exhilarating, stimulating, and intriguing." Upon hearing my words, Jiang Mingchu's complexion turned ashen. I could not discern what memories or realizations flooded his mind, yet his expression spoke volumes. In that moment, he finally acknowledged that he had been manipulated by Jiangxi from the very beginning. I provocatively remarked that I had thought Jiangxi had suggested the idea of murdering my parents to you, only to discover that it was, in fact, solely your own scheme. "No, that's not it," Jiang Mingchu replied, his countenance bewildered. While she did not provide me with any suggestions, the reason I contemplated substituting Ruan Qinghui's blood pressure medication was due to an incident the previous night at her home. I observed her visiting an Indian website dedicated to purchasing medications. My curiosity was piqued as to why she was perusing that page, so I took the opportunity to browse it while she was in the shower. I happened upon a warning indicating that an excessive dosage of that medication could lead to confusion and arrhythmia. "Are you implying that it was Jiangxi who deliberately directed you to that website?" I inquired. I pressed Jiang Mingchu for answers, unsure of her intentions. I inquired why she was purchasing medication in India. She explained that her brother was struggling mentally, and a Swiss doctor had recommended this particular medication. She was researching the advantages of this drug compared to others. Jiang Mingchu's complexion turned pale as she expressed her anxiety, revealing that prolonged use of the medication could lead to side effects, and an overdose might burden the heart. She mentioned that individuals taking the medication were prohibited from driving, fearing that sudden heart discomfort while driving could result in danger or accidents. In disbelief, I asked, "So, you bought the medication from this website?" Jiang Mingchu nodded affirmatively, admitting, "Yes, I purchased the medication. I had been seeking an opportunity. Initially, I considered replacing it with a vitamin bottle. But I was concerned that if the authorities discovered my actions, I would be implicated. I could not allow myself to become a suspect in the aftermath. It wasn't until that day when you asked me to procure antihypertensive medication for Ruan Qinghui that I realized my opportunity had arrived." Reflecting on this matter, I felt an urge to slap myself, questioning whether, had I not asked Jiang Mingchu for assistance that day, my parents might not have perished in the car accident. Yet, In this world, there are no what-ifs. Jiang Mingchu continued, recounting how, after the incident, I rummaged through your home to find the leftover medication from Ruan Qinghui, replacing it with genuine antihypertensive pills and flushing the original down the toilet, leaving no trace. Indeed, neither the police nor you discovered anything amiss. Jiangxi. Truly remarkable. I could not help but feel compelled to applaud Jiangxi. As we surmised, Jiangxi is indeed astute. She capitalized on Jiang Mingchu's pride and vindictiveness. At the moment when Jiang Mingchu was provoked to the zenith of his rage by my father, she merely needed to offer a subtle suggestion to entice the sinister demons within him. Consequently, he would autonomously accomplish the tasks she desired of him. Her retribution against my father can be described as impeccable, most significantly because she encountered such an amenable instrument in Jiang Mingchu, without necessitating any exertion on her part. Merely a delicate, subtle direction, Jiang Mingchu independently completed the subsequent procedures. Such an exemplary student, an efficient assassin. And a complimentary one at that. Where could one possibly discover such a find? I am at a loss as to whether to commend Jiang Mingchu's sagacity or decry his folly. Jiang Mingchu's countenance was ashen. He was evidently grappling with an internal conflict, disbelieving that he had been manipulated by Jiangxi, becoming her pawn, while she flawlessly absolved herself of any involvement. Jiang Mingchu had no recourse to implicate her. No further words would Jiang Mingchu impart to me. And the objective of my visit had been attained. Perceiving that the visitation period was nearing its conclusion, I conveyed to Jiang Mingchu, by the way, your 3 elder sisters and their respective spouses, having been rendered homeless due to the confiscation of their residences, created a disturbance at my domicile several days prior. I have already notified the authorities regarding this matter, and I am informing you accordingly. Jiang Mingchu exhibited no discernible reaction. Evidently, he held his 3 elder sisters and their spouses in utter disregard. Furthermore, concerning your mother, the legal counsel has informed me that she is currently detained at the Xishan Women's Detention Center, as your sisters have neglected to procure legal representation for her. It is anticipated that a court-appointed attorney will provide her defense. Jiang Mingchu raised his head with restraint, finally managing to utter a line, Ruanjin. I know you harbor animosity towards me, but may I request a favor? I inquired, what is it? He continued, it concerns my mother. I hope you might show her some mercy. Jiang Mingchu's voice quivered, stripped of the arrogance and disdain he had initially displayed upon our meeting. I had wagered correctly. He indeed cared for his mother, Zhang Xuefeng. Yet, how could I possibly show compassion after the profound hurt his family had inflicted upon me? Simply because of his so-called filial piety? How absurd. However, I also did not wish to further torment a prisoner, so I declined, stating, no. Ruanjin. It is I who have wronged you. I was the one who gave my mother the medication, instructing her to incorporate it into your meals daily. My mother merely obeyed my commands. Jiang Mingchu attempted to absolve his mother. Before I could respond, he suddenly broke down, covering his face with his hands, his sobs overwhelming the air. I know you despise me and my mother, we have erred. I never had the right to seek your forgiveness, yet, Ruanjin, my mother was harmed because of me. Jiang Mingchu then removed his hands, gazing at me through tear-filled eyes, a crimson hue marking his gaze, an expression I had never witnessed before. My family favored sons over daughters, thus, my mother bore 3 daughters in quick succession. And under my grandmother's pressure, she brought me into the world. However, shortly after my birth, my father perished in a coal mine gas explosion. As my grandparents advanced in years, our family was subjected to the oppressive behavior of my uncles, who coerced my mother into relinquishing my father's mining compensation of 20,000 yuan to my grandparents, which they subsequently divided among themselves. Due to my delicate health as a child, my grandparents harbored the belief that I, despite being male, was unlikely to reach adulthood and thus could not be relied upon. This was a previously unheard account of Jiang Mingchu's origins. I listened attentively, without interruption. My mother, indignant, lacked support, as her family had opposed her marriage to my father and offered no assistance. As a widow, she endured the maltreatment of her husband's family, silently bearing the pain while resolutely raising my 3 elder sisters and me. My sisters, having discontinued their education after primary school, toiled in the fields and later sought employment to supplement the family income. From the age of 7, I assisted my mother in transporting sand from the river to sell for money. However, my mother, concerned for my well-being, emphasized that as the sole male in the family, I was destined for greatness. She urged me to dedicate myself to my studies, achieve distinction, and ultimately avenge those who had wronged us. Jiang Mingchu remarked, "Wanzhen, you cannot possibly comprehend the life I have led since childhood, as you have been raised in the loving embrace of your parents. You cannot fathom the existence of such dire circumstances. My mother single-handedly raised 4 children, an arduous feat that many cannot imagine. Yes, in your eyes, my mother may appear harsh, vulgar, malicious, and fierce. However, without these qualities, our family would have been crushed long ago. In her early 30s, she lost her husband, and her in-laws seized the pension. To support 4 children, she engaged in any income-generating activity available. What lingers in my memory most vividly is the image of my mother, burdened with 200 pounds of rice noodles, trekking up the mountains to barter with farmers for corn, only to carry the corn back down to sell, profiting from the difference. Due to years of bearing such heavy loads, her spine has curved, rendering her unable to stand upright. She once recounted that prior to my attending university, the pigs we raised were never intended for our own consumption, but rather for sale. One year, we had a pig that, tragically, passed away before reaching 5 months, weighing less than 100 pounds at the time. My mother wept throughout the night, reluctant to part with the deceased animal, and ultimately, our family consumed that pig. I cannot recall the last time we had meat, yet that night, we dined heartily. The remaining meat was transformed into cured sausages, which sustained us for an entire year. Chapter 87, You Deserve It. There were moments when I questioned why I was born into such a wretched family. Why could others manage to pay their tuition fees while my family struggled? When the teacher came to our home demanding payment, we became the spectacle of the entire village. Wanzhen, do you know what I was thinking at that moment? I thought to myself, perhaps it would be better not to pursue my studies at all. When I voiced this to my mother, she struck me across the face and declared that even if it meant selling her blood, she would ensure my education. She cried as she scolded me, saying that as orphans, we had been oppressed. And I must remember this, I must strive to rise above and trample those who have wronged us beneath my feet. You must bring honor to our family. Do you understand? Later, during my secondary education, although schooling was compulsory for 9 years, there were still textbook fees to consider. Aware of our impoverished circumstances, the school went out of its way to apply for free textbooks on my behalf. But do you know what happened next? Wanzhen. The textbooks of impoverished students are invariably stamped with a crimson seal, emblazoned with the words free textbook. The school even dispatched personnel to my abode to capture images of my entire family seated before our dilapidated doorway, clutching the complimentary textbooks, and imploring me to smile. Can you fathom how difficult it was to feign happiness? My mind was consumed with the image of my classmate ostentatiously displaying the stamped page for all to see, proclaiming, "Behold, a free textbook. Jiang Mingchu is a charity case, receiving free education." At this juncture, tears streamed down Jiang Mingchu's face. I engaged in a physical altercation with a classmate. My mother arrived at the school, her back hunched, with strands of straw still clinging to her hair. A testament to her haste. Her patched attire was tattered, and her worn-out green rubber shoes revealed her exposed big toe, its nail stained with soil. I anticipated a scolding. But upon seeing me, her initial inquiry was regarding my injuries. Where were you struck? Does it hurt? She asked. Wanzhen, do you comprehend? In that instant, I realized my immaturity. What did poverty signify? What did the derision of others matter? I had caused my mother distress, and for that, I felt deserving of condemnation. My mother wept, lamenting her inadequacy. She wished she could afford my tuition, so I wouldn't be subjected to ridicule and wouldn't resort to fighting. The mother of my classmate, upon observing our tattered garments, regarded us with disdain, questioning whether we were attempting to deceive them and extort money. They flung 500 yuan at my mother's face. My mother, incensed, wept, declaring that she had no desire for their tainted money, but if they dared to mistreat her son, she would seek retribution, even if it cost her life. Jiang Mingchu sobbed, Wanzhen, since that day, a singular thought has occupied my mind: I must study, I must excel. And I shall rise above those who have belittled and bullied me. I will make it known to all that I, Jiang Mingchu, am not to be looked down upon. It is difficult for me to reconcile the venomous and harsh Zhang Suifeng with the formidable mother Jiang Mingchu describes. Jiang Mingchu continued, Wanzhen. This is why I harbor disdain for your father. I loathe his penetrating gaze, which, upon our first encounter, brimmed with contempt for me. He dared to mock my ambitions. Huh. Is it wrong for me to aspire to greatness? Is my determination to attain what I desire indicative of moral corruption? At that moment, I had no desire to debate Jiang Mingchu's perception of my father. For no matter what I might say, it would not alter the convictions held within his heart. Words would be futile. My mother's love for my 3 sisters pales in comparison to what she has bestowed upon me, her only son. She prioritizes my needs above all, even saving food for me in my absence. She may be narrow-minded and harsh. Yet she is the mother who has toiled to raise me, and I shall never abandon her. Were it not for the 4 of us siblings, my mother would not have endured such hardships, sufferings that you could never hope to comprehend. Wiping away his tears, Jiang Mingchu looked at me once more with a pleading gaze. The fault lies with me, and my mother has merely been dragged into this mess. Wanjun, I implore you. For the sake of the past 7 years during which I have treated you well, spare my mother. I gazed into Jiang Mingchu's eyes, and our gazes intertwined. Both of us lost in indifference. Slowly, I spoke. I apologize, Jiang Mingchu, the tale of you and your mother is indeed touching, and your family has endured considerable hardship. However, this cannot serve as justification for my forgiveness of the pain you have inflicted upon me. As adults, we must take responsibility for our actions. Wanjun. Are you truly so heartless? Jiang Mingchu's eyes blazed with anger. I chuckled softly. Jiang Mingchu, I am no saint, there is no need to resort to such emotional manipulation. Yet, you are correct. In light of our shared history over the past 7 years, I can arrange for some winter clothing to be sent to your mother, for indeed, the winters in Jiangzhou are quite frigid. However, if you expect anything beyond that, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Jiang Mingchu's expression hardened. As I stood to leave, a thought struck me, and I inquired, by the way, I am investigating the surveillance footage and the guest information from the Waldorf Hotel that night. If you are willing to share with me regarding your mother, I can arrange for additional essential supplies. Jiang Mingchu, with a grim countenance, gritted his teeth and asked, are you so eager to uncover the identity of the man who shared a fleeting moment with you that evening? I shook my head. Jiang Mingchu, you are mistaken. I have no pressing need to know if it was a stranger I had never met before. What difference does it make? Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I have an inkling that you are concealing something from me. Perhaps you are aware of that man's identity, but for some reason, you dare not disclose it. In truth, I was merely speculating. I had no knowledge of whether Jiang Mingchu knew that person's identity. I was simply probing for a reaction. To my surprise, Jiang Mingchu's expression darkened as he glared at me, gritting his teeth. Indeed, Wanjun, I know who the man was that night. But if you wish to know, you must inform the police that you will not hold my mother accountable for her actions and abandon any lawsuits against her. Otherwise, even if I were to perish, you shall not extract a single piece of information about that man from my lips. I regarded Jiang Mingchu with suspicion. How can I be certain you aren't deceiving me? With a cold sneer, Jiang Mingchu retorted, there is no need for you to test me here. I possess the surveillance footage from that night. However, this has no bearing on my involvement in the demise of your parents or any other matters concerning the abomination within you. Thus, do not presume you can intimidate me with the police. Jiang Mingchu, were you merely feigning desperation when you pleaded with me earlier? Is this ferocious demeanor your true nature? I scoffed. Do you think I am still the old Wanjun, easily deceived? When your tricks fail, you resort to threats. You underestimate me greatly. Jiang Mingchu furrowed his brow, looking at me with loathing. Do you wish to take revenge on me? I couldn't help but chuckle. Revenge? Jiang Mingchu, you overrate yourself. I came here today to enlighten you about Jiangxi's intentions, and you still fail to grasp it. I am here to pity you. Jiang Mingchu froze, his expression turning grim. I maintained my icy demeanor, enunciating each word with clenched teeth. I am particularly eager to witness your reaction when you realize that you have been played for a fool by Jiangxi. By the way, I almost forgot to mention. She referred to you as a pitiful dog, desperately trying to please her in a futile attempt to prevent a breakup. She also conveyed that your persistent pursuit disgusted her. She questioned whether I comprehended that nauseating sensation, akin to chewing gum adhered to strands of hair, impossible to remove and utterly repulsive. Jiang Mingchu was utterly petrified. I seized the opportunity to twist the knife further. Initially, I had no intention of inflicting such pain upon you with these words. But your conduct compelled me to believe that you are undeserving of any compassion. Jiang Mingchu, you are reaping what you sowed. Chapter 88, I will kill you. Jiang Mingchu was profoundly provoked by my words. As I departed, he roared in fury, lunging at the iron bars, screaming my name. Wanzhen. I shall slay you, you vile woman. And Jiangxi. I shall kill you all. I paused, standing at the doorway, and couldn't help but cast a backward glance at Jiang Mingchu. His frenzied demeanor resembled that of an enraged beast, a trapped animal in a desperate struggle, eyes bloodshot. His screams and vents were utterly meaningless. He howled with an almost mournful sound, "You have ruined me. I will kill you all." At that moment, I seemed to glimpse the true Jiang Mingchu, a persona I had never witnessed before. I shook my head and sighed. Pitiable individuals often possess detestable qualities. Jiang Mingchu. You have brought this entirely upon yourself. Did Jiangxi and I ruin him? No, he ruined himself. Even if Jiangxi exploited him, it was because of his devious nature that he was manipulated as a pawn. Subsequently, I left the visiting room, and Jiang Mingchu's mournful cries faded into the distance. Upon my exit, I observed Wen Xuyan and Jiang Xi seated in the lounge, engrossed in a document. Jiang Xi was speaking with fervor, while Wen Xuyan listened intently. Their astute minds in close proximity, creating a rather pleasing tableau. Hearing footsteps, Wen Xuyan was the first to look up, subsequently rising and stepping aside. In his characteristically composed tone, he inquired, "How did the discussion fare?" Jiang Xi stowed the document in her bag and promptly asked me whether Jiang Mingchu had disclosed the role Jiangxi played in the case. I shook my head, relaying that Jiang Mingchu claimed Jiangxi had no involvement. Or rather, Jiangxi had no substantive involvement. However, as we had surmised, Jiangxi was far from simple. She was merely astute enough to have exploited Jiang Mingchu to great effect. Wen Xuyan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Then holding Jiangxi accountable will be exceedingly difficult. I nodded, sighing in resignation. However, I did provoke Jiang Mingchu. He is now aware that he was merely a pawn of Jiangxi's machinations and will certainly not let the matter rest. A man of his ilk would sooner drag someone down with him, even in his final moments. Should Jiangxi have ever left an opening, Jiang Mingchu will seize upon it. As matters stand, Jiang Mingchu is unlikely to continue shielding Jiangxi. This is precisely why I deliberately incited Jiang Mingchu at the end. Since he was unwilling to divulge the specifics to me, I could only allow his resentment to compel him. Unless he was willing to be exploited by Jiangxi in such a way, and he could forgive Jiangxi's use of him that ruined his life. Given Jiang Mingchu's temperament, he would undoubtedly find that unbearable. However, my apprehension lies in the possibility that before I could complete my statement, Wen Xuyan would chuckle and interject, echoing my concern that Jiangxi might not have left any leverage for Jiang Mingchu, rendering him powerless to implicate her. I nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Jiang Xi furrowed her elegant brows, propping her chin with one hand as she mused aloud, questioning Jiangxi's sagacity. Was she truly capable of executing her machinations with such meticulous precision? If her exploitation of Jiang Mingchu was a calculated scheme from the outset, then she possessed not merely intelligence, but a truly formidable nature. Had Jiangxi studied psychology? Judging from the information we've gleaned about Jiang Mingchu, he is both malevolent and astute, so to be outmaneuvered by Jiangxi, she must possess considerable guile. This is precisely what renders Jiangxi so formidable. That such a selfish and intelligent individual as Jiang Mingchu could be manipulated so thoroughly speaks volumes about Jiangxi's skillful machinations, in addition to Jiang Mingchu's own depravity. Yet, I find it difficult to believe that over such a protracted period, Jiang Mingchu failed to detect even the slightest hint of suspicion. How could one possibly act without leaving any trace? Was Jiang Mingchu feigning ignorance, or was he knowingly transgressing, confident in his ability to subdue Jiangxi? These are matters that remain shrouded in mystery. During the return journey, Jiang Xi presented me with a stack of documents, explaining, "Miss Ruan, please examine these. They were entrusted to me by my mentor to deliver to you. They contain evidence of Jiang Mingchu's clandestine transfer of marital assets without your knowledge. For instance, this document details his purchase of residential properties in 2 Jiangzhou real estate developments under the name of his mother, Zhang Xuefeng, with a total value of 8,700,000 yuan. Jiang Xi opened the document folder and handed it to me. Herein lie the documents pertaining to 3 residential properties procured in the urban expanse of Qingzhou under the aegis of Jiang Mingchu's 3 elder sisters, along with the corresponding remittance records. Albeit the modest valuation of real estate in Qingzhou, the cumulative worth of the aforementioned properties approximates 6 million yuan. Furthermore, Jiang Xi gestured towards an additional compendium of documents, stating, "This encompasses a registry of substantial cash withdrawals effectuated by Jiang Mingchu from banking institutions since your nuptials, aggregating 12 instances, each ranging from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, culminating in a total sum of, let me ascertain, precisely 2 million yuan." Jiang Xi articulated, "Miss Ruan, these documents evince that Jiang Mingchu, since the inception of your marital union, has been purposefully and methodically diverting assets accrued during your matrimony, more precisely, the inheritance bequeathed to you by your progenitors. The aggregate worth of these properties and cash withdrawals approximates 16 million yuan. I beheld the aforementioned documents with equanimity, devoid of emotional turbulence, yet not devoid of a tinge of sentimentality. I gathered the documents and presented them to Jiang Xi, remarking, indeed, Jiang Mingchu has acted with remarkable alacrity in amassing such a pecuniary sum. After a momentary pause, I added, verily, my naivete knows no bounds. Jiang Xi, in a consolatory gesture, gently patted my shoulder, averring, Miss Ruan, do not castigate yourself. How many maidens could withstand the machinations of a scoundrel as silver-tongued and impeccably deceptive as Jiang Mingchu? Your essence is not foolishness, but rather benevolence. A benevolent soul would scarcely harbor suspicions of deceit. Does not the adage proclaim that life necessitates the encounter of several reprobates? Thank you, Jiang Xi. However, I implore you not to concern yourself on my account. I am no longer susceptible to melancholic sentiments engendered by such a miscreant. The experiences of late have been somewhat onerous, yet I shall endeavor to assimilate them with alacrity. I refuse to allow myself to be hindered by negative emotions for an extended period." Gratefully, I clasped Jiang Xi's hand and inquired, "How long will it take for a resolution regarding Jiang Mingchu's case?" Jiang Xi pondered before responding, "In terms of the divorce proceedings, if he is willing to sign, we can expedite the process. The assets he has transferred will also be reclaimed. However, as for the criminal case concerning your parents' deaths, the prosecution still requires further investigation and evidence collection. What do you prefer, pursuing the divorce case first or addressing both simultaneously? I respect your decision." After some contemplation, I resolutely stated, I wish to prioritize the divorce proceedings. Although I have grown indifferent towards Jiang Mingchu, the mere thought of our marital bond repulses me. Let us expedite the divorce, I wish to sever all ties with him. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement, then I will commence the necessary arrangements immediately. He may propose conditions. When that occurs, inform Jiang Mingchu that the legal consequences of his mother, Zhang Xuefeng's actions, will be determined by the law. However, regarding some civil liabilities on my end, as long as he agrees to a swift divorce and returns all property that rightfully belongs to me, I may consider not pursuing certain civil disputes involving Zhang Xuefeng. I remarked, this is my utmost concession. Understanding, Jiang Xi turned to Wen Shuyan and said, then, Mr. Wen, could you kindly escort me to the law firm? I will return to prepare the materials and will not accompany you in seeing Miss Ruan back. Wen Shuyan responded nonchalantly, all right. I quickly called out to Wen Shuyan, Mr. Wen, I can manage my return. If you are busy, you may drop me off at the law firm. I can take a taxi or have Su Weitang come to pick me up. With merely 3 words, Wen Shuyan offered, I'll escort you. Chapter 89, Never looking back. Wen Shuyan stated impassively, I'll escort you. His tone, though understated, carried a certain insistence and command, brooking no refusal. I opened my mouth to speak, but found myself at a loss for words. Jiang Xi smiled at me and remarked, Miss Ruan, you and President Wen are so well acquainted. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's incredibly difficult to hail a cab during this rush hour. Previously, when I left work at this time, I'd find myself with over 100 people ahead of me in the ride-hailing queue. I offered an awkward smile. It wasn't that I was unwilling to accept a ride from Wen Shuyan, but rather, how shall I put it? Deep down, I was reluctant to trouble him. I had already imposed upon others far too much lately. After Jiang Xi departed, only Wen Shuyan and I remained in the car. A partition separated us from the driver in the front, rendering our conversation inaudible. Wen Shuyan intently perused his tablet, seemingly engrossed in an investment analysis report. His slender, articulate fingers glided across the screen, his handsome profile resolute and profound, a sight to behold. Leaning against the car window, I gazed out at the bustling cityscape of Jiangzhou. A sense of emptiness washing over me. In this vast metropolis, I would no longer have any family. Following my parents' demise, I was overcome with fear, loneliness, and an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. I hadn't fully grasped the gravity of being an orphan, considering I was an adult capable of independent living. Yet, an indescribable dread gripped my heart. It was during that time that Jiang Mingchu embraced me tightly, reassuring me, "Wanjin, don't be afraid, you still have me." I had believed that I would spend the rest of my life in blissful happiness with Jiang Mingchu. Yet who could have imagined that all of this was merely an elaborate deception? My life, having traversed only a third of its journey, feels burdened as though half a century has passed, an inexplicable weight pressing upon my spirit. I cannot help but ponder the path I have walked alongside Jiang Mingchu. It appears that from the very beginning, it was a misstep. He resembles a cunning spider, weaving an intricate web for me, watching with a sly smile as I merrily entangle myself, day and night, contemplating how to devour me whole. Why is this my fate, Jiang Mingchu? Furthermore, who was the man that shared the night with me at the Waldorf? If he was merely a stranger, then why did Jiang Mingchu speak of him with such venomous disdain and palpable hatred? I possess no prior romantic entanglements or ex-boyfriends. What, then, incites Jiang Mingchu's ire? Moreover, even inebriated, I vividly recall that evening when we were intimately close, as I felt the sting of tears, that man tenderly kissed my forehead, caressing my cheek and hair, soothing me with whispers of comfort, calling my name, Wan. The sensation was undeniably familiar. If he were a stranger, how could he know my name? Unless, of course, he was orchestrated by Jiang Mingchu. Yet Jiang Mingchu insists he had no part in it. So, who was the man that night? Wanjing. Just as I was lost in thought, Wen Shuyan suddenly called my name, prompting me to turn back to him in a daze. Huh? Wen Shuyan's face bore no expression, only his dark eyes fixated on me. What are you daydreaming about? I've called you several times. As I regained my senses, I apologized, explaining that I had been preoccupied and hadn't heard him. Wen Shuyan furrowed his brow, inquiring about the subject of my thoughts. Before I could respond, he asked if I required assistance. I hastily waved my hand, assuring him it was nothing significant. How could I possibly broach such a topic with Wen Shuyan? It would be far too awkward. Wen Shuyan cast a fleeting glance at me before coldly averting his gaze, returning to the data analysis on his tablet. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Abruptly, Wen Shuyan suggested that I consider moving back to the villa. I was taken aback, realizing the wisdom of his suggestion. The current residence was distasteful to me, and purchasing a new one would be a considerable undertaking. Returning to the villa bequeathed by my parents, a place unsullied by Jiang Mingchu's presence, seemed an ideal solution. However, Wen Shuyan discerned my hesitation, questioning if the prospect of moving was daunting. I nodded in affirmation. Wen Shuyan nonchalantly dismissed my concerns, assuring me it would be effortless. Intrigued, I questioned his meaning. He clarified that my sole responsibility would be my physical presence, with all other arrangements entrusted to his assistant. Wen Shuyan raised his gaze, his thin eyelids lifting to reveal a sharp, incisive edge. I felt a tinge of embarrassment, wondering if I was imposing too much. He dismissed my concerns, stating it was no trouble at all. Wen Shuyan solemnly declared that he had pledged to my mentors to ensure my well-being. As I began to express my gratitude, Wen Shuyan interjected, adding that under his watchful eye, I would presumably be less prone to foolish actions. I couldn't help but question Wen Shuyan's tact. Was he truly being courteous? With the assistance of Wen Shuyan and Su Weitang, the arrangements for my relocation commenced the following day. I only took my personal belongings, entrusting the disposal of all remnants of Jiang Mingchu to the cleaning service. While packing, I placed the gifts and photographs Jiang Mingchu had given me over the years into a cardboard box. It struck me that they barely filled a single container, and furthermore, these items were mostly inexpensive trinkets, each worth no more than a few dollars. Yet, it was these very trifles that had so swiftly and accurately captured my heart over the years. How inexpensive, then, is genuine affection? Is it any wonder that I consider Jiang Mingchu to be so astute? He discerned my character from the outset, having been raised in the lap of luxury. Accustomed to the finest things in life, and showered with affection and warmth by my parents, I had paradoxically never experienced hardship or worldly exposure. Pursuing me with the same tactics that had worked in the past would have been futile. Instead, He offered me a unique sincerity that moved me deeply, such as a warm bun concealed within his coat on a winter morning, a candlelit serenade beneath the girls' dormitory, a delicate necklace purchased with hard-earned wages, or a $10 stir-fry from a street vendor accompanied by a bottle of mineral water. These were the experiences that I had never encountered. In contrast, he recognized that Jiangxi would not be swayed by the same strategy he had employed on me. Therefore, he spared no expense to take her to a lavish afternoon tea at a 5-star hotel. As I departed with Su Wei-tang, the cleaning lady called out to me, clutching the cardboard box, inquiring, "Miss Ruan, there's another box here, containing your photographs and such. Would you like to take it with you?" I shook my head, declining. The cleaning lady nodded, subsequently discarding the box beside the trash can, uttering disdainfully, "Worthless trinkets." I gazed at the box, offering a helpless smile. It was refuse. Destined for disposal. Thereupon, I turned and left, never to look back. Chapter 90, Another Occupant in His Home? Over at the small Western-style house, Wen Shuyan had enlisted assistants to tidy up the premises, ensuring even the hydrangeas and English roses in the garden and on the terrace were thriving. Upon our arrival with Su Wei-tang, a woman in her late 50s was assisting with arranging the vases in the living room. Upon noticing our entrance, she promptly set aside the scissors and sunflowers she was holding and approached us to assist with the luggage. She then introduced herself warmly, stating, "Miss Ruan, good day. I am Aunt Zhou, the live-in housekeeper at Mr. Wen's residence. Mr. Wen instructed me to come over here and see if there's anything I can assist you with." After a few polite exchanges, Aunt Zhou inquired, "Miss Ruan, what do you think of the house's condition? If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to inform me. Mr. Wen is away on a business trip these days, and he has asked me to take extra care of you here." I initially intended to decline, but Teacher Su tugged at my arm, remarking, "I find Wen Shuyan's arrangements quite satisfactory. His housekeeper seems like an efficient and taciturn individual. Look, she's cleaned everything meticulously. And I'm sure she's an excellent cook as well. Since Wen Shuyan is away on business, and the housekeeper is idle at home, it would be better for her to come and keep you company, sparing me the worry. My intention is to be with you. But the commute from your place to my company would leave me gridlocked in traffic. Surely you wouldn't want me to be perpetually agitated and hasten the onset of menopause? Yet, I feel a sense of unease, as my relationship with Wen Shuyan is not of the nature you imply. Should I offer remuneration? Zhen. Are you truly oblivious to social graces? Does Wen Shuyan strike you as someone who would deign to accept payment from you? Didn't you mention that he pledged to your parents to care for you? He is a man of his word and will naturally honor his commitment. If you feel indebted, treat him to a meal. Furthermore, without meaning to criticize, it's worth noting that you're without kin in Jiangzhou. So wouldn't it be advantageous to have someone looking out for you? Wen Shuyan is a partner at Jinyan Capital, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou's investment banking circles. Aren't you contemplating seeking employment after resolving the matter with Jiang Mingchu? In that case, you might need to solicit Wen Shuyan's assistance. Su Wei-tang regarded me with a mixture of exasperation and concern. And most importantly, you're on the verge of divorcing Jiang Mingchu, which means you'll soon be single. Shouldn't you be acquainting yourself with eligible young men? Other girls would be clamoring for a chance to even greet a desirable bachelor like Wen Shuyan. Yet you avoid him as if he were a plague. I must say, I find that quite perplexing. Hold it right there, Professor Su. Who am I? And who is Wen Shuyan? Even if I were to embark on a second chapter of my life, I wouldn't dare to aspire to someone as eminent as Wen. The academic paragon. I gestured at Su Wei-tang, stating emphatically, such jests are best kept away from Wen Shuyan, Professor Su. Su Wei-tang cast a sidelong glance at me, calling me a coward. Yes, I admit it, I sighed, wondering how I could possibly focus on such matters now. My mind was consumed with uncovering the identity of the man from that night at the Waldorf. I sensed that Jiang Mingchu's implication was far from simple. I gave Su Wei-tang's shoulder a light tap and inquired about the progress on Nan Yuan's end. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but doubt whether that fellow was genuinely putting in the effort. After all this time, his response was that the progress was challenging. Su Wei-tang, when frustrated, often placed her hands on her hips and paced back and forth. She tossed her long hair over her shoulder, and I had just applied pressure to him last night. He was obliged to provide me with results. Otherwise, I would have no qualms about sending his head to the national football team as a ball. I poured a glass of water for Su Wei-tang and reassured her, suggesting that Nan Yuan was likely doing his utmost. The hotel's client information is not easily disclosed. He must explore alternative avenues, and this is a monumental task that may not guarantee success. Jiang, what are your thoughts? She asked. I actually preferred to let things unfold naturally. If the truth could be uncovered, then so be it. If not, then so be it. I held the glass of water, sinking into the sofa, feeling a tinge of melancholy. My persistent desire to seek answers stemmed from my inability to comprehend why Jiang Mingchu's eyes brimmed with such uncontrollable rage when speaking of that person from that night. It was as if he harbored a profound enmity toward that individual, an intense feeling that I could not dismiss. Su Weitang nodded thoughtfully. Do you think Jiang might know who that person was? I shook my head, contemplating whether Jiang would disclose such information, even if privy to it. Unlikely. Su Weitang slumped onto the sofa, her animosity palpable. She would hardly divulge anything, unless it served to inflict torment. Let it be, I murmured, grasping Su Weitang's hand. I intend to embark on a new chapter. Su Weitang inquired with earnestness, will you immediately commence your job search, or would you prefer a period of respite? It has been nearly 2 years since graduation, and I have yet to secure employment. I am already lagging behind in this rapidly evolving era. Can I even afford to rest? I asserted resolutely, I shall seek employment, commencing forthwith. In which field do you aspire to work? Perhaps translation or finance? Investment banking? Or a foreign enterprise? Su Weitang suggested. I am acquainted with numerous contacts in relevant companies. Shall I inquire on your behalf? Indeed. But I must first refine my curriculum vitae. Otherwise, I would inadvertently embarrass you. As if you could embarrass me? Su Weitang exclaimed, her tone tinged with amusement. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired excitedly, would you consider applying to Xinyan Capital? Wen Shuyan's company? Ah, they primarily focus on pre-B round investments. With significant involvement in the technology sector, particularly in the automotive industry, which constitutes one of their prominent ventures. Su Weitang elaborated earnestly, although your specialization lies in foreign languages. You possess a dual degree in finance. You possess fundamental financial acumen. Impossible, Su, you jest. The mere sight of Wen Shuyan induces trepidation. To collaborate with him is unfathomable. I dare not even contemplate such a prospect. With a touch of exasperation, Su Weitang playfully poked my forehead, lamenting my stubbornness. She reminded me that he was, after all, a prized student of my parents, and out of respect for them, he would undoubtedly look out for me. Absolutely not, I retorted, a slight pout on my lips. If I'm venturing out into the workforce, it must be through legitimate means. I refuse to take shortcuts. As I embark on this new chapter, I want to build everything on a solid foundation. Su Weitang embraced me, her voice filled with emotion. Zhen, she said, no matter what the future holds, always remember that you're not alone. I'm here for you, always by your side. I returned her embrace, a deep sense of gratitude and affection welling up within me. Su Laoshi, I murmured, I'm so fortunate to have you. Later that night, after Su Weitang had departed, I took my laptop to the terrace to work on my resume. I had barely made it halfway through when I noticed a light in the second-floor window of Wen Shuyan's house. A shadow flitted back and forth behind the curtains. Hadn't Wen Shuyan gone on a business trip? Could someone else be in his house? Someone was in Wen Shuyan's house? Or had he returned from his trip? Just then, the housekeeper brought me some fruit and milk. I decided to ask her about it. She glanced in the direction of the house across the way, momentarily surprised, but then, as if remembering something, she offered, it's probably Mr. Wen's assistant. His assistant? Didn't he go on the trip with him? That I couldn't say, she replied. Assistant Song often comes by to retrieve or deliver documents. Perhaps Mr. Wen left something at home that he needed Assistant Song to find. See, the light's already off. Having glanced around to confirm the lights were indeed extinguished, I thought no more of it. In the ensuing days, I awaited notification from the court regarding the hearing date while simultaneously seeking employment. Several interview invitations did materialize, yet each concluded disappointingly. Whenever interviewers inquired about the 2-year void in my post-graduation history, I candidly explained that I had relinquished work to embrace the role of a full-time homemaker. The inevitable follow-up question was, why, then, are you now seeking employment? Initially, I responded with veiled ambiguity, but later, I contemplated whether complete honesty was the better approach. Had I not endured a failed marriage, only to realize the paramount importance of self-reliance, encompassing both independent living and the capacity for independent work? True security, I surmised, emanated from within, and was not contingent upon external dependencies. However, before I could articulate this sentiment, an interviewer recognized me, tentatively scrutinizing me before inquiring. "Are you not the wife from the recent livestream incident? The one whose husband plotted to murder her during a vacation?" I forthrightly affirmed their suspicion. Subsequently, the panel of 4 interviewers exchanged glances, engaging in hushed deliberation. Ultimately, they expressed sympathy for my ordeal but tactfully declined my candidacy, citing concerns about the instability of my life and a perceived misalignment with the prerequisites of the position. They wished me well in securing a more suitable opportunity. Upon departing the company, I found the situation both amusing and disheartening. Prompted by this emotional dip, I considered contacting Su Weitang to solicit her opinion on whether I had erred in my responses during the interviews. However, Su Weitang was preoccupied that afternoon, declining the voice call on WeChat with a promise to return my message later. Upon my return to the mansion, as I ambled along, lost in thought, Wen Shuyan's vehicle drew alongside me. He lowered the passenger side window, inclining his form slightly over the steering wheel, and inquired, "Have you dined?" I shook my head, oblivious to the fact that my lips were pursed into a taut line, a manifest display of my displeasure. With a subtle lift of his eyelids, Wen Shuyan instructed, "Enter the vehicle." "Whither are we bound?" I queried. "For sustenance." As I was about to demur, Wen Shuyan interjected, "Shall I descend and assist you in gaining entry?" "Nay," I demurred. With that, I opened the door and stepped into the car. As I fastened my seatbelt, Wen Shuyan inquired, "Does Sichuan cuisine appeal to you?" Affirmative. Exceedingly so. When my spirits are low, I invariably seek out the fiery embrace of Sichuan fare with Su Weitang. The piquant and aromatic flavors, particularly the intense heat, invariably elevate my mood. Wen Shuyan piloted the car to the IN 99 parking structure and subsequently located a Sichuan establishment on the upper level. As it was not the weekend, the dining area was not overly congested, and the ambience was tranquil. After placing our orders, Wen Shuyan broached the subject directly, "Were you unsuccessful in your interview?" I paused, taken aback, and inquired, "Did Jiang Ci or Su Weitang divulge this?" Su Weitang merely mentioned it in passing, inquiring whether Jinyan was hiring. Wen Shuyan chuckled softly, his tone measured. "She is not inclined towards calisthenics, nor does she concern herself with anyone save you." It was not difficult to deduce that she was inquiring on your behalf. "Then how did you ascertain that I was rejected?" "Your countenance betrays all." It was not arduous. Indeed, it was not difficult to discern. I propped my chin upon my hands, somewhat disheartened. Wen Shuyan, if candor proves insufficient, and ambiguity equally so, what course of action remains? "The matter concerning the livestream transpired not long ago," Wen Shuyan remarked, "and the internet's memory persists. As you now seek employment, you must brace yourself for potential rejection stemming from that incident." Before I could inquire further, Wen Shuyan elucidated, "No employer favors employees perceived as overly calculating. Given the livestream affair, they would inevitably surmise that if you orchestrated such maneuvers against Jiang Mingchu, how might you retaliate against colleagues or superiors should you encounter grievances in the workplace?" I found myself speechless, yet indignant. But why should it be this way? Sensing my discontent, Wen Shuyan continued, "Do not perceive it as unjust or feel that others have failed to comprehend your ordeal, rendering a biased interpretation of your character. The reality remains, employers universally disfavor employees with a penchant for intrigue." Deflated, I queried, "Am I then to remain unemployed indefinitely? Or should I perhaps depart from Jiangzhou?" "Evasion is the recourse of the feeble," Wen Shuyan declared. "Are you, in truth, a weakling?" After contemplation, I responded, "No." "Excellent." Wen Shuyan fixed me with a steady gaze, asserting, "Jinyan capital has no need of those devoid of self-assurance." I stammered, bewildered. "Wen Shuyan, what are you implying?" "Su Weitang has already submitted your resume to Human Resources. An interview should be scheduled for tomorrow." "But You are disinclined to join Jinyan?" "No. It is merely that I wish to avoid preferential treatment." Wen Shuyan interjected, "Wan Zhen, you are overthinking the matter." I silently gazed at Wen Shuyan. seeking confirmation in his eyes as to whether he had afforded me any conveniences due to my parents' connections. The hiring standards at Jiang Capital have always been stringent, demanding not only high academic qualifications and exceptional professional abilities but also a remarkable capacity for enduring pressure. Even though I was introduced by Su Weitang, the HR department would not relax its criteria based on client referrals. Every stage of the interview process is of paramount importance. "And what about you?" I inquired. Wen Shuyan, with a gentle smile, appeared quite at ease as he replied, "I am the CEO. You must successfully navigate the first 2 rounds of interviews before you are deemed worthy of my questions." Wan Zhen, "I will not create a green channel for you simply because we are acquainted." This indeed aligned with Wen Shuyan's character. He is a man of utmost seriousness and meticulousness. Will Jinyan make exceptions because of? Before I could finish, Wen Shuyan assured me, "No. Jinyan evaluates solely based on capability." I nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Shuyan then asked, "So, Wan Zhen, do you have confidence?" "Absolutely," I replied. His slight smile conveyed a sense of satisfaction, and he remarked, "Very well." As the waiter began serving the dishes, Wen Shuyan refrained from further discussing work matters. Essentially, our dinner comprised a silent communion, and by the end, we had exchanged very few words. By the time we returned home, it was not yet 9 o'clock. After escorting me to the door, Wen Shuyan bid me good night and swiftly drove away. I stood at the entrance, watching him enter the villa, only stepping inside after hearing the sound of the engine cut off. Tonight, the moon shines brightly amidst sparse stars, promising fair weather for tomorrow. Chapter 92, He is like a gust of wind. As I lay in bed this evening, my thoughts drifted to the disheartening interview I faced today and the candid truths expressed by Wen Shuyan. I do not seek sympathy. What I yearn for is equitable and just treatment. Yet, while ideals are often resplendent, reality can be notoriously cruel. Upon discovering Jiang Mingchu's betrayal, I opted for a rational response, yet found myself unjustly branded with labels of cunning and premeditation. This perplexes me. I do not believe I have erred. In a fit of passion, I confided in Su Weitang that should the interviewers pose the same question again, I would respond truthfully without hesitation. Su Weitang, in alignment with Wen Shuyan's perspective, reassured me, "Zhen, it is not that they wish to label you, rather. Interviewers must ponder how you would navigate conflicts between your own interests and those of the company. Indeed, capitalists desire employees who are diligent and devoted solely to the company, with the expectation that other thoughts should remain unvoiced." Perhaps out of concern for my feelings, Su Weitang spoke with a tone of gentle persuasion, "My dear, in truth, capitalists resemble disingenuous suitors. They are enamored with the allure of promises. From the outset, they identify their targets with the intention of luring them into servitude, offering minimal compensation for the most arduous labor, compelling individuals to willingly toil like beasts of burden. Even the most profound affections can eventually fracture. Consider, when your interests collide, a scoundrel will invariably prioritize self-preservation, unwilling to concede even slightly." This instantly reminded me of the schism between Jiang Mingchu and myself, which indeed followed this pattern. I chuckled softly, remarking, "So, they perceive me, as an employee, to be excessively cunning? If I'm so Machiavellian with my own partner, I'd undoubtedly be even more unscrupulous with the company?" "Precisely," affirmed. "Regardless of the company's size, there are likely clandestine practices. What if you were to uncover such incriminating evidence? After all, how many capitalists can withstand scrutiny?" I acknowledged point, yet a hint of defiance lingered within me. I retorted with a snort. I refuse to believe that in this entire metropolis of Jiangzhou, a dual-degree master's graduate from Jiangzhou University cannot secure employment. "Of course you will," she reassured. "There are plenty of companies with expansive visions. By the way, I inquired with at Jiang Capital a few days ago about potential openings. I was just about to discuss that with you. Mentioned that HR should be scheduling an interview for me in the coming days. I must confess, I'm somewhat apprehensive. Yet, actually encouraged me. To receive encouragement from the academic deity is truly a rare honor." "So soon? It appears my position as director holds some sway," remarked. "Will you attend?" "Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?" I exclaimed. Initially, I was concerned that might grant me preferential treatment. However, his stance is that everyone will be treated equally and that I must demonstrate genuine competence. The rascal is indeed meticulous. Well, I am not afraid of causing him trouble, am I? I am merely an inconspicuous worker, and I have no desire to forge connections with my superiors. I entered this position based on merit, and I certainly do not wish to be perceived as someone who relied on personal connections. You, my friend, are quite foolish in this regard. What is so wrong with having connections? Many aspire to such connections yet fail to attain them. Su Weitang disdainfully remarked. You are simply too clear-headed. However, it is not quite so. Although I was raised with indulgence by my parents, they have consistently instilled in me the importance of minimizing inconvenience to others, regardless of the situation. Thus, my refusals often stem not from politeness but from a desire to avoid being a burden. Of course, with those I am close to, I may indulge in a bit of charm, as I do with Su Weitang. Su Weitang inquired, what will you do if you do not pass the interview? Will you take a break? Am I the sort to easily lose heart? If I do not succeed, I shall simply continue my search. In truth, as a wealthy young lady, you could afford to remain idle. Once you sell that property, the funds at your disposal would suffice for a comfortable life. Why endure the hardships of working? Su Weitang lamented, capitalists are heartless vampires, akin to the tyrannical landlords who devour without remorse. Dear Miss Su, even as the daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangzhou, you toil diligently as a worker, yet you advise me against employment? I am left in a state of bemusement. How can it be the same? If I do not work, I shall return to inherit the family business. Do you not find it infuriating? It truly is vexing. It's not that I'm compelled to work, but rather I desire a change of scenery and a fresh start. Admittedly, I've been somewhat detached from society for a period, but fortunately, it's only been 2 years. I haven't experienced the discrimination often depicted in dramas, where long-term stay-at-home mothers suddenly face prejudice upon re-entering the workforce. This time, I've gained a first-hand understanding. I sighed, remarking that if I couldn't secure employment, I would apply to a foreign university and pursue further education. In any case, I need to occupy myself with something to expedite the process of forgetting my past with Jiang Mingchu. Su Weitang concurred, encouraging me to exert my utmost effort regardless. The following day, I received a call from the HR department at Jinyan Capital, informing me of an interview scheduled for Friday morning at Jinyan. On that very morning, I arose promptly, applied light makeup, and donned a simple white blouse paired with black wide-leg trousers before taking a taxi to the Greenland building, where Jinyan Capital was located. I do, in fact, own a car, but ever since the incident on the elevated highway when Jiang deliberately rear-ended me, I've developed a psychological aversion to driving. Upon arriving at the Greenland building, it was precisely during the morning rush hour. The weather was pleasant, and gazing up at the towering Greenland building, I observed throngs of vibrant workers either leisurely entering and exiting with coffee in hand or hurrying along, all exuding an energy that I envied. At that moment, a Maybach pulled up in front of the building, attracting the attention of passers-by, particularly young women. I noticed several girls gathered together, murmuring in hushed tones. I followed their gaze and chanced upon a man clad in a tailored suit exiting the passenger seat with grace. He swiftly opened the rear door, and soon after, I beheld Wen Shuyan alighting from the back seat. Dressed in an eye-catching black suit, the white shirt beneath harmoniously complemented his fair complexion. His hair, styled in a half-back manner with a few strands gracefully resting above his brow, suited his facial features perfectly. Standing at approximately 188 centimeters, Wen Shuyan's long legs appeared both straight and elongated from my vantage point. After deftly adjusting his suit, he strode purposefully into the building, his gaze unwavering, with the man who had opened the door trailing closely behind. I stood by the roadside, watching Wen Shuyan's figure sweep past like a gust of wind. In that moment, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, as though he and I belonged to entirely different realms. Is President Wen truly single? I overheard someone from Jinyan Capital mention while purchasing coffee that even his dog is male. Could it be a matter of discipline, or perhaps a disinterest in women? Alas! With his striking appearance, even if he were to prefer men, I would still be captivated. Indeed, a charmingly aloof gentleman. Oh, how vividly picturesque. Were it not for the stark contrast between Jinyan Capital and my current employment, I would eagerly seek an interview there, all for the sake of the handsome figure. The long-haired girl gazed at Wen Shuyan's retreating silhouette, her eyes filled with stars. But alas, such wealthy and handsome individuals are akin to celestial bodies, mere stars in the sky. For us mere mortals, we can only revel in the spectacle and savor the visual delight. Another young woman couldn't help but exclaim, I truly wonder. What kind of woman would a man as ethereal as him fancy? Who knows? Certainly not ordinary workers like us. True. Just admiring him daily, like a living portrait, is a perk of working here. Let's go, let's clock in. I couldn't help but smile, realizing that the line of women who admired Wen Shuyan could indeed stretch all the way to Paris. I was suddenly reminded of Wen Shuyan's disheartened and melancholic words, in matters of the heart, I am indeed a failure. Perhaps Wen Shuyan's failure is merely his own stubbornness? If he were to seek a relationship, a suitable woman would be easily within his grasp. It all comes down to where his heart truly lies. Upon entering the lobby, I registered my information at the front desk. As I turned around, I happened to see Wen Shuyan standing at the entrance of the VIP elevator. A man in a suit beside him, seemingly briefing him on something. After a brief exchange, Wen Shuyan's phone rang. He retrieved his phone and turned to answer it. And in that instant, he noticed me. Our eyes met, and I offered a smile and a nod as a greeting. However, Wen Shuyan gave me no response. His face remained placid and indifferent. Just as the elevator arrived, he stepped inside while still on the phone, disappearing from view. My smile faltered awkwardly. To claim that I am not disheartened would be an impossibility. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that it would be utterly absurd if Wen Shuyan were here to greet me or invite me to ascend the stairs with him. Given his overwhelming popularity, I have not even passed the interview, and yet he seems to have already gained renown throughout the entire Greenland building. Perhaps it is best to avoid such notions. I merely wish to remain an unassuming presence. As I contemplated this, a WeChat message from Wen Shuyan arrived. A simple phrase from him made me realize that, despite his seemingly frosty demeanor, he possesses a genuinely considerate nature. He stated, someone will come to pick you up. I responded with an okay accompanied by a Samoyed emoji. After that, our conversation came to an abrupt halt. Mere moments later, a representative from the Human Resources Department arrived to escort me upstairs. The Greenland building boasts 68 floors, with Xinyan Capital occupying 3 of them. In comparison to other venture capital firms in Jiangzhou, it is quite a sizable enterprise. The HR lady cheerfully remarked in the elevator. When President Xu recommended you, we felt you were a perfect fit. This year, we have expanded into overseas business, which, while still in its infancy, shows promising prospects. We are particularly in need of new friends who possess strong linguistic skills and an understanding of finance. I hope your interview is a success. I smiled gratefully and replied, thank you. I will do my utmost. The first round of interviews was conducted via phone, and having passed that, I was invited to the group today for what is considered the second round of interviews. There will be 3 interviewers in total. One is our Human Resources Director. Another is the VP of the Technology Sector, and the last is the Investment Director of the Technology Sector. The HR representative mentioned that upon successfully passing this round of interviews, I would be invited to a third round, where I would have the opportunity to meet our universe's most dashing president, Wen Shuyan. Witnessing the excitement on her face and recalling the enthusiasm of a passerby I encountered downstairs, who exhibited a similar fervor for Wen Shuyan, I felt an overwhelming urge to message him, Mr. Wen, perhaps you should rein in that irresistible charm of yours. Unbeknownst to you, how many young ladies have fallen under your spell? If they all seek a partner who meets your standards, would they not be destined for a lifetime of solitude? Truly, you are a source of considerable trouble. With a smile, I resolved to give my utmost effort in the final round, to meet the legendary Mr. Wen, the most handsome man in the universe. The entire interview process was devoid of excessive waiting. Hardly had I settled into the conference room when the interviewers entered, their demeanor far less austere than I had envisioned. The conversation flowed easily, devoid of formality. I instinctively knew how to respond to their inquiries, presenting myself without excessive embellishment. They seemed primarily interested in my linguistic capabilities, prompting me to introduce myself and answer questions in 3 different languages. In terms of finance, particularly regarding investment banking, they posed few questions, mainly inquiring about my understanding and thoughts on the technology sector. Fortunately, I have a penchant for keeping abreast of cutting-edge AI developments, including advancements in automotive intelligence, which allowed for a brief discussion. Subsequently, they informed me to await further news at home. Following the interview, I found myself unable to ascertain how I had fared in the eyes of the interviewers or whether I had met their expectations. 3 days hence, I received correspondence from the Human Resources Department. I had anticipated that they were summoning me to prepare for the third round of interviews. However, to my surprise, they extended an offer of employment, stating that their CEO, Mr. Wen, was away on a business trip to Hong Kong. And the third round of interviews would be dispensed with, thereby granting me immediate passage. As I was still in a state of bewilderment, the HR representative elucidated that Mr. Wen had reviewed the video recording of my second interview and deemed me highly suitable. Furthermore, given the exigencies of Mr. Wen's itinerary, he had decided to grant me immediate approval. Congratulations, Ms. Wan. We extend a warm welcome to you as a member of Shenyang Capital. Upon terminating the telephone conversation, I promptly contacted Su Weitang to convey the auspicious tidings. Su Weitang proposed that, in celebration of my securing employment, we should indulge in a hot pot repast this evening. And furthermore, we should visit the shopping mall to acquire several ensembles suitable for professional attire. Absolutely, I responded. Subsequently, Su Weitang and I arranged to meet at a hot pot restaurant in SKP. Upon my arrival, Su Weitang was still ensnared in traffic congestion. I proceeded ahead to secure a table, specifically one situated on the 12th floor near the window, affording a panoramic view of the pedestrians and vehicles traversing the plaza below. As the server approached to take our order, I was abruptly drawn to an exclamation of astonishment. Upon raising my gaze, I beheld Jiang Shi and Xie Jiayu. I had surmised that Jiang Shi, upon beholding me, would experience a loss of appetite and promptly depart. However, contrary to my expectations, she proceeded directly toward me. Amidst Xie Jiayu's incredulous gaze, and seated herself opposite me, regarding me with an expression of amusement. Wanzhen, wouldn't you agree that we are rather fated? Recalling the previous encounter at the restaurant, during which she vociferously demanded that I undergo a paternity test with her, I was filled with repugnance. While I was undeniably incensed, I recalled Wen Shuyan's counsel: do not allow your emotions to betray you, and refrain from impetuous anger, lest you play into the hands of your adversaries. I instructed the waiter to leave for the time being, intending to place my order later. Nonchalantly, I picked up a nearby kettle and poured myself a glass of water, casually remarking, "What kind of fate is this? A fateful entanglement, perhaps?" Chapter 94, of course, it is meant to cause you distress. A fateful entanglement can also be considered a form of fate, don't you think? Jiangxi glared at me with her piercing eyes. I met her gaze with a calm demeanor, instinctively searching her features for traces of my father. Though I was reluctant to admit it, Jiangxi's eyes indeed bore a striking resemblance to my father's portrait. Miss Jiang, perhaps over the past 2 years, Jiang Mingchu has conveyed quite a few misconceptions to you, I said with a light chuckle, my tone laced with a hint of amusement. As for me, while I possess a pleasant disposition, I have never claimed to lack character. Jiangxi scoffed disdainfully, Wanzhen. Some matters do not cease to exist simply because you choose to evade or deny them. Are you admitting to being the product of my father's extramarital affair? I deliberately provoked Jiangxi. Do you truly think the term illegitimate child is something you or the Jiang family would find objectionable? She pressed her lips together, clearly angered, and shot me a cold look. Are you threatening me? You may interpret it as such, I replied coolly. It would be wise for you to refrain from provoking me. Do you understand? Wanzhen, what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly? Jiangxi crossed her arms, regarding me with palpable disdain. Do you believe that a few nonsensical words spoken before Jiang Mingchu would lead to my downfall? Are you really that foolish? I have already told you that I have never explicitly instructed Jiang Mingchu to assist me with anything. His debts cannot be laid at my feet. This matter infuriates me. Jiangxi, do you presume that with Jiang Mingchu incarcerated, you are now free from worry? I shook my head speechlessly. For I had always been curious as to why you persist in pursuing these matters even after my father's passing. Jiangxi slammed her hand upon the table, exclaiming that it was, of course, to cause me distress. I squinted, perplexed. Jiangxi, through gritted teeth, questioned why I should possess all that is beautiful, like a princess, while she is forced to dwell in misery. Why did Wan Qinghui abandon her and her mother? Why? The final why was roared by Jiangxi, drawing the attention of numerous patrons. Oblivious, Jiangxi laughed maniacally, declaring that as long as she lived, she would ensure my suffering and that I would never escape her. I retorted with a cold sneer, stating that she was beyond redemption and should find a place to vent her madness instead of disgusting me with her presence. Were I in her position, I would seek refuge in obscurity, concealing the secret of being an illegitimate child and living discreetly. Jiangxi, feeling insulted, seized a cup with the intent to throw its contents at me, but I swiftly evaded her. Enraged, she failed in her attempt. I, at my wit's end, grabbed a water pitcher, opened its lid, and poured the entire contents upon her face. I questioned whether I was the one humiliating her, or if she was the one seeking recognition in my presence. I asserted that while she may be shameless, I still possessed dignity. I cast a frigid glance at her, drenched and disheveled, warning, "You truly should not provoke me or repulse me. Otherwise, if I find myself in a foul mood, I would not hesitate to pay a visit to your elderly grandmother." The thread of water splashed upon Jiang. She sent her expression into a kaleidoscope of emotions, causing her to tremble with rage. Xie Jiayu stood aside, covering her mouth in disbelief as she observed us, and eventually, she mustered the courage to approach Jiangxi with a tissue to wipe her face. However, Jiangxi forcefully pushed her aside and stepped towards me, grasping my arm for merely half a second before being shoved away by a hand that emerged from behind me. Indeed, I did not catch the scent of hot pot at the entrance, but rather the foul stench of a contemptible person. "It seems that Miss Jiang is here." Su Weitang approached my side, her eyes betraying a sense of urgency as she inquired, "Am I late? Has she caused you any trouble?" I shook my head, assuring her that it was just the right time. Xie Jiayu, timid and conflict-averse, gently tugged at Jiangxi's sleeve, urging, "Cici, let us go. There are so many people watching, don't engage in a quarrel with them." She had witnessed the prowess of Jiangxi's friends before. In a fit of anger, Jiangxi flung Xie Jiayu's hand away and fiercely retorted, "What are you afraid of? Why should we leave? She should be the one to go." Xie Jiayu seemed poised to say something more, yet the words caught in her throat. "You want us, Wan Zhen, to leave? Who do you think you are?" Su Weitang shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you think you are worthy enough to demand that she vacate her place?" Without waiting for Jiangxi to respond, Su Weitang raised her hand, "Manager, come here." As the words faded, the hot pot restaurant manager hurried over, inquiring with utmost respect, "Miss Su, how may I assist you?" Su Weitang turned to the manager with displeasure, questioning, "When did the standards of this establishment decline? We cater to an exclusive clientele. Explain to me. What is the meaning of this? Allowing such uncouth individuals to disrupt the dining experience of our other patrons? Are you weary of your managerial role?" The manager's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at Jiangxi. "Miss Su, this. Remove her at once," Su Weitang commanded, pointing at Jiangxi. "This eyesore is creating a disturbance, ruining the ambience for our esteemed guests. Can you afford to compensate them for that?" She added, "Oh. And promptly instruct the logistics department to commission a sign from the print shop downstairs, clearly stating, Jiangxi and dogs are prohibited from entering." Upon hearing the phrase Jiangxi and dogs are prohibited from entering, I nearly burst into laughter, amused by Miss Su's cleverness. Jiangxi, incensed, glared at Su Weitang, retorting, "If I am nothing, then what are you? Do you believe I will simply leave at your command? Do you presume to own this establishment?" While it is true that Miss Su does not own this restaurant personally, the manager interjected awkwardly, addressing Jiangxi. "This establishment is indeed part of the Su Group's culinary ventures. In essence, Miss Su is our proprietor. Madam, I must ask you to depart." Xie Jiayu murmured softly. "The Su Group?" Suddenly realizing something, Xie Jiayu tugged at Jiangxi's arm and exclaimed, "Come on, Cici, I've remembered. The Su family has a daughter who has always remained out of the spotlight. We all thought she was abroad. But now it seems she is the one." Jiangxi was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Su Weitang's identity. Xie Jiayu continued, "The matriarch of the Su family and your grandmother are old friends, often enjoying tea and opera together. You mustn't provoke her. If she reports Jiangxi to the Su matriarch, your affairs will no longer remain hidden." Jiangxi shot a glare at Xie Jiayu, then defiantly shook her off, her piercing gaze sweeping over Su Weitang and me. "Wan Zhen, this matter will not end here." With that, Jiangxi stormed off, angrily telling Xie Jiayu, "You should go back. I have no appetite for dinner today. Don't follow me." Xie Jiayu hurried to chase after her but suddenly turned back, looking at me with a pleading expression. "Miss Wan, to be honest, Jiangxi isn't a bad person. I don't understand why she's treating you this way, but could I ask you not to report her? If Grandma Jiang finds out what she's been doing, it would be disastrous for her." Chapter 95, Trouble. This was my second meeting with Xie Jiayu, and my impression of her was not entirely unfavorable. I recalled our previous encounter at the garden restaurant, where she had advised Jiang Shi against disrupting other families, urging her not to hurt the unsuspecting first wife. Who was me? I believed that Xie Jiayu had a sensible worldview and was a reasonable person. Yet, I pondered why someone like her would associate with Jiang Shi, fully aware of the unsavory deeds she had committed, and still choose to remain friends. Such loyalty was indeed rare. I inquired of Xie Jiayu. Why do you plead on her behalf? You are well aware of the deep-seated animosity between us. I would rather she suffer. Su Weitang coldly echoed my sentiments. Indeed. Being struck down by the Jiang family is far preferable to being killed by others, is it not? It is too lenient for her. Xie Jiayu bit her lip. Timidly lifting her gaze to me, I understand your hatred for Jiang Shi, but I believe you are not a bad person, Miss Ruan. Jiang Shi has indeed erred and caused you harm, yet her background is tragic, and her heart bears greater pain. Some actions may have long surpassed her original intent. She merely needs an outlet for her frustrations. Is it acceptable to inflict harm upon others simply because one is suffering internally? I must apologize. But I cannot concur with your reasoning, I replied icily. Su Weitang defended me. Please do not grant Ruanjun a good person card. Kindness often invites exploitation, does it not? Xie Jiayu's cheeks flushed as she hastily waved her hands. No, that is not my intent, Miss Ruan. I apologize, I merely believe that Jiang Shi is not inherently malicious. I am sorry if I seem overly protective of her. Observing Xie Jiayu's timid demeanor, though she appeared cowardly, her willingness to advocate for Jiang Shi piqued my curiosity. You are truly willing to assist her? When others bullied me, only Jiang Shi stood by my side, so regardless of her actions, I will never abandon her. Xie Jiayu sighed. Miss Ruan, I must apologize, I need to find Jiang Shi. She cannot be left alone. I nodded, watching as Xie Jiayu hurried away in her high heels. Su Weitang pulled me aside. And I couldn't possibly soften my heart just because others uttered a few sympathetic words about her, could I? Certainly not. I chuckled softly, stating that whether Jiang Shi was pitiable or not was of no concern to me, even if she were genuinely unfortunate. It would not serve as an excuse for her to indiscriminately harm or disgust me. One matter must be distinguished from another. Should we, upon feeling wronged and troubled, resort to heinous acts of violence against society? What kind of reasoning is that? Come now, let us dine, the conversation ends here. Su Weitang grasped my hand, guiding me to sit down and calling for the order. Throughout the meal, I found it somewhat difficult to swallow. I couldn't help but contemplate that Jiang Mingchu would receive the punishment she deserved, and she